Chapter 221. Ji-sun got the information about Shengbang Prison and went to various job markets. After taking a look, it was exactly the same as what he remembered. He saw the recruitment notice of Shengbang Prison Porter, providing food and accommodation, 4,500/month. The salary is not bad. Innocent City has had too many outsiders pouring in recently. While the number of adventurers has exploded, the wages of various factories have also increased a lot. I didn't pay attention to Shengbang Prison before, but I didn't notice anything different about this job. Now I know there is something fishy going on in the prison. This is indeed a problem everywhere. Normally, jobs like the gold-digging dock porter are stable positions. Although there are often recruitments, most of the time it is because the dock work has increased and more people are needed. But places like prisons have a fixed workload, but they recruit people all year round, which is not normal. Ji-sun used to be a corpse collector and had been exposed to many professions. In the City of Innocence, this kind of job that requires recruiting people all year round either has a high turnover rate or is accidental and has a high mortality rate. Obviously it was the latter. Ji-sun was also curious. The corpse collector died because of the corpse contamination, so why did the prison porter die? Ji-sun did not plan to apply for a job to sneak into Shengbang Prison. After all, if there were really many people asking about the prison's movements recently, then a new face would easily be suspected. Ji-sun did not want to go through so much trouble. He went to the address on the recruitment notice and directly found out the staff dormitory. East District 2, Yinshi Street. This block has the largest living market in the East District of Wuzhui City, which is convenient for purchasing supplies and sending them to the prison. The branch of Golden Oak Company is at number 155, and the office building is a shabby little building. Ji-sun had been to this area before when he was a corpse collector, and he was familiar with the streets. After he rode his motorcycle over, he was not in a hurry to contact the employees in the dormitory. Instead, he found a small alley and climbed up the wall, intending to observe first. According to the information obtained, the porters would deliver supplies to the prison twice a week, and would come to the market to purchase during this period. He waited for about half an hour. After lunch, Ji-sun saw several people wearing the uniforms of Golden Oak's lower-level freight forwarders coming out cursing. When they walked to the garage, the steam truck seemed to have some problem and failed to start. The driver kicked it angrily. Damn it, this broken car always has problems. Sooner or later, I will smash it into a pile of scrap metal. Don't worry about this broken car. Think about how to make more money. With this little salary, whoever wants to work can do it. It's really bad luck. After the branch changed to a new boss, all the relationships I had before were wasted. Buy something and still need to file receipts? Damn it, I lost tens of thousands this month. With this little salary, I can't do this job anymore. If I'm forced to do it, I take a gun and shoot those guys in the office. Ji-sun originally wanted to observe the living habits of these porters, so that he wouldn't reveal any flaws when he was acting. But unexpectedly, after watching for a while, he found some abnormalities. The abnormality was in the people. These people gave him the feeling that they were very, very irritable. Yes, it is irritability. The irritability temper of these porters is fully revealed in their words and deeds. If it is just one person, it can be said to be a personality problem. But if everyone has this feeling, it is an occupational disease. Just like when Ji-sun was a corpse collector before, because of occupational pollution, people who have long-term contact with corpses will have a dead air. Strange, are these guys mentally polluted? On the roof, Ji-sun thought of this factor at the first time. His knowledge of supernatural powers now exceeds that of most people. When he sees this symptom, he can immediately judge something. In other words, there may be some kind of mental pollution source in Shengbang Prison. While Ji-sun was observing, the driver kicked the truck body a few times, and miraculously made the truck start. The group got on the car, and went to the market. Ji-sun originally wanted to follow and take a look, but before he left, he suddenly saw two suspicious guys coming out of the alley, not far away. He immediately realized that someone was also targeting this group of freight forwarders. It seemed that they also wanted to use this method to spy on the secrets of Shengbang Prison. Hey, we are in the same team. Ji-sun observed and immediately determined that they were all professional spies, and his mouth corners slightly raised. The tracking method was obviously trained. However, there were no masters among these grassroots spies, and Ji-sun didn't care at all. He also followed the truck that went out to purchase all the way to the market. 3 days later, on the truck to Chongqing. To be on the safe side, Ji-sun also left a message at the Hunter Guild. If he met with an accident, at least the useless great sword and other things that he couldn't bring in could be left to Chujio. Or maybe he wasn't dead, but was just trapped. That old friend might be able to help him. After making all the preparations, Ji-sun disguised himself as a sallow-faced middle-aged man, sat on the truck, and went to Shangbang prison with his colleagues to deliver supplies. What a damn bad luck. Why is it my turn again? Stop complaining. Be quicker, and you might get more tips. Do you feel anything strange? It seems that every time you deliver goods from prison, you are in a trance for a long time. You don't want to do this anymore? The company rules prohibit talking about prison topics. In the car, Ji-sun listened to several colleagues talking, and occasionally interrupted to talk about some irritable, repetitive things. His perfect disguise and performance naturally had no flaws. Originally, he wanted to learn about the situation of Shangbang prison and advance through these conversations. But as they chatted, he discovered some problems. These people kept silent about everything in prison. Even if they occasionally let something slip, it made people feel that they didn't want to say it, but they really didn't know anything. They just delivered the goods and then came out. This process didn't sound like there was anything worth digging into. But Ji-sun has now determined that these guys are indeed mentally polluted. But these porters didn't realize that they had any problems at all, and they didn't even doubt it. Ji-sun thought of a possibility. That is, their memory or some cognition was tampered with. Ji-sun had seen similar situations when he was a corpse collector. There are ancient relics inside the Golden Oak Company that can tamper with memory. Thinking of this, Ji-sun became more curious about the Shangbang prison. And he was sure that one of his colleagues was replaced by someone. It was the guy with the hooked nose. The disguise was not bad, but Ji-sun discovered him in advance. He was not the only one who thought of this method to sneak into the prison. Haha, he was quite courageous. Shangbang prison was located in the suburbs of the upper city of Wuzhui City. There was an independent castle there. It was also an ancient relic. After driving on a dark road for several hours, the truck finally saw the brightly lit castle in the dark mountains. After the guards at the castle gate checked the truck, they entered smoothly. Ji-sun sat by the car window, and with a seemingly unintentional glance, he took in the castle's defenses. It looks normal. But the moment the truck drove into the castle, the strong light from the lighthouse shone down, and enlightenment appeared immediately. You are exempt from the detection of the mental barrier, the light of scrutiny. When Ji-sun saw this, he knew that there was a big problem. He had a clown mask, and now he had a high degree of immunity to mystical spells. There was this detection method as soon as he came in, which means that the defense of this prison is much tighter than it looks. He didn't think he would be discovered. The other spy, the hook-nosed spy, was most likely discovered. As expected, it was when Ji-sun and his group came in. On the lighthouse, two prison administrators in golden oak uniform suits looked at the moving truck and found something. Another bug has come in. Subordinates find that bug? Maybe there are more than one. There's no need to check. Send them all to the secret cave. This is a case where several batches of transport workers have been sent in recently. The recruitment office may have become suspicious. Moreover, those investigating forces should have discovered some problems. It doesn't matter. There are many outsiders in Innocent City recently, so just ask the gangs to find some people. As for Bureau X and the Chow family, the higher-ups have their own arrangements. It just so happens that the secret cave is also short of miners recently. Hey, those guys are willing to come to investigate, so as many as they come, we will send them in. Got it, Mr. Warden. The two talked for a few words, and one of them quickly disappeared into the darkness. The truck drove into the prison's warehouse. This is the basement level. The dim room was filled with various wooden boxes and sacks of supplies. Occasionally, the rustling of mice could be heard in the corner. After Ji-sun and his companions got off the car, they used a mechanical arm to move the supplies on the truck. They did not communicate with anyone in the castle during the whole process. The only thing that made him feel unusual was that after entering the depths of the castle, the enlightenment kept refreshing. You are exempt from slight mental pollution. You are exempt from slight mental pollution. In other words, this prison castle is full of mental pollution. This puzzled Ji-sun. Where did the pollution come from in a place like this? It seemed to be underground. I heard from several colleagues that they only needed to move the materials into the warehouse, and the work was done. This made Ji-sun feel uneasy, and he was also thinking, how did a Thai learn that secret method back then? The Innocent City a dozen years ago might not have been as complicated as it is now. At that time, there were only exiled prisoners, and the Golden Oak Security Company was not as large as it is now. So many procedures may be different from now. According to the current procedure, even if he comes 100 times, he will not meet the senior that he thinks may be mentioned by Master Dongjio. Ji-sun knew that he had to do something else. But he also knew that they had been targeted and might have been discovered. So he did not act rashly. There was no need for him to take risks. Because someone should be more anxious to find out something than him. Sure enough, just after unloading half of the truck, that hooked nose. He slipped away under the pretext of going to the toilet. Ji-sun originally thought that the guy would trigger some accidents to see if there was any gain. But not long after, the guy turned back again. Didn't he get discovered? Or if he was discovered, the people of Golden Oak didn't intend to do anything? Ji-sun watched the hooked nose return safely, and some possibilities came to his mind. Maybe there was no secret in the place where the porter could come, but just as this thought came up, a disciplinary officer in a suit suddenly walked in from outside. Ji-sun knew that this guy had a high status in Golden Oak Company when he saw the suit. And he was also very strong. The suited man came in and glanced at the porters, and said directly, "Today is the delivery day. The prison is short of manpower. You guys, move all the goods to the elevator, and deliver them to the cell. Each person will get an extra 100 yuan in wages." Yes. Although the porters felt that this job was not theirs, they agreed to it when they heard that they would be paid more. However, after hearing this, Ji-sun immediately realized something went wrong. Although what the man in the suit said sounded normal. But in this situation, if there is anything different from usual, there must be something wrong. The most likely possibility is that the other party discovered that there was a spy sneaking in, so they changed the delivery plan. But what Ji-sun wondered was, why did they let them go to deliver the goods together after Hooked Nose was discovered? If we really go to deliver the goods, we may encounter unknown dangers. Ji-sun calculated the degree of risk. Based on the currently known information, this Shangbang prison must be hiding a big secret. He never thought that he would not encounter danger when sneaking in. If he suddenly attacked now, even if there were top card masters in this prison, Ji-sun had an angel soul, so he might have a chance to escape. But doing so would not only expose himself. Even if he came again next time, he still couldn't think of a better sneak plan. It would also inevitably make the enemy defensive. With a change of mind, Ji-sun also felt that this was an opportunity. The opportunity to contact the cell. Ji-sun has always suspected that the mysterious man is most likely a prisoner in the prison. It is difficult to confirm some conjectures without going down to take a look. Besides, if the prison says there are top masters, it is normal to kill a few spies without any tactics of luring the enemy deep. Maybe it is just an ordinary delivery process. In short, if you don't go down, many doubts will not be solved. If you don't figure it out, the secrets of this prison will never be understood. The group pulled a dozen large boxes into the elevator, with a manual trailer, and then went down. Ji-sun also took a special look, and found that there were only black bread and a small amount of dried meat inside. Well, at least it was human food. Instead of feeding some strange things. As the elevator went down, the pollution of enlightenment became more and more serious. Although it didn't affect him much, for ordinary people, or low-level card masters, being in this environment for a long time, there is already a risk of mental distortion. And the further down we go, the stronger the pollution becomes. Ji-sun felt more and more strange. What kind of prison would have such strong mental pollution? Clang! Before they knew it, the elevator had reached the bottom. Ji-sun and his companions dragged the goods through the dark corridor. There were still no prisoners here, but they saw correctional officers wearing isolation suits that looked like biochemical suits. There seemed to be quite a few people in the rooms they passed by. This didn't look like a prison at all, but rather like an underground laboratory that held terrifying monsters. Several porters also realized that things were not going well. It was their first time entering here. Ji-sun looked calm. There was danger for sure, but where did it come from? Since there were no people jumping out to surround and kill him, he was not in a hurry to do anything. "Sir, can we not go?" "Don't talk nonsense. We be there soon." The simple communication was fruitless, and Ji-sun and his companions followed him down. Soon, they arrived at the end of the corridor. There was a steel prison door nearly 2 stories high, and a dozen armed guards wearing protective clothing. "Open!" the leading man in a suit shouted. The first one opened the iron door, and it was pitch black inside. "Just follow me to deliver the supplies." The man in a suit walked in first. Ji-sun saw the dark environment at the door, and guessed that this might be the prison area. But it was also strange. Why did the prison area feel like a cave entrance? And after the iron door was opened, the pollution was already very exaggerated. Ji-sun has confirmed that this is the source of the pollution. And this is the legendary place where there is no exit. Seeing this, he was not trembling with fear like his colleagues around him, but he was looking forward to it. Now that they are here, they can't retreat. The armed personnel at the door have pointed their guns at the porters. If they really say no, they will be shot in the head on the spot. The man in the suit went in first, followed by several armed guards. There should be no danger of death inside. Although Ji-sun was on high alert, he didn't think he would die immediately after entering. He pushed the supplies and walked into the darkness. It was a very strange road. It was pitch black all around, with only the light of 2 gas lamps illuminating a corner around the group. The darkness seemed to have a kind of magic. It absorbed the light, the echo, and everything, making people walk inside, as if their 5 senses were hallucinating and they were in some strange void. Ji-sun saw through that this was a very high-grade barrier. It was so high that even with his current knowledge and the clown mask, he couldn't detect it. An ancient relic of very high standards. Seeing this barrier, Ji-sun knew that the standards of this prison relic were extremely high. The people of Golden Oak spent so much manpower and material resources to tinker with this place, so there must be some big secret hidden in it. After walking 150 steps, it was about 113 meters. The view suddenly became clear. But what surprised Ji-sun was that this was not the prison he had expected. But it was like a mine cave, with traces of excavation everywhere. The moment he came in, the spiritual pollution of enlightenment surged tenfold. It seemed as if there were demonic whispers in his ears, which made him dizzy. The porters who came in together all showed discomfort. Huh? Ji-sun was not affected. But because of Joker, he could understand some of the demonic whispers. When those chaotic mental powers swept in like a tide, he always felt that this spiritual pollution seemed to have a big origin. It was a hysterical sound of fighting on a large battlefield, like a huge army charging into battle. Pain, fear, hideousness, violence, despair, numbness, anger, all kinds of negative emotions. After comprehending the magic solution, he could see the mental threads formed by various negative emotions. And in the cave in front of him, there were all kinds of black mist-like mental threads. What on earth is this place? Ji-sun looked at the negative mental power in his eyes, which was even more exaggerated than the noise made by the Orlan survivor in Lion City. This is an ancient relic. In other words, it was passed down from ancient times? What kind of spiritual power lingered and lasted for 2,000 or 3,000 years? However, just as his thoughts were racing, he was immediately attracted by a more terrifying scene in front of him. It was this group of people who walked in, just like cold water dripping into an oil pan, and the originally dark cave suddenly became restless. Rustle, clang clang, like the sound of a group of rats running in the cave. It made people's backs cold. Ji-sun looked closely and found that they were actually humans. A group of ragged miners rushed over like crazy. What was going on? The prisoners in the prison were miners? Although it was not strange for prisoners to work as laborers anywhere. But the current state of these miners was very strange. The miners swarmed in like red-eyed lunatics. Not only were their mental states strange, but also because of the distortion, their bodies had become strange everywhere. 3 ears, 1 eye, 4 hands, 2 heads, giants, distorted facial features. They were more like a group of monsters than humans. Paw, paw, paw. Warning gunshots rang out. The miners instantly became much quieter. The leading man in a suit was used to it and shouted, "Old rules. Bring out the ore to exchange for food. The more you dig, the more food you get. Food is limited. If you have ore, hurry up and exchange it, or you will be late." After saying this, the group of miners took out the cloth bags they had carefully collected from various parts of their clothes. When they opened the cloth bags, they saw tiny, slightly fluorescent crystals inside, like diamonds. Turbid War will spiritual power crystal, gold, detailed explanation, extraordinary substance containing super strong spiritual power. This crystal contains a tiny amount of high-level war will, which can absorb and enhance spiritual power and war will perception. With super high spiritual pollution, please absorb with caution, gold quality. When Ji-sun saw these miners take out the crystal, he instantly understood everything. He understood what was going on in this Shangbang prison. The spirit system is almost the most expensive material of the same material on the market. All the crystals in front of me were silver and gold, which made people doubt what they saw. When the prisoners took out these crystals, the armed guards began to exchange them for food. These crystals that could be easily exchanged for hundreds of thousands of dollars outside could only be exchanged for a piece of black bread here. Seeing this scene, even Ji-sun was not calm in his heart. These crystals not only contain spiritual power, but also fighting spirit. Normally, this is the secret of practice that card masters above level 5 will pursue. Sword intention, fist intention, spear intention, knife intention, etc. This is an extraordinary realm that only the truly powerful can touch. No! From what Master Merlin said before, even above the legendary level, a deep understanding of intention is required. And the crystal core produced in the mind can actually be directly absorbed to improve the understanding of intention. From this point of view alone, this is definitely a rare strategic treasure. If it is really known to the outside world, I am afraid that the Federation will grab it at all costs. It turns out that the Orlan survivors actually controlled a ruin that produced such treasures. The prisoners only entered but never left, just to keep this secret. Mining for food. Seeing the miners scrambling for food, Ji-sun guessed the fate of the porters. The guys in Shangbang prison did find the spies, but they didn't intend to kill them. They brought them in just to fill the miners. The mental pollution here is so serious that the miner's lifespan is definitely not long. However, those negative mental powers are not pollution to Ji-sun, but are excellent nutrients for cultivation. Having comprehended the magic solution, he could even directly comprehend what he needed from these negative mental powers. Therefore, even though he knew it would be difficult to get out after entering, Ji-sun was not in a hurry. Seeing this, another doubt emerged in his mind. That is, how were these crystals formed? In addition, his intuition told him that the mysterious person might really be in this mine. Chapter 222. The guards in Shangbang prison took a bunch of black bread and easily exchanged for a large bag of Turbid War spiritual power crystal. This is simply a no-cost deal. Ji-sun watched silently from the side, and while he was jealous, he was also thinking about another question in his mind, that is, with these crystal cores, how many top masters would the Orlan survivors have to produce? Just by sensing the strong war spirit overflowing from the crystal core, he realized that if this thing was given to a 4th or 5th level card master, it would be very likely that he would be able to comprehend his intention. That would be considered a first-rate expert. The Orlan survivors have probably been mining here for many years. Who knows how many experts they have secretly cultivated with these crystal cores? Moreover, the secret treasures they hold must not be limited to this Shangbang prison. Ji-sun thought of this and felt that he really underestimated those people. Before, I thought that the Orlan survivors who had been hiding for more than 200 years should have reached the end of their rope, and a Lionheart family was on the list. Now, when I look at these unknown mines to the outside world, I immediately see the tip of the iceberg of their strength, as well as the ambition hidden in places that the world cannot see. The foundation of the Augustus royal family has really reached a level that ordinary people can hardly imagine. As expected, no matter where you are, information gap is the important factor that widens the gap between strength and wealth. In the old continent full of treasures, the Orlan survivors have mastered a lot of information that others don't know, and have secretly obtained unimaginable benefits. Ji-sun discovered the secret of Shangbang prison. Although he knew that there was no exit here, he was not in a hurry to get out. When he first came in, he had been observing secretly. It seemed that the only way to get out was through the barrier passage that he came in through. And those prison guards must have some enchantment keys. The only option to get out now is to kill a few people. But Ji-sun didn't do that. This prison has existed for so long, the prisoners must have thought of this method and tried it. But no one has escaped yet. In other words, this plan is not feasible. Not to mention whether they can be killed or not. Even if they are killed, they will have to face countless masters in the prison outside when they rush out. And there may be other hidden dangers. Instead, it's not too late to stay here for a few more days and observe it clearly before taking action. Anyway, judging from the situation, the prison guards will come to exchange food for crystals every few days, so there are plenty of opportunities. Thinking of this, Ji-sun watched calmly. Originally, I thought that the miners here were all deformed humans. But after this group of weird guys had exchanged food, some figures emerged from the dark mines. At this glance, although their faces were scorched and they had dark circles under their eyes, they looked like they had not woken up and were not full, and their mental state was very bad. But the good thing is that they all looked normal. Ji-sun looked at the clothes of these people, and there were people of all kinds of professions. Hunters, civilians, nobles, and even several guys wearing porter clothes like him. These people seemed to be afraid of the deformed miners before. They waited until they finished exchanging, and then came out. And it was obvious that the number of crystal cores dug by these people was much less. It took 3 or 2 people to raise enough to exchange for a piece of black bread. Some people even had nothing in their hands, and could only stare at the food in the boxes and swallow their saliva. Seeing this, Ji-sun had already guessed the fact that this phenomenon pointed to, the higher the degree of distortion of the miners, the more crystal cores they can dig. No wonder prisoners are used to mine. These miners will almost certainly die if they stay in the mine for a long time. Ji-sun's several colleagues were already trembling with fear at this scene. It seemed that they had already guessed their own fate, But they dared not admit it. They did not dare to speak at this moment, and just stood aside like a wooden chicken, hoping that they really just came in to help deliver supplies. Ji-sun glanced at the hooked nose again. This guy should know that he is exposed now, right? They, the porters, were brought in because of this guy. Others are not like Ji-sun, who can be safe and sound in this mine filled with negative mental power. If he is really locked up, it is better to take a chance than to be polluted and go crazy. Ji-sun felt that if he were in that person's situation, he would definitely take a gamble. As expected, after seeing the environment of the mine clearly, the hooked nose suddenly exploded. He flipped his hand, and a black dagger appeared in his hand. When everyone was focusing on the bread, he appeared next to the nearest armed guard like a ghost. This guy was also very smart. He knew that he was not sure about the leading suit man, so he chose a weaker one. Although Ji-sun discovered it in advance, even he could not stop it in time. He thought, he is quite skilled. Is he a spy trained by a big force? His strength is second level, but his body movements and martial arts are not ordinary hunters. He was a well-trained professional assassin. This strike seemed to be a sure kill. Just as Ji-sun was thinking about whether this guy could escape as he wished, something strange happened. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed out from the corridor behind. That aura was very strange. It was clearly a murderous intent, but it made people feel as if they could see endless blood gushing out. What the hell? The murderous intent pierced his heart like a steel needle, and even Ji-sun's pupils shrank slightly. He had never felt such a manic and strange aura. The figure came so fast that he punched the guard at the moment when the dagger of the hooked nose pierced the guard. What a fast body movement! Ji-sun was amazed at the speed. However, a more shocking scene appeared. After all, he was a professional assassin. The hooked nose looked at the enemy attack and retreated a foot with super high agility, just avoiding the punch. However, the punch obviously missed, but the guy's expression suddenly froze on his face. Fist wave. Ji-sun saw the ripples on the fist and immediately understood what was going on. This is the long-range ability cultivated by fighters to hurt the enemy, similar to the swordsman's sword energy fist wave. Those who can master this skill are considered masters among fighters. Even Ji-sun is barely an entry-level fighter now. But before he could think of it, with a bang, the hooked nose that was obviously not hit burst like a balloon filled with blood. Blood and body tissue fragments were scattered all over the sky. Ji-sun was not far away, and was also covered in blood. What happened? Ji-sun's expression was as shocked as everyone else. He didn't understand the punch just now. After taking a closer look, Ji-sun saw that the perpetrator was a deformed human with an arm like a bamboo pole. A normal person's arm bones only have an upper arm and a forearm. But this guy has a third bone in the middle, like a gibbon, and when he stands, his palm can easily touch the ground. It was just this deformed monster that killed a second-level assassin with one punch. Ji-sun really couldn't understand. It was not difficult for him to kill the hook-nosed guy just now, but he couldn't smash him into pieces with his fist. After killing the guy with bamboo-like arms, he shouted and laughed like a madman, and disappeared into the mine like a ghost. Ha ha ha, I understand, I understand. It came quickly and left quickly. Like a ghost. Crazy. Ji-sun stared at the unpredictable aura on this guy carefully, full of doubts. Suddenly, a possibility that he himself did not dare to believe emerged in his mind. Could it be the fist intention? He had seen masters who had comprehended the fist intention. Just a few days ago in Lion City, Catalina's father, Golden Lion Carlo, was so powerful that his fists could break the mountain. But that was a 6th level. The deformed and crazy miner who just appeared casually now, estimated to be 2nd, 3rd, or 4th level? Is he actually a martial arts master who has comprehended the fist intention? Thinking again, the monster was able to discover the assassination move of the hooked nose in the first place. Isn't this the legendary killing intention perception? It is said that some masters can be awakened immediately by someone looking at them with malicious eyes even when they are sleeping. This is the manifestation of intention in actual combat. What's the problem with this mine? Ji-sun thought of this possibility while wiping the warm blood and flesh on his face. To be deformed like this means that the miner has lived here for a long time. It is reasonable that he has comprehended some intentions after being continuously mentally polluted by the environment. At this moment, Ji-sun also understood why those who had not yet been deformed did not dare to come out to exchange food immediately, but waited until the monsters received it. It's not the monster form that's scary, but it's purely because they can't beat them. There are more than just one deformed miner. There are a group of them. These guys looked at the blood and flesh on the ground, tilted their heads, and laughed like crazy. It was extremely creepy. But why do these deformed monsters help the prison guards? Ji-sun was also glad that he didn't act rashly just now. He thought about it for a while, and guessed that it might still be related to food. Deformed humans are basically the same as monsters, and most of their actions are based on instinct. Ji-sun had worked as an animal trainer in a circus. He knew that even the most ferocious beasts would be tamed in front of food. The hook-nosed man was killed, and the man in the suit sneered, glancing at the miners who were still receiving food, as if warning them, "Mine well, or this will be the end." Not long after, the exchange of materials was over. The person who got the bread ate it in big mouthfuls, and disappeared in the mine in a hurry, fearing that someone would steal his food. The man in the suit and several armed guards packed up everything, turned around and walked into the dark barrier. Ji-sun's porters and colleagues also rushed to leave this hellhole. However, they were disappointed. The men in suits walked into the passage smoothly. But when they passed by, the passage was like a mirage, visible but not tangible. They could only watch those people go farther and farther away. "Ah, sir, we haven't come in yet. Sir, wait for us." The porters panicked instantly, but no matter how they shouted, they got no response. Ji-sun was not surprised at all. In a blink of an eye, he looked at the pairs of eager eyes. They were newcomers, and everyone knew that they might have supplies. This was indeed the case. Because Ji-sun often went to the old world, he had considered various unexpected situations, such as being trapped in a ruin. So there was always food for several years in his storage ring. But he didn't plan to give it to others. As soon as the guards left, a burly man and a dozen miners gathered together and surrounded them. "Hey, do you guys have any food with you?" Ji-sun knew from the situation that these guys were going to rob. He didn't wait for his colleagues, who didn't understand what was happening, to react, and rushed into the dark mine tunnel beside him. It wasn't that he was afraid of fighting, but he just saw the deformed miner killing people, and he was not sure if there were any taboos in the mine. Killing people now might cause trouble. Seeing Ji-sun rush into the mine. In the eyes of others, this action must be because he had food on him. The sturdy man shouted, "Chase!" Several people chased after him. The other porters were apprentices of card masters. They were beaten up before they could run away, and then their belongings were searched. On the other side, a group of people gathered together and broke the bread they had just exchanged. Each person got a small half piece. They also saw Ji-sun running away. "Boss Chen, should we chase him?" "Don't chase him. It's just one person, and he can't find much food. Waste of energy. If you run around in the mine and offend those crazy people, you might even lose your life. It's better to save some energy for mining. Besides, that person is quite strong." After hearing this, everyone gnawed the bread in their hands silently. Although the energy of the food added some color to the faces of these people, the despair and oppression still lingered. The miners chatted again. "Hey, the crystals in the upper 3 layers of the mine have been almost dug out. I have only dug 3 in the past 3 days, and the bread I exchanged is not enough for 1 meal. If I continue like this, I will starve to death even if I don't go crazy." "Yes. If you want to dig enough crystals now, you can only go to the 5th floor of the mine. But the mental pollution in that place is unbearable even for high-level card masters. You will be distorted if you stay there for a while. The guys at Golden Oak are forcing us to go down to mine. What else can we do? The prison guards are not absolutely sure, so we must not take action. I have already inquired about it. Someone has killed the guards before. But not only did they fail to escape, but the price was that the food exchange of the entire prison was cut off for a week, and more than half of the people starved to death. Most of those lunatics have experienced hunger, so they instinctively want to stop the people who want to kill the guards. This is troublesome. I'm afraid we can't get out of Shengbang prison. We can only wait for people outside to discover the abnormality here and come to rescue us. But the possibility is not high. If it is really exposed, I suspect that the people of Golden Oak Company will directly destroy this place to keep the secret. I heard a madman say that there is a master in this mine who can get out. Is it true? Their identities are not only exiled criminals, but also ordinary people sold by human traffickers. There are even former federal nobles and officials among the war slaves. The leader, Boss Chen, is a field agent of the X-Bureau. Ji-sun ran in the mine for a short time. There were 3 more guys who were beaten down under his feet. He looked at these 3 terrified guys and didn't want to kill them. The 3 were so skinny that they were out of breath when running. If Ji-sun hadn't given them a chance, they would never have been able to catch up. He stood there, took out a piece of bread, and said, "Tell me everything about this prison. The bread will go to whoever tells the most, and I'm interested in." Really? The 3 thought they were going to die, and there was not much fear in their eyes, thinking that dying in this man's hands would be a relief rather than starving to death or becoming a madman. But when they heard Ji-sun's words, they immediately became energetic and talked non-stop. Ji-sun listened on the side, his eyes gradually deepened. The three of them had been in the mine for several months and knew a lot of things. For example, the deformed monsters before were all distorted lunatics of high-level card masters who came before. There were at least 7 layers in the mine, and now there was basically no crystals to dig up above the 3rd layer. The deeper you go, the more crystals there are, but the more serious the pollution is. Those lunatics are also active in the deep layers. The deeper you go, the more powerful they are. Later, while listening, Ji-sun also asked some questions he wanted to know. Do you know who has lived the longest here? It seems to be Chi-Lao, right? It is said that he has lived for more than 3 years. He used to be the leader of a mercenary group. Now he is one of the 3 leaders in the mine. Are there any miners who have lived for more than 10 years? Impossible. No one can live that long. Chi-Lao has been here for 3 years because he is a mysterious sorcerer with strong mental strength and a group of younger brothers who help him mine for food. He has survived until now, but he is almost crazy. If someone else had stayed here for so long, they would have gone crazy long ago. Ji-sun originally wanted to find out about the senior mentioned by Dong Jui, but to no avail. The fragment of the gluttony breathing method that Atai obtained more than 10 years ago, which means that the senior has been in prison more than 10 years ago. Could he be dead? It shouldn't be. Ji-sun thought it was unlikely. If the senior was dead, Dong Jui would definitely say it directly. And judging from Master Merlin's evasive attitude before, the person should still be alive. Or maybe he guessed wrong, and the senior. Not the prisoners in the prison, but the guards outside the prison? A piece of bread gave him valuable information. Soon, Ji-sun also roughly understood the situation in the mine. And he found out from this question that those deformed monsters really understood various kinds of fighting intentions. It can be said that people who have stayed here for a long time will more or less understand some fighting intentions, or inexplicable fighting martial arts moves and spells. In those negative mental powers, it seems that there are fragments of consciousness left by countless masters in ancient times. This made Ji-sun very envious. The secrets that masters in the outside world have to go through countless life and death trials and require great opportunities to comprehend, but can be easily comprehended in this mine. Of course, there is a price to pay. That is, going crazy and deformed, almost certain death. The more crazy you are, the more you will comprehend. However, this kind of mental pollution that is fatal to others has no effect on Ji-sun. At least on this first floor of the mine, no negative effects can be seen in the short term. Ji-sun thought of this, and he planned to go deep into the mine to take a look. Take a look at the situation inside, and try to see if you can feel the fifth spirit that all fighters dream of. If you really want to kill the prison guards and rush out, the weeping angel alone is not enough. After getting satisfactory information, Ji-sun walked alone in the dark mine. He analyzed the information in his mind, and got a lot of useful things. As he thought about it, an idea popped up in his mind, but then again, if that senior is really a prisoner, then he has lived here for at least 10 years. How amazing is that? Although he had guessed before that someone who could be called senior by Master Dongjio must be very powerful. But after being enlightened in this mine, he felt that if someone could really live here for more than 10 years, he must be extremely powerful. Even stronger than he knew. Therefore, that senior should at least be able to go deeper into the mine. For example, the 7th floor mentioned by the 3 guys before? When Ji-sun thought of this, he had already transformed into a werewolf, and observed his surroundings with full vigilance. After advancing to the 3rd level, he was a little confident, thinking that his current strength would allow him to protect himself wherever he went. But after seeing the terrifying power of the distorted monster, he realized that he was a little narrow-minded. With his strength, he could deal with human card masters of the 3rd or even 4th level. But it was hard to say whether he could deal with those distorted lunatics, who had comprehended the intention. There were no monsters in this mine. But there were distorted miners. As Ji-sun walked, the clown mask covered his face, and the shadow of the demon god appeared behind him. After the magic was released, he gained the thief buff, which allowed him to absorb all negative emotions and improve his understanding of the laws of all things. The perception that was originally like air suddenly became like a swimming pool, allowing people to swim freely. Enlightenment also emerged frequently. You gained a trace of fear, you understood a trace of fist intent, you felt the frenzy of killing, and your perception was slightly improved. You captured a trace of the desperate death emotion, and your perception was slightly improved. That feeling was very wonderful. But it was also very blurry. It was like a puzzle piece was stuffed into my brain. At first, I had no idea what it was, but as more and more pieces appeared, the picture became clearer and clearer. And as Ji-sun went deeper into the mine, the feeling of comprehension became stronger and stronger. Soon, he came to the second floor of the mine, and then went down to the third floor. Below the third floor was a restricted area for ordinary people, where pollution increased layer by layer. Even if the surroundings were as quiet as a ghost, one could vaguely hear the ear-piercing music like in a tavern, lingering. But Ji-sun became more and more excited as he walked. This was a treasure land for him. But for safety, when the spell power was consumed to about 80%, he would stop to recover from the magic state. Wait until the state is good before continuing. He walked carefully for half a day. In the surrounding mines, he could occasionally see some crystals with white light, which were some inferior quality fighting spirit crystals. You have to dig deep to get some high quality ones. Ji-sun did not need to exchange for food, and did not waste time digging. Not long after, he came to the 6th floor. This is the extremely dangerous mine layer that only deformed lunatics can come to. Chapter 223. This is the 6th floor of the mine. It is called a mine, but it looks more like some irregular cracks formed naturally in the rock, and there are a few man-made pits. Looking around carefully, some spiritual crystals emitting white light can be seen on the rock wall, and the quality is not low. The crystal cores here are enough to exchange for enough food, if they are really taken away by those miners above. If you see it, you might be robbed. Even if Ji-sun entered here, he felt like he had entered a treasure house full of gold coins. But this is not all good. The denser the crystal cores, the more serious the spiritual pollution. At this moment, the entire space of the 6th floor was lingering with circles of fluorescent ripples visible to the naked eye. These deadly fluorescents, like nuclear radiation, constantly eroded the souls of all living things on this floor. Ji-sun didn't dare to waste time digging for crystal cores. Although he can now absorb negative mental power to improve his understanding of the law, he is limited by his level, and has an upper limit. He is only level 3. The mental pollution on the 6th floor of this mine is already 100 times stronger than the 1st floor. Even though Ji-sun has the clown mask and Joker, he feels like he is being roasted on fire at this moment, and he always has the urge to go crazy and kill. He knows very well that once that thought gets out of control, he will go crazy immediately, and will never wake up. Can't stay for long. After walking for a while, Ji-sun felt a little dazed. Fortunately, he brought enough potions, and he immediately poured himself a bottle of advanced sobering potion. Then he continued to walk carefully in the mine. Before, he thought that there were fragments of mental power that were very beneficial to martial arts and laws, and he carefully comprehended them along the way. But now he dared not do that. The negative mental power here was so violent that it could directly disperse and pollute his consciousness. Enlightenment clearly indicated the negative state. Corroded by unknown evil thoughts, mental confusion +1. Contaminated by the residual soul of the Black Cross fighting soul, mental confusion +1, and Ji-sun, who has transformed into a werewolf, has clearly sensed the crisis. As the intelligence said, there are some unknown dangers in this layer. Ha 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 ha, I understand. I understand the Supreme Sword intent. Hee, I'm wrong, what's wrong with it? Aw, don't kill me, ha ha ha, don't be afraid, why would I kill you? From time to time, various demon-sealing roars and roars came from my ears. Ji-sun himself could hardly tell whether it was the sound he heard, or the hallucination caused by mental pollution. He tried his best to avoid the mines where there might be deformed lunatics. According to the information he got from the 3 people before, these lunatics, who had been waiting on the 5th and 6th floors for a long time, were no longer trying to mine for food. They had gone crazy, and wanted to comprehend some superclass secrets from those ancient mental pollution. Mining was just a remnant of instinct. What is under this ruins, and is that senior really down there? Ji-sun even doubted his own judgment. The deeper he went underground, the more serious the pollution became. It is said that there is a 7th floor below the 6th floor of the mine, where the pollution originated, and no one has ever been there. But these are just legends among the miners. Because no human miner has ever been to the 7th floor. That place is just nonsense heard from the mouths of madmen. Ji-sun is not sure if he can walk there safely in his current state. There were more and more crystal cores on the rock walls around him. He would dig up a few of them if he found them convenient to take. These were all scarce and expensive spiritual materials. Because he was careful enough, Ji-sun did not encounter any crazy people. But as he walked, he glanced at the rock wall, and suddenly he said in his heart, "Huh?" He stopped and looked, and found that there were some crooked little people carved on the rock wall. The carving was very rough, and it looked like a child scribbled on the rock wall with a sharp tool. However, at the first glance, Ji-sun's eyes were attracted. He was in the state of magic release, and his comprehension was amazing. As soon as he saw the various patterns on it, his mind was instantly like a slideshow, and those little people started to move. Martial arts? Ji-sun was also surprised. And it was not an ordinary martial arts. Even from his current perspective, it seemed that they were rare and difficult to understand. Many of them were even unheard of ancient martial arts. After looking carefully for a while, enlightenment also appeared. You observed the stone-carved spear pictures and comprehended a little bit of the hunting god spear technique. Fake. You observed the stone-carved sword manual and comprehended a little bit of the secret demon-slaying sword technique. 19. Inferior. You observed the stone-carved fist manual and comprehended a little bit of the unique skill underworld fist. Imitation. You observed. Ji-sun looked at it and was immersed in it unconsciously. These little people's patterns are not just movements, but have already contained a certain meaning conveyed by the carver. That kind of artistic conception is like a wine lover tasting fine wine. When you drink it in one gulp, the hotness goes straight to the top of your head, but it is not uncomfortable, but rather mellow and fragrant, with endless aftertaste. The more you savor it, the more you feel you can taste all kinds of flavors. For card masters in the fighter sequence, this is simply a treasure trove of martial arts with a fatal temptation. Once you take a look, you want to continue to look at the next one. But as you look at it, something is not right. There is a strong personal will in those martial arts, twisted and deformed. Looking at those patterns, it seems that someone wants to force those insights into your mind. This makes Ji-sun feel immersed as if his eyes are welded to the rock wall even though he sees the hint of mental pollution. Even he himself did not realize that he had fallen into a very strange state. There seemed to be a strange obsession in his heart. Either learn it, or change the will that was inconsistent with his own ideas. As this abnormal state appeared, the negative mental power around him also surged like a tide, as if there was a gap, quietly seeping in. Ji-sun did not realize that he was immersed in it. But after watching for a while, the werewolf's instinctive alertness made him suddenly feel a cold killing intent on his back. Ji-sun woke up from his sleepwalking state, and immediately realized something: enemy attack. Without any hesitation, the curse marks instantly covered his whole body, and a bronze metallic paint color also appeared on his skin. At the first moment, a layer of fist power lingered on his fist, and he turned around and punched hard. At the same time, Ji-sun realized that he was addicted to looking at the stone carvings just now, and he shouted in his heart, "What a strong mental addiction! The power of this mural is more powerful than some hallucinogenic drugs." Almost suffered a great loss. A thought flashed through his mind. Bang! Ji-sun just hit the fist of the sneak attacker with one punch. Although he had just advanced to the 3rd level, his fists blessed by his domineering body and curse seal were like steel spikes. With the strange fist power of dipolar collapse, normally, a punch on an alloy shield would create a big hole. However, when the two fists touched each other, Ji-sun's face suddenly changed. He felt that his fist did not hit a flesh fist, but just hit the tip of a sharp knight's spear. In an instant, a crack sound of bone cracking sounded, and the strange piercing force pierced several of his finger bones. It's actually spearmanship? Ji-sun was also shocked when he saw this. He never expected that this punch was actually the spearmanship he saw on the rock wall just now. However, it's not over yet. The strange force on the attacker's fist did not dissipate, but instead had the momentum to rush into Ji-sun's body and crush everything along his arm. A fatal crisis instantly struck his heart. Ji-sun knew that if he continued to fight hard, he would be seriously injured. He changed his moves and quickly relaxed his feet. With the help of the recoil, he flew backwards. Bang! Ji-sun was hit hard by the punch and fell on the rock wall, causing a large amount of rubble to fall off. Fortunately, his arm was saved. But before he could catch his breath, the guy on the opposite side rushed over again with a strange cry, "Wow, wow, wow!" Ji-sun could see clearly that this guy was the deformed madman with 3 arms, who had killed the hook-nosed man with a punch before. But it was obvious that the physical strength of this long-armed madman should be at the level of a 3rd-level card master. Ji-sun even felt that he was not as good as himself. How could it be so strong? When distributing food before, Ji-sun saw this madman punching the hooked nose, and thought it was just using some special punching force. However, when he faced it, he realized how strange that punch was. If it weren't for the special secret method of the hegemony body and the curse seal, his body would have been broken into pieces by the strange spear force just now. In the blink of an eye, the long-armed monster rushed over. The long arms were like 2 long spears, hitting the air with a crackling sound. Ji-sun did not dare to be careless. While blocking and dodging, the severely injured right arm was surrounded by green light and healed in an instant. Bang, 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 the two sides had fought several rounds in a very short time. The monster's body movements were very strange. In this narrow mine, it was not much slower than Ji-sun's werewolf body. Moreover, ordinary people have only one joint in their arms, but this guy has two joints. The direction of his fists is completely unpredictable. Once they come into close contact, the force will drill into the flesh like a thorn. Even though Ji-sun was able to fight back and forth, he still suffered a lot. If it weren't for his strong physical fitness and the secret method of the undead curse, he would have lost his arms and legs long ago. Just this quick fight, Ji-sun was amazed at his heart. Is this the meaning of this guy's understanding? This fighting instinct is absolutely flawless. The more he fought, the more shocked he was. This monster seemed to have an unconscious instinct, and it always attacked and blocked at the right place. This made Ji-sun very clear that he would never get any advantage in fighting, even though his physical attributes were much stronger. The noise of the battle was very loud, and in this mine it sounded like the sound of blasting a mountain and setting off explosives. And there was more than one deformed miner on the 6th floor of this mine. We must fight quickly. Ji-sun didn't want to get entangled, and seeing that he couldn't win in a short time, a silver light flashed in his hand. The scalpel flew out like lightning. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The scalpel was barely noticeable in the darkness, and it stabbed quickly. However, the long-armed monster avoided it perfectly with a strange posture. Seeing this, Ji-sun frowned slightly, but at the same time, a layer of gravitational ripples lingered in his hand. With a sudden pull of his 5-fingered left claw, the flying knives that had just flown out turned strangely, and then shot back at 10 times the speed. The long-armed miner seemed to have noticed something, and had instinctively made a dodging move. However, the flying knives were too fast to be completely avoided. Schwa! Schwa! The two knives still cut into its joints. One of the knives hit the knee, piercing a bloody hole, and the whole person staggered to his knees. Ji-sun saw the madman reveal his weakness. He left a trail of afterimages in his path, and appeared in front of the guy face to face, punching him. Bang! The long-armed madman was blasted out, spurting blood in the air, and fell on the rock wall again. If it were a human, this punch would have killed him or seriously injured him. But this deformed monster didn't show much weakness, but laughed strangely. Wow, master, master. He limped and rushed up again. It's really hard to deal with. If there was only this one deformed monster, Ji-sun thought he could kill it slowly. But during the short time the two of them were fighting, he heard at least 3 abnormal movements in the surrounding mines. None of the deformed miners on the 6th floor of this mine were easy to deal with. Ji-sun didn't dare to continue to waste time. He switched his legs to 4 legs, climbed on the rock wall with his wolf claws, and quickly rushed into the depths of the cave. Fortunately, he evacuated decisively. Almost as soon as he left, several deformed miners of strange shapes rushed out of the other mines and blocked the mine. Watching Ji-sun running away, 4 or 5 monsters chased him relentlessly. Fortunately, although these lunatics have good fighting power, their agility is much worse than that of the werewolf that Ji-sun transformed into, and they are not good at climbing walls. He ran all the way, and soon he could no longer hear any movement behind him. But at this time, Ji-sun also realized something else. The monsters didn't come over, maybe not just because they couldn't catch up, but he had come to a very dangerous place. In this mine, layers and layers. There are no obvious boundaries between them. They are all tunnels dug by miners and natural rock cracks. Then the rock layer areas are roughly divided by pollution levels. Ji-sun felt the intensity of the pollution around him, which was several times stronger than before. He felt that he should be in the legendary 7th floor. The information obtained before was that the monsters in this mine usually do not actively attack humans. Ji-sun was attacked by the long-armed madman just now, and he should have entered their territory. Ji-sun also guessed that the few who came later were very sensitive to some mental fluctuations such as malice and murderous intent, which attracted them. The 7th level should be the limit. Ji-sun observed the surroundings, and was contaminated to the point of nerve pain after staying for a while. The negative mental power here is full of killing and violence. It is a kind of severe pollution that will quickly sink people if they relax. After walking a few steps, he saw some severely deformed human skeletons in the corner of the wall. After identifying the texture of the bones, they were as tough as iron and had a jade-like color. They were obviously the bones of a high-level card master. There was no sign of any living creatures around here. Ji-sun looked at the deep mine tunnel with a serious expression. He had originally wanted to investigate the source of the pollution, but now it seemed impossible. If he continued walking, he was not sure that his mind would not be polluted and distorted. Thinking that he had already come here, he took another sip of the awakening potion, and the empty moon spirit was also activated to protect his consciousness. He decided to walk further inside. After walking a few steps, I saw some carvings on the rock wall. After a quick glance, I saw some fragments of martial arts and spells. They all looked like insides carved by those deformed lunatics. These stone carvings are treasures. Even if they are incomplete, if you really want to dig them out and take them out, they are definitely high-level secrets. However, the martial arts here are obviously more addictive. Having suffered a loss before, Ji-sun didn't dare to focus on it again. He thought that if he didn't find anything, he would peel off the rock wall when he left and take it up to take a closer look. It wasn't a wasted trip. Ji-sun walked all the way down like this. After walking down for about 100 meters with great difficulty, he suddenly stopped. Because at this time, he had reached the end of the road. This is a huge space. In the middle, there is an endless dark hole. Ji-sun looked around. It was like a bottomless pit, and he couldn't see anything at all. But it was like walking to the crater of a volcano, and the burning feeling was already difficult to bear. The spiritual pollution rolling out of the black hole was so strong that Ji-sun felt like a wave hitting his face, and his whole soul was shaking and about to leave his body at any moment. Is this the source of the pollution? Ji-sun looked at the black hole and couldn't help swallowing. Even if he completely blocked his spiritual perception, this was no longer something he could bear. Who knows how deep the pit is? Ji-sun was disappointed after scanning the pit. He didn't see any living people. There weren't even any deformed monsters. There were only a few corpses in the corner. Isn't it here? Ji-sun had already begun to think about retreating. He came here to find the legendary senior. But now it seems that there is no living person at all. There are many crystals on the ground. Ji-sun picked up a few of the best ones and turned around to leave. But just before leaving, he glanced at the rock wall full of stone carvings, and he was attracted again. If it were just some martial arts fragments, Ji-sun would never risk his life to look at them. But his eyes stayed. Because on a stone wall, he saw a narrative wall carving of a battle. The carving was completely different from other stone carvings. That piece is obviously a masterpiece. Not only is it meticulous and vivid, but it is also filled with colors. This can often be seen in ancient ruins. It is usually to record major events that occurred before the ruins existed. This mural is the same. It is carved with a group of knights in armor, led by a woman in a red sacrificial robe, besieging and killing a winged angel. This is why he couldn't open his eyes. What's going on? When Ji-sun saw this content, he realized at the first time that this might be the origin of the mine ruins. But he was not surprised by this. What surprised him was the appearance of the red-robed man. Is this Nanjing? Ji-sun looked at the contents on the mural and was surprised to find that the red-robed priest looked very vivid and familiar to him at first glance. The priest actually looked a bit like Miss Ballhead. After all, they were friends, so Ji-sun's first impression was her. Is this the High Priest of Orlan? Ji-sun suddenly realized that he did not look like Nanjing, but was similar to the High Priest of Orlan. After all, he had seen Nanjing's mother. The mother and daughter were about 70% similar. The red-robed priest on the mural was also very similar to that Aunt Nan. In other words, this was Nanjing's blood ancestor? But Ji-sun suddenly thought of another question. No, isn't this innocent city the remains of the ancient country of Tarun 3,000 years ago? How is it related to the High Priest of Orlan? With this thought, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he thought of an explanation. Catalina had told him before that the clues excavated from the old continent showed that the Augustus royal family of the Orlan dynasty, which had ruled the eastern continent for more than 2,000 years, was very likely from the same lineage as King Augustus of the Tarun dynasty 3,000 years ago. In other words, the Orlan dynasty is really the descendant of the Talon dynasty? What happened 3,000 years ago that caused the destruction of the old continent and the migration of the Augustus royal family to the east continent? Ji-sun had countless doubts in his mind. He already knew that he might have touched upon an unknown period of history. And the weeping angel? Was it actually killed by Nanjing's ancestor? Ji-sun's eyes twitched suddenly. If the winged man on the mural is the weeping angel on his body, then this matter is complicated. Nanjing's ancestor was the High Priest of Orlan. But why did he kill the angel? What about the man wearing a crown that the angel was protecting? A royal family? Not only was the angel familiar to Ji-sun, but the priest was also familiar to him. The Crusader shield and various symbols with cross signs, aren't they the images of the secret keepers in the original graveyard labyrinth? All signs indicate that this is a relic from the Talon dynasty. For a moment, Ji-sun felt that his mind was in a mess. His thoughts seemed to be out of control. He didn't dare to look any further and avoided her gaze. But it was a coincidence. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from his ear. Boom. Ji-sun's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. It sounded like a heartbeat, although it was faint. But in this absolutely quiet underground, it was clearly heard. Ji-sun felt that if it wasn't a mental hallucination, he must have heard something. But when he looked over, he didn't find anything, and immediately became confused. Hallucination? I didn't dare to be careless. But after observing for a while, I still didn't find anything. Ji-sun's eyes turned to the details of the mural again. It looked like the scene of the red-robed priest leading the knights and the angels fighting. So this ruins is an ancient battlefield. Ji-sun suddenly understood how this big pit was formed, and the negative mental power lingering in the entire mind, why there is such a strong remnant of fighting spirit and various martial arts and spell fragments. Because these are all left by the top-level card masters who died here. In the past, the Talon dynasty had super-level card masters who could fight against the weeping angels. After the death of those super-level masters, the fragments left behind are enough for today's card masters to comprehend for a lifetime. TSK. This feeling of uncovering the secrets of history is very good. Ji-sun looked at it with a bright look in his eyes. But the good times did not last long. However, after staying for a while, Ji-sun could no longer bear the negative mental pollution around him, and his head was already dizzy. He originally wanted to leave here first, and then observe carefully when he could tolerate mental pollution more. However, just when he turned around, he heard a dong sound again. That's right. It's the sound of heartbeat. This time, Ji-sun was sure that he had not heard it wrong, and it was not an illusion. Because the direction of the sound was still there. There are still living people here. Could it be that Ji-sun's eyes suddenly became expectant? Calculating the time, it only beat once in a minute. This is absolutely impossible for ordinary people. But Ji-sun himself is a Qigong master. He has heard that some top Qigong masters can reduce their heart rate and breathing to an extremely low level when they are in deep meditation. That state is almost dormant, which can minimize the body's consumption and allow the body to best preserve the qi. It's that senior. He is really here. When Ji-sun thought of this, he was almost certain of his guess. Only Qigong masters of that level could survive in such an environment. But he was alive, and Ji-sun was not sure whether the senior was a person or a deformed monster. Or even if he was not deformed, he was hostile. Ji-sun thought about this and thought for a moment. He did not intend to disturb the senior, who was in deep meditation. Instead, he took out the good wine and food from the storage ring and put them on the ground. In front of such a master, he felt that the only thing he could take out was the scarce food in the mine. This was something he had considered before coming in. In order to prevent the senior from having a picky taste, a lot of good wine and food were prepared. Besides, it is always right to be polite first. I have seen the intentions of those deformed lunatics before. Those monsters can easily sense people's malice. Ji-sun felt that if he showed any crooked thoughts now, he would fail immediately. So he put down his things and turned around decisively to leave. He met someone, but whether he could get the opportunity or not depended on his luck later. Now he couldn't get out anyway. Don't be in a hurry. This first meeting is just to wait for the result. Speaking of which, Ji-sun has always had good luck in dangerous situations. He took out a bunch of wine jars and deliberately opened a few bottles. Just as he was about to leave, at this moment, the familiar direction. Dong. Dong. Dong, the heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Wake up! Ji-sun knew that his behavior had awakened the person in deep meditation, and his breathing became slightly heavier. Although he didn't know whether the senior was good or evil. But this time, he came for this person, and he had to face him after all. He didn't leave either. And the good thing is that the man didn't wake up when Ji-sun came in before, but he woke up now that the things were taken out, which means that the method of throwing stones to ask for directions was correct. Just as Ji-sun was nervously looking at the direction of the sound in the distance, a dry arm stretched out from the pile of sand and gravel. Ji-sun realized that it was not that he didn't see anyone just now. It was that the senior was buried by the sand and gravel that fell. A hand stretched out, and then, like a zombie crawling out of a grave, a skinny old man stood up. He didn't even look at Ji-sun, but his eyes had already seen the wine on the ground. Oh, I haven't smelled this smell for many years. He hadn't spoken for a long time, and his voice was hoarse as if gravel had stuck in his throat. If it weren't for the vitality of a living person in the old man's eyes, He would be a mummy just peeled out of the bandages. But Ji-sun didn't underestimate him at all. In another place, this ordinary old man would definitely be ignored at a glance. But here, he is still alive, which has proved that his strength is extraordinary. Chapter 224. He's not crazy. Ji-sun watched the skinny old man stand up from the sand, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After a careful observation, although the old man was so thin that only skin and bones were left, there was no sign of deformation in his body bones, and he was a normal human skeleton. This was completely different from the strange and deformed miners he had encountered on the 6th floor of the mine. It's good that he's human. At least he's rational. And he didn't feel any malice at the first time, which Ji-sun also thought was a good sign. What he was most worried about was that this senior had a strange personality and would attack without giving anyone a chance to speak. If this was the worst-case scenario, Ji-sun didn't think he would have any chance to escape from him. Fortunately, the worst scenario didn't happen. Ji-sun stood there quietly. He watched the old man walk over, ignored him, and walked straight to a pile of wine bottles. Ji-sun then observed this mysterious master closely. But it was very strange that no matter from which angle he looked at the old man, he didn't show any master's temperament. Although he is a Qigong master, there is no sign of Qi on his body. He is just like an ordinary person who has never practiced breathing techniques. Ji-sun has seen countless card masters, even legendary masters, but no one has given him such an ordinary feeling. Even Jiayu, the mushroom-headed man who was suspected to be a light chaser before, although he can't understand it, at least he can sense that he is a card master with extraordinary abilities. But the old man in front of him can't see it at all. The old man came over, picked up a bottle of wine, and put it next to his nose to sniff, and muttered again, "I haven't smelled this smell for many years." Ji-sun took a look, and the bottle of wine he picked up was quite particular. This was the wine stored in the storage ring given by Nanjing, and it tasted very good, with a burnt wheat aroma. Ji-sun had never seen it sold in any tavern. He thought about the identity of Miss Ballhead, and guessed that this wine should be something special for the Orlan royal family. This old man knew the goods, but when Ji-sun looked closely, he found that there was a scar on the old man's right eyelid. There are many potions for healing scars in this world. Normally, as long as you don't want to leave them, they can basically be perfectly eliminated. Left from when you were young? Ji-sun guessed. This scar should have some special meaning. He racked his brains to match this face with any known legendary masters, wanted criminals, etc., but found that no one could match. At least in the past few decades, among the top card masters in the Federation that he knew of, there was no such person. The old man didn't want to pay any attention to Ji-sun, and he took the wine and gulped it down. He looked like a wine lover, and tasted it very carefully. Ji-sun just looked at him, but his expression became worse and worse. The mental pollution around him had no effect on the old man. He was getting more and more dizzy. But he didn't take the initiative to speak, because Ji-sun knew that the other party must have guessed the purpose of his coming. Ordinary people might not be able to see anything about the black curse power on Ji-sun, and might think it was a dark attribute curse power. But the secret method of gluttony was most likely passed down from the person in front of him, and he could definitely see it at a glance. Just like when Ji-sun first met a Thai in Downing Street, he recognized the same source of the breathing method at a glance. The old man must have known that he was here for the gluttony breathing method since he could find this place. Speaking first would only make him lose face. Ji-sun just stood there quietly and watched the old man drink. But every second was torture. In his mind, there were always countless demons whispering in his ears that he didn't quite understand but was addictive. If it weren't for his strong willpower, this mental pollution would have made him lose his mind long ago. But after holding on for a while, Ji-sun still didn't wait until the bottle of wine was finished. The old man only drank and didn't speak, so he had a deep meaning. Besides, it was normal for such a master to have a bit of a strange temper. Ji-sun turned around and left decisively. He didn't think the other party was arrogant. If it were him, it would be wishful thinking to teach him the secret method of gluttony with just a little wine. Anyway, the people have been found and are trapped in this mine, so there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. This walk. It will take 7 days. The pollution that Ji-sun can withstand is only about the 4th floor of the mine. But knowing that, Senior, after reaching the 7th floor of the cave, he would go down to the 7th floor on time every day. He would bring a pot of wine. Then, he would not say anything, but would quietly watch the old man drink. He lasted less than 2 minutes the first time, 5 minutes the second time, 7 minutes the third time, and each time he lasted a little longer than the last time. This was also attributed to the environment in the mine. In this spiritually polluted environment, Ji-sun could not only deepen his understanding of various laws, but also increase his efficiency in practicing the Void Moon Divine Thought tenfold. The mental strength value also skyrocketed every day. This also made his tolerance to pollution higher and higher. The old man drank slowly, but it seemed that every time he drank, it was almost the same. It was not until the 7th day that Ji-sun could hold on until he finished the pot of wine. This day, Ji-sun went down to the mine cave on time as usual. He was very familiar with this road. He also figured out the territories of the long-awaited deformed lunatics on the 5th and 6th floors. There was no danger after avoiding them. Occasionally, if they encounter an unavoidable enemy, they can fight back for a few moves and then run away. It must be said that the fighting power of these lunatics is really outrageous. Especially the fighting spirit and various strange and bizarre martial arts they have comprehended, which opened Ji-sun's eyes. In just a few days, Ji-sun felt that he had gained more insights in martial arts than ever before. Not long after, he successfully reached the 7th floor. Still in front of the bottomless pit, the skinny old man was sitting cross-legged there meditating. But it was not the deep meditation state that was almost dormant before. Hearing the footsteps, the old man woke up immediately. Ji-sun took out the wine again and said hello, senior. Although he still didn't get any response. But he felt that things were moving in a good direction. At least the old man didn't rush up and snatch all the wine from him, but gave him the opportunity to come every day. Ji-sun vaguely felt that the old man's moves seemed to have some deep meaning, such as observation, or test or something. After all, if he didn't want to pay attention to him at all, he wouldn't have given him a chance to owe him a favor by sending him wine. The old man came over naturally, and drank leisurely like he did a few days ago. Ji-sun also stood quietly aside as usual. The spiritual pollution around him still tempted people to be irritable and uneasy, but now this state felt much better than when he first came. He just watched. Ji-sun also felt very strange. This old man's drinking was like going back in time. Almost every time he came, he did the same thing. Shake the bottle, take a sip, savor it, and repeat the process. But the difference is that if you persist for a little longer every day, you can see different actions later. This time, I finally waited until the old man finished the wine in the bottle. After all, I need help from others. Ji-sun was thinking about whether to get a second bottle of wine for this person. Unexpectedly, the old man opposite shook the empty bottle and took the initiative to speak for the first time. Hey kid. Ji-sun immediately became energetic after hearing this, and the action in his hand stopped. This was the first conversation between the two. The old man looked over with a lazy look and continued, "It's not easy for you to come here, and you also gave me this good wine. Tell me, what do you want?" This question was very straightforward, but it also made Ji-sun feel very hopeful. Hearing this, he did not beat around the bush. "I want to ask the senior the secret of gluttony." The old man was not surprised that Ji-sun came for the breathing method, and just asked back, "Oh, where did you hear that I know the secret method?" Then, he asked in a bad tone, "Besides, how do you know I'm here?" When Ji-sun heard that he didn't deny it, he knew that he had guessed it right. The secret method of gluttony was passed down by this person. No one has ever said it. "I guessed it," Ji-sun said truthfully. He had guessed before that Master Dong Jiao and Master Malin avoided talking about it, and there must be a reason. Even when a Tai died, he only said Shangbang prison and didn't dare to mention the existence of this person. He guessed at that time that this person definitely didn't want outsiders to know his existence. Ji-sun repeated his reasoning process. "I accidentally got the secret method of gluttony, and it happened that my professional sequence could practice it. Later, I found out about a Tai. Facing such a master, there is no need for a complicated explanation. Just a few simple words, and the other party will understand." After hearing his statement, the old man's expression instantly relaxed, and he said to himself calmly, "A Tai? Oh, that little porter." The old man seemed to recall what happened more than 10 years ago, and also caught the subtle moment of Ji-sun's uneasiness just now, and said casually, "When the mine was not so heavily guarded, porters often came in to deliver meals. At that time, I met a young man with good qualifications, and I passed on a few mantras. Unfortunately, he was later polluted by the spirit, his mind was twisted, and he lost interest." Ji-sun had been observing, and his brows relaxed when he heard this. "Just now, I was a little worried about the relationship between a Tai and this person. After all, there is a bond of inheritance. If not master and apprentice, at least there is some friendship. And a Tai died in his hands. Now it seems that there is not much friendship." At the same time, Ji-sun also knew that a Tai's violent temper was polluted here. The old man thought about it, and muttered in a disdainful tone, "I thought it was that old guy Merlin, or that kid Dong Jiao who told you." Ji-sun listened and explained, Master Dong Jiu and Master Merlin are both elders and seniors that I respect. But they didn't mention it. He was not surprised that this person could accurately say those two names. After all, Ji-sun can stand here with the strength of the third level. In the eyes of the masters, they must guess that his career card is of very high quality. And the only one in the entire Innocent City who can refine such a career card is Master Merlin. Also, he had been on full alert before. Others could not see the secret method of the domineering body, but this person must have seen it. The entire Federation has only heard that Master Dong Jiu knows this secret method. And it just so happens that the two of them know the senior in front of them. Ji-sun even thinks that there is a high probability that this person saw that he knew Master Dong Jiu and Merlin, so he gave this person the opportunity to send wine. What surprised him was the title. Dong Jiu, that kid, and Merlin, that old guy. This old man can be called like this, which means that he is most likely from the same era as Master Merlin. No wonder Ji-sun didn't recognize him. This person might have lived for more than 100 years. Following this timeline, Ji-sun seemed to have guessed who he was. Catalina mentioned before that the recorded source of the secret method of gluttony was Gong Wu, the first martial arts genius, who suddenly disappeared 80 years ago. The reason why Ji-sun didn't think about it before was that he felt that the time was too long and the person should be dead. After all, Catalina said that she hadn't heard any news about that person for the next 80 years. Now this isolated Shengbang prison has encountered such a powerful old man, and the timeline seems to match. Exiled to Innocent City, it is understandable that he disappeared. After all, Innocent City was not as lively as it is now. At that time, it was really the edge of the world forgotten by the Federation. Thinking about the attitude of Master Dong Jiu towards this person, and the legendary martial arts palace style, 32 movements of the wandering body palm he gave him, it seemed that all the clues were figured out at once. Maybe Master Dong Jiu and this person also have a certain master-disciple relationship. The old man was not surprised to hear what Ji-sun said, and said, that's right. I have said hello, and I don't want anyone to bother me, so they probably won't tell you. Hearing this, Ji-sun finally understood why Master Merlin and Master Dong Jiu were so secretive about this person before. At this time, the old man didn't know what he was thinking of, and sighed slightly. Since Dong Jiu has passed on the tyrant body to you, it seems that he recognizes you very much. When people get old, they always feel sad when they think of people they knew before. Ji-sun didn't respond to this. After all, the process of Master Dong Jiu teaching the secret method of tyrant body was complicated. One is the half-copper piece, and the other is the relationship with Dong Qi. Originally, I thought that since they were acquaintances, it would be easier to talk. But I didn't expect that the strange old man suddenly changed the subject and asked, but why do you think I should teach you the breathing method just because I drank a few bottles of your wine? Ji-sun's expression was calm. The people in this mine are more or less mentally abnormal. Before he could speak, the old man said, I can give you some high-quality fighting wool crystal, which is enough for you to sell for a lot of money. Even let you leave this prison alive. The conditions offered are indeed tempting. One is money, the other is fame. But Ji-sun did not choose either, but said in a loud voice, Senior, I ventured in here for no other reason than to come here for the breathing method. Please teach me, Senior. That's true. Wealth has no appeal to him. As for how to get out, Ji-sun actually has some plans. The prison guards came to deliver food again these few days. Ji-sun has observed that in addition to killing, there is also a chance to get out by creating chaos and replacing a guard. But this would require him to have the strength to hide it, or to defeat those sensitive deformed monsters. There are risks, but it has never been his priority. Food is also sufficient. Ji-sun is not panicking at all. The old man still did not agree after listening, and asked again in a deep voice, Haha. Why do I have to teach you if you want to learn? Inheritance. Ji-sun seemed to have guessed that the other party would ask this, and said it out loud. He had thought before that since the senior in front of him could stay in this dark ruins cave for decades, he must have no interest in external things such as power, money, and sex. Ji-sun felt that no matter what he brought out, he would not be able to impress this person, who was already at the top of the world. The wine was only for the other party to chat for a few words. Now it seems that it is not just the wine, but most likely it is for the sake of Master Dong Jiu and Master Merlin. But for these seniors, Ji-sun felt that the only thing that could be discussed was feelings and righteousness. He continued, Senior, the Kashi civilization needs someone to continue the inheritance. The secret method of gluttony is not something that everyone can learn. At least no one is as compatible as Ji-sun, who can have a high affinity with almost all elements at the same time. Even a Tai only used part of the effect of this secret method. And Ji-sun felt that the fact that this senior was willing to ask, rather than directly rejecting, actually showed his attitude. The other party just wanted to hear how deep the obsession of others with this secret method was. Even the previous 7 days were a test. In this environment, people with weak wills would have been polluted and twisted long ago. Ji-sun looked at the old man and continued, "Now the old continent is being developed and many major discoveries have been made. Countless ancient heritages have been discovered, and there is great hope for a breakthrough to the super level. I also want to use the 52 mysterious magic techniques of the demons as a stepping stone to climb up and see the scenery at a higher level in this world." This senior has probably been in seclusion for a long time, and is not clear about the situation outside. It's okay to talk about it. Ji-sun doesn't know how strong he is, but he should not have broken through the 7th level. I think this information should be attractive to a top-level strongman like him. Ji-sun said again, "If possible, I would like to teach you about intention. I was fortunate to have Master Merlin teach me before, and he said that this is crucial for card masters to practice. I had no place to learn it before." Hearing this, the old man was obviously surprised and said, "Merlin even told you this?" Ji-sun said yes. Master Merlin said that intention may be a crucial factor for 6th level card masters to break through the super level, and it may be able to suppress the distortion after advancement. Heh. Hearing this, the old man chuckled. But a subtle gleam of brilliance flashed across his cloudy eyes. No one knew that he was practicing hard here just to verify this point. Now, he knew the result. The fact was as Ji-sun guessed. In fact, on the first day, when Gongwu saw that he had a special body and occupation card, he guessed that this young man who suddenly visited had a close relationship with his 2 old acquaintances. At that time, he had actually given him a chance. Being recognized by 2 old acquaintances already shows that he has good character. Being able to risk his life to come to Shangbang prison, it can be seen that he is determined to seek martial arts. He was able to persist for 7 days without being distorted, which is also extraordinary. The most rare thing is that this is the first time that Gongwu has met someone who perfectly matches the secret method of gluttony. Ji-sun has all the characteristics that make him an ideal successor. He is half buried in the ground. What is he really obsessed with? Martial arts is one of them, and the other is to find a suitable successor to the martial arts that he has been obsessed with all his life. Smart, sensible, rational, talented, determined, and good character, what reason is there to refuse? But Gongwu has a secret knot in his heart. He swore that he would never teach another apprentice in his life. Besides, when he looked at Ji-sun, he always felt that there was something he didn't see through. What you said is indeed a good reason. Gongwu didn't rush to agree. He stood up, pointed at his belt, and said, "But since I drink your wine, I won't take advantage of you. If you can touch my belt, I can teach you the secret method of gluttony. Give the other party a chance, and give yourself a step." He thought to himself, if this young man can really do it, even if he doesn't accept him as a disciple, he will teach him seriously. When Ji-sun heard this, he didn't say anything at all, and bowed respectfully, "Please teach me, senior." The opportunity was in front of him, and there was no room for hesitation. Before he finished speaking, Ji-sun had disappeared on the spot. In front of a master of this level, there was no psychological burden at all for sneak attacks. Almost as soon as the words came out, a tall werewolf had already grabbed the belt around the old man's waist with one claw. Gongwu looked at Ji-sun, who had transformed into a werewolf, and seemed to be a little surprised at his exaggerated physical fitness. He was also amazed in his heart. It's interesting. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a strong body among the 3rd level. At such a close distance, if he wanted to touch the belt, Ji-sun still had a glimmer of hope. However, as soon as he reached out, he found that his hand was empty, and the old man in front of him collapsed into a shadow. What a fast body movement! Ji-sun sighed in his heart, but he was not surprised. Although the opponent was so fast that it was beyond his perception, Ji-sun looked at the footprints left by the afterimage and focused on the right side, and also predicted that the opponent's dodge direction would be to the left. Ji-sun decisively grabbed to the left. Schwa! The wolf claw quickly broke through the air, leaving a string of claw shadows in the void. The prediction was correct. But unfortunately, it still touched a piece of afterimage. The old man looked at it, and had already made an assessment in his heart, and the foundation was still solid. Ji-sun changed direction again, and the wolf Fong 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 fist was pulled out like lightning, and the sky was full of wolf claws. The senior didn't want to run far, and he was just playing around, so he dodged around the stakes. As soon as the two fought, a magical scene appeared. Ji-sun scratched in the spot, his feet hardly moved, but the claw shadows were all over the sky. What was even more magical was that around him, it seemed that 7 or 8 thin old men appeared up and down, left and right. It looked so close, but he didn't touch the corner of his clothes at all. However, after getting familiar with this close-range roaming rhythm, Ji-sun suddenly changed his boxing style, from the high-frequency attack of the Wolf Fong Wind Fist to a close-range snake-like technique. This made Gongwu exclaim, "Hey, at your level, you have even mastered the roaming palm?" How could he not recognize the secret method of his own Gong family? However, it was only a momentary surprise. As he said this, the old man did not forget to complain, "Oh, it's all fancy." In the eyes of outsiders, Ji-sun's martial arts are all killing skills. It was a secret technique and a legendary routine, but in Gongwu's eyes, it was just some fancy tricks with flaws everywhere. Although he complained, Gongwu actually thought it was pretty good. It was rare to have such a level at this age. The two of them fought for dozens of rounds in a flash. After all, the 7th floor of the mine was seriously polluted, and the old man saw that Ji-sun could not hold on for long. The test was enough, and he wanted to let go and give himself a step. But when he was still thinking about how to give people a decent waterproof, at a certain moment, an accident happened. Gongwu originally thought that he had dodged the grab just now, but he saw his belt stretched out uncontrollably. Just then, Ji-sun's fingers touched the belt. Touched? The old man's expression at this moment also showed an unprecedented surprise. But after a moment, it turned into a self-deprecating and hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, it's interesting." This interesting refers to the secret method of gravity. It also refers to the person who uses the secret method. He really didn't expect that the young man in front of him really did it. It was self-mockery, but also comfort. Ji-sun actually knew from the beginning that if this senior was serious, he would have no chance anyway. Later, watching the circling the stakes playstyle, he guessed that the opponent was actually letting him go and giving him a chance. Ji-sun even guessed that even if he really couldn't touch the belt, the opponent would eventually reveal a flaw. But the arrogance in his heart made Ji-sun not want to take this shortcut. He thought of the only possible way to break the situation. Ji-sun knew that this martial arts master must have seen all kinds of martial arts routines. So if you want to succeed, you must take the opponent by surprise. Taking the opponent by surprise means that the opponent can't expect it. Ji-sun thought about all the skills he had mastered, and the only one that the opponent couldn't expect was the lost magic forbidden technique of Intian Shinhua. So Ji-sun had not revealed the secret method before. In fact, he was looking for opportunities while getting familiar with the opponent's body movements. In the previous test, he did his best, but he still couldn't touch the corner of the clothes. This is an absolute gap in strength. But it is not completely in vain. At least give the other party an impression, that is, he can only reach this level. This solidified impression will make people instinctively underestimate the enemy. Then Ji-sun found an opportunity at a certain moment. The old man did not intend to make things difficult, but because of the gap in strength, he had an absolute confidence. So much so that almost every time Ji-sun's fingernails were about to touch the belt, he would dodge accurately. And this time, a strange gravity quietly emerged on Ji-sun's fingers, and the belt was suddenly straightened. This is not a mistake, it can only be regarded as a calculation of small details. Then it touched. Ji-sun stopped, smiled slightly, and said respectfully, "Thank you for the opportunity, senior." Hearing this, the old man also smiled. The opportunity was indeed given, but it was also fought for by strength. Chapter 225. The secret of gluttony is the exclusive secret of the Club A fighter sequence. To truly master the subsequent secret of gluttony, you must first understand what qi is and how to control it. Please teach me, senior. You have gone astray. First forget those fancy techniques and concentrate on understanding the secrets of qigong. In front of a true master, no matter how many techniques you have, it is meaningless. Just like building a tall building, you must first cultivate qi, which means having a good foundation. Instead of building some gorgeous-looking ground buildings that collapse at the first touch. Yes, senior. The best way to understand the secret magic is to comprehend it yourself. That is the most suitable. Unfortunately, the original copper plate of gluttony has been lost. I can only pass on the part one understand. In the dark mine, 2 figures sat on the ground. While others in Shangbang prison were still chewing hard bread, Ji-sun and this skinny old man were already able to eat all kinds of delicious food. Ji-sun originally thought that the follow-up to the gluttony breathing method was just some formulas, but after listening, he found out that he was wrong. The 52 secret magics of the devil are not that simple to practice. The further you go, the more profound it is, and the more you need to understand it deeply. The formulas before are just the beginning. Ji-sun was also glad that he came to find the senior in person. Otherwise, even if those formulas were in front of him, it would be extremely difficult for him to practice them, and he might even go astray. After all, the magic secrets of the devil are all related to the power of the devil. Without understanding the magic gods of this sequence, it is difficult to truly comprehend the secrets of those formulas. After Ji-sun got the recognition of this mysterious senior, he was not so distant. Not only can they drink together, but they can also eat hot pot and chat. The old man does not have the airs of a peerless master. When he does not show his extraordinary abilities, Chun-Chun is just an ordinary old man. Just waking up from deep meditation. Like a bear waking up from hibernation, the old man also needs to replenish energy. The two of them talked while eating hot food. Let's start with the basics. The old man put a mouthful of well-cooked rhino meat into his mouth, and then took a sip of wine. Since you have entered the swimming pond, you should know the concept of controlling qi. You should master the tricks of controlling qi first, and then learn other things. Don't try to guess those fancy martial arts moves on the rock wall. You haven't reached that level yet, so I don't say whether you can understand it or not. Even if you understand it a little, you will definitely practice it wrong like those deformed lunatics. Yeah. Ji-sun listened very seriously, and nodded frequently. If he hadn't met this person, he would have planned to take away those stone tablets, and then learn them bit by bit. Now, after listening to him, he realized that he almost went the wrong way. He had actually noticed that he had fallen into a very strange state in combat before. It seemed that no matter how many martial arts he learned, he couldn't get much combat power improvement. Just like when he knew the secret technique second extreme collapse, he could kill the enemy of the same level with one punch. Later, after learning other secret techniques like Tiger Cannon Fist, he could only do this. So he felt that even if he learned another 100 secret techniques, he would not be able to break through this dilemma. With only 2 fists, and only 1 or 2 punches at a time, even if there are more secret martial arts, it really seems to be flashy. There is quantity, but no qualitative improvement. But I don't know how to break the situation. I can only grope blindly. And now, I met this person. This is the benefit of having a real master to guide him, which allows him to avoid too many detours and mistakes. The benefit of having someone to teach is that there is not only verbal teaching, but also demonstration by example. After the old man gave instructions, he put down the bottle with his left hand, then stretched out a finger and demonstrated, "It's like this." You learn to change the air into shapes. Spiral air is the most difficult. You can try columnar or blade shape first, step by step. As he spoke, a magical scene took place. A cyclone of air visibly condensed on the old man's finger, and then it spun like a miniature tornado. Not only did it not disperse, but it could also change the size and shape of the tornado at will. Huh? Ji-sun's eyes lit up. It was also the first time he had seen such a sophisticated way of controlling air. Being so close, he could even clearly feel the wind blowing on his face. This small tornado didn't seem to have much power, but only high-level Qigong masters could understand how difficult this little trick was. It was so powerful. While marveling at it, Ji-sun watched it intently, his heart already immersed in that state of comprehension. His comprehension was very high now, and he already had a certain understanding of Qi. When he saw this cyclone tornado, a flash of inspiration suddenly occurred to his mind, as if something had been faintly touched. This is what enlightenment is like. It was like a thunderbolt flashing across a sky covered with thunderclouds. But it disappeared in an instant. He stayed in that state for a long time. The old man demonstrated it, and he admired Ji-sun's immersion in it, and he also warned him, this is a skill that requires a lot of time to figure out. But it's all worth it. As long as the foundation is solid, you will get twice the result with half the effort in learning any spells and martial arts in the future. When I was young, I mastered the secret method of controlling the breath, and it took me a lot of time to master it. The sentence it took almost a year was not finished yet. Ji-sun didn't care about anything else. He was afraid that the realization that he had grasped would slip away, so he asked hurriedly, "Senior, can you please demonstrate it again?" "Oh!" The old man smiled. Since he was willing to teach, he would naturally demonstrate it again. He spread his fingers, and this time the difficulty was higher. 5 small tornadoes appeared on the 5 fingers. Since you want to see it, then watch it carefully. Using Qi to transform into a whirlpool, this is the top Qigong technique that you can get at your level. How many card masters have never been able to touch the threshold of the high-level secrets in their lifetime? Gongwu also understood Ji-sun's current state, just like when he first saw his teacher demonstrate this move. Seeing the ultimate control of the Qigong master, The shock in his heart lasted for a long time. This scene will even be remembered for a lifetime. But he actually wanted to say that this is a long-term process of comprehension, so there is no need to rush. However, before he could say anything, he heard Ji-sun say with a little excitement, "Senior, I feel like I seem to understand a little bit." As soon as these words came out, Gong-woo, an old man who had lived for more than 100 years, froze in his expression. He thought to himself, "Do you understand?" Before he could figure out what understand meant, he looked at Ji-sun, frowning slightly, as if he felt that he was still a little short of the mark. Then, with a surge of spell power, a shadow of a demon, with a strange smile appeared behind him. An indescribable demon aura swept through the mind. Gong-woo looked at his old face, and twitched inexplicably. He always felt that something was wrong. He was not surprised that Ji-sun could solve the magic. After all, he had seen many geniuses in his life. What he was wondering was, what series was this clown demon god from? I had never seen it, let alone heard of it. But as this thought flashed through his mind, he was even more shocked. After the magic was released, the trickster term of the mark's enlightenment changed from +10 to +20, and there was also +5 from the clown mask. Ji-sun instantly entered that state of super enlightenment. The enlightenment that seemed to be slipping away just now was instantly grasped in his hand. It was not just a feeling, but a real touch. Ji-sun was focused and had only one thought. At this moment, his eyes only reflected the cyclone on Gong-woo's fingers, and his thoughts seemed to decompose the process of condensing the cyclone. Then, he clearly felt a layer of wind lingering on his palm. It was like learning to ride a self-learning bike. At a certain moment, he suddenly felt the feeling of breaking the wind, and he mastered this skill unconsciously. At a certain moment, he caught the wind. I really caught it. Ji-sun felt very realistically that he could catch the wind with just one grab. Grab it in your hand. It no longer slips away without a trace between your fingers as usual. The epiphany continues, and your thoughts are still spinning. He tries to use his own chi to control the wind that is like a soft silk scarf, slowly gathering at the tip of his finger. Then, it twists in a spiral shape. At this moment, Ji-sun is completely immersed in this learning state, and he doesn't realize that the old man opposite is already dumbfounded when he sees this scene. Gong-woo exclaimed in his heart, this kid actually has such an exaggerated ability to comprehend. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that a newly entered Qigong master could master the essentials of spiral Qi control after just one look, although the sweat on his forehead showed that Ji-sun had only barely touched the surface. But this was enough to shock Gong-woo, the Qigong master. The arc on the face of the demon god's phantom seemed to be mocking what he had just said. Fortunately, he spoke slowly just now. Otherwise, he would have spent nearly a year to master the Qi control technique. After a moment of surprise, Gong-woo guessed some of the reasons, and then smiled with relief. There is something about his career sequence. While smiling bitterly, he was more relieved. At this moment, Gong-woo knew that the young man in front of him could not be treated with common sense. If it were someone else, he really felt that even if he was willing to teach his skills, others might not be able to learn. This was different. While thinking about it, Ji-sun's chi disappeared in less than 2 seconds, and he also said to himself, what a pity, it collapsed. Gong-woo's expression was a little strange, but he just said lightly, yeah. It's pretty good. Ji-sun thought about his failure and reflected on himself. It's really hard. If you want to keep the cyclone from collapsing, you need to practice for at least several days. Gong-woo's eyebrows jumped slightly, and the wine he was drinking suddenly didn't smell so good. Ji-sun exhaled slightly, and didn't try to practice condensing the cyclone. He couldn't stay on the 7th floor of the mine for long, so he cherished the time the senior spent teaching him. The method has been mastered, and I will just practice it privately next. I want to learn more and better things. Ji-sun asked directly, Senior, I should be able to master this technique of condensing cyclones between fingers in a few days. How about you teach me something else? I will practice it privately, and you can guide me when I come tomorrow. He was indeed immersed in the state of enlightenment just now, but now he has come to his senses, and knows that his performance just now may be a bit shocking. But I didn't think it was bad. The last thing you need in front of such a senior is hypocritical humility. Instead, you should show your learning ability, so that the senior can see it earlier and teach according to the student's aptitude. Since you can learn and the senior is willing to teach, then learn more. Besides, this is Shangbang prison under the jurisdiction of the Orlan survivors. Ji-sun always feels that it will be safer to learn as many skills as possible. He has never forgotten that there is an epic entry of doomed gambler on his panel. Gong-woo was speechless for a moment when he heard this. According to normal thinking, it would take at least a long time for Ji-sun to master the skill of controlling Qi. During this period, he would slowly teach him other things. This is the normal rhythm. But he didn't expect that when the clown demon appeared, this guy actually got the trick directly. To the old man, he felt that he was a hungry young tiger in front of him, always hungry and needing more food. However, if it was as Ji-sun guessed, Gongwu didn't think it was bad, but was even more relieved and looking forward to it. After all, he himself was once praised by others as the world's #1 martial arts genius. Genius should never be viewed from the perspective of ordinary people. If one can reach the top of the martial arts path simply by practicing hard, then anyone can do it. But the fact is that reaching the top requires opportunity. Glancing at the shadow of the demon behind Ji-sun, Gongwu knew that this was Ji-sun's great opportunity. However, accidents are accidents. A teacher will never let students feel that learning is easy in the first class. Gongwu heard Ji-sun wanted to learn more and thought, oh, want to learn something else. He wanted to test Ji-sun, and also wanted to see where Ji-sun's limit was. As he said that, the old man took another sip of wine, and then spread his palm. Okay, you try this. Ji-sun stared intently, and in a blink of an eye, he saw the air in the old man's palm condensed into a bird. Use air to transform into a bird? He looked at it, and made sure he was not mistaken. Thinking that it could transform into a tornado, it shouldn't be difficult to transform into a bird. As soon as this thought came to Ji-sun's mind, he realized that he was a frog in a well. Is this bird alive? The old man looked at his expression, and was very satisfied. With a slight shake of his hand, a magical scene took place immediately. The bird actually flapped its wings and flew up. Ji-sun was stunned. He watched this senior condense a bird with his own chi. But he couldn't understand it all. Such a bird, exactly like a living thing, could flap its wings and fly. It felt like a teacher teaching you to draw, and then drawing a bird, and the bird flew out of the painting. How do you learn this? He asked with an incredible expression. Senior, I want to condense this air bird. If the cyclone is only a technical difficulty, then this bird is completely incomprehensible. Ji-sun felt that this was at least a cursed spirit that only a 4th level card master would come into contact with. No, it might be higher. Ji-sun had seen a cursed spirit. But none of them are exactly like this bird, so vivid and lifelike. The old man glanced at it, and said disdainfully, no, it's too early for you. What you need to do now is to catch it. Ji-sun was relieved when he heard this. It turned out that it was not that he didn't understand it. It was that he shouldn't have understood it in the first place. But since it was about catching a bird, he didn't hesitate, and jumped up and grabbed the bird that was fluttering in the air. I thought it would be a test like grabbing the belt before, but it turned out not to be. Huh? Just when Ji-sun was still wondering why it was so easy to catch, he immediately noticed something as soon as the bird was in his hand. It was like pinching a balloon, and it burst with a pop. Ji-sun landed on the ground, looking at his empty palm, frowned, and instantly realized what the old man wanted him to catch. It was very difficult. It would break if touched, and he needed to use his own chi to control the ball of chi and prevent it from deforming. The difficulty of it, just thinking about it, made Ji-sun frown. There is absolutely no clue. The old man looked at Ji-sun's sad face, and the wine in his hand became fragrant again. He said faintly, it's normal that you can't catch it. Once you are fully proficient in turning chi into rotation, you should be able to get started. Practice well. Ji-sun nodded. Yes, senior. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Although they have not been together for a long time, he has also discovered this. This old man's master style is often invisible, and it is true that he is a little bit black-bellied. But he is indeed easy to get along with. The old man knew that the questions he had asked were a bit difficult, so he encouraged him again. Not bad. In my life, your talent is the second person who amazed me. Ji-sun would never be frustrated by such difficulties. Now that he knew the direction, he would definitely be able to master the tricks with more practice. He still had some confidence. He was more curious about the second one. It was not that Ji-sun was proud and complacent, but he knew too well that he now had Joker's blessing, and there was anyone with a stronger talent than him. He asked directly, then who is the first one? When asked this question, the old man's eyes suddenly became blurred, as if he had thought of something. Ji-sun thought that he had touched on some bad past events, so he didn't plan to ask more questions. After a moment of hesitation, the old man slowly spoke. When I was young, I relied on my talent and achieved some success in martial arts. I was complacent and caused trouble everywhere. But that time, I met a guy of the same age, but I was defeated completely. That guy was a genius, who could be called a monster that I had seen back then. The old man pointed to the scar on his right eye. This scar was left by the guy. As he spoke, A trace of nostalgia flashed across his deep eyes that had been precipitated by the years, and he sighed, "This also spurred me on for the rest of my life. It reminds me not to be proud and complacent. There are always people better than you in the martial arts world." Ji-sun listened and thought to himself, "So that's it. This scar really has a special meaning." The old man continued, "But unfortunately, I haven't seen it again since that time. I can't even remember what that guy looks like. I often wonder if I've ever really encountered such a monster. But this scar always reminds me that that guy really existed. When people get old, they really forget too many things." Although Ji-sun was curious about who the monster was that could make such a great master feel troubled for a lifetime. But he didn't take it to heart when he heard such a forgotten thing that was probably hundreds of years ago. He just knew that the old man was also talking to him. Since this old senior was willing to teach the secret method, Ji-sun's time has been enriched. Not only the secret method of gluttony, but also everything about martial arts practice. As long as Ji-sun asks, the other party will answer patiently. In addition, with the super understanding brought by Joker's magic solution, Ji-sun is like a sponge absorbing water, madly absorbing all kinds of extraordinary knowledge. But Ji-sun can't stay on the 7th floor of the mine for long. So every day he can only drink and eat with Gong-woo, and then return to the 4th floor to practice. Concentrate on practicing various chi control secrets, reading various classics, feeling the repulsive force on the angel wings, practicing the method of attracting the gods to fall, and practicing the newly mastered gluttony secrets and the empty moon god thought when meditating. Ji-sun always feels that he does not have enough time. But it must be said that the extremely high mental pollution environment in this mine is really a great place for him to practice. Those negative mental forces have become a great help for his practice, and his perception speed is countless times faster than the outside world. This allows Ji-sun to often fall into that state of enlightenment, and the efficiency of learning and mastering skills is also extremely high. Even a legendary master like Gong-woo was amazed at his daily changes. He could master the skills that others would take months to learn in a few days. He could understand some super knowledge that ordinary people could hardly understand more easily. This also made Gong-woo more comfortable in teaching. After all, in the advanced field of martial arts, many things require extremely high comprehension. It was not that others would be able to learn just because he was willing to teach. But Ji-sun, whom he met, was an exception. As long as he is willing to teach, this guy can learn anything that Ji-sun can comprehend at his level. Sooner or later. This made Gong-woo feel relieved. After observing for a few days, he also guessed the peculiarity of the clown demon god. Although when Gong-woo first found out that Ji-sun mastered several 52 forbidden demon god techniques, he thought he was on the wrong path and should focus on one. After all, people have limited energy. If you are too diverse, you will not be good at it. Moreover, in the eyes of a top-level expert like him, every forbidden demon god technique is worth a card master's lifetime study. When you practice to the extreme, you don't need so many fancy secret methods. But later I found out that this guy was learning several secret arts at the same time, and he was able to do both at the same time, and his comprehension and practice were all good. Gong-woo realized that Ji-sun's career sequence was different from the ordinary 52 demon god sequence. His vision saw something farther, and he didn't want to persuade him anymore. In this way, nearly 2 months passed. Ji-sun's strength was already a world apart from before he came in. The 7th floor of the mine. There is a bird standing in Ji-sun's palm. This is still the air bird transformed by the cursed spirit. Although Ji-sun can now hold it perfectly in his hand, there is a new test now. The old man said that when he can't let the bird fly out of his hand, he will understand the true secret of force and air. Theoretically, when the bird flies, its claws will push against the ground and the airflow will change. As long as you capture the moment of force. Remove this force, and the bird will not be able to fly. Just like in a fight, when the enemy's fist or weapon touches the body, and you sense the force, you can perfectly remove it. This is one of the top skills in Qigong fighting, listening to the force. And this is also the stepping stone to higher martial arts. When you really practice to the top, you can take on everything that can be called Qi, force with your bare hands, even the law. But after trying many times, Ji-sun just raised his palm slightly, and the bird flapped its wings and flew away. After countless failed attempts, he couldn't help but complain to the drunk old man not far away, "Senior, how could the bird not fly in your hand? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me?" Gong-woo also lazily responded, "I didn't get the trick. Who can I blame? The two have been getting along well for the past month or two. They often joke and complain about each other. Although the old man has a strange temper, he doesn't have the airs of a master. Ji-sun is never hypocritical. The essence is that they are teaching and learning, and the two are more like friends regardless of age. Complaints aside, the old man really teaches things, and said, if you really can't understand it, find a bronze bell, and knock it to feel the vibration. And your dipolar collapse, the same goes for it. At least you have to hit with the 4th level of force to master the penetration. When you meet a real top master, once you start fighting, the force of your hand will penetrate wherever it touches. Fancy things will only make you die faster. The foundation of martial arts is nothing more than the 2 words force and chi. When you reach a higher level, you will slowly get in touch with intention. That is something that requires opportunity to comprehend, so you can't rush it. Oh! This is the dry goods. Although Ji-sun's expression was still unconvinced, he listened very seriously in his heart. But when he heard the mention of intention, his mind started to wander again. He came to the 7th floor of the mine every day, and every time, he would see those deformed miners on the 5th and 6th floors, who were madly comprehending martial arts. Although he had seen how powerful they were before. But after studying for more than a month, and opening his eyes to the real top-level Qigong masters, he found that those crazy people were really powerful. And he couldn't understand them more and more. The more he understood, the more he was in awe. Although those miners were not of high rank, the intention they comprehended was very strange. Thinking of this, Ji-sun was curious after all, and asked again, Senior, what exactly is the meaning? Also, what kind of fist meaning did you comprehend? He had asked several times before, but Gongwu ignored him. Some things are not good to be exposed to too early before reaching a certain level. But this time, when he heard Ji-sun asking him about his fist meaning, the old man seemed to be a little interested and looked at him. Me? Haha, do you really want to see it? Ji-sun felt that the look was not good, but he was really curious. Those crazy people have realized such a powerful fighting spirit. This senior has been practicing hard for so long in the 7th floor of the most polluted mine. What did he realize? Ji-sun had a hunch that it was definitely a very extraordinary fist spirit. Hearing that the old man seemed to really want to say it this time, he nodded and asked expectantly, Can I see it? When the old man heard this, his eyes were misty, and he seemed to be smiling, and said deeply, Well, let me show you the scenery on the top of the martial arts mountain in the world. Coming, after getting to know him, I know that this old man can hide his strength, but if he really wants to show it, he will not be humble. When Ji-sun heard this, he felt awe inexplicably in his heart. Before he could think about where the awe came from. Suddenly, as if a demon god had descended, an indescribable aura swept over like a mountain. The skinny old man was still sitting there, but his aura was completely different at this moment, rising higher and higher. He was powerful without anger, and an indescribable aura of high status pressed Ji-sun's soul to tremble. At that moment, it was as if he had seen a god, and the humbleness deep in his soul and blood surged into his heart, making him feel like he was kneeling down in submission. In a trance, Ji-sun suddenly realized. This was the old man's fist intention. Dragon power? God power? Ji-sun was not unfamiliar with the pressure of such high-level creatures, and immediately thought of the dragon's power, and the pressure of the weeping angel. While feeling the great terror, he immediately corrected himself in his heart. No, this is the high-level artistic conception that Master Merlin talked about. At this moment, Ji-sun finally realized how terrifying this old senior had realized. Humans can have such pressure. He may be the legendary demigod, who has always been recorded in myths and legends, where humans can possess the power of gods. This is what Master Merlin said, it may be a realm above the 6th level. Does this realm really exist? Chapter 226. Ji-sun looked at the old man who suddenly showed his domineering aura, and his heart was surging. It was as if he saw a human-shaped dragon. The pressure of the high-level creature solidified the air into a colloid, making it difficult for people to breathe. In a sense, this can no longer be considered a human. Rather it is demigod. The legendary demigods, who can kill gods and demons, and possess the power of gods and demons. This pressure is real. This realm really exists. Ji-sun was shocked, and a great awe rose in his heart. He was not amazed at the pressure of this high-level creature that he had seen many times, but was shocked that he felt this pressure on a human. When talking with Master Merlin before, Ji-sun also heard about this civilization-level bottleneck that has troubled card masters for thousands of years. Level 6 is the current upper limit of card masters. This bottleneck has locked up the entire card master civilization. Even the few legendary masters, who can comprehend the domain, still cannot break through this limit. Countless predecessors have explored this path, but have not found a way to break through. But now, it's different. Ji-sun looked at the old man in front of him, and his heart was instantly filled with anticipation. This is not just as simple as describing it with terrifying combat power. It is of great significance to the entire Kashi civilization. It's like a lighthouse that has been silent for thousands of years suddenly lights up on the dark sea. A pioneer sailing in the dark finally lit this lighthouse that illuminates civilization. It guided the following ships to avoid reefs and undercurrents, and to find the correct direction of navigation. Since he was going to teach seriously, the students said they wanted to see it, so Gongwu demonstrated it. The two were very close, and the old man was obviously treacherous again, probably to impress Ji-sun, and the aura of the top strongman was instantly full. When Ji-sun came back to his senses, he was already sweating all over his back. This level of existence, even if you just look at it, has already walked through the line of life and death. But the old man looked at Ji-sun's expression, as if he didn't see the effect he wanted, as if to say, "Why aren't you particularly shocked?" Ji-sun looked at the corner of his eye and twitched, and rolled his eyes at the old man. If he hadn't seen the might of a dragon, the might of a god, maybe he would have been really shocked by this scene today. It's a pity that he had seen it a long time ago. Gongwu pondered for a moment, and understood something, and put away the high-level pressure and asked, "Have you seen it before?" "Yeah." Ji-sun suddenly felt that the pressure of carrying a mountain on his back was gone, and he immediately said, "I have seen dragon creatures in a certain dimension." And he pointed to the mural on the rock wall, and said faintly, "And some remains of the weeping angel." "So I really saw it." Gongwu suddenly realized that he had caught something and asked in a strange tone, "You have also seen an angel?" He has seen this mural for many years. Has anyone actually seen the real one? Ji-sun obviously knew why he asked this. It was like a guy from the mountains came to the city, and asked what year it was. This old man has been in seclusion for too long. He simply said a few words, "Yes." Those guys from the Silver Moon sect wanted to unseal the old god, and then they made some noise. In short, the situation in the entire Federation and the old continent has changed a lot. After hearing this explanation, Gongwu finally understood what happened. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "I have been in seclusion for a few years, and the outside world has changed so much." But he was not very interested. Whatever changes in the outside world, they had no appeal to him, a lonely old man who pursued the highest realm of martial arts. He is not interested in who is the king or who is the parliamentarian. Ji-sun looked at the old man's expression and knew that he was not satisfied with pretending, so he asked in a supportive manner, "Senior, is this the meaning of the fist that you have comprehended?" He was really trying to sabotage. His admiration was also from the bottom of his heart. It is normal for mythical creatures to have such high-ranking pressure. For a human being like him to reach this level, it is a realm of epic-making significance. This level of prestige does not need to be pretended. Instead, the old man himself is already very, very remarkable. Ji-sun actually wanted to ask, why is there such a big difference between the intention that the old man showed just now and the one that was controlled by others? The effect was not fully exerted, and the old man was obviously not as interested as before, but he also explained, "You can say that. But not entirely. This is something at a higher level." He seemed to want Ji-sun to understand more clearly, and paused to think for a while before saying, "Since you have seen the Dragonborn, you should have experienced the power of the dragon. In fact, this is a manifestation of the consciousness of a high-level creature. If you pronounce it in words, it can be called human power. But I like another name, divine power. Humans can control the power of gods, and also have the power of gods." Ji-sun frowned as he listened, but still didn't understand. But he also wanted to confirm the myths and legends, so he said, "Senior, is this the legendary demigod realm?" This. The old man was also slightly speechless. He had just comprehended this thing not long ago. After all, this is a realm that no one has heard of touching in the Card Master world for more than 2,000 years, and it cannot be explained clearly in a few words. If Ji-sun hadn't woken him up, he might have continued to meditate in seclusion for a while. Thinking of something, his eyes flashed with endless depth, and he said, "When you really reach this level, you will find that this is a completely different level. In a sense, I am indeed a demigod." Ji-sun knew that it was a level that he could not understand for the time being, so he asked a simple question that he was curious about. What is the specific function of this divine power? Effect? Gongwu certainly knew. He now truly felt why those ancestors who broke through the threshold of the 7th level were 100% distorted. But this feeling is difficult to describe to others. He thought for a while, and reluctantly organized some words. When you reach this level, you can clearly feel the cognitive differences brought about by the elevation of the life level. Of course, the specific manifestation in biology can be said to be the unlocking of the gene chain, the return of bloodline, and so on. I don't quite understand these words. I heard them when I was chatting with Merlin before. If you are interested, you can ask that guy later. Ji-sun listened thoughtfully. He didn't understand, but caught some key words. He remembered that his first-level Fusion Beast Walker occupation card, Master Merlin said it was a small experiment of his bloodline reversion experiment. These things are a bit empty. Gongwu knows that Ji-sun at this level will definitely not understand. And he also knows that what Ji-sun wanted to ask just now is about the role of combat power. Thinking of this, the old man's expression concealed a hint of teasing, but there is another powerful effect. Do you want to try it? Looking at the expression of this bad old man, Ji-sun knew that this guy must have bad intentions, and he was afraid that he was thinking of playing a trick again. But he was really too curious, so he nodded seriously, yeah. The old man raised his white eyebrows when he heard him say this. Well, you prepare for defense? I let you see it. Ji-sun did not dare to be careless, and transformed into a werewolf. The curse marks all over his body condensed instantly, and his skin also showed a bronze metallic luster. Already in the strongest defense state. The old man watched him get ready, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he appeared in front of Ji-sun in an instant. Then, Ji-sun felt the feeling of the divine power coming towards him. But it was extremely restrained, and the pressure was very light. Then the old man stretched out a finger and flicked it. But this casual finger was like the sound of a cannon exploding. Bang. A sound. Ji-sun felt a roar on his forehead, and the whole person flew out. It was a feeling as if his soul had been beaten out of his body. During the time from flying backwards to landing, Ji-sun clearly felt a feeling of almost losing his soul and losing control of his body. His thoughts could move, but his body was completely out of control. What was going on? This was an experience Ji-sun had never had before. Getting beaten was expected. But the reason for not being beaten was unclear. That feeling. He felt like a knight in full armor in an oil painting, ready to defend himself and face the attack. However, at this moment, a finger from outside the painting directly pierced the paper. The tyrant body and the spell were like a thin layer of paint, breaking in an instant. This is not a dimension of attack at all, is this? God's power, so strong, it's outrageous. Ji-sun was immersed in that eye-opening state. This moment seemed to be slowed down countless times, but it still felt like it was fleeting. The soul returned to the body, and a sharp pain came from the forehead. This pain was like the feeling of being beaten when you were a child, and the pain made your soul twitch. Even with Ji-sun's current pain tolerance, he took a breath of cold air, hiss. He covered his forehead, and clearly felt a big bag popping out like bamboo shoots. It was round and swollen, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Ji-sun looked at the gloating old man opposite him again, and complained that this guy really had no good intentions. The old man looked at him and laughed. It seemed that he was very satisfied to see the embarrassed look of this guy, who had learned the skills of most of his life in just 1 or 2 months. But even though he was laughing, he did not forget to remind her, remember the feeling just now. Ji-sun felt a pain in his temple, but the pain also deepened his impression. In an instant, he also understood what the old man wanted him to remember. Just now, the feeling of soul leaving the body was as if he was taken to another dimension to see around. At least at that moment, he felt the concept of out of frame. This was an angle he had never seen before. It was like a lighthouse lit up on a dark sea, although the ray of light was still very, very far away. As long as you sail to that sea area, you can see the lighthouse. This Qigong master showed him a smooth path to the peak of martial arts. So that's how it is. Ji-sun took a deep breath. How could he not know that this old man gave him a gift that would make countless top card masters jealous? He put away the expression on his face, bowed his hands, and said respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." The old man shook his head, looking indifferent. "You are too low level now, and I can't tell you more. Think about it carefully. When you understand your own intention, you will know why you were hit today." As he said this, he still gloated and said, I haven't done it for a long time, and the strength seems to be a little bit stronger. The bump on your forehead seems to be a little bigger. How about applying some medicine first?" Hearing this mean words, although Ji-sun knew that he had benefited, he still felt a little resentful. The burning pain on his forehead was still fermenting at this moment, and he took a breath of cold air again, and then suppressed it. He was sure that the old man could have taught this concept in other ways, but he chose this most inhumane way. The expression of the old man seemed to say, "You can't be spared the suffering I have suffered." Since he was beaten, Ji-sun also felt that he should dig up more good things. When the topic was brought up again, he simply asked directly, "Senior, how can you understand your own meaning?" The old man listened and casually said a word he had said many times, "Understand." Ji-sun rolled his eyes. Of course, he knew he had to comprehend it. That's what countless card master books say. The reason I asked this question was to express whether there were any tricks or shortcuts for a powerful person, like you, who had already comprehended the divine power. Just like what happened just now, knocking on the forehead made people understand a little. Even if he was beaten again, Ji-sun felt that it would be worth it if he could comprehend his fist's meaning. The old man naturally understood it, and said, martial arts can be learned, and they can be quickly mastered through skill cards. But the realm needs to be understood. Ji-sun rolled his eyes at him again. You have no way. It's okay in other places, but there are a lot of people who have understood the intention in this mine. Just like those deformed miners on the 5th and 6th floors of the mine, they have all understood it more or less. There shouldn't be no shortcuts. Looking at Ji-sun's eyes, Gongwu also guessed what he was thinking and directly rejected his idea. Don't look at the remaining spiritual pollution here, which contains some incomplete ancient fighting intentions. But they are all other people's, not yours. You can follow the path others have taken to learn laws, techniques, and martial arts routines. Only your intention is your own, which is the attribute of your soul. If your soul is full of other people's things, it will be like a stinking ditch where all kinds of water can gather. Do you think it will be polluted? Then the old man said lazily, so even if you stay here for your whole life and can comprehend 100 or 1,000 kinds of other people's fighting intentions, you may not be able to comprehend your own intention. On the contrary, those fragments and remnants will make you lose your mind, just like those deformed miners, and eventually go crazy. Ji-sun felt helpless when he heard this. This was the shortcut he had thought of. He had tried it before, and thought it was very rewarding. It turned out that he had taken the wrong path. The old man didn't remind me before, probably because he was waiting to scold me now. Gongwu continued, and I can tell you very clearly that only when you comprehend the meaning can you truly understand what life is. And the essence of the divine power, in a certain aspect, is actually to recognize where your soul is. I can't explain it to you too clearly, just understand as much as you can. Ji-sun naturally believed it. He was also grateful for the guidance of this senior, which saved him from taking too many detours. However, just when he thought his question was fruitless, the old man changed the subject. But if you say there is a shortcut, there is indeed one. Ji-sun immediately turned his eyes to listen attentively. Oh? The old man didn't know what he thought of, and said faintly, if the heart is not dead, the mind will not be born. Ji-sun pondered over this sentence and showed doubt. The old man explained, it's not just that you are not afraid of life and death. It's also about your emotional understanding of others, everything and the whole world. When your original state of mind undergoes a drastic change, the original fixed cognition collapses, and then you will recognize yourself. In that state, it is very easy to understand some of your own ideas. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, however, I think most people are unwilling to take this shortcut. This is how teachers used to teach. Unfortunately, I didn't understand it at that time, and thought. The word stopped here. The old man took a sip of wine. Ji-sun heard the sudden melancholy tone, and then looked at the smile that quietly withdrew, and guessed that this young man must have experienced a death of heart when he was young. Several days passed in a flash. Ji-sun's learning progress was very fast. In just 2 months, he learned the secrets of martial arts that others might need most of their lives to comprehend. Although most of what he learned now is still the basics of Qigong masters, he is also happy to do it. The master led him in, like a beacon, and he walked the rest on his own. Ji-sun no longer pursued the martial arts and tricks he once pursued. Instead, he practiced catching birds and controlling his breath every day. Then he learned several of his own magic secrets and read books. Focused and efficient. There were new changes every day. In addition, he would go to the 7th floor of the mine at a fixed time every day to have a meal with the old senior and learn something new. This day, Ji-sun came to the 7th floor as usual. Now he can stay in this highly polluted environment for more than half an hour. The old man and the young man sat around the food, eating and drinking as usual. Ji-sun also asked new questions he encountered. Not only about Qigong, but also other magic secrets. The vision of this senior can often give him enlightening guidance. Gongwu said while drinking. Normally, if you want to have a deep understanding of the 52 magic secrets, you must have a sufficient understanding of the power and laws of the magic gods in this sequence. But you are an exception. I have observed that your career sequence is very special. You have a very strong affinity, and fit for any magic secrets. It seems that you are not good at anything, but you can be good at everything. This road you take will be very difficult. But if you succeed, I can hardly imagine how high you will go. He now has no idea of persuading Ji-sun's career sequence. The more he understands, the more clearly he perceives that his current vision cannot see through this joker sequence. But Gongwu didn't dwell on it. This world hides too many secrets. Only the 52 sequences of the card master, less than half of them remain now. The higher you stand, the smaller you feel. What humans can see now is just the surface of this world. I have traveled almost the entire East continent, visited the disaster-ridden Shadow Rift Valley, the Hell Volcano of Hyjal, the Lake of Death, and the World Rift where I went down 10,000 meters and survived a near-death experience. While pursuing martial arts, I have also peeked into countless secrets hidden in history. But the more I have seen some so-called big world, the more I feel that human power is too small in front of this world. After I comprehended the power of God, I had a new understanding of the world. It was a completely different level of cognition. Try to become stronger. The scenery from a high place is better than you think. I can't describe it. Only you can see it with your own eyes. Moreover, at my current level, you can see that there is a wider world above my head. After drinking too much, this old man became just like an ordinary old man, talking a lot. But Ji-sun also liked to listen. This old man disappeared for 80 years. But his life was really legendary. The stories he told were scenery that countless people would never see in their lifetime. Of course, this old man would occasionally brag a little, such as, "When I was young, I was so handsome that countless girls dreamed of marrying me." The two of them drank and chatted like this. No one could disturb them underground. However, today, some uninvited guests came. Suddenly Gongwu, who had the bottle of wine at his lips, looked stern. Someone is coming. Ji-sun was so absorbed in the story that he was also very surprised when he heard this. Someone is coming? The miners on the 7th floor of the mine will definitely not come, and the deformed monsters can't come either. So who will come? Gongwu's perception is much stronger than Ji-sun's. He seemed to have discovered something and said seriously, "The person who came is not weak. Put it away first." Ji-sun immediately understood and put away all the wine and food. The old man waved his hand, and the smell that was originally controlled in a small area around him disappeared instantly. The two jumped onto the rock wall and hid behind an inconspicuous big rock. Ji-sun looked at the intersection in the distance and was also curious about who could come here. After waiting for a while, a group of 6 people walked in. The 5 people wore special black cloaks with gold patterns, and in the middle was a young man with silver hair and an iron crown of thorns. The young man did not hide his face. He was quite handsome, and people could see at a glance the aura of a superior who was intimidating without anger. As soon as Ji-sun saw the silver hair and the luxurious golden robe, he guessed the identity of this person, the new king of Oren. This Shangbang prison is the property of the Golden Oak Security Company, and the Oren royal family is behind it. It is normal for this mine owner to come and inspect such a huge treasure house. But Ji-sun looked at the phantom of the demon god, who was also wearing a crown rising behind the young king, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It turns out that this guy has successfully merged the epic source card K of Spades Tyrant. The time is about the same. Before, I made a barrier in Lion City to absorb fear, so it is normal to fuse this source card. And this Tyrant sequence is said to master the 2 high-level laws of royal power plus fear. With some treasures, it is reasonable to resist the pollution in this mine. However, when Ji-sun saw the crown on the head of the silver-haired young man, he felt familiar for some reason. Then he looked up at the rock wall. Isn't this the crown worn by the royal family protected by the weeping angel in the mural? On the other side, Gongwu also recognized the crown and asked in confusion, "Hey, it's strange. Why did old man Merlin give the king's key to this guy?" Ji-sun listened and cast a curious look. He seemed to have heard this word somewhere. Gongwu understood his look. This old man was not like the others who spoke in a hidden way, blurted out, "It's the crown on the boy's head. This is the king's key. There were originally 5 pieces. 1 piece is kept by old man Merlin. I didn't expect that they all fell into the hands of this kid." Ji-sun asked, "Senior, what is the king's key?" Gongwu glanced at Ji-sun and seemed to think that this topic was very sensitive, but he already had enough trust, so he directly said, "This is the biggest secret of Innocent City." Ji-sun was even more curious when he heard this. The old man said, "When we discovered Innocent City, we accidentally discovered the iron chain leading to the old continent. This spell iron chain itself is a magical artifact. And this crown is the key to control the iron chain. You have seen the significance of the old road. Later, in order to prevent someone from monopolizing the key, it was divided into several pieces. I don't know about others, but I am sure that Merlin has one. Moreover, he will never give it to others easily." As he said this, he also said to himself, "It's strange. Although Merlin, the old guy, is tinkering with his weird research all day, his ability is very tricky. If you want to snatch it from that guy, There are not many people in the whole Federation who can do it. Now it has been given to these Orlan survivors? So that's what the Iron Chain is like. Ji-sun felt like he had heard some high-end secrets. He was also a little surprised. Although he knew that Master Merlin should be very strong. But he was a card maker after all. But now, he could be described as very tricky by this old senior, who was at the peak of martial arts? How strong must he be? But Ji-sun was not very interested in the Kingdom Key. After all, he had seen that the Orlan survivors had too many high-end secrets. He was even more curious. What were these people doing here? Watching those people walk towards the bottomless pit in the center of the mine, Ji-sun was also curious and asked, "Senior, what is in this pit?" The old man shook his head and said uncertainly, "About 200 meters down, there is an obelisk. But the pollution there is so bad that I can't even get close to it, and I don't know what's written on it. I still can't see the bottom if I go deeper, and I don't know what's below." Ji-sun also expressed his understanding. If the pollution in this mine is like air, then the pollution in the pit is completely a pool of black water. You can't even see it, let alone go down. But when he heard stone tablet, Ji-sun thought of the underground palace in the ruins of Xiaomaicheng. Was there such a stone tablet at that time? This kind of stone tablet seems to be a fixed standard for some kind of super-level seal. Could it be that this is also a piece of the body of a sealed angel? Thinking of this, Ji-sun vaguely guessed what those guys came for. At this time, Gongwu once again said something surprising. However, these guys have been here once more than half a year ago. Last time, they fished out a black coffin here. Coffin? Ji-sun blinked when he heard this. He was too familiar with it. Before, in the ruins of Xiamu City, those Oran survivors went to take in the remains of the angel. Didn't they communicate with a black coffin? And Nanjing also said that when the old king of Oran was about to die, someone also moved a mysterious black coffin into the palace. Now it seems that it was the one that was fished out from here. So I guess right. Is there really a piece of angel's body in this pit? Chapter 227. Strange, why are these guys here? Ji-sun guessed that this deep pit was probably sealed with a part of the angel's body. But then, he thought that the angel wings of the Queen Orlan, who was ambushed and killed before, must have come from this pit. So, the body should have been taken away. And there was no need for the king to come in person for just one angel's body. So looking at the Orlan group, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Ji-sun's mind was also thinking rapidly. What secrets are buried in this bottomless pit that are worth this person's personal visit? However, because of Chujio and Nanjing's relationship, Ji-sun didn't have a good impression of this young king. And thinking about the practice of treating hunters as fear-feed in Lion City, he felt that this guy would be a big trouble in the future. Ji-sun's intuition told him that this guy must be doing something dangerous when he came to the mine today. Now that he is right in front of him, he wondered if it would be better if he could be killed. Of course, it was just a thought. Ji-sun didn't think he could kill this person now. Besides, there was probably a legendary warrior among those royal guards wearing cloaks. Although they didn't communicate, Gongwu caught the subtle murderous fluctuations in Ji-sun's chi. The old man also asked curiously, "Do you have a grudge against those Orlan survivors?" Ji-sun was also amazed at the old man's sharp perception to an incredible degree, and there was nothing he couldn't say, so he said directly, "I don't. But I have two friends who don't get along with the new king of Orlan. And this guy created a great terror in order to merge the King of Spades source card. In addition, they have colluded with the Silver Moon sect, and they probably want to use faith to restore the country. Anyway, I always think these people are dangerous." Oh! The old man listened to other words without any expression. But when he heard Silver Moon sect, his brows immediately frowned. Any card master knows the harm of the pollution of the old god faith. If you can erase it as much as possible. The higher you stand, the more you feel the responsibility to continue the civilization of the card master. But it seems that he has thought of something again, and his expression is a little contradictory. Ji-sun looked at the old man's expression and asked, "Senior, you don't really want to do it?" As soon as this thought came out, the excitement of eating melons could no longer be suppressed. If a fight really breaks out, this scene may be more exaggerated than the previous 13 knights killing Queen Orlan. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a battle of the ages. However, Ji-sun was a little uncertain. Although he knew that this old man, who was the best martial artist in the world 80 years ago, must be very powerful. But the new king of Orlan also has top-level masters around him. Not to mention the earth-based legend he had seen before, maybe the high priestess, Auntie Nan, is also there. They are all top-notch masters in the world. If they really fight, the outcome is hard to predict. Gongwu immediately caught his contradictory thoughts and complained, "Hey, what's with that look in your eyes? The old man snorted and said calmly, "Even legends can't protect the people I want to kill." Ji-sun blinked when he heard this, and he was used to the old man's temper. "Ha ha, I didn't say anything." Gong-woo's current state of mind naturally wouldn't take action just because of a few words. The murderous intent only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared. He said, "But this person may not be killed." Ji-sun was just about to say that if that Auntie Nim was really there and a fight broke out, he would see if he could persuade them to stop. After all, she was his lifesaver. Before I could figure out how to persuade them, I heard the old man's words. Ji-sun asked curiously, "Why?" Gong-woo frowned and thought, since Merlin gave the king's key to these Orlan survivors, there must be a reason. Ji-sun also fell into deep thought after hearing this. This thought is indeed true. Since the king's key in Master Merlin's hand was not stolen, then he gave such an important thing to the Orlan survivors, there must be a deeper meaning. Although I can't figure out why. But after thinking about it, Ji-sun felt that this was the best choice to some extent. He thought that since this key was the key to control the only passage to the old world, it seemed that it could only be kept in the hands of the Orlan survivors. Otherwise, no matter who held this key, it would be the target of public criticism. Even the Lionheart family, the Chow family, and the Bai family, any of the great nobles in the Federation, could not hold this crucial king's key. Now that the old world is being developed, the solidified upper class of the Federation is experiencing great turmoil. But currently, only the minority such as the Lionheart family and the Chow family who made early arrangements have benefited from the old continent. The majority of the aristocracy, who are a few steps behind, are naturally strongly opposed. So no matter who gets the key in the Federation, they will inevitably be attacked by the Parliament. They may even be forced to close the old continent directly under pressure. After all, maintaining the status quo is enough to guarantee their current status. No one dares to take risks with the entire family. On the contrary, only those Orlan survivors, who have been wanted for 200 years, will develop the old continent at all costs. Because only by developing the old continent can they have a chance to restore their country. I think this is also what Gong-woo is confused about. Thinking of this, Ji-sun also felt a little clue. But he felt something was wrong. The Master Merlin, he knew, was a scientist who really loved research and didn't have the mind to manipulate any power. Behind the king's key, there always seemed to be some other power. Who could possibly influence the master's decision? Countless thoughts flashed through Ji-sun's mind. Gong-woo on the side was also in deep thought. Thinking of this, it seems that the new king of Orin really cannot be killed. The two watched on the rock wall, watching the cloaked men set up a barrier in an orderly manner. The crown on the head of the new king of Orin flashed a blue light, as if the light dispelled the darkness, and the strong spiritual pollution around was also repelled. Then this guy jumped into the deep pit alone, and no one knew what he was doing. Ji-sun watched this scene, and guessed that this crown might not only be the key to control the chain of the Nugget's Wharf. It should be a very important inheritance of the Talon dynasty 3,000 years ago. Not long after, the silver-haired young man jumped out of the pit again, bringing up a pile of dry bones and rotten armor. At this moment, the super-large spell barrier set up by several cloaked men on the ground has also been completed. Although the level of this 9-pointed star barrier is terrifyingly high, Ji-sun also saw some clues from the gradually lit spells on the barrier, and thought, spiritual magic. He didn't know what kind of existence such a complicated barrier was meant to communicate with. But this posture is not simple at first glance. Superclass spiritual object? Gong-woo, who was standing by, frowned and his eyes were cold. He seemed to be reconsidering whether to really solve the source of this danger. In a blink of an eye, the 9-pointed stars of the huge spell barrier lit up and emitted a dark blue light. The silver-haired young man cut his wrist and let the blood flow into the formation. The iron thorn crown on his head was shining brightly, and the shadow of the king behind him also revealed his aura to the extreme. Ji-sun watched carefully. After all, such a grand scene is rare. The silver-haired young man kept muttering some inaudible spells. After a while, he finished chanting and finally shouted, "My loyal warriors, the brave Moon Cross Legion, your king is back." The voice echoed throughout the mine with the blessing of the formation. It was deep and mighty, majestic and domineering. It was as if people saw an emperor who ruled the world summoning his invincible army. However, this was not just a sound wave, but a spiritual spell. This voice, "Your king is back," not only echoed in the space, but also spread and penetrated into the rock wall. It seemed to penetrate this world and go to another world. Ji-sun didn't understand, but Gong-woo's pupil shrank slightly, and he also muttered in an unbelievable tone, "Is this guy going to summon ghost soldiers? This is no longer an ordinary spiritualism, but to summon creatures from the underworld. Ji-sun also glared when he heard this. I thought this new king of Orlan was communicating with some dead creatures, but I didn't expect this guy to play so big and directly summon ghost soldiers. Just when he thought he might have guessed wrong. In the dark pit, a gray deathly aura was rising. In the mist, the shadow of a huge and magnificent bronze door gradually emerged. It was this door that appeared, as if a certain virtual space and real space were folded and blended. This door was very recognizable. There were all kinds of strange ghost shadows carved on the door, and people could feel an indescribable despair and dead silence at a glance. Enlightenment also unconsciously reminded that listening to the unknown whispers from the underworld, you touched the miracle, mental confusion +3. On the huge bronze door, there was also a string of unknown words carved, which made people look dazed. This must be the eternal warning epic on the gate of hell in myths and legends. Those who enter this gate should give up all hope. Seeing this, Ji-sun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really the legendary gate to the underworld. After all, this is a real miracle. Normal psychic arts, whether it is summoning dead spirits or something else, the target is the existence of this world. And now this spell opened the gate to the underworld. This is the real legendary forbidden art. After all, if you communicate with another world, if you are targeted by some great terror from another world, you may accidentally bring about a disaster that will destroy civilization. But Ji-sun thought about the barrier arrangement just now, spade K mark, crown, blood, and dry bones. This seems to be some kind of directional spiritual ritual. He vaguely remembered seeing it in some secret book given by Nanjing, and thought, directional spiritual communication, does it reduce the risk to the lowest level? Sure enough, these Orlan survivors have too many super-level secrets in their hands. Mysterious methods came out one after another. Seeing such a big movement in front of them, Ji-sun and Gongwu fell into silence. The current situation seemed to be heading towards the direction of out of control. The Orlan survivors opened the door to the underworld. No matter what they summoned, it would have a subversive impact on the current Federation. However, it was too late to stop it. The door to the underworld had been opened. If the caster was really killed now, once the formation got out of control, the problem would be even bigger. The two could only watch like this. The silver-haired young king also watched with an air of dominance. When the huge bronze door opened a big enough gap, the whole mine suddenly rang with the sound of horse hooves. It became clearer and more frequent. It was as if thousands of troops were marching in formation. Just listening to the sound gave people a sense of oppression, as if the horseshoes were stepping on their chests. Ji-sun watched intently, and in a blink of an eye, ghost knights walked out of the door one after another. They wore uniform armor and rode tall flame war horses, exuding a terrifying aura. Gongwu, who was standing by, recognized something, narrowed his eyes, and said, "This is the most elite royal guard of the Terran dynasty 3,000 years ago, the Moon Cross Knight Corps." At the same time, he was relieved when he saw the spiritual object appear. Fortunately, it was not a catastrophic existence. He added, "The strength of the new king of Orlan is not too strong, and the level of the dead knights he can communicate with is not too outrageous. However, these knights are immortal and difficult to deal with." Even if he didn't say it, Ji-sun was not unfamiliar with it. Not to mention the knights on the murals, the S-level disaster secret keepers encountered in the Grand Cemetery Labyrinth before, weren't they exactly the same image? And at the beginning, due to the limitation of the level of the alien space, those disasters were only level 2. But now these undead legions, at a glance, are all level 3, 4, and 5, and the level of those coming out later is getting higher and higher. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of dead knights have densely filled the entire mine. Some are still floating in the air, neatly arranged. Layer after layer, full of oppression. Because of their large number, the death knights piled up not far in front of Ji-sun and the others. Fortunately, Gongwu was there, blocking all the leaks, and the two were not discovered. Summoning is not endless. The prepared materials and energy crystals are exhausted, and the light of the formation below is getting dimmer and dimmer. In a blink of an eye, the gate to the underworld became more and more illusory, and finally disappeared. It's finally over. The cold feeling from the underworld also dissipated. Ji-sun and Gongwu breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. No dangerous beings escaped from the underworld, which was the best expectation. But in front of them, there were already tens of thousands of dead knights densely packed. With this number, quality, and momentum, the Orlan dynasty had this invincible army, and instantly transformed from a remnant of the old era, who were exiled everywhere, to a top force that could compete with the Federation. At this moment, Ji-sun could already imagine how the great nobles of the Federation would be troubled if they knew the existence of this army. The silver-haired king obviously thought so too. Looking at these loyal knights, he laughed wildly with a proud face. The laughter resounded throughout the mine. Looking at this posture, Gong Wu also muttered, "These Orlan survivors are very ambitious. What does Merlin think?" Listening to the tone, Ji-sun also knew that this old senior also knew the strength of the Orlan survivors. It's normal to be surprised. Those remnants of the old era, who have been on the run for 200 years, had never shown their faces. Once they show their faces, they have become a force to be reckoned with. But for some reason, Ji-sun suddenly thought of the last time Queen Orin was ambushed and killed. The ambitious queen of the Orin survivors wanted to stand in front of the stage for the first time, and then she was killed. The participation of the 13 knights is not just to help Chujiu avenge. The situation behind the scenes is far from as simple as it seems. Even with these dead knights, it is not easy for the Orin survivors to restore their country. A thought flashed in his mind, and for some reason, Ji-sun suddenly looked at someone in the Knight Corps. It was as if there was a telepathy, and he saw it at a glance. Even though they were both exactly the same Death Knight, at this moment, Ji-sun always felt that the one he saw was a little different. He thought he was just having an illusion. In a blink of an eye, an outrageous scene took place. The Death Knight that Ji-sun was looking at seemed to sense his gaze, and actually turned his head to look back at him. In those empty eyes burning with soul fire, Ji-sun seemed to see a playful expression, as if saying, "Hello, hello, Ji-sun? What's going on? Did mental pollution cause hallucinations?" Gong Wu, who was standing by, also noticed this at the first time and said in surprise, "Hey, a living person sneaked in." After hearing this, Ji-sun realized that it was not his illusion. But a living person? Where did the living person come from? Before he could figure it out, Gong Wu asked again, "Do you know him?" Ji-sun didn't understand what this meant. Gong Wu explained, logically, that person couldn't have discovered us. But now I found out. The only possibility I can think of is that she knows you. And you must have something related to her. As he said this, the old man did not forget to marvel, "Hey, this method is interesting. A living person actually came out of the gate of the underworld. Someone I know?" Ji-sun searched his mind when he heard this. He suddenly thought of someone, Aunt Nan. He could only think of the high priest of Orlan, who could have such mysterious methods. But not to mention how she got out of the gate of the underworld. Why did she, the high priest, not assist the new king, mix with the dead knights? Since she sneaked in secretly, there must be some shady purpose. For example, to make trouble? Sure enough, when Ji-sun thought of this, the facts came out. The dead knight, who had just looked at him quietly, took out a card. When Ji-sun saw the scene, his eyes twitched, and he dared to believe it. Is it really a living person? In the mine below, several cloaked men were busy setting up another anti-spiritual formation, and it seemed that they wanted to collect the tens of thousands of dead army. At this moment, the card in the hand of the slacker suddenly broke apart. Then, a huge spiritual array covering the entire mine appeared earlier in the undead army. At the same time, a demon god holding the trident of the sea god, and with a fish tail and snake hair appeared behind the slacker. Diamond 4 Psychic, the demon god pointed it was the lord of 10,000 demons, Fusicus. It is natural that he can use the spiritual array and is a psychic. But this is not the end. As soon as the shadow of the demon god appeared, the bastard's spell was ready. As the cards in his hand collapsed, a shadow of a building suddenly appeared above the mine. It looked like a huge arena, with all kinds of terrifying monsters imprisoned inside. Ji-sun was shocked. What kind of spell is this? He was sure that this was another secret spell that had never appeared in any of the books he had read so far. Gong Wu beside him pondered for a moment, but seemed to have thought of something, and said with a little surprise, "Could this be the 52 forbidden magic spells of the demon god, the Imperial Court, which are exclusive to psychics?" This was also the first time that Ji-sun heard of this forbidden magic. Gong Wu looked at it for a moment and confirmed, "Tisk, it's really this lost forbidden magic. That Colosseum is the Imperial Court that is said to be able to suppress everything." Hearing this, Ji-sun's expression became even weirder. He had previously thought that this bastard should be Auntie Nan. But after hearing this sequence, why did he feel like she was a long-lost lady with a bun? Before Ji-sun could think about it, the Orlan survivors below also discovered her. But it was too late. The 9-pointed star spiritual formation in the sky had already lit up, and then the shadow of the building that looked like a Colosseum formed an inexplicable suction force, which actually sucked the 10,000-man army of dead knights into the sky. No matter who the person was, Ji-sun immediately understood that this rascal wanted to take advantage of the situation. She wanted to snatch away the dead knight that the new king of Orlan had summoned from the underworld with great difficulty. The silver-haired young man also noticed this, and shouted angrily, "Stop her! As soon as the words fell, several cloaked men rushed over. But the bastard was not in a hurry, and had already prepared a countermeasure. She slapped the huge scroll that she suddenly took out and shouted, "Moon Cross Knights, listen to my command, assemble the battle formation, Legion spell, 1,000 shields smash." Ji-sun saw the familiar huge scroll and confirmed it. Is it really Nanjing? He never thought that the two would meet again in this way after their last separation. Then, a magical scene appeared. As soon as the cloaked men entered the Death Knight Corps, they suddenly saw thousands of Death Knights around them suddenly come alive. Clang! 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 Countless shields were raised at the same time, and the sound was repeated. Before the black-robed men could react, golden light appeared on countless shields, and in a blink of an eye, they turned into golden spell shields like small suns. The shields held by tens of thousands of knights were pushed together, and the golden light hit like a tide. Several cloaked men were hit and flew backwards. So strong. Ji-sun couldn't help but marvel at the sight. I thought these Death Knights were very powerful individually. Unexpectedly, they were even more powerful when they assembled in battle formation. Thousands of shields pushed forward, but it seemed like there was only one movement, and all the energy was gathered in one place. However, several cloaked men were also very strong. At the same time they were pushed away, a cloaked man had already flown out the golden card in his hand. Spell, 100-layer prison gate. Almost at the same time, Ji-sun saw the Death Knight transformed by Nanjing, and it collapsed on the spot. However, these Death Knights were immortal and recovered in a blink of an eye. Gong Wu, who was standing by, saw the scene inside. Did you use the spiritual object to transfer the damage? TSK, this spell is quite interesting. As long as you can't kill her with high frequency in a short period of time, you can't kill her. A master like him saw through the essence of the spell at a glance. But seeing through it is seeing through it. It's difficult for ordinary people to kill. Nanjing was not idle. After recondensing his body, he slapped the scroll floating in the air again, battle formation spear of destroying the city. In a blink of an eye, countless undead knights raised their spears, and the golden spears that appeared one by one were like hedgehogs, filling the sky. Seeing this, the faces of several cloaked men changed drastically. Having seen the power of the battle formation just now, even though they were top-level card masters, they all took defensive postures. While the young king on the ground was furious, he had already recognized who the person was and cursed, "Damn traitor." He never expected that the invincible army, which was determined to win, would make such a big mistake. He bit his finger again, and a mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out, and the spiritual array under his feet lit up. Almost in an instant, the new king of Orlan took control of the command of some of the dead knights, and he also shouted, "Shield." In a blink of an eye, nearly half of the dead knights defected. Shields and spears were intertwined in the sky. Hua-la-la. Large groups of dead knights collapsed. The new king of Orlan felt as if he had been stabbed, and blood was dripping out, and he couldn't stop it. Although the Death Knights were immortal, such injuries would also cause a large loss of death spirit chi. It would cost a lot to nurture them. These were the foundations of his restoration of the country. On the other hand, Nanjing didn't want to fight these people to the end. The suction of the imperial cord above his head became stronger, and hundreds of knights were sucked in a blink of an eye. The new king of Orlan looked anxious, and had no other choice but to suck the Death Knights around him into the spiritual array. The two sides started to rob. There were fewer and fewer dead knights in the mine. As a bystander, Ji-sun could see at a glance that Nanjing's order had a higher priority. She grabbed more knights. About 60% to 70% of the dead knights summoned by the spirit were absorbed into her spell. Although several cloaked men tried their best to stop it, they killed Nanjing several times, and she was resurrected again. Moreover, this lady with a bald head had no intention of getting entangled with these people, fighting and avoiding at the same time. Seeing that there were only a few dead knights left in the mine, she turned around decisively and rushed into the spiritual array. As soon as she entered, the 9-pointed star in the sky went out instantly. The space that was still turbulent just now immediately calmed down. The few cloaked men were left looking at each other. And the new king of Orlan, who was already angry and irritable, roared to the sky. Ji-sun listened to the hysterical roar and felt inexplicably in a good mood. He also expressed understanding. After all, he spent a huge price and worked hard to open the door to the underworld to communicate with the invincible army, but it was intercepted by others. And the thief escaped intact. No matter how good your mentality is, it will collapse. Ji-sun just counted and Nanjing took away at least 60% of the Death Knights. In this way, The new king of Orin wanted to use this dead moon crusade to restore the country, but before the plan even started, one of the oars had been broken. The old man Gong, who was watching the battle, also relaxed his brows, and also thought that this ending was good. Before, he felt that if he didn't stop the new king of Orin, he might have released an unstoppable bloodthirsty beast. Now it seems that someone can still contain it. After all, the people have already escaped. There is no objection to staying. Not long after, the new king of Orlan could only leave the mine with a few cloaked men in a rage. As soon as the people left, the seventh floor of the mine returned to peace again. Gongwu looked at the messy mine and pursed his lips. Your friend is very special. Ji-sun also shrugged and responded, I don't know what's going on. I haven't seen him for a long time. I really don't know. I didn't expect that when we met again, the psychic lady who once asked for his protection had become so strong. Chapter 228. After the Orlan survivors left, only Ji-sun and Gongwu were left in the mine. Those were outsiders. They seemed to be the masters. Ji-sun jumped off the cliff and stood on the ruins. He picked up the glowing turbid fighting spirit crystals in the rubble with interest. Although the mine was not short of this stuff, it could be seen everywhere. But in the outside world, this was a high-quality spiritual material that was hard to come by. And Ji-sun himself had a great demand for it. After all, he couldn't stay in the mine for his whole life to cultivate. These crystal cores were like dry food, which could greatly increase his mental strength. The more the better. Wow, so many crystal cores were blown out. Ji-sun searched everywhere and reaped a huge harvest. The seventh floor of this mine was the most polluted, and it also produced the best quality crystal cores in the entire mine. Above the fourth floor, most of them were broken diamond-like crystal cores. The size of a fingernail was already the best. But here, walnut-sized crystal cores were everywhere. Crystal cores the size of a fist could also be seen occasionally. During the 2 months in the mine, Ji-sun had already dug through it in his spare time, and he knew there were more in the rock layer. Unfortunately, the rock wall became harder and harder as he went deeper into the mine, comparable to alloy, making it very difficult to mine. Fortunately, the previous battle of 10,000 dead knights was very noisy, which collapsed a lot of rocks and dropped a lot of crystal cores. The new king of Orlan would naturally not do the work of picking up ore, and probably thought that since it was his mine, the things would not run away, so he left in a rage. This was convenient for Ji-sun. He found a forest of mushrooms in the forest, one after another, just like picking mushrooms. On the other side, Gongwu stood in front of the bottomless pit, thinking about something. Then he jumped down. Not long after, he jumped up again. Ji-sun looked at the person coming up and asked curiously, Senior, what did you find? He thought that the new king of Orlan had just gone down and fished out some broken armor and something. Maybe there was a surprise. Nothing. The old man shrugged and responded, Before, those people summoned the spirits of the Moon Cross Knights, and now the spiritual pollution in this pit has become smaller. I just went down to take a look. The stone tablet can be seen clearly, but there is nothing to see if you go down. There is no bottom. Oh! Ji-sun heard this and walked over. He stood beside the deep pit and looked down. It looked like a pool of ink and was pitch black before. Now it looks like fog, and a black obelisk can be vaguely seen. Looking at the style, Ji-sun muttered in his heart, Is it the same style? This is exactly the same as the one he saw in the underground palace of Xiamuching ruins before. But at the same time, he was also very curious. What exactly is recorded on this stone tablet? He remembered that Catalina was led by Old Man Su to observe the stone tablet, and then she directly understood the magic solution. Ji-sun looked at it with envy. Now he encountered another stone tablet, and he couldn't help but be curious and wanted to see it, so he asked, Senior, what is written on the stone tablet? Last time, Old Man Su didn't say anything because he was avoiding something. I don't know if this old senior knows it. Unexpectedly, this old man shook his head decisively, and said, How should I know? As he said that, he looked at Ji-sun's questioning eyes. How could you not know? And he was a little embarrassed, so he explained, This stone tablet is recorded in advanced demon language. I'm not a Polympic scholar way. How can I understand it? I was wrong. I thought you could understand it. Ji-sun listened and glanced at Yu, but also thought to himself, I have only met a few people who can understand it. Thinking of this, he remembered that in addition to Old Man Su, Che Air and Katarina, there was also a cloaked man of Kamen Rider 13, who went to see it. Now thinking of that mask, now I know it is the Light Chaser. Thinking of this, Ji-sun unconsciously had a thought in his mind. Could that person also come to see the stone tablet? After all, this mine has been discovered for many years. Or maybe the senior also knows Old Man Su? No matter who he knows, it feels like fate is wonderful. Thinking of this, Ji-sun asked casually, Senior, has anyone come to observe this stone tablet before? Hearing this, Gongwu didn't know what he thought of. He paused for a moment, and his brows showed a hint of caution. He asked back, why do you want to ask this? Ji-sun asked casually, but after thinking about the tone, it really is? He suddenly realized that this might involve some secrets, and became even more curious and said, I have also encountered a stone tablet like this before. By the way, do you know Old Man Su? His nickname is Dog King. He didn't dare to say it too bluntly. After all, the cause and effect involved in Old Man Su is very fatal. Even if you talk about it, you will be involved. This kind of cause and effect has nothing to do with rank and strength, but fate. Hearing this, Gongwu's expression became even weirder. He looked at Ji-sun from left to right, and seemed even more surprised. Why do you know him? After a moment of silence, the old man said cautiously, is it a wretched old man with missing front teeth? Still often forget things? Ji-sun heard this description and said, do you really know him? This was as if time had stopped. The mind fell into silence. Both realized that they were talking about the same person. And obviously, Gongwu also knew the cause and effect involved in Old Man Su. That senior. Gongwu's expression was very tangled, and he was hesitant to speak. In the end, he didn't say it. Instead, he looked at Ji-sun and said meaningfully, that's right. Your fate has met this, so it's normal for you to survive. Ji-sun rolled his eyes. This old man obviously also knows that. Cause and effect. Gongwu continued, I know what you want to ask. But I don't know either. That person is an unsolvable mystery for anyone. Oh! Ji-sun listened and didn't ask any more questions. But he changed his mind and asked another question. Do you know the light chaser of the 13th Kamen Rider? As soon as this sentence came out, Gongwu's face twitched, and he looked at Ji-sun as if he was looking at a monster. Do you know that guy? And what a coincidence. The two people Ji-sun asked about had really come to see the stone tablet. But Gongwu knew very well that this was a topic that could not be mentioned to others. Ji-sun looked at the old man's expression, and knew that he was probably right. But he was actually more curious about whether the light chaser was the mushroom-headed Jiayu he knew. There were only a few people standing on the top of the mountain to enjoy the scenery, and they probably knew each other. He thought the old man might know, so he said directly, I have seen the light chaser a few times. The topic of the 13 Nights was not a taboo. Gongwu looked at Ji-sun with a complicated expression and some doubts. Do you really know Guinai? Ji-sun shook his head when he heard the strange name, and then realized that he seemed to have guessed wrong. He asked back, do you know a man named Jiayu with a mushroom head who is younger than me? Gongwu also shook his head, no. Ji-sun also felt that he seemed to have guessed wrong. Maybe Mushroom Head was just a member of the 13 Knights, not the leader? The steel was right under his feet, and Ji-sun's curiosity grew stronger. He returned to the previous topic and asked, Senior, what exactly is that steel? Can you tell me? Gongwu obviously thought about whether he could tell him, hesitated for a moment, and then said, this is called the Forbidden Ruin Steel. It is said that it records the secrets of the great cataclysm that led to the demise of the Talon dynasty. There are also some taboo contents that have not yet been cracked. Ji-sun, the great cataclysm? The old continent is now in ruins everywhere, and humans are forbidden. He is also very curious about what civilization-destroying disaster happened 3,000 years ago. Seeing Ji-sun's eager eyes, he added, don't count on me. I don't understand it either. Guni did understand a little, but he said that only those who can understand it are qualified to read it. Oh! Ji-sun's expression brightened when he heard this. In other words, as long as you can understand it, you can read it, right? He was worried that the content on the stone tablet might be unspeakable, and that he would go crazy after reading it. Now that I hear it, it seems like I can give it a try? He suggested excitedly, Senior, how about you take me down to have a look? Ji-sun couldn't go down by himself, so he could only rely on this person. When Gongwu heard this, he was not surprised that Ji-sun wanted to go down, but he was surprised you could understand advanced demon language. A little bit. Ji-sun responded, and added, how much you can understand depends on your luck. I couldn't understand it before, but after Joker's magic solution, I could understand part of the content on the bronze piece, and I think I can also understand the stone tablet. Gongwu's eyelids twitched for no reason, which showed his thoughts. How come you know a little bit about everything? The old face, that was sallow by the wind and frost, showed a trace of thought. After a moment of hesitation, he also said, okay, then I take you down to have a look. He was actually very curious about what Ji-sun could see. As he said that, Gongwu raised his hand, and the two of them fell down. The moment he jumped in, Ji-sun felt like he was jumping into the magma of a volcano. The spiritual pollution around him turned into a tide of evil ghosts with fangs and claws, and his eyes were blurred in an instant. Fortunately, Gongwu was there to protect him. With his divine power, he formed an invisible field, isolating most of the pollution. Ji-sun finally got out of the nightmare, and his vision became clear. The two of them went down, and soon came to a rock platform. There stood a black stone tablet more than 3 meters high. Gongwu urged, "Hold on, kid. I can't hold on for long." Oh! The shadow of the clown appeared behind Ji-sun, and he immediately set his eyes on the stone tablet. After all, the high-level demon language is the language of the gods, and humans can only understand a part of it that they can understand. Even though Ji-sun was concentrating on watching, the golden characters on the stone tablet were like tadpoles, running around everywhere. The information obtained was very fragmentary and obscure. This was not the first time that Ji-sun had seen the high-level demon language, and he was already familiar with the feeling of a huge amount of information pouring into his brain and burning it. He also tried to remember some of the words he saw. Xinhua City, buried 6 million people in a pit, seal, stop pollution, source of the disaster. Time seemed to have passed only a few breaths, and he felt Gongwu twisting his neck and jumping out. His body lightened, and Ji-sun instantly woke up from the sleepwalking state, turned to look at the old man in confusion. "I just watched for a while. How did you get me out?" Gongwu said seriously. "You almost got lost just now." Hearing this, Ji-sun immediately became serious. He realized that something dangerous had happened just now that he had not noticed. The old man was not surprised, and said lightly, "The advanced demon language contains too much supercognitive information. The fact that you can't understand is actually your own cognitive barrier protecting you. You are too focused on learning things, which is a hidden danger in this situation. If I hadn't pulled you just now, you would have gone crazy." "Thank you, senior." Ji-sun understood what happened. This stone tablet is indeed not something he can read now. But at the same time, he recalled the information he had just seen in his mind and said it out. It was all fragmented information, and it was useless to listen to it. Gongwu also thought it was normal and said, "You are already very good at your level to be able to see these contents." "Yeah." Ji-sun was also slightly disappointed. "I thought I could get some chance from the stone tablet, but there was only a little information." When mentioning this, Gongwu thought of something and continued the topic, saying, "If you want to understand more advanced demon language, you need to improve your brain and mental endurance. Your mental power is very special and has great potential. But your 3 advancements so far are all melee, so it's normal that your performance in this area is not particularly ideal. In the future advancement, you can consider adding wisdom-related careers. Your demon mark is very special, and it can bear career paths that others cannot bear. For others, this idea of switching from melee system to spiritual system is simply courting death. But Joker is different." After careful observation over the past 2 months, Gongwu has already understood that this sequence is not about focusing on one thing, but about being proficient in all things. On the contrary, if you only follow the path of martial arts, your potential will be limited. "Yes." Ji-sun nodded seriously. These seniors who are at the top can see things more accurately than he can. This career direction can indeed be put on the plan. At this point, Gongwu didn't know what scene he thought of, and smiled, but then again, Merlin's ability is related to cognition. You can try his ability when you have time. It can improve the brain area. But the experience is not very good. "Yeah." Ji-sun knew that it was not a good thing when he saw the old man's expression. But since he said so, he also took note of it seriously. At this moment, something suddenly popped up in Ji-sun's mind, and he said, "Oh senior, I just saw a spell on the stone tablet. It's probably in the shape of a snowflake." The symbol was very strange. Although he had a photographic memory, he always felt like it was going to slip away. As he said this, he was really afraid that he would forget it, so he quickly used his fingers to condense an irregular symbol in the shape of a snowflake. It was not a flat symbol, but a complex 3-dimensional symbol. After condensing it, he asked again, "Senior, do you know what this snowflake symbol means?" When Gongwu saw the symbol, his pupils shrank like pinholes. He had really seen it before. This is not a snowflake. It is taboo. When Ji-sun saw his expression, he knew that things might not be simple. He did not want to ask more. Unexpectedly, at this time, Gongwu said with a serious expression that he had never seen before, "This symbol represents plague." Ji-sun did not know what it meant, and why such a master standing at the top of martial arts was so serious. Plague. Gongwu's eyes were hazy, and he said, "I don't know what it means. But I know that there is something that Gu and I regarded as a taboo and dared not even mention. The content of this symbol must be extremely dangerous." Ji-sun also listened with a serious expression. In this world, curiosity can really kill people. This world is not so beautiful. There are many topics of taboo, and even mentioning them can be fatal. For example, the ancient gods, such as Old Man Su. Although Ji-sun did not know the Guni, he knew the seriousness of the situation after hearing what the old man said, and decisively stopped asking. But when this topic was mentioned, Gongwu seemed to have thought of something and took the initiative to speak. "This is what Gu and I told me after he saw the stone tablet a few years ago." As he spoke, he sighed inexplicably. Guni said that the reason why the stone tablet is recorded in high-level demon language is that the content on the stone tablet does not want to be seen by people of a low level. Otherwise, the historical truth deliberately buried by the predecessors may cause big trouble. Ji-sun was thoughtful. Gongwu continued, "After seeing the stone tablet, he told me that he would go to the X Bureau to confirm some conjectures. If he can't come back, let me take care of the person who will take over his job as the light chaser. Also, if someone can see the symbol, they can also tell him the few words he left behind." When Ji-sun heard this topic, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed through his mind. He suddenly thought of a possibility. That Guni is indeed the leader of the 13 Knights, but he is the previous light chaser, and he was not wrong. The light chaser he saw is this one, and it is most likely Jia Yu. It's like a button on a piece of clothing, buttoned in the wrong place. Switch it over, and it's right all of a sudden. And what the old man said completes the most critical part of a story chain, which is why Jia Yu lurks beside Xie Guozhong. The first time Ji-sun saw Jia Yu, the mushroom-headed god was Xie Guozhong's assistant. Now that he knows that he is a member of the 13 Knights, and is ridiculously powerful, the identity of assistant is very intriguing. Ji-sun couldn't figure it out before. Now that I heard it, my thoughts automatically connected together. It is very likely that the previous light chaser went to Bureau X to investigate something, and something went wrong. Then Jia Yu, as the successor, would continue to choose to go undercover. Ji-sun completed the puzzle in his mind, and immediately realized that the situation was more serious than expected. The light chaser of the leader of the 13 Knights is already at the top of the card master, but something went wrong? Then what did he go to Bureau X to investigate? What terrifying existence is there in Bureau X? Thinking back to the past at the Xia Ranch ruins, Ji-sun himself was hunted down by members of the Bureau X tribunal. At that time, those people came to locate Nanjing's fate. This move was suspicious in itself. Bureau X is a neutral shelter. Why would they come to kill Nanjing for no reason? And when he last met Xie Guozhong, he mentioned that he vaguely felt that something had happened inside Bureau X. He volunteered to be detained in the Dragon City headquarters. In fact, he also wanted to secretly investigate the truth of this matter. The more Ji-sun thought about it, the more confusing it became. While completing a story chain, new questions about the broken head emerged one after another. Now it seems that the source of all these doubts points to the content on the stone tablet? Ji-sun turned his eyes, and asked, "Is that Senior Gu and I powerful?" Gongwu also had a hint of melancholy in his tone. It can't be simply said whether you can beat him or not. His domain, I am the world, is very weird. If you fight him, it's like you are against the whole world. Unless the strength is much higher than his, I can't think of anyone of the same level who can really kill him. It's hard to find an opponent. We fought, we were enemies, and later we became friends. After hearing this evaluation, Ji-sun didn't ask any more questions. In this exchange, he and Gongwu actually saw that this stone tablet involved too much. Those taboo topics. The two didn't continue to talk. After a moment of silence, the solemnity on Gongwu's face instantly dissipated, as if he had made a decision. Whatever. Anyway, I've almost finished my retreat. It's time to go out and take a look. For a martial artist like him, political schemes are never something he would consider. The old man has said more than once that only those who are not strong enough would think about those fancy political schemes. Try not to nag about problems that can be solved by hands. As he said that, he looked at Ji-sun and raised his eyebrows. Don't you keep complaining about not learning martial arts? Do you want to learn something powerful? Since he is planning to go out, he can't teach leisurely like he is now. There are some secrets that should be taught, so teach them all. Ji-sun looked at this expression, and knew that the old man had no good intentions, but he was also very expectant, and said loudly, "Learn." These 2 months have been spent practicing the basics of Qigong, and the tricks have been mastered. The rest is just a matter of time to accumulate. Just as he was talking about how to use some of the old man's secret martial arts, he took the initiative to bring it up. Gongwu laughed and said in a deep voice, I have learned a lot in my life. After mastering 302 martial arts routines, 72 ancient martial arts skills, and countless incomplete moves, he retreated for decades, simplified the complex, and created a boxing method. Let's call it Bakwan for the time being. After 2 months of getting along, they have become very familiar with each other. When Ji-sun heard the bragging opening, he knew that the old man was going to get serious. And the name was so domineering that the expectation was instantly full. Gongwu narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, Later, I went into seclusion here and comprehended the power of God and realized the true meaning of martial arts. It's called a fist, but it's actually intention and chi. This Bakwan can be said to be the essence of my lifelong learning. He looked at Ji-sun, paused for a moment, and said, It can be said that if you learn it, you can use it as a basis to activate all fighting martial arts. As soon as he said this, even without releasing his divine power, he also exuded an invisible aura from his whole body. This is the domineering aura of a Qigong Grandmaster, who stands at the peak of the card master's combat power. He looks down on the world with his martial arts. How heroic, how arrogant. Just looking at the posture of the man on the top of the mountain, Ji-sun felt that his blood was inexplicably surging. And when he heard this description, a term from his previous life suddenly popped up in his mind, Xiao Wuxiangong, although the old man likes to brag. But he is really awesome. Waiting for the old man to finish, Ji-sun did not hide his strong expectations and bowed. Please teach me, senior. Haha, whatever. Gongwu's eyes narrowed slightly. Since you want to learn, then learn well. You are still a little short of the level of understanding Bakwan. Learn as much as you can. If you don't understand, remember it, and let time understand it. As he spoke, the scene in front of him turned into a series of phantoms. Just as Ji-sun was ready to defend himself, he was hit by a rain of fists in the blink of an eye. I didn't feel the fist touching my body, but the air around me had already exploded. In an instant, he flew up like a balloon. There were only ripples of air explosions in the air. Before I could figure out what was happening, I heard the lingering sound of the essence of boxing. All living things have air. I have been trying to compress the power of spells and condense the energy all my life. The energy is not invisible, but it is also invisible, like wind, like lightning, like destruction, but it also has form, like a blade, like a feather, like a mountain. My fist can collapse mountains, split the earth, and destroy cities. I am not satisfied. That day, Ji-sun kept flying in the sky and didn't land for a long time. Chapter 229. On the dirt slope outside Shangbang prison, in the asphalt-like darkness, a figure emerged from the cave with a dusty face. The prison's barrier can trap the miners, but it can't trap top-level masters like Gong Wu. The old man has been in the mine for many years. It can be said that he knows the secrets of the mine better than anyone else, including the flaws of the barrier. Then he pointed out this way to Ji-sun. Find the weak point of the barrier, break the rock layer, and dig a hole to the ground. Ji-sun moved his body, and his joints cracked. He grimaced in pain, and couldn't help but complain, oh, the old man is really vicious. I got beaten up in the past 2 days to learn the Bakwan. The beatings from the Qigong Grandmaster are not ordinary physical damage, but also erosion at the level of laws and mysterious attacks at the level of fighting spirit. The pain is felt in the body, nerves and consciousness, and it lasts for a long time. Ordinary medicines have no effect on this kind of injury. Besides, as the old man said, only by being beaten can the body form muscle memory, which is a compulsory course for fighters. Ji-sun also thought it made sense. Besides, he was reluctant to use the few life-saving potions that were already few in number, so he just let his body hurt. But fortunately it was worth it. Although he complained, he had a look of great harvest on his face. This time I stayed in Shangbang prison for more than 2 months. Not only did I learn the follow-up of the secret method of gluttony, but my martial arts also had a qualitative change. There were also a bunch of fighting will crystals in the package, and I also peeked into some ancient secrets. The harvest was far beyond my expectations. Thinking of this, he took out his steam motorcycle and drove towards the lower city of Wuzui City, puffing white gas all the way. Not long after, Ji-sun arrived outside Wuzui City. However, from a distance, looking at the bright lights on the city wall and the busy construction site, he was also slightly surprised, thinking, hey, I haven't been back for 2 months. Has Wuzui City changed so much? Before, Wuzui City was full of exiled criminals. Although there were many people, it was not enough to fill this ancient relic, and even the area used by the buildings in the city was less than half. For example, near the outermost city wall, it used to be a deserted ruin with no lights. At least it was like this when Ji-sun left last time. But now when he came back, it had changed a lot. On those broken walls, thousands of workers operated mechanical skeletons and various large cranes to transport rocks to repair the broken walls. There was also a huge alloy gate at the city gate, and vehicles transporting supplies went in and out, forming a long line. It was a busy scene. Today's innocent city is like an antique dug out of the ground, and after being repaired and cleaned, it looks brand new. Ji-sun murmured in his heart, if the content on the stone tablet is not misinterpreted, the innocent city 3,000 years ago was called Shinhua City? The scene in front of him was a bit like the feeling of firewood burning from ashes. He looked at the prosperous and lively scene in front of him and felt good. The more prosperous the innocent city is, the more the development of the old continent is inevitable. Seeing the vibrant city in front of him, it seems that history has been illuminated into reality, and people always have an inexplicable sense of expectation in their hearts. After seeing the peak scenery of the card master from the old senior, Ji-sun had a strong expectation for the ancient civilization relics in the old continent. Those secrets and treasures buried in history are waiting for people to discover little by little. With a turn of thought in his mind, Ji-sun did not go through the gate, but rode his motorcycle to a deserted part of the city wall, and climbed up with wolf claws easily. After entering the city, it was almost the same as he had expected. The city was much more lively than 2 months ago. The former ruins were full of busy and lively scenes, and the whole city was brightly lit. The major families of the Federation have poured a lot of fresh blood into this city, including hunters, mercenaries, merchants, speculators, and ordinary people. An emerging city is full of opportunities, and it also attracts people from all walks of life to dig for gold. Ji-sun rode a motorcycle all the way on the street. The previously bumpy road has now been basically repaired, and lane lines have been sprayed. Thousands of years ago, the City of Innocence was a top-level giant city, with a two-way 8-lane main road running through the city. All kinds of steam cars flowed continuously on the street. The once chaotic innocent city has also been transformed into a well-organized super new city. Not long after, Ji-sun came to Downing Street. There is a gold mining dock connected to the old continent, which is still the most prosperous place in Innocent City. Ji-sun parked the car on the side of the road. There were many pedestrians as expected, but he was immediately attracted by the quality of the mechanical equipment on the hunters on the street. Can this level of mechanical equipment be mass-produced? Ji-sun looked at it, and thought emerged in his eyes. Mechanical arms, mechanical exoskeletons, and various steam spray guns, hooks, and individual boiler hunters were mechanical equipment with a much higher technological content than 2 months ago. He had spent some time in Dong Chi's mechanical workshop before, and had a lot of knowledge about the steam machinery of this era. That's why he was amazed. The steam machinery that low-level hunters could use before was basically pure mechanical equipment. Simple, fragile, and small in power. For example, some enchanted machinery with special effects engraved with spells had always been exclusive to the Noble Legion. Not only are the materials expensive, but the technology is also a strategic secret, and will not be circulated to the public. But now, the mechanical equipment of hunters on the street is almost all enchanted equipment. There are also all kinds of strange black technologies. The fact that low-level hunters can afford it means that this level of mechanical equipment has been mass-produced. 2 months of absence. Ji-sun felt as if he was in another world. Many topics discussed by pedestrians on the road are also related to machinery. The mechanical equipment of Chalice Chamber of Commerce is really powerful. The old spray gun can kill a monster in the late stage of the card disciple. Now my Thunder Cannon R3 spray gun can spray to death the first-level disaster. Ha ha, in the future, I, a card player, can also explore advanced different dimensional spaces. Yes, the military quality is really good. In the past, the military mechanical equipment of the federal nobles was only of this power. I didn't expect that we ordinary hunters could buy it with money. Not only is it easy to use, but the price is also cheap. I heard that Lao Lu's Violent Tiger group has all replaced its members with mechanical equipment, and now it is sweeping across the old continent and making a fortune. TSK, the mechanical equipment has become a legion, and the combat power is truly terrifying. With these mechanical equipment, a child can have the combat power of a card player, or even a formal card master. I really don't dare to think about the future. Yes, the times are changing. In the future, mechanics will definitely be the most popular civilian profession. I have to say that the old world is really a good place. Ji-sun selectively listened to a few sentences and roughly understood what happened. After walking a few steps, the tavern with the best location on Downing Street had some mechanical equipment for display in the window. A complete set of mechanical armor, as well as some individual equipment and components, with a strong sense of black technology. Ji-sun also stopped to watch for a while. The materials and workmanship are all top-notch. I took a look at the factory nameplate and saw that they were all produced by the Chow family of the Lord's Mansion. The onlookers were also very interested in these mechanical samples and pointed and talked. Hey, you say, why does the Chow family sell such good things instead of using them for their own legions? If the Chow family doesn't sell them, there are other families that will sell them. It's not just the Chow family that discovered mechanical relics in the old world, and various new drawings are still coming out. Now mass production to occupy the market is the most wise decision. Don't be fooled by the cheap price of these mechanical equipment. Look at which hunter on the street doesn't carry a few, the profit is frighteningly high. I guess the mechanical industry is probably the most profitable business in the entire Federation now. What good stuff did we buy? My uncle just came back from Devil's Cross. It is said that the Chow family's army is now equipped with a large number of mechanical swords that can threaten high-level card masters. I heard that the new city built by the Chow family in Devil's Cross has more advanced mechanical equipment for sale. Should we go and have a look? It is said that if you join the Chow family's hunter group, you can get free equipment for new recruits. Go! Let's go in a group, count me in. The hunters in front of the window were eager to listen. Many people were going to the old world immediately. Ji-sun smiled in his heart. This kind of free routine is useful no matter where. This way, a large number of hunters can be attracted to the Devil's Cross to open up Wasteland. It seems that some equipment is given away for free, but the cost of mechanical equipment will be lower and lower after mass production, and it will not cost much money in reality. Moreover, the drawings, materials, and ancient relics produced by hunters will eventually fall into the hands of the Chow family. Moreover, as long as people can be attracted to the new city, food, clothing, housing, and transportation will all cost money. The more people there are, the more prosperous it will be. The benefits obtained by the Chow family will also snowball. The new city has also been revitalized. From this point, it can be seen that the Chow family does have experts in the layout. Ji-sun also remembered that he had attended the Chow family's machinery conference a few months ago. Since then, the Chow family has actually been laying out the machinery field. After meeting Catalina, Ji-sun experienced the brutal competition among the heirs of the top nobles. He also changed his view of the nobles. In the eyes of the lower class, the federal nobles are a group of fat masters and arrogant ladies who only know how to enjoy themselves. But it is not the case. In such a wealthy environment, there may be some dandies. But if the family has not declined, there must be capable people. Especially the 5 major federal senator families, which have been able to last for 200 years. None of them are easy to deal with. Chow Yu, who Ji-sun killed before, was just a branch of the Chow family, a great senator. Now this layout shows some of the background of the Chow family. The current federation has a pattern of hegemony among the powers, without a center. As the only city connected to the old continent, Innocent City has now become the focus of all attention in the entire federation. The current Innocent City is truly a game field for those top dignitaries. Ji-sun thought of this and raised his mouth slightly. He looked forward to this excitement. It was like the spotlight was shining down, a huge stage had been set up, and the actors had already appeared. A wonderful drama kicked off. The changes in Innocent City were so great that Ji-sun wandered around the street for a while, and suddenly felt that he was out of touch with the news. So he planned to find a pub to sit in, and find out what happened recently. 13 Downing Street, Old Gun Tavern. This is one of the pubs that Ji-sun is used to visiting. He has a long history, a strong background, and a stable information channel. After not coming for 2 months, the number of customers increased dramatically, and this old pub was also renovated. Not only was a 2-story steel structure added to the new area, but a larger musket sculpture was also made of brass at the door of the store. Ji-sun walked in among the crowd, originally wanting to find a corner to drink. But he didn't expect that as soon as he entered, he was immediately attracted by the wanted posters on the notice board and couldn't move his feet. Ji-sun himself, an S-level wanted criminal with a bounty of hundreds of millions, had not shown his face for several months, and had also fallen from the C position of the bounty list to a corner. Some new faces that have been popular recently have been replaced. The bounties may not be higher than his, but the crimes they committed are not small. Ji-sun originally just glanced at it. But when he saw a familiar face appearing in a row of wanted posters, with bounties of over 100 million, his eyes suddenly shrank. The red stamp of the ex-bureau headquarters, a bounty of 500 million, S-level wanted criminal Xie Guizhong. Old Xie is wanted? Or is it a wanted order issued by the ex-bureau headquarters? Ji-sun also felt incredible when he saw the familiar bearded face. He was very familiar with Xie Guizhong and knew his character very well. Being a field agent was not only his livelihood, but he also felt a sense of belonging to the X-Bureau. But what was going on now? This A's agent actually defected and was wanted? Below the bounty order, a row of small characters read the crime. S-level wanted criminal on April 15th, stole important research data from Bureau X and then defected, killing 19 colleagues. On April 27th, he appeared in Parrot Town, Yorkshire, western part of the Federation. After being discovered, he slaughtered the whole town madly, killing all the more than 1,000 civilians in the town. He committed a heinous crime, and an urgent bounty is being offered, regardless of life or death. The characteristics are as follows. When Ji-sun saw this, he became more and more confused. Massacre? His first reaction was, impossible. Xie Guizhong's character is definitely the most upright guy Ji-sun thinks he has ever seen. Although he looks sloppy and unruly, this guy is a genuine 5th level card master of order. He would never do such a thing as massacring civilians. But since it is written on the wanted order, the massacre of the town should have really happened. Ji-sun's eyes turned and he immediately thought, was he framed, contaminated, or some other reason? He thought of what Xie Guizhong said when he saw him for the last time. That old friend wanted to investigate the changes in the top management of Bureau X. If I guess correctly, the problem might be here. Seeing the wanted order, Ji-sun's thoughts raced, and he suddenly thought of something, thinking, April 27th should be 10 days ago. Calculating the time, maybe old Xie has come to Innocent City? If you want to say where in the entire Federation is the most suitable place for wanted criminals to take refuge, it is definitely Innocent City and the Old Continent. And Ji-sun always felt that old Xie's defection from Bureau X was related to the Old Continent. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around and left the tavern, heading towards the Hunters Guild. Not long after, Ji-sun posted an encrypted message for Xie Guizhong in the Hunters Guild. After all, they were friends of life and death. No matter what happened to that old friend, he felt that as long as he could help a little, he would definitely help. After posting the bounty, Ji-sun returned to the Old Gun Tavern. This was the place where they agreed to meet. Wanted by his old employer, Bureau X, Xie Guizhong can now be considered abandoned by everyone. Ji-sun felt that if his old friend was really in Innocent City and needed help, he would definitely need someone to help him. After asking the intelligence dealer about the latest news, Ji-sun sat in the corner of the second floor of the tavern, eating the new dishes in the tavern and waiting. After Ji-sun advanced to the 3rd level dragon catcher, he obtained a career entry of giant food. His appetite is now as good as a dragon. When he is hungry, he can eat a large table and digest it quickly. The nutrition of food is very important to his current body. The amount of food he eats even affects the growth of his physical attributes. The more he eats, the better. A huge amount of food intake can also speed up the recovery of injuries, to a certain extent. There are many benefits. Ji-sun ate while observing the people coming and going in the tavern. The tavern is the favorite place for all kinds of spies and intelligence informants. Ji-sun observed a little and immediately found that there were many eye-catching guys in the tavern. Not only from the details of clothing and demeanor, but also from Qi. This is also a supplementary professional ability of practicing the 52 forbidden magic techniques of gluttony. Ji-sun could see the out-of-control extraordinary characteristics of the dead before, but now, he can see the Qi of the living. As the old senior Gong said, all living things have Qi. Even if the spell power is not leaked, he can see the Qi rising from everyone, swaying like a flame. The strong ones have strong Qi like a bonfire. The weak ones have weak Qi like a candle flame. If you don't meet a master who can control Qi very well, most people can almost tell the strength at a glance. With the werewolf's sense of smell and observation, he can almost tell the difference. For example, the girl in the bunny costume, Ji-sun thinks she should be an assassin card master. Her aura is cold and sharp, and her demeanor and behavior are consistent, and the mustache businessman in the corner, with a strong aura, looks like a 2nd level melee card master. With a human bloody smell and cautious eyes, he might be a murderer who just came from another place. And the man in the baseball cap, who was mixed in the dance floor, with an erratic aura, is probably a professional thief. Different people have different auras. Just like a human face. Ji-sun had seen it once, and even if he changed his appearance, he could still recognize it. This is a brand new experience. It's like opening up a new world of senses, observing from another angle. Careful perception is also practicing this new skill. There were few living people in the mine before, but now there are people all over the street when I come out. These are all groups of wandering Qi. After practicing more, The proficiency on the panel has increased. The efficiency of identification has also increased. Looking at the pedestrian whose secret he had discovered, Ji-sun couldn't help but sigh at the magic of this ability. Qigong is really mysterious. No wonder the old man could sense whatever I was thinking before. The perception of qi is really outrageous. Just touched the surface, it already felt incredible. This is more direct than vision, hearing, and smell. There are many card masters who can disguise, transform, and eliminate odor. But those who can control qi are rare. Without Gongwu's guidance, Ji-sun felt that he might not be able to touch the mystery of Qigong even if he spent dozens of times more time. Even if you are really lucky and get the exclusive books and skill cards of various Qigong masters, you may still have to take a lot of detours and may not be able to find the right direction. Fortunately, the tavern is full of people of all kinds, and it is not surprising to see all kinds of strange people. Especially now in the lively environment of Innocent City, spies from major forces are mixed in the city. Ji-sun just observed and identified some special people, and did not pay much attention to them. He sat in the tavern for several hours. The agreed meeting time is almost over. Thinking that he might not be able to wait for anyone, Ji-sun was ready to leave. I come back tomorrow. But at this time, a strong man in a windbreaker suddenly walked into the tavern and walked straight up to the second floor. Ji-sun actually noticed him as soon as he entered the door. His qi was very stable. Either he was a master who could control his qi, or he was just an ordinary drinker. He was wearing a common worker's outfit, smelled of alcohol, and walked very naturally, without any signs that did not match his identity. If it was somewhere else, Ji-sun would definitely ignore the man in the windbreaker. But now Ji-sun was waiting for someone. So he would instinctively bring anyone into the old friend, thinking, if it was old Xia, as a professional agent, he should be able to achieve such a perfect disguise, right? However, just as this thought came to mind, Ji-sun was surprised to find that the man in the windbreaker, who was on the stairs, just now cleverly avoided the eyes of the people around him, and then appeared at the screen less than 2 meters away from his position. This position is very clever, just in case no one can see him. But Ji-sun can see him. When Ji-sun saw this position, he immediately became alert. Apparently, the man in the windbreaker didn't recognize Ji-sun in disguise, so he didn't say anything. Ji-sun took the initiative to try and mutter, "Today's wine is really bad." This is the agreed contact code. He thought that even if Lao Xie couldn't come in person, if someone else came to bring the letter, they could still meet safely. After all, both parties are wanted criminals now, so they can't be careless. As soon as these words came out, the man in the windbreaker was obviously shocked, and he was obviously surprised that Ji-sun could disguise himself to this extent. Ji-sun? Ji-sun also looked at the strange face with a sallow complexion old Xie. Both of them were perfectly disguised. But this is not the point. Xie Guizhong was very clear about his situation. After confirming his identity, he didn't say a word and said directly, "I am in great trouble now. But I can't die now. I have something very important in my hand." He knew that since Ji-sun posted an encrypted message, he wanted to help. He really needed help, so he spoke directly. Ji-sun was relieved when he heard this, thinking, he's not crazy. Before, when he saw the bounty order, he was worried that Xie Guizhong might have a problem himself, so he would massacre the city. But now that they met, he immediately confirmed that the person in front of him was the old friend he knew. It's good that he's not crazy. Xie Guizhong also guessed what he was thinking, but he had no time to explain, and continued, "You've thought it through. If you accept it, you may get into big trouble, or even life-threatening." Ji-sun knew that this must be a big trouble, but he didn't think about it at all. He also knew that the situation did not allow for verboseness, and he didn't even ask what the thing was, and chose absolute trust. "Give it to me." Xie Guizhong was relieved when he heard it. In fact, after seeing the reward, he knew what Ji-sun would choose. In fact, from the first time they met, he knew that if they became friends, they must be worthy of trust. He said very quickly, "I have found someone who can handle this thing, but that person hasn't replied yet. Please keep it for me first. Only you can keep this thing. My friend. Sorry, it's not that I don't trust you. It's that this thing involves the secret of the Great Cataclysm. Even mentioning related words may cause unpredictable pollution risks." Great Cataclysm? Ji-sun heard this, and suddenly thought of what he had seen on the stone tablet before. Xie Guizhong seemed to have investigated something when he returned to Bureau X this time. Ji-sun still didn't hesitate and took it directly. "Well, I will do my best to keep it." Xie Guizhong looked at the box in his arms with a complicated expression. "This matter is very complicated." But it was too late to explain. He said quickly, "Remember, in case I don't come back to find you, you can't give this thing to anyone else. Now except that person, I can't think of anyone who can handle it. Oh, by the way, if you can contact him, give it to him. If not, take it to any secret place in the old world and bury it. Don't let anyone find it. Ji-sun nodded and asked to whom? Xie Guozhong, Light Chaser, the leader of the 13 Knights. Ji-sun asked again, Jia Yu? Let me contact him, probably because Chuchio is a member of the 13 Knights. Hearing this, Xie Guozhong was a little surprised, you know? Ji-sun nodded yes. There was no time to explain the previous experience. Xie Guozhong was relieved to hear that he knew the Light Chaser, and continued, there was a big change in the X-Bureau, and I can't trust anyone from the past. I can only ask you for help. Before he had time to say more, he said urgently, I must have been noticed when I showed up. I go and lead them away first, and you find a chance to leave. Ji-sun nodded yes. Looking again, the man in the windbreaker had disappeared. Chapter 230. Xie Guozhong did not leave the tavern from the main entrance, but jumped directly from the second-floor window. This action was like throwing a stone into a calm lake to fry fish. As soon as he jumped, Ji-sun clearly felt several powerful and murderous aura fluctuations in the air, which suddenly emerged. Seeing this, he murmured solemnly, those guys in the X-Bureau are really evil. Xie Guozhong's disguise was perfect. But he was still discovered in the first place. It was obvious that those trackers had some special positioning methods. Ji-sun thought of the way he was locked in Xiaomaicheng last time, and became more solemn. At that time, it was because Aunt Nan, the top expert, helped to break the situation, otherwise he really couldn't think of any possibility of escape. Old Xie, don't die. Thinking of this, Ji-sun said to himself. At the same time, he looked at the deerskin bag in his hand. His expression was slightly complicated. He didn't rush to see what it was. Instead, he observed the surroundings of the tavern. It is not advisable to stay here for long. As expected, as if receiving some instructions, several drinkers who were suspected of being spies also took action. Their eyes roamed around, obviously trying to find some drinkers with unusual expressions. Xie Guozhong left the Old Gun Tavern. If he waited any longer, he would definitely be caught up by someone. Once the tavern was blocked, it would be difficult to escape. Ji-sun did not dare to stay any longer. He dealt with the package and stood up. The reason why they did not deliberately find a remote place to meet before was because they considered that after meeting, the two of them could escape smoothly. Once exposed in a place with few people, it is very difficult to escape. However, it is convenient to hide in a tavern with many people and eyes. Fortunately, there were many people in the tavern, and his behavior did not appear unusual. But he still underestimated the professional agents of Bureau X. As soon as he walked out of the tavern door, Ji-sun suddenly felt some energy locking on him. This is a more acute perception than the werewolf's sense of crisis. I shouldn't have been discovered. Ji-sun didn't think he was exposed so quickly. It was because the people of Bureau X had a very large layout, almost blocking the entire Downing Street. It seems that they would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Once Xie Guozhong's whereabouts were exposed, a large number of professional agents appeared outside a row of bars nearby. The newspaper sellers, flower sellers, cleaners, bartenders, and agents in various costumes immediately became sharp. There were also some powerful people, who looked very difficult at first glance. If Ji-sun continued to drink, he felt that his disguise would not be discovered. But he was not sure what was in the package Xie Guozhong gave him, and whether it could be located by some means, so he could only choose to leave as soon as possible. This action also attracted several eyes to stare at him. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion suddenly sounded on the street in the distance. Ji-sun knew that Xie Guozhong's side had started a fight. Perhaps it was also deliberately creating chaos to create conditions for him to leave. As soon as the explosion sounded, Downing Street was also in chaos for a moment. But in the eyes of professional agents, they immediately knew that chaos was an opportunity to take advantage of. Countless eyes on the street stared at everyone who was about to leave. Apparently there were some special perception relics that sent out perception waves like radar. Ji-sun was completely unaware of this abnormality before. But after 2 months of hard training and basic skills by Gong Wu, his understanding of qi has reached a very keen level. The feeling of hair being blown by the wind made him alert immediately. Has Downing Street been completely sealed off? It's really a big trouble. Ji-sun exhaled slightly. He felt more and more that Xie Guozhong had really found out some incredible truth this time. As a result, most of the field agents of the entire X Bureau are now probably in Innocent City. It is impossible to leave by motorcycle. Fortunately, Ji-sun is very familiar with Downing Street. When he agreed to meet before, he went to observe several secret passages that he was familiar with, when he was a corpse collector. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the explosion, Ji-sun mixed in the crowd of onlookers and quietly went around an alley. 3, 2, 1. Ji-sun counted down in his heart, and the stun bomb installed in the tavern exploded, causing chaos again. He jumped off the iron bridge decisively and hid in the darkness. Ji-sun avoided everyone's eyes and ran all the way to the secret passage. However, not long after, Ji-sun found several agents in black suits chasing him. If it was not a lock-on tracking, then it must be a passive triggering of some trap. Ji-sun thought, are there early warning trigger devices installed in the sewers? These people in the X-Bureau are really watertight. But it's not too surprising. Under limited conditions, human wisdom can only think of a few escape routes. If he could think of it, a professional agent could not fail to think of it. The good news is that Xie Guozhong has almost lured away all the experts. The agent squatting in the sewer is not too difficult. Judging from the strength of the exposed Qi, the strongest one should be level 3. As long as these people can be quickly dealt with, they can break out of the encirclement. Tap. 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 The deerskin boots stepped on the sewer full of sewage, making a rapid sound. Ji-sun's wolf ears trembled slightly, and his figure had quietly merged into the darkness. A few breaths later, a 5-man team rushed in front of him. Standard elite team configuration. The leader saw that there was no trace of water splashing in the tunnel, and keenly noticed something. Be careful, that person may be lurking nearby. Before he finished speaking, a wolf claw with air waves quietly stretched out from the darkness, grabbed one of the people's heads, and exerted force. Bang! Like a watermelon bursting, scarlet all over the ground. The 5-man team was broken into pieces, so they could kill quickly. The other 4 people reacted immediately with a sudden murderous intent, and the cards in their hands lit up. But Ji-sun didn't give them a chance. He killed one person with a sneak attack, and then punched him back with lightning speed. The suited man who should be a fighter recently reacted quickly, and he quickly retreated back when he saw the fist coming. This is a classic body movement skill rabbit kick. This guy is also very skilled, and he jumped 2 meters away in an instant, which is out of the distance of being hit by the fist. However, Ji-sun sneered in his heart. His right fist broke through the wind at high speed, and the lingering aura ripple seemed to explode from the barrel of a gun, piercing through the air with a visible air wave. Puff. A muffled sound. The next moment, the man in the suit, who was still retreating in midair, had a fist-shaped dent in his abdomen. He bent over like a prawn, bared his teeth, and a mouthful of blood foam spurted out of his mouth. He was already seriously injured and his life, or death, was unknown. Seeing this scene, the other 3 men in black also changed their faces, as if they all thought of Hadouken. Hadouken, it is a very clever secret technique among Qigong masters. Anyone who can use it is a master of fighting. Several people realized that the man in front of them was not simple. However, this is not Hadouken. It is Gongwu's Bakuan. As the old senior said, if you master this epic fist technique, you can activate almost all fighting skills. Ji-sun only mastered a little entry-level Qi control skills, and it was easy for him to simulate the fist wave of Hadouken. Killing people from a distance. These people from Bureau X are indeed elite agents. Seeing Ji-sun kill 2 people in a flash, the other 3 panicked for a moment, and then they also responded immediately. Plan B. They shouted. The 3rd level captain, who led the team, had a spell on his skin, and rushed forward without fear. On the other side, a woman took out a communicator, and seemed to want to send a signal to shake someone. Another assassin blended into the darkness silently. Ji-sun knew what this tactic meant. The standard of this operation is very high, and there must be a series of emergency plans. Just now, we found Ji-sun, the suspicious person, and only a small team came. Now it has been confirmed that they cannot be defeated. The signal has been sent, and there must be experts to reinforce. If they are given a chance, it will be a big trouble if the message is sent out. Since Ji-sun chose to ambush, he was well prepared. This 3rd level captain came to contain him regardless of his life and death. Normally, it would take some effort to kill him even if he is a 4th level. However, Ji-sun raised his hand and grabbed with his 5 fingers, and layers of strange black gravity threads lingered on his palm. Swoosh. 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 6 silver flying knives were pulled by gravity, and flew out of the darkness at a lightning speed. 2 knives pierced the head and chest of the black-clothed woman, who was about to send a signal. The other 2 knives pierced through the darkness, and produced 2 blood arrows. Don't look at the assassin's stealth skills. But whether it is optical stealth at the physical level or stealth at the elemental level there. They can't be hidden. Even if Ji-sun can't see it now, he can sense the direction where the air is going and hit it accurately. For flying knives killed 2 more people. There are 2 more, attacking the back of the 3rd level captain. Not good. This guy also noticed something and his face changed. But he just wanted to restrain Ji-sun, and he couldn't stop punching. Before he turned around, swoosh. 2 flying knives stabbed into his back. Puff. Puff. 2 sounds. The flying knife pierced through the bones, but it didn't penetrate. Instead, it embedded itself in the bones. Ji-sun looked at the white light lingering on the man's skin, but exclaimed in his heart, "Huh? Spell entropy light shield? He has mastered this secret method, and his talent is very good." Although he had never seen it with his own eyes, he had read many classics, and read the introduction of this body protection secret method. It is said that this is a rare body protection secret method that only senior officers of the federal military have the authority to contact. The power is roughly equivalent to the degraded version of the tyrant body. With this skill, it is almost impossible to say that he will lose when he meets a person of the same level. What a pity. He met Ji-sun. 2 months ago, if Ji-sun wanted to kill him, he would have to fight for a long time. But these 2 months, it was different. It was a pity that he failed to kill him by sneak attack. But Ji-sun was not idle. He hooked his finger. The other 4 flying knives turned around and flew again. The man in black was stabbed in the back, and a moment of fear appeared in his eyes. The man in front of him killed 4 people in a row, and the means he showed were too weird, which made him feel a strong sense of death crisis. At the same time, he also recognized the identity of the terrifying werewolf in front of him, that S-level wanted criminal. The gap between masters is clear after a single encounter. The man in black thought it would be difficult for him to survive today. But as long as he could hold on for a little longer, there would be hope of attracting teammates. So when he was stabbed in the back, he endured the pain and punched Ji-sun in the chest. This punch had the force to collapse a mountain. At such a close distance, he didn't believe that someone of the same level could be hit by a punch and still be safe and sound. However, the next scene that made people despair appeared. Ji-sun looked at the flashing lightning and the fist coming at him. He knew that he couldn't avoid it, and he didn't even think about avoiding it. Secret skill Thunder Fist? After seeing the peak scenery in his eyes, looking at these moves at this moment, suddenly felt mediocre. The destructive special effect of the Thunder Curse power not only breaks the defense, but also causes a certain degree of dizziness. There are tricks to the martial arts that can locate the secret skills. However, it is just some skills. In the words of the old man, martial arts without a foundation are all fancy. The fist hit his chest, but Ji-sun did not let the force of the fist penetrate his body at all. At the moment of contact, his muscles contracted slightly, and his chest sank just right. A magical scene appeared. The fist seemed to be stuck to the chest, and the thunderous sound of pop did not come out, but seemed to be stuck on it. The man in black was instantly horrified. What's going on? He clearly felt that his fist was like hitting cotton. He had hit the target, but there was no way to release the force. He was not afraid of a strong enemy, but was afraid that the enemy's tactics were completely incomprehensible. After failing to hit him, he instinctively wanted to pull out his fist, but was even more horrified to find that he could not pull out his fist. It was like hitting thick maltose and getting stuck. The force of the fist did not dissipate, but he staggered and revealed a big flaw. Ji-sun looked at the guy's horrified expression and looked normal. He had been beaten up for the past 2 months. That was because the old man he was training with was too strong. Now, he could finally use what he had learned to beat others. At this moment, Ji-sun also deeply felt the intention of the old senior. This was listening to the force. This was the unique skill of a bird in the palm of your hand does not fly. That Ji-sun had practiced for more than a month before mastering. This was not only a super high skill proficiency, but also the secret of Qigong to transform force with Qi. Whenever an external force attacked, he could very accurately dissipate the force with his body, instead of just having to resist like before. And this move is not only a defense, but also a counterattack. Once the opponent's fist is stuck, the initiative is in his hands. In an instant, they crossed. Ji-sun's thousands of pores keenly sensed the direction and strength of the enemy's Qi, and his body stuck to the opponent's fist. The opponent wanted to withdraw his fist, but his fist was still stuck to his chest. Ji-sun grabbed the opponent's arm and prevented him from escaping. The 4 flying knives behind him instantly pierced through various acupoints. Gong Wu, the Qigong master, not only knows Qigong, but also knows various ancient martial arts. Qigong acupuncture can be roughly understood as flaw attack. No matter what kind of martial arts the opponent uses, as long as you can see the law of the opponent's magic power, you can accurately interrupt it. Interrupt the casting in the practical sense. Ji-sun stabbed the guy's spine with a flying knife, and he clearly felt that the luster of his body protection dimmed. Then he punched him without hesitation. Bang! Second extreme collapse, the fourth level of internal energy penetrated the head of the man in the suit, and the man in the suit instantly felt dizzy. Ji-sun would not give him a chance to wake up, and his fists poured down like a rainstorm. Bang! 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 In the dark sewer, there were dense explosions like firecrackers. After a few breaths, the skull of the man in black exploded with a crack, and he was dead. Ji-sun killed 5 people in a row, and the whole process took less than a minute. He was relieved that he did not sense any pursuers coming. After cleaning up the bodies, Ji-sun quickly retreated to the depths of the sewer. I'm so powerful now. While running, Ji-sun carefully recalled the details of the murder just now. The 5-man team of the X-Bureau was originally very strong, but the ambush process was much easier than expected, especially killing the last 3rd-level captain. Ji-sun now thinks carefully that guy's martial arts and experience are not bad. The reason why he can kill quickly is purely because of the difference in martial arts cognition and realm. In the past 2 months, the old senior has raised Ji-sun's realm too high. In the past, he was obsessed with martial arts moves, but now that he has really entered the realm of Qigong, he realized that he had really taken the wrong path before. A thought flashed through his mind. Not long after, Ji-sun had already crawled out of a drainage pipe in an unknown alley. After observing the surroundings, it was already more than 10 kilometers away from Downing Street. Ji-sun still did not dare to be careless, changed his clothes, and dealt with the traces. Evacuated to the distance again. Number 117, Dongcheng Street, East District 5. This is where Ji-sun first worked as a corpse collector. Ji-sun is also the most familiar with this urban area. This place was also in a semi-abandoned state before, but now it has become lively, and the streets are full of renovation workers. The corpse collector's branch is still there. Ji-sun found an abandoned small building and stopped. He took out the deerskin package that Xie Guizhong had entrusted to him before, and suddenly realized, no wonder I was the only one who could take it. Because as soon as the package was opened, enlightenment appeared. You exempted a strong unknown curse. You exempted a strong unknown belief. The things in this package are contaminated by faith and cursed. Ji-sun's eyelids jumped when he saw it. This thing will be a big trouble no matter who gets it. No wonder Xie Guizhong wants to give it to him. Because Ji-sun knows that only this old friend knows that he can be exempted from faith pollution. What on earth is it? Ji-sun has been undercover in the Silver Moon sect, and has come into contact with many things that are contaminated by faith. So when he saw this enlightenment, he didn't take it too seriously. As for curse, that's even less of a problem. Ji-sun thought about it, and opened the deerskin bag directly. For a moment, his eyes froze on the spot. No way. Ji-sun's eyes twitched for no reason. He was ready to see some strange and horrible things. He never expected to see something familiar. A pottery jar full of dense spells. After careful identification, they were exactly the same. Catastrophic Object X711 spell pottery jar. He had 2 of them. It turned out to be this thing. Ji-sun didn't expect that the thing that Xie Guizhong stole from the X-Bureau at the risk of his life was this. You know, if that old friend knew that he had 2, he would be shocked, right? Thinking about it, Ji-sun carefully observed the pottery jar in his hand. After all, the 2 he had had no pollution leaking out. This one must be different. He saw a tiny crack on the pottery jar. Broken? Although it was repaired, the pollution still leaked out? Ji-sun saw gold paint on the crack. The repair method was very clever, but it still failed to prevent the leakage. Seeing this, he also thought in his heart, so, the pottery jar is immune to the curse, because its material itself is to limit the leakage of the cursed pollution inside, not the function of the jar itself? Ji-sun had always been curious about what was in the jar before, and now he roughly knows a little bit. The jar and the things inside are 2 different things. The jar is curse-proof, and inside is some kind of source of curse and faith pollution that is beyond cognition. What made Xie Guizhong explain so seriously is that mentioning related words. All of them may be contaminated, and the things involved must be more terrifying than what you see. After knowing what is inside, Ji-sun completely gave up the idea of being curious about what is inside the jar. Instead, he felt strange. So, I was carrying 2 nuclear bombs around before? He didn't dare to think about how dangerous it would be if the 2 jars were broken. Fortunately, this thing is very strong. Ji-sun looked at the pottery jar with a small crack in his hand, and fell into deep thought. So, I want to give this thing to Jiayu. He thought about it, and thought that Xie Guizhong's handling was fine. He also roughly guessed the context of the matter. I heard before that the ex-bureau headquarters contained all kinds of strange things, some out-of-control ancient relics, some disasters that ordinary people could not handle, and strange creatures. Now it seems that this pottery jar should be contained. Then I don't know when it was leaked, and some senior officials in the ex-bureau may have been contaminated. Xie Guizhong didn't trust those people, so he could only find a way to hand it over to people in other districts. The entire Federation can handle such dangerous items, and there is no choice. It is not bad to hand it over to the leader of the 13 Knights. At least Jia Yu is still an acquaintance. But then again, there are already 3 of these jars. How many are there? Ji Sun looked at the broken jar and frowned slightly. He thought of dealing with it according to the instructions of his old friend. But just when he was about to put the jar into the Gorgon's Curse sealed bag of the 4th level relic, he suddenly thought of another idea. Hey, could it be that old Xie has given me a hint? Xie Guizhong is the ace agent of the ex-bureau. He seems to have a rough personality, but he is actually very delicate. Those words were spoken in a hurry before, and there was nothing wrong with them. But just because of the tacit understanding between friends, Ji Sun always felt that according to Lao Xia's personality, there might be other hints, such as Lao Xia knew that he was discovered. Would there be some words that he could not say, but could only hint? This intuition flashed. Ji Sun recalled all the details of the previous meeting in his mind. His hands were not idle, and he looked through the jar and the leather bag. The belt is an ancient relic, stained with blood. It should be stained after Xie Guizhong was injured. Ji Sun saw the bloodstains that were normal, but he felt that there seemed to be some pattern in them. As an agent, cryptography is a basic professional skill. Ji Sun's intuition told him that these bloodstains might hide some information. As he thought about it, the patterns gradually became regular. Is this the Penrose code or is it just random code? Because Ji Sun had a photographic memory, he could pick out a type of code from the cryptography books he had read. This garbled code was very tricky. Either it was really garbled code, or it required a specific key to decipher the encrypted information. The key. Ji Sun had dozens of thoughts running at the same time, recalling all the conversations he had with Xie Guizhong. He suddenly thought of a number. 345. This was the number he rolled when Xie Guizhong proposed to roll the dice to decide whether to take the Weeping Angel away in Thunder Fortress. It is also one of the few memories that contains password-related content. 345, 453, 543. A few possibilities are tried. The process is very complicated, but in the mind, it is a matter of seconds. 543 is really possible? Ji Sun thought it was a coincidence. But the next moment, his expression froze there. Because he really translated the encrypted message. I should have been, or will be, contaminated, but I can't detect it. I suspect that he can read my thoughts and influence my behavior. So, I used the relic to tamper with some of my memories and cognitions in advance. No matter what I told you, you keep the things and never give them to others. The game has been set. Wait for the result. Be careful. This. Ji Sun saw himself interpreting this sentence, and goosebumps all over his body. He immediately realized something. Xie Guizhong tampered with his own memory of rolling the dice, so that it would not be snooped by others. Then it was left as an encrypted message, written here. Falsify your own memory? Fuck. This old Xie is really capable of doing this. Ji Sun deciphered the encrypted content, and instantly realized that this matter was serious. Before, I just felt that it was very urgent and dangerous. But now seeing Xie Guizhong's encrypted content, Ji Sun instantly felt a thick cloud of conspiracy hanging over his head. Not only dangerous, it's also very complicated, and all the implicated points are on this jar. Ji Sun's mind turned, and he instantly thought of too many things. At the same time, he sucked in a breath of cold air. It was like falling into an ice cave. Goosebumps exploded. The whole person's mind was completely clear. If Xie Guizhong has been contaminated, but he still wants me to find Jia Yu, that is to say, this is not Xie's own intention, but a conspiracy against the leader of the 13 Knights, the Light Chaser. Ji Sun thought of this, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. If Xie Guizhong has really been contaminated, this matter is a conspiracy from beginning to end. It turns out that the previous roundup was all part of the conspiracy. Ji Sun even felt that even if he failed to kill the 5 roundup teams in the first place, he could still get away in the end. Because his escape was a necessary part of the subsequent layout. Moreover, Xie Guizhong had not mentioned the secret code before, which means that he really didn't know. Therefore, Ji Sun was 100% sure that the old Xia he had just seen had been contaminated. His behavior was affected by some unknown existence. Chapter 231. I see. Ji-sun looked at the deciphered code in front of him, and his expression changed from surprise to realization. When they met before, he intuitively felt that something was wrong, although he didn't mind taking risks for his friends. But it didn't mean that his friends were willing to let him take huge risks. This cognition was mutual. If it was really old Xie himself, he knew the risk was too great, and even if he saw the information Ji-sun posted in the Hunters Guild, he would not necessarily drag his friends into the water. This spelled pottery jar is too much trouble, almost no one can take it. Even if they knew that Ji-sun would not be contaminated, they would still consider it carefully. But he still came. This is a small doubt. Before, Ji-sun just had some doubts intuitively, but now, he suddenly realized that it was contaminated. No wonder Jia Yu didn't show up to meet him. Ji-sun thought that Jia Yu was not in the innocent city before. Or maybe he was delayed for other reasons. After all, Xie Guizhong is his old captain. Even if there is danger, he will help more or less. Now it seems that the problem is not that simple. It is very likely that Jia Yu has realized that this is a conspiracy of the X-Bureau, so he did not choose to show up. The contaminated Xie Guizhong did not wait for the result. He happened to see Ji-sun, an acquaintance, who suddenly broke into his vision, so he changed his plan. Thinking about the relationship between Ji-sun and Chujiu, it is more likely to achieve the goal. Ji-sun thought about it carefully again. When he was in Shangbang prison before, he learned a big secret from Gongwu that no one else knew. The previous generation of light chasers went to the X-Bureau to investigate a major incident, and an accident occurred. As a light chaser of this generation, Jia Yu must know the ins and outs of the matter. He had been lurking in the X-Bureau before, and it was probably for the same thing. The previous generation of light chasers died because of this, so he must be more careful. But Jia Yu must be certain that he can handle this matter. Otherwise, the top leaders of the X-Bureau would not use Xie Guizhong to set up such a sophisticated trap, and they would be eager to hook him. When Ji-sun thought of this, he suddenly sighed in his heart. The layout of those people in Bureau X is really wonderful. If he hadn't seen the secret code left by Xie Guizhong, this matter might have gone in the direction they expected. Unfortunately, there is no if. In this accidental situation, Ji-sun saw a kind of necessity. Xie Guizhong knew that besides the light chaser, the only person he could trust was Ji-sun. So he left the information by tampering with his cognition and memory. And I am sure that Ji-sun will definitely see it. This seems to be a flaw in the plan of the people in Bureau X. But Ji-sun saw the cleverness of another planner. That is Jia Yu. At present, this situation seems to be a game between Xie Guizhong and the top management of Bureau X, but the fact is that the Light Chasers and Bureau X have been playing a game for a long time. So it was planned so long ago. Ji-sun thought of something, and his eyes gradually deepened. The mushroom-headed man could actually hide his identity as a Light Chaser. At least, he didn't want to be exposed. No one could have guessed that a little assistant besides Xie Guizhong would be the leader of the 13 Knights. But now that it has been exposed, there must be other considerations. Oh no! It is even possible that the Light Chaser had already started planning when he was lurking beside Xie Guizhong as Jia Yu. After thinking through all this, Ji-sun also knew that he and Xie Guizhong were both pawns in this game. This plan involves too high a level. It is so high that it can only be understood but not expressed in words. Like the historical truth recorded on the stone tablet in the mine cave of Shangbang prison, certain existences cannot be mentioned in a pointed way, and should not even be known to the world. So at the beginning, the planner had to use very clever means to conceal his purpose. Let the chess pieces make the inevitable choice in the plan at a certain appropriate time, so as to achieve the goal. Ji-sun had experienced it once. So he figured it out all of a sudden. It was the dinner party, where he attended the murder of Queen Oren. From the beginning to the end, it seemed that he just happened to watch the fun and encountered an unexpected situation. No one told him that he was needed to participate in the assassination, win a game, or have the soul of a crying angel in him to suppress his body. But after he went there, he found that he would definitely play a role on that stage. It was as if the ditch had been dug in advance, and once the water came, it would definitely flow along the ditch. This was a very clever method that was almost like fate. If Ji-sun couldn't see through it, he would even think that this was fate. Actually, it is not. The same is true for Xie Guizhong now. Before, he chose to return to the X-Bureau headquarters, and he probably didn't know about the plan at that time. But Jia Yu might have already hinted and guided him on some key information. Even from the first moment they met, they started preparing. Based on those hints, Xie Guizhong later investigated step by step and found that there was a problem within the top management of X-Bureau. Then he stole the key item broken spell pottery jar. That's why he was wanted and hunted. With Xie Guizhong's wisdom, he might not have known about it before. But gradually, he must have guessed that he had become a chess piece in this big game. But he was willing to continue, even risking his life. This is the exquisite move of the planner. When Ji-sun thought of this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, thinking TSK. When old Xie first guessed that the assistant beside him was a light chaser, he must have been shocked, right? When he guessed what the purpose of Mushroom Head lurking beside him was, he had actually entered the game. The mutual understanding during the time when Jia Yu was an assistant also became a crucial basis for judgment. Xie Guizhong is honest and reliable, has a strong sense of justice, and is meticulous. Jia Yu is sure that Xie Guizhong will make this choice. And this is the fact. The matter is of great importance. Old Xie knew his mission and decisively tampered with some of his memories and cognitions, which made this plan a necessary and important part. It looked like a simple case of defection and pursuit. It was not until this point was figured out that the two sides of the plot really surfaced. Of course, Ji-sun could recognize these. In fact, the same reason is that Xie Guizhong knows himself well enough. Just like Jia Yu was sure that Xie Guizhong would choose to participate in this incident, that friend Xie was also sure that the secret letter he left behind would be seen. Tisk, it's getting more and more interesting. Ji-sun smiled and shook his head, and suddenly felt that the conspiracy clouds above his head had dispersed. Although he still didn't see the whole plan, he had seen the light. Now he knew that he had also entered the game and became a pawn. He also didn't think anything was wrong. Ji-sun was looking forward to this rare highlight moment in his life. It was like getting a suspenseful script with many twists and turns. Participating in this kind of stage play would make people more excited. It was just like what the old senior Gongwu repeated to him before, that everyone in the world is a chess piece. Being able to recognize that you are in the chess game is already a great realm. Following this line of thought, everything becomes clear. This is a bit like playing poker between masters. When both players see the cards in their hands, and then the cards that have been revealed on the board, they can actually guess what cards the other player has left. The final victory or defeat is not only determined by the bottom cards. More importantly, it is a test of the card players' skills and layout. Fishing requires bait. The bigger the fish, the bigger the bait. This pottery jar must be extremely important to someone in the X game. But if they want to completely solve the problem of the light chaser, they must use heavy bait. They wanted to fish. Jia Yu wanted the bait. Perhaps, he wanted to drag the fisherman down with him. So as an important chess piece, I am actually quite safe? Ji-sun's eyes were bright. His current vision could not fully understand those exquisite arrangements. But now some things are clear. For example, before catching the big fish light chaser, neither old Xie nor Ji-sun himself were actually in any danger. Maybe he will still be hunted by the X-Bureau. But there is a high probability that he can escape by luck. Ji-sun thought of this and smiled with relief. This jar is not a problem in his hand, but a talisman. If the light chaser doesn't take the bait, no one will bother him. When Ji-sun figured it out, his previous sense of crisis disappeared completely. Just like the 3 words wait for the result in the secret message left by Xie Guizhong. But then again, why does Jia Yu's ability seem to be related to the law of destiny? Ji-sun became more and more curious. Because of Joker, he was highly compatible with the 52 demon god sequences. So he was more sensitive to the abilities of those demon gods than others. He had already vaguely guessed Jia Yu's career sequence. After figuring out everything, his thoughts became clear. Ji-sun didn't have to worry about being exposed, nor did he have to worry about Xie Guizhong's safety. But this jar? Ji-sun looked at the jar in his hand, and didn't think it was a hot potato. This jar was a trouble for others, but it was a treasure for him. Curse and faith pollution, no problem. Currently tested, this X711 useless pottery jar has 2 functions. One is anti-curse, the other is gathering spirits. Carry the jar with you, and it will be increased when breathing and meditating. 1 jar is about 5 times more efficient, 2 jars are about 6 times, and now the third one. This one has a crack, and Ji-sun feels obviously different when he holds it in his hand. Not to mention the pollution, it is obvious that gathering spirits. The effect is very obvious. When he thought of this, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate, intending to test it first. A few hours later, Ji-sun opened his eyes from meditation. He looked at the increase in the mana on his attribute panel, and said in surprise, "Hey, the 3 jars together are actually increased by 12 times?" Normally, Ji-sun estimated that the increase in 3 intact jars would not exceed 7 times. Now it adds up to 12 times. It is also an unexpected surprise. The only difference is that this jar has a crack. Now it is basically clear that the effect of the jar is anti-curse, and the things inside are gathering spirits. Seeing this effect, Ji-sun couldn't help but think, what on earth is in this jar? It seems to be able to automatically gather free elements. If it can be fully opened, it would be so exaggerated. But this thought was suppressed in a flash. Ji-sun doesn't think opening it is a good thing. But at least it is a good thing now. Curse power is also the foundation of any card master. It just so happens that now I have learned the subsequent secret formula of gluttony from Senior Gong Wu, and the efficiency of the breathing method has also increased dramatically. If you want to have stronger spell power, you need a lot of time to meditate and improve it. With these 3 spell pottery jars, Ji-sun can greatly improve the efficiency of refining elements and save time. Although he saw the secret message left by Xie Guozhong and guessed the general course of events. But Ji-sun didn't go around. He had to hide what he should hide. He had to let those people in the X-Bureau know that he was acting in accordance with their plan. But he was not in a hurry to contact Chujio and the others. Ji-sun stayed in this broken building for 3 days. Following his daily routine, he meditated and breathed, comprehending various secret methods. Time passed leisurely. On the 4th day, thinking that the previous commotion had almost died down, Ji-sun changed his clothes and went to the Hunter Guild to inquire about the news. He pretended to hang up some fake secret codes that he himself could not decipher. There is no doubt about the professional ability of the agents of Bureau X. Many of Lao Xia's colleagues are good at investigation. Ji-sun dared to be 100% sure that there must be countless masters in the Hunter Guild. The most common ways of exchanging information in the black market, such as posting a reward and buying newspaper ads, must be monitored by someone at all times. Ji-sun himself could not understand the information he posted, so it did not matter if someone saw it. He and Chujio already had that kind of tacit understanding. He knew that his old friend would definitely understand the mystery after seeing it. After doing all this, Ji-sun went to Downing Street again, intending to inquire about some new information. However, not long after he went there, he discovered a situation that surprised him. That is, the Honglu, which was once the #1 entertainment city in Innocent City, has reopened. It is still #1 Downing Street. It is still the familiar Chinese punk-style building. The cinnabar red walls, green copper tiles, and the big stone lions at the door are still unique. It's just that the decoration style is more luxurious and more imposing than the old Honglu. Coincidentally, it just opened yesterday. Ji-sun actually noticed this new building that was still under renovation a few days ago. At that time, he was still curious why the style was similar to the previous Honglu. Now, it is not similar. Even the plaque is hung with the big characters Honglu. This name has a different meaning for Ji-sun. Whether it is Dong Jui, Dong Qi, or An Qin, the mysterious deputy leader of the Revolutionary Army, they are all people Ji-sun knows very well. He is purely curious about what is going on. So he rode a motorcycle here. I asked about the news in the tavern before, and learned that it was the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. Renovated. That is, the Song family behind Song Can, the owner of Big Ivan's shop, is one of the top consortiums in the Federation. Although I know that Song Can has a good relationship with Dong Qi. But this Honglu is involved in the huge trouble of the Revolutionary Army. Others avoid it, but the Song family doesn't avoid it. Ji-sun looked at the newly opened entertainment city in front of him, and muttered in his heart, are the people of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce so powerful that they dare to use the name Honglu again? He was really curious. He was not interested in the entertainment city at first, but he walked in after thinking about it. His intuition told him that there seemed to be acquaintances behind the newly opened Honglu. When Honglu opened, the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce directly put its name on it. Therefore, it also attracted a large number of high-end customers. In the past 2 days, almost everyone who was famous in Wuzhui City came to give gifts. Nobles, wealthy businessmen, large-scale hunting group leaders, mercenary group leaders, and even the Lord's Mansion Chow family gave enough face. The new lord personally came to participate in the opening ribbon-cutting ceremony yesterday. The various high-end shops, casinos, and entertainment venues in the building are also very lively. Not only the previous industries. The Black Gold Chamber of Commerce also brought down many entertainment industries from the upper class. They even hired the Federal Royal Song and Dance Troupe that has always been praised by hunters as almost legendary. Although entertainment venues nowadays like to add titles such as Royal and Supreme, they are no different from other entertainment cities. In fact, they are all gimmicks to sound high-end. But this one is really different. Ji-sun had heard hunters bragging before that this dance troupe was said to be a dance troupe that was once the royal dance troupe of the Orlan royal family. Not only are the dancers in the troupe all stunning, but the performances are all pieces that only nobles can appreciate. During the opening 7 days, the common people of Innocent City were lucky enough to see the true face of this legendary dance troupe. It was in the hall. Ji-sun saw it when he walked in. Looking at the beautiful women dancing on the stage, even he couldn't help but sigh, there are really some tricks. A closer look revealed that these dancers were not just simple dancers. They were all formal card masters, and their abilities were not weak. Ji-sun looked at the chi of the dancers. The one leading the dance was even a second-level card master. Not only was the aura strong, but there was also a special rhythm in the graceful dance. The Seven of Hearts magician sequence of the artistic path had a law blessing for all performing arts. Magicians, acrobats, dancers, stage actors. As long as they were card masters of this sequence, they would have an artistic temperament. Such a dance is certainly beautiful. Ji-sun also watched with interest, and stopped to watch for a while in the crowd. Just as he entered the door, upstairs of Honglu, 2 people were watching the lively opening ceremony in front of the window, chatting intermittently. If Ji-sun was here, he would definitely recognize the plump woman in Cheongsam at a glance. She was Qin Rushi, who had helped him more than once. No one thought that the deputy leader of the Revolutionary Army, who was wanted for a large sum of money, would return to the City of Innocence. Next to her stood an extremely elegant and graceful old man. Even though Qin Rushi was now a legendary warrior, she stood beside the old man like a little girl. Xiao Qin, I heard that you just liberated a huge slave mine in the south? Oh, the Starfall City in the south is a very far place. Thank you for making such a long trip. Grandma Song, how can it be troublesome? I'd be happy if I could do something for you. Even my father's biggest concern before his death was that he couldn't see you. At this point, the old woman smiled slightly. It's hard to accumulate vitality when you're old. I haven't seen many guests in these years. You and your father have really worked hard these years. She was so tired after talking so much. After a long pause, her breath seemed to have just recovered. She continued, Oliver's descendants are really going backwards. A great marquis actually started a slave business. It's time to move his muscles. When the Federation was established, slavery was abolished, and the Federation began to flourish. Now it has revived again, the times are going backwards. Yes. This is what we are trying to do now. Qin Rushi also nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something, and in front of the old man, she showed a little girl cunning and asked, Grandma Song, the mine owner planned to encircle and suppress a group of pioneers of our Revolutionary Army, so the conflict broke out so suddenly. Isn't it another industry you support? The old man also laughed when he heard it. Haha, that's not the case. Although I still have some friendship with old Oliver, I haven't been involved in family affairs for a long time. My life has come to an end, and I don't care about anything anymore. I finally got the news, and coming here has exhausted the last bit of my life. Qin Rushi heard this, and a hint of sadness flashed across her crystal eyes. She naturally felt the old man's weak vitality. It's like a candle in the wind, which will go out if blown. The atmosphere was a little sad, but the old man didn't care at all. He changed the subject and said, In the future, I trouble you to take care of him for me. Qin Rushi nodded solemnly yes. As she was speaking, the old man suddenly seemed to sense something, and the calm eyes that had accumulated over the years suddenly trembled. She looked at the crowd downstairs, her eyes flashed, unable to hide her joy, and she called out softly, He's here. For this meeting, she had waited for a full 100 years. Chapter 232. Ji-sun stood in the hall of Honglu, watching the performance of the actors of the royal song and dance troupe on the stage, and cheered with the audience from time to time. He himself is a professional actor, so he naturally praised such a wonderful performance. But for some reason, Ji-sun always felt that after entering this new red building, he felt a sense of being spied on. He carefully observed the surroundings, and found nothing unusual. And this feeling of being spied on did not bring him any crisis reaction, which made him not too worried. Maybe it was some mysterious tricks of Bureau X, Ji-sun thought instinctively. He didn't take it too seriously. On the contrary, he was more curious. Why would the people of Black Gold Chamber of Commerce rebuild Honglu? They have such feelings, maybe they have acquaintances in Honglu before. With this doubt, Ji-sun watched the performance for a while, and then wandered around Honglu. The layout of the rebuilt Honglu was completely different from before, magnificent and winding, and he was a little confused. Somehow, he came to a busy dressing room while walking around. Ji-sun looked at the actors who were changing their costumes and going on stage, and muttered to himself, How did I get here? He also felt it was outrageous. No one stopped him along the way, and then he, a guest, actually came to the stage makeup backstage. The actors were putting on makeup, going on stage, in a hurry, and no one paid attention to him. Ji-sun thought that he shouldn't stay here, and looked a few more times. It must be said that the actors of this royal song and dance troupe are really good-looking. Each one of them is fair-skinned and beautiful, with a figure and temperament that cannot be said. Ji-sun had only seen dancers in Innocent City before, and compared to this one, the temperament was totally different. It was really like the difference between a white swan and a twisted duck. This time, he really broadened his horizons. It was a coincidence. While walking, Ji-sun actually saw an acquaintance in a room with a half-open door. Song Kan? Ji-sun looked at the fat man in a suit, and his eyebrows slightly raised. Because of Dong Chi's relationship before, although he was not unfamiliar with this fat man, he had a good impression of him. It seemed that the fat man's idea was to rebuild Honolulu. When Ji-sun passed by, he couldn't help but take another look. Because the fat man was holding a bouquet of roses, showing off to a woman in a gorgeous dance dress. It's not that he deliberately listened to other people's privacy, but he had a keen hearing, and those dog-licking words hit the heart. Monica, it was several months ago, since we last saw each other in Dragon City. Oh, it's so painful not being able to see you. It feels like several years. Can you stay in Innocent City for a few more days this time? I mean, after the performance is over, I want to ask you to see the upside-down rain in the World Rift. I know a very special restaurant. Master Song, I appreciate your invitation. But please allow me to refuse. I am just a dancer, not worthy of your attention. No, if possible, I hope you can marry me in the future. Your family elders will not agree to us being together. Your future wife must be the daughter of a wealthy merchant, or a lady from an aristocratic family. Please stop teasing me, a lowly dancer. If others see it, it will cause gossip to the dance troupe. No. You are different. Other women only want my family's money. I know you are sincere. What if I also want your family property? Then I don't want anything. Ji-sun really didn't want to hear it. But after hearing it, he couldn't help but chuckle. It sounds like a script of a rich young man falling in love with a dancer. This is not uncommon anywhere. Big men are tired of the socialites and ladies of the upper class, and occasionally they will like some wildflowers. However, Ji-sun took a closer look and understood why Song Kan, a young master, would become a bootlicker. Miss Monica is indeed outstanding in appearance and temperament. She does not give people a sense of worldly air at all, but rather a kind of pure beauty without being coquettish. To have such a separate dressing room, the dancer must be an important role of the dance troupe's chief dancer. Her status in the Federation is probably considered a first-line star. However, as a professional actor, Ji-sun always observes his peers more carefully. He always felt that Miss Monica was a little too perfect. She had a sense of getting it just right. If it wasn't a performance, then she would really be perfect. But this was someone else's private matter, and Ji-sun didn't pay much attention to it. With Song Kan's financial resources, he would probably get what he wanted. And it was a coincidence that Ji-sun had just walked out a short distance when he ran into an acquaintance in a corner. The man smiled and took the initiative to say hello, long time no see. Not long after Ji-sun left, Song Kan walked out with a worried look on his face. Unexpectedly, in the room, the smile in the mirror of Miss Monica suddenly faded. Her shadow slowly stood up and turned into a middle-aged man dressed as a magician. The magician looked at Monica and said seriously, "What you said just now is too dangerous. What if he really suspects me?" Before she finished speaking, Monica interrupted, "You don't need to teach me how to do it. This young master is used to all kinds of beauties. If you want your plan to go smoothly, you can't rely on beauty alone. We have to provide him with the necessary emotional value. The more we can't get it, the more we care about it. Keep it hanging, and we should be able to take it down after a while. Forget it, you can do it yourself." The magician listened and his eyes flashed gloomy, but he didn't say anything. He just turned and said, "But the contact person just sent us news from the royal court, so we have to speed up the progress." According to reliable information, the old ancestor of the Song family should not live long. Song Kan's lineage controls most of the resources of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, and we must take him down. Hearing this, Monica's eyes flashed with hesitation, as if she couldn't make a decision, and she remained silent. The magician seemed to see through something, but he didn't say anything, just said, "Don't forget our identity." He said, also, "Don't be careless." Although the old ancestor of the Song family has not appeared much in recent years, she was very skilled when she was young. Recently, there have been many actions within the Song family, and it seems that there is a shadow of that person. Monica said lightly, I know. In a secret room in Honolulu. An old butler in a tuxedo walked into the room and replaced the incense. On the chair, the gray-haired old man was holding a few letters, his eyes slightly moist. She thought of 100 years ago. A girl in a princess dress was lying on the desk, looking at the letters that had not been replied for a long time, with a sad face. In the last letter received, the Mr. Chaoyang said that he was going to a very dangerous place. The girl was also worried about this for a long time. Finally, I wrote this last reply. The handwriting on the letter is still clear. Mr. Chaoyang, I hope you are safe. If possible, I hope we can meet after you finish your business. The girl's modesty made her unable to write such a straightforward invitation. But thinking that if Mr. Chaoyang really had an accident and she hadn't met him, she would feel that it would be a regret for her whole life. Only then did she muster up the courage to write this last letter with a blushing face. But the letter was always in her hand. It was never sent out. But the amazing thing was that the content she wanted to convey was conveyed. It was a wonderful experience. She didn't understand why at that time. It was not until many years later that she suddenly realized it. It turned out that the last letter was not sent out. It was because the stamps had exhausted their energy, which allowed her to meet Mr. Chaoyang, who arrived 100 years late. That was the reason for the unforgettable encounter. As she was thinking, her thoughts slowly withdrew. Seeing the housekeeper who had been standing not far away for a long time, the old man's pupils gradually focused. What's wrong? Miss, Mr. Robin has sent a message that the magician Peter and the head of the royal dance troupe, Miss Monica, have been confirmed to be professional agents sent by the Orlan survivors. Do you think you should deal with them directly? No hurry. Keep them. Although we are doing business, we have to speak with strength after all. Xiaoqian, that naughty boy, is obviously the youngest with the best talent, vision and potential in our Song family. I am also optimistic about him. But he is still undecided, a little timid, and lacks experience. Let him suffer a little this time. After all, emotional injuries can make a man grow quickly. Let him deal with it himself. Yes. And the eldest branch and the second master branch have been using covert means frequently recently. Several senior members of the Chow family, the Bai family, and the Morton family have been in frequent contact. It seems that they are plotting to seize the seat of the Federal Banking Commission. These are all wolves who smell the smell. Do you think that the Song family will fall apart when I die? Haha, it's fine for outsiders, but my own family members are also like this. Since they don't consider the family, the Song family doesn't need so many people with ulterior motives. Get rid of them all. The replacement professional manager has been trained anyway. The Song family can only have one person in charge. Yes, miss. By the way, send these letters out. The housekeeper looked at the letters and nodded slightly. In the entire Song family, he was the only one who knew the significance of these letters to the master. Miss, I'm going. Yes. The old man nodded, handed over the letter that he had treasured in his life, and in an instant, he seemed to have drained all his strength and leaned back on the chair. His increasingly cloudy eyes looked at the bright crystal lamp on the ceiling, and like a last ray of light, the beautiful memories in his mind emerged unconsciously. The last obsession in life finally had a result. She smiled with relief. Thank you for meeting me in my life. I am also glad that I met you in the most beautiful time. The old man had a satisfied smile on his face, muttering to himself, my time is up. The first floor of Honolulu. Ji-sun looked at the skinny man in front of him holding a black umbrella and wearing a deerstalker hat, and felt it was a coincidence. This guy was standing in an inconspicuous dark place. If he hadn't taken the initiative to say hello, he would have been easily ignored. Mr. Ji-sun, long time no see. Mr. Robin, why are you here? This man was none other than the great detective Robin, who had met several times. The last time we met was in Lion City, but I didn't expect to meet him again in Honolulu. Others couldn't recognize him in his perfect disguise, but Ji-sun was not surprised that he could recognize him when he bumped into him. Now it seems that it is probably a mental recognition ability. After all, he saved me, so he didn't pretend not to know me. He joked, Mr. Robin, are you interested in coming to Honolulu to have some fun? No. I was commissioned to investigate something. Robin pushed his monocle, looked at Ji-sun, and couldn't help but sigh, your disguise skills are really getting better and better. I was almost fooled. Have you mastered the skill of controlling the breath? Well, it's amazing. Every time I see him, there is a huge change. The great detective was also surprised. Ji-sun smiled but said nothing. He is indeed very strong now. But he didn't think he had any right to be proud in front of this person. Ji-sun was more curious about something else, and asked curiously, "Are you investigating me?" It was indeed a coincidence that they met here. He thought of the last time, when the great detective said that he was entrusted by someone to protect him. Is it the same this time? Robin smiled and shook his head, saying bluntly, "No. I came here for the young master Song inside." Oh! Ji-sun knew he was referring to Song Kan, and he guessed something. For this great detective to come out, it must be a difficult case or a protection mission. It's not simple at all. It should be a problem within the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. Ji-sun recently read the newspaper and heard some fragments of information. Not interested, so he didn't ask more. Robin didn't want to say anything, but he rarely persuaded, "But your current situation is not very good. It's better to stay out of the spotlight recently." Ji-sun laughed at himself when he heard this. Of course, he knew about the wanted criminal. He asked tentatively, "You know?" Robin lowered the brim of his deerstalker hat, his eyes were as wise as an eagle's, and smiled. "It's normal for me to know. Every S-level wanted criminal is a popular bounty in the private detective circle. Besides, the matter is so big," he said. "A few days ago, I heard that the X-Bureau had a little accident in the roundup of Xie Guozhong in Downing Street, and I guessed that the contact person might be you." Hee. Ji-sun was not surprised that he could guess it. After all, it was Xie Guozhong who forced himself to come forward outside the Lion City last time, which made this person choose the dual method, allowing Ji-sun to escape smoothly that time. It would be strange if such interpersonal relationships were not suspected. Thinking about it, Ji-sun continued to ask, "Do you know what's going on with old Xie?" He was also curious about how much information this great detective could grasp. "Not much. But not a small amount." Robin said bluntly, "I received the commission to find the person before the bounty was issued. Many bigwigs in the upper echelons of the Federation seem to be interested in finding this person, or the things and secrets in his hands. And many days ago, I actually found some clues in the city. But this incident is very tricky, I can't afford to get involved. So I'm not interested in participating." Ji-sun listened and secretly praised in his heart. This great detective's professional acumen is really amazing. The two were chatting, and at this time, the VIP elevator suddenly stopped. Copper bell. Ding dong. A sound. When Ji-sun and the other person were chatting, they were actually observing their surroundings. One was an occupational disease, and the other was the alertness of a wanted criminal. So when the elevator stopped, both of them saw the old man in a neat tuxedo. The material of the clothes was very high-end, and the style looked like that of a noble butler. Even though they knew he was a servant, the old man still had a calm temperament that made ordinary people feel awe. He is very old. Moreover, very stable. At this age, he still has such a stable internal energy, so his strength is definitely not weak. Ji-sun looked at the old butler, and for some reason, he always felt a little familiar. But when he saw him walking towards him, he immediately became alert. Just as he was about to avoid him, Robin on the side greeted him, "Mr. Jio." The old butler also nodded. Ji-sun saw that the two knew each other, and his alertness relaxed a little, and he also thought that it was time for him to leave. But he didn't expect that the old butler's eyes fell on him. What does that mean? There is no malice, but it is as if the aura is locked, making it impossible to move. So strong. This surprised Ji-sun, and made him very confused. Before he could figure it out, the old butler smiled kindly. "Mr. Ji-sun, hello." The tone was like a greeting from an old friend, who had not seen each other for a long time, and it sounded like a little bit of reminiscence. Knowing his identity, maybe it was because of Robin, and he used Mr. This title feels very strange. Ji-sun looked suspicious. His intuition told him what this person had in mind, but he preferred the title, "Old Sir, have we met before?" The old housekeeper smiled meaningfully. "Yes. I have met him once before." Ji-sun just felt that he looked familiar, so he asked casually, "Have you really met him before?" "No way. He has a photographic memory now, so it stands to reason that a passerby might ignore it. But a strong man with this kind of temperament would never forget it." But the old housekeeper's work style was very straightforward, and he took out a package and said, "I am entrusted by someone to give this thing to you." Ji-sun looked at the package, and was increasingly confused. For me? He only knew one Song Kan in the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. What was going on? But suddenly, he looked at the silent detective Robin and suddenly thought of something. This person said before that a powerful person had entrusted him to protect himself. Could it be the old butler in front of him? Oh no, it should be the person behind the old butler, right? Ji-sun racked his brains, but couldn't think of who it was. He appeared in Honglu. Maybe he was from the Song family of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, but it could be someone else. There aren't many people who can be so impressive, even in the entire Federation. Ji-sun looked at it in confusion, not knowing how to respond. As if knowing his doubts, the old butler took the initiative to say, "That person said that you will understand when you see what's inside." He didn't give Ji-sun a chance to ask more questions and nodded, "I have something else to do. Sorry to leave you. See you later." Robin listened and said, "I'm leaving first too." Ji-sun watched the two people leave, and his eyes twitched. The more he sorted out his doubts, the more confused he became. Then, he looked at the package in his hand. Not long after, Ji-sun found a rest room and sat down. Having seen many strange things, he was not afraid that it was dangerous, so he opened it directly. But when he opened it, he was stunned. Letter? There was nothing special in it, just a few pieces of letter paper. Ji-sun thought it was some information, so he picked it up and flipped through it. But when he saw the familiar Xiaojuan handwriting for the first time, he suddenly realized it. For a moment, he really wanted to reveal it. He finally understood. Is this Miss Ayu? Haha, she actually commissioned a detective to find me? Ji-sun also instinctively felt a little amused. This feeling is like the little girl spent a huge amount of money and material resources to do something very willful. Although Ji-sun guessed from the previous letters that this mysterious pen pal lady should be from a wealthy family. But he didn't expect it to be so rich. Ji-sun had a relaxed smile on his face, and casually opened the letter to read it. The content in my hand is as follows. My grandfather gave me a birthday present, saying that he would give me a big surprise. Ah. Ji-sun saw this and smiled. This is the first letter they exchanged. It is also the beginning of the story. A little girl needed to translate a coded message into Rungu language, and Ji-sun happened to know it at the time, so he replied casually. There was even a reply from him. Looking at the notes on the letter paper, Ji-sun realized, it turns out that these letters can be kept by her side. The letters and replies he could see were all on the letterhead, and they would disappear once written. I thought this was some kind of magic. I didn't expect that it was sent to the other party in some way of mailing, and it was still kept. Then, there was the second letter, but I encountered another problem recently. After the coming-of-age ceremony, according to the family's rules, the peers in the family would have a business competition. Ji-sun also clearly remembered that a little girl asked for business experience at that time. He gave her some advice, and asked her some questions about mental abnormalities. The envelopes were neatly stacked. It was obvious to the naked eye that they were carefully kept. They were stacked one by one in chronological order. Then came the third letter. The story was that after the coming-of-age ceremony, I won the first place in the family assessment. Then many people came to propose marriage. When Ji-sun saw this, he suddenly recalled that scene. He incited a little girl to choose to refuse the family's marriage. Then came the fourth and fifth letters. Mr. Chaoyang, I felt the real freedom. You really lit up my life. These are the last two letters. The content is that the girl was not defeated by the broken engagement, but had her own business. A good ending. Oh, and more. Mr. Chaoyang. This was the pseudonym I used at the time because I was afraid of being locked by the mysterious spell. Ji-sun didn't know why, but holding these letters, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. It was a different kind of pleasant experience from the pursuit of excitement. Looking at these letters, it was as if the Miss Ayu whom he had never met was showing him a bright smile. Haha, how many times have you read this? It's worn out like this. Ji-sun looked at the letter in his hand, and smiled, and shook his head. It was obviously carefully preserved. But from the wear and tear on it, it seems to have been read many times. It left a little trace of time. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Ji-sun's brows suddenly frowned. That's not right. He suddenly thought that the content of the letter spanned a long period of time. And the fact that the letter could appear out of thin air was very bizarre. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen the real thing before, so he just thought of it as a ghost incident. But now that these real letters have appeared in his hands, Ji-sun suddenly has a very strange feeling. It seems that this thin piece of letter paper has become heavy. It has been blessed with a certain weight of time. What is the situation with that Miss Ayu? Get the letter. Ji-sun frowned more and more. I thought I would be able to solve the puzzle, but it seems to be more confused. He flipped it casually and found that there was another piece of letter. Hey, this last one, hasn't been sent out yet? Ji-sun looked at the content of the letter, and found that he had never seen it. In other words, he didn't receive it. The Xiaojuan font was slightly blurred, as if it had been rubbed many times by a hand. Mr. Chaoyang, I hope you are safe. If possible, I hope that after you finish your business, can we meet? When Ji-sun saw this letter, he remembered the last time he replied. It was because he knew he would die soon, and had to go to the Battle of Iron Forge to find the Holy Grail to extend his life. At that time, he almost went in with the mentality of dying. So he replied, "It may be the last time to reply. So that's why the girl wants to meet?" Ji-sun's eyes were gently rippling with tenderness. He could already imagine that a girl blushed and mustered up a lot of courage to write this letter. After all, if he really died, thinking about that girl, she would feel very sorry, right? Ji-sun originally thought that the content of this last letter was the purpose of the mysterious Miss Au asking the old housekeeper to give him the letter. He was thinking about how to respond when they really met. At this time, he saw a very strange energy fluctuation on the letter paper. Ji-sun rubbed it and turned it over, and then he found that there was a stamp on the letter paper. It was not strange to have a stamp on the letter paper. But when Ji-sun saw it, his eyes stopped. Because this stamp turned out to be a disaster object. X077 Super Time and Space Stamp Detailed Explanation. Ignoring the limitations of time and space, you can send letters to the destination you want to send them to. The moment Ji-sun saw the stamp, an incomprehensible high-level law of time surged out. The stamp seemed to have a magical power that made people's eyes sink deeper and deeper. The scene in front of him suddenly twisted, like a whirlpool that was getting bigger and bigger, and instantly sucked his entire consciousness into it. No, it seemed that his body was also sucked in. It was a void and unknown. Ji-sun vaguely guessed what happened, but he didn't have time to think about it. The eyes were dark in an instant, and he had lost consciousness. Chapter 233. Hey, little dove, don't waste such good black bread on this guy. He has been unconscious for a whole day, he must be dead. But he is still alive. It's just a piece of bread. I am a child and can't eat so much. Besides, our black bread was also donated by the noble lady of the Rose Chamber of Commerce. It would be great if I can save others with it. Oh, naive fool, wouldn't it be better to exchange the remaining half of the bread for a few copper coins? You will regret it when you starve yourself. No way. Hey, this gentleman is awake. Ji-sun had woken up a long time ago. But he was in a very bad state. It was like severe seasickness, and his mind was groggy. He vaguely heard the rain outside, wet and cold. Someone opened his mouth and poured a sticky mass into his mouth. Oh, it tasted terrible. It seemed that the cold water had soaked the black bread, and it was sticky like paste. This is the most unpalatable way to eat black bread that Ji-sun thinks. But the body urgently needs energy. The rich wheat aroma makes him feel as if he has eaten the most delicious thing in his life. After the energy slightly makes up for the body's deficit, consciousness returns to the body from that turbid state. Ji-sun opened his eyes. He saw a pair of pure big eyes, staring at him in surprise. Sir, are you awake? I traveled through time again? This was the first reaction in Ji-sun's mind. Just like the time when he traveled to the 407th dimension, he woke up and found that his body was in a terrible state. He was weak and powerless, and his strong muscles seemed to be sucked dry, and he was visibly skinny. He was also naked. It was probably because the 5 or 6-year-old child next to him found a piece of rag from somewhere, and used it as pants for him, so it wasn't embarrassing. No. I don't seem to have traveled through time again. Ji-sun sensed it. Although the mana in his body was empty, his extraordinary abilities were still there. He could sense the existence of chi, and the various elements and laws floating around. The attribute panels of enlightenment were all there. There was only an additional negative status of extreme weakness. When he thought about what happened, his head felt like a hangover and he gasped. At this time, the little boy beside him blinked again and asked with concern, Sir, are you okay? Ji-sun's throat seemed to be filled with molten iron and he couldn't speak. After calming down and meditating for a while, he suppressed the stabbing pain in his head. Originally, he wanted to use the undying curse to recover a little bit of his physical condition, but after trying, he found that it was completely useless. Ji-sun instantly understood his current state. Is it the erosion of the high-level law? After all, he is already a third-level card master, and his body is extremely strong. For ordinary injuries, the recovery ability of the werewolf and dragon bloodline attached to the professional card is enough to heal automatically. But at the moment, even if he used the undying curse, he could not alleviate this weak state. In other words, the cause was some high-level laws that he could not understand. And there was one more thing. Even if he did not deliberately meditate on the secret method of gluttony, he would automatically absorb elements to condense the mantra. But now the mantra power was slowly increasing from single digits, and recovering very slowly. All signs showed that his body was corroded by some unknown high-level laws. All his current means could not do anything about this erosion. Fortunately, the negative state was slowly dissipating by itself. His body was getting better. The little boy beside him looked at him weakly and thought he was hungry, so he took out a small piece of black bread hidden in his pocket and said, "Sir, I have another piece of bread here. If you are hungry, you can eat it." Ji-sun did not look at the bread, but looked at the little boy in front of him. He looked about 6 or 7 years old and very thin. He was wearing a dirty and tattered newsboy outfit, looking like a beggar. But his skin was delicate and his eyes were clear. He was not numb to suffering. Perhaps he had just been a beggar for a short time. So he saved me? Ji-sun's thoughts gradually became clear. Although he didn't need to be saved in his current body, he wouldn't die so easily. But it was good after all. Thank you. The body was in great need of energy now, he said weakly, without hesitation, took the bread from the boy's hand, and took a small bite. The bread crumbs were broken down into maltose by saliva in his mouth, and the sweet aftertaste of the malt flavor filled his mouth. After replenishing glycogen, the brain quickly regained the energy to think. Ji-sun lay there for more than 10 minutes before he finally recalled what happened. Before he lost consciousness, he should have been in Honglu, reading the letter from the mysterious pen pal. Then, he was swept by a mysterious force and lost consciousness. It seems that I was teleported here by that disaster object X077 trans-time and space stamp, and the negative state on me, maybe it was the erosion of the law of space? He vaguely understood something. But he was very curious about what was going on. The clown mask could not be taken away by others, but there was nothing on his body. So now it seems that his body was teleported here. So he didn't bring any storage rings or other external objects. He was also naked. Since he was not dead, Ji-sun's eyes were full of smiles. He was very interested in this magical encounter, and speculated in his heart, the stamp can actually teleport people away? So where am I teleported to now? After eating the last bit of bread, he felt that he finally had the strength to speak. Looking at the boy next to him, he asked, "What's your name?" The boy said, "Everyone calls me Little Dove." "Sir, you can call me that too." "Oh." Ji-sun looked around. It looked like a civilian shantytown, with patch tents everywhere. The air was filled with a strange smell of feces and urine. It rains occasionally in the underground city, and it's wet and muddy everywhere outside. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like the city of innocence. He asked, "Where is this?" "Sir, don't you remember?" The boy looked at Ji-sun and thought of something. "Oh right, you must be too hungry. In the morning, I found you fainted by the tent due to hunger." Ji-sun listened but didn't say anything. His skinny state now really looked like he fainted from hunger. It can be seen that the boy is cheerful and talkative. Unlike ordinary beggars, he must have learned some knowledge. He said, "This is Bolton Mechanical Town, the territory of Baron Bolton. Most of us are fleeing from the famine in Rum County in the west. You should have heard that there is a famine there. By the way, sir, where are you from?" Ji-sun had seen the Federation map before, and had some impression of this Rum County. It seemed to be in the western part of the Federation, but the cities in the underground world were not distributed on a flat surface, so he was not sure where it was. And he had never heard of this Bolton Mechanical Town. After thinking about it, he asked directly, "Is it far from Innocent City?" "Where is Innocent City?" The little boy was full of doubts, tilted his head and thought about it, and said apologetically, "Sorry, sir, except for this time, I have never left Rum County since I was a child. I haven't heard of the Innocent City you mentioned." Ji-sun didn't care. At this age, it's normal for a little dove to have never heard of the evil place at the end of the world. But what is certain is that he is no longer in the Innocent City. But he is still in the original world. At this time, a cool breeze blew, making people shiver slightly. The little boy thought of something again, and quickly explained, "Oh sorry, there is one more thing. When I found you, your clothes were gone. Maybe those scavengers pulled it away. So I found you a sack." Perhaps because he was afraid that Ji-sun would misunderstand that he took the clothes, he wanted to explain more. But Ji-sun interrupted him, and said with a smile, "Thank you." When he saw a person's eyes, he knew that the other person was not lying. Then he added, "Thank you for saving me, and your bread and clothes." His smile infected the little boy, who smiled brightly, "You're welcome." Ji-sun had already looked at this simple tent from the corner of his eye. There was nothing in it except a dirty blanket. It was very small and simple. It didn't look like there were other people living there. He was an orphan himself, so he guessed something and asked casually, "Little Dove, where are your parents?" When the topic was mentioned, the little boy's cheerful smile immediately withdrew, and he rubbed his fingers and said, "I don't know. There was a war before, and my father was conscripted to the front line. Later, the war came to our town. My mother, I and the adults in the town fled to the train station. There were too many people, so she pushed me onto the top of the train. When the train started, my mother couldn't climb up, so she asked the fat aunt next door to take care of me. Later on the way to Bolton Town, Aunt Fatty also got lost. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled. He seemed to have thought of something, and was strong enough not to let tears flow out of his eyes. When Ji-sun heard this, he fell into a brief silence. How reluctant his mother must have been when she pushed a 5- or 6-year-old child to the train to escape the famine alone. It is really rare to be able to maintain such pure kindness. He did not ask more about the child's family, but asked, "Are you afraid to be alone?" Little Dove tilted his head and thought, "I was a little scared before, but there were wars everywhere. Later, I was not afraid anymore." Ji-sun saw the light that suddenly appeared in his eyes, and asked curiously, "Oh?" Little Dove thought of something, and a cheerful smile appeared on his face again. He said seriously, "When we separated at the train station, my mother told me that I was already a man, just like my father, and could take care of myself. She told me to follow Aunt Fatty obediently, and when the war was over, I could return to the town and reunite with my parents." As he said this, Ji-sun saw a kind of innocent light called hope in his eyes. Perhaps in the eyes of a child of his age, his mother's words are the greatest truth in the world. When his mother said that they would be reunited, the little dove believed it without a doubt, thinking that after the war, he would be able to see his dearest parents again. Ji-sun looked at the young and innocent face, and couldn't bear to talk about the cruel world that adults see. The little dove seemed to be full of expectations and longings for the reunion with his parents in the future, and said, "And everyone is very good. Ma Kei, Xiao Lu, Lao Lin, and Deshan are all friends I met on the road, and they all take good care of me. I heard from them that if we can wait a little longer, the war will be over." "Yes." Ji-sun listened, just nodded silently. He didn't want to break the naive fantasy of a teenager, and asked, "What does your father do?" Speaking of his father, the little dove proudly puffed up his chest. "My father is a doctor in the town, and he is also a very good card master. I heard that my father used to be a very good hunter, and has been to many dangerous places. My mother's words are the truth I firmly believe in during my childhood. Then my father is the most majestic mountain. In his bright eyes, there is only a strong expectation for the future. He said, when I grow up, I want to be a card master like my father. I also want to be a great hunter." Ji-sun smiled when he heard this. "Yeah. You will become a great card master." The little dove looked at the eyes looking at him, and felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly he realized something and apologized like an adult. "By the way, I almost forgot to ask you your name, sir." Ji-sun said calmly, "Just call me Chow Yang." After all, he was still a wanted criminal, and without the clown mask, it was better to be careful. Little Dove didn't care at all, and said, "Mr. Chow Yang, are you a card master?" Ji-sun didn't comment, and chuckled and asked, "How did you figure it out?" "I guessed." Little Dove blinked, his eyes flashing with cleverness, and added, "I feel you are different from others." Ji-sun smiled and said nothing. Little Dove was more curious about other things at this age. After hearing Ji-sun's acquiescence, he blinked again and asked, "Are you good?" Ji-sun thought about it, and said half-jokingly, "A bit impressive, right?" Little Dove became even more interested when he heard it and asked, "How impressive is a bit? Is he as impressive as Uncle Rocco in our town? Oh, I forgot to introduce him. Uncle Rocco is a formal card master. Dad said he is a fighter, and a very powerful hunter." Ji-sun did not explain much. "Well, it's about the same." Little Dove wanted to say something, but at this time, the shed outside became lively. Before Ji-sun understood what was going on, the little dove's face also showed expectation. He turned around and asked anxiously, "Sir, can you still walk? If you can, we can go to the town together to get bread. Today is the day when the Rose Chamber of Commerce distributes bread. Oh, if you are lucky, you can also see that very beautiful lady. It seems that he is really in a hurry." This guy finished a long paragraph in one breath. Ji-sun listened with interest and said, "Well, I should be able to walk. He needs something to eat now. I also need to understand where I was teleported to." Ji-sun walked out of the tent, and it was already bustling outside. There were thousands of tents here, and a large group of refugees rushed out of them. Little Dove could have run to the front by himself, but looking at the weak Ji-sun, he stopped to support him, and said anxiously, "Sir, we have to hurry. Otherwise, if we go too late, we may not be able to get it." "Yes." Although Ji-sun was weak, he had no problem walking. The two of them quickly shuttled through the tents. Although the light here is dim, Ji-sun has a good night vision, and can see the surroundings clearly at a glance. Ji-sun looked at the sky and thought, the cave space here is much higher than the innocent city. The tent area is just outside the town. The two followed the flow of people, and soon arrived in the town. The air was filled with a strong smell of coal smoke. There is a large area of small red-roofed houses built of stones. Ji-sun looked into the distance and said in surprise, "Huh? It's actually a mechanical city?" He had seen a tall tower with lights on behind the town before, and thought it was a building. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a mechanical castle made of countless huge rivets and rusty iron plates. The chimneys above the castle were constantly emitting white smoke. There were also exaggerated cannons on the edge of the city, and unbelievably large steel tracks at the bottom. It's really exaggerated. Ji-sun had only seen photos of the mechanical city in the newspaper before. This is another miracle in this world besides the extraordinary cards. A super exaggerated giant mechanical city. This underground world is very dependent on mining. So many remote mining cities in the Federation are these giant multifunctional mobile mechanical castles. It has the functions of drilling, mining and smelting. It can also accommodate tens of thousands of people. It is a real industrial town. When the ore in one place is mined, the mechanical city will move to another place, and the city and residents will also move with it. This is pure black technology from the steam age. Ji-sun didn't expect to see the real thing now. He had seen some small mechanical war fortresses in the old world before, but they were very small. This was the first time he had seen one like this. Ji-sun looked at it curiously, and took a few more glances. He and Little Dove also squeezed into the town, and lined up at the back of the line. "Wow, there is meat porridge today. Oh, the lady from the Rose Chamber of Commerce is really a kind and benevolent angel. Praise her longevity." Yes. Those other damn chambers of commerce want to exploit every copper coin in our pockets. The products are expensive and poor. Only the Rose Chamber of Commerce sells goods that we poor people can afford, which are cheap and useful. Have you heard that not only do we have food to eat, but the Rose Chamber of Commerce's new factory has also opened and is recruiting workers. It is said that you can get 200 yuan a month. Really? Oh my god, I grow sugarcane for the owner of the manor and only make 500 yuan a year. Ji-sun listened in the crowd. Isn't this salary too low? The lowest salary in Innocent City is 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. 200 is considered a high salary here? Ji-sun always felt something was wrong. And judging from their attire, most of these civilians were wearing rough handmade linen clothes. But even in places like Innocent City where criminals were exiled, people generally wore clothes made of fine spinning machines. What was going on? Was the textile industry backward or something? Soon, the team lined up. Ji-sun didn't see anything dangerous. There were no wanted notices in this remote town. He was also relieved. Just when Ji-sun was queuing up to get bread in the town. In the mechanical city. The apartment of the Rose Chamber of Commerce. A girl in a light blue princess dress was concentrating on writing a letter. I don't know what she was thinking about. Her pretty face was slightly blushing. In the quiet room, the sound of her heart beating could be clearly heard. "Mr. Chaoyang, I hope you are safe. If possible, I hope that after you finish your business, can we meet?" Seeing the letter she wrote, the girl said to herself, people say that ladies will not take the initiative to invite boys to meet. Isn't that a bit too bold? But it sounds like Mr. Chaoyang has a very dangerous job. Is he a hunter? If we don't meet, we may never see each other again. Yeah, you did the right thing, Miss Au. I don't know what happened to Mr. Chaoyang. I really hope he is safe. It's strange, why didn't the stamp react this time? After writing the letter, the girl put the stamp on the new envelope. While fiddling with it, she kept mumbling to herself, trying to cheer up her blushing face. Writing this most daring letter in life is really unsettling for a lady. However, before she could sort out her thoughts, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Very quickly. Before she could respond, a fat woman rushed in as if she were entering her own room. The girl quickly put the letter in the drawer and said faintly, "Aunt, can you please not enter my room casually next time? I am dealing with something very important." The fat lady said nonchalantly, "Didn't I knock on the door?" As she spoke, the fat on her face trembled, and she said with exaggerated emotion, "Oh my dear niece, do you think your aunt is an outsider?" The girl was not very happy. But she didn't say anything. After all, this is her own aunt. The fat woman walked into the room, and put the bag inlaid with gems in her hand on the table. The pair of small eyes flashing with shrewd light quietly looked around the room. It seemed that she wanted to see if there was anyone hiding. The girl's thoughts could not be hidden from her, a person who had experienced it. She didn't want her family property to be coveted and stolen by some unknown people. The fat woman looked around the house and grumbled, "Au, don't blame your aunt for nagging. You are a girl and shouldn't hang out with those poor people all day. You are still giving away bread. Don't you know how much gold coins our Chamber of Commerce has lost in this regard in the past 2 months? If your mother knew, she would definitely feel distressed. Humph, I think it's just a waste of money for those poor people to eat without any benefit. I put out another batch today and stopped doing it in the future. Aunt, it's not like that. The girl had heard this more than once. But she also patiently explained, there is a war in Rum County, and there is a famine. So many refugees are pouring in. We just lost a little money, but if we don't help them, many people may starve to death. Besides, it's not really a loss. If they are willing to work, the Chamber of Commerce's new factory will not have to worry about workers. When the production volume increases, the quality and cost will continue to be reduced, which is a great benefit to our future development. Her kindness made her willing to pay some money, even if there was no return at all. Moreover, she also saw many business opportunities that others did not see. She was sure that everything was worth it. The fat woman heard some words that she could not understand, and could only say, "Oh, where did you learn these strange terms? My aunt has also run the Chamber of Commerce for decades, and she has more experience than you. I say, don't mess around. The Chamber of Commerce is already very good now, and if you continue, you may get into trouble." The girl didn't agree with what she heard, but she didn't dare to refute it. She just muttered in her heart, the experience and vision of adults are really far behind Mr. Chaoyang. The more she communicated with these old antiques, the more she felt that the pen pal was amazing. It's totally not the same era of thinking. Humph, old antique. After all, she didn't want to listen to her aunt's nagging. After listening for a while, the girl suddenly found an excuse and said hurriedly, "Oh, I almost forgot. The factory is recruiting workers today, and there are important arrangements. I have to go out and take a look, Aunt. I can't entertain you. Please take a rest in the apartment." "Sorry." As she said that, the girl showed a quirky smile on her face, but she rushed out of the door in a hurry. "You?" The fat woman also felt bored. Not finding any outsiders, she left the room at ease. The girl walked out of the room, and suddenly felt very happy. She led a few guards down the mechanical city. Arrived in the town. In the past, she would personally distribute food to refugees on the days when the Chamber of Commerce distributed bread. But later, there were too many people, and the Chamber of Commerce manager was afraid that she would be unsafe, so she came less often. Now her appearance immediately caused a huge sensation. "Look, Miss Song is out. Wow, she is really as beautiful as an angel. Oh, this is the president of the Rose Chamber of Commerce? Praise the kind and beautiful angel." As soon as the girl came out, all the refugees looked over. One by one, they unconsciously protected their chests with one hand and bowed respectfully. This was the respect and love from the bottom of people's hearts. The girl looked at everyone, held her skirt, and returned a lady's curtsy. This made the refugees flattered. Elsewhere, aristocratic girls would never return a gift to commoners. In the crowd, Ji-sun naturally saw the lady in the blue skirt at the first time. He had seen many beauties with different characteristics, such as the cold and beautiful Chujio, the proud and pretty Catalina, the charming Qin Rushi, and even Dong Qi and Nanjing were very good-looking. So when Ji-sun looked at the blue-skirted girl from the Rose Chamber of Commerce, he was not so beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes off her at first sight. But the more you look at her, the more you feel that she has an inexplicably attractive temperament. Her facial features are well-behaved, her black hair is like a waterfall, there is a trace of freshness and elegance between her eyebrows, and her starry eyes are twinkling with stars. The blue princess dress also outlines the graceful figure of a girl. She just stood there quietly, as if there was a filter lingering around her, and the whole person exuded the pure human brilliance of kindness. Ji-sun doesn't look at people by their appearance, but by their souls. It was the first time he met a girl with eyes as pure as the starry sky on a summer night. The little dove beside him understood it at such a young age, and sighed, "That lady is so beautiful." Ji-sun listened with some emotion. It was the first time he saw her, but he felt that she was very familiar, and murmured, "What's her name?" The little dove thought about it, but was uncertain. "It seems to be Song Sung-yu?" Chapter 234. Song-yu? Ji-sun heard the name, then looked at the girl in the princess dress, his eyes slightly concealed with a smile. So she is really the daughter of the Song family. He didn't think it was a coincidence. If nothing unexpected happened, this was his pen pal's Miss Au. He was teleported here by the void in Honglu because of the stamp with the disaster object. And the boss behind Honglu is the Song family of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. They are all big chambers of commerce in the Federation, and their surnames are Song, so they are most likely the same family. Ji-sun just didn't know why he was teleported to the remote Bolton mechanical town in the western part of the Federation. Now seeing this person, he already understood the reason. Hee. Ji-sun chuckled and muttered to himself in a barely perceptible voice, but is this noble lady so extravagant and willful? Even if she really wants to meet, she can just send someone to notify her. Is it worth using the disaster object? Not everyone can use the disaster items. It's easy to tell that if you want to teleport someone here, the cost must be very high. However, when Ji-sun had this idea, he felt that something was wrong. The time span of those letters was also a bit long. This didn't seem to be a simple transmission. Before he could figure out what was going on, the little dove beside him pulled him. Sir, it's our turn. Ji-sun and the little dove each received a bowl of hot broth and a piece of bread the size of an arm. Like other refugees, the two found a corner to squat and eat. Everyone had a satisfied smile on their faces, as they could drink hot broth on this cold rainy day. Although the little dove was only 5 or 6 years old, he was very skilled. He had already adapted to the life of refugees. He broke the hard black bread into several pieces, carefully hid it in the lining of his clothes, and only nibbled on a small piece in his hand. But when he turned around in a moment, he saw that Ji-sun had already stuffed most of the black bread into his mouth. Little Dove exclaimed, "Ah, sir, how come you have finished eating?" Ji-sun tilted his head to look at him. Huh? Little Dove talked about the common sense that refugees must know, and said, although I know you must be very hungry, it will take at least 3 days before the next distribution. If you finish eating today, you will be hungry later. And my father said that people who are too hungry cannot eat too much at once, otherwise it will harm their bodies. Your father is a very professional doctor. Ji-sun listened and responded. But Xiao Xiao didn't care and said, it's okay, I find food later. His body now urgently needs some energy recovery. The recovery effect of the undead curse is not good, but the giant food of the dragon bloodline is still good, and the fast-digesting food finally gives the body some strength. When the little dove heard this, he glanced at Ji-sun who didn't even have clothes, and said with a sad face, but it's hard to buy food without money. Yeah. After all, I can think of a way. Ji-sun also found it quite interesting. It's the first time I've been hungry since I came to this world. However, he is a 3rd-level card master. If he recovers a little, he won't be bothered by food. Just when he stuffed the last piece of black bread into his mouth, his eyes suddenly became cold. Hey, is it Old Man Sue? Just then, he vaguely saw an old man in ragged clothes in the crowd queuing for bread. That wretched man with gaping front teeth probably recognized him correctly. Why is he here? Ji-sun thought that the last time they met was in Xia Muqing's underground palace, and this old man killed the Bai family's ancestor who descended the gods with a thunder spell. It also made him confirm that this old man is a real master. But, isn't it in the old continent? Why did he come to the western part of the Federation? Just as he was thinking about going up to say hello, the crowd suddenly surged, and he disappeared in a blink of an eye. At this time, without waiting to look for someone, Ji-sun frowned suddenly and turned to look at the other side. Is there murderous intent? What are these guys doing? He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a few suspicious guys among the refugees. Although they were dressed like the refugees. But in Ji-sun's eyes, their disguises were not very clever. The malicious aura was out of place among the grateful refugees. Ordinary people don't have storage rings, not even mini card master apprentices. There were bulges under the clothes of these people, and it looked like they were hiding weapons. But even if Ji-sun found this kind of crappy assassin, he didn't take it seriously. He just followed the wandering gazes of the few people, and saw that they all seemed to be staring at Songyu, who was walking down from the mechanical city. He frowned slightly. Are you going after the Miss Song? Robbers, or some enemies? Ji-sun thought for a moment, and walked over quietly. After a careful observation, there were a total of more than a dozen people with bad intentions hiding among the refugees. Is it a premeditated assassination? Looking at this posture, Ji-sun knew that these were all minions, and there must be a mastermind behind the scenes. But since he was here, there was no way he would let his mysterious pen pal whom he had just met be assassinated by a group of low-level assassins. After observing carefully for a while, he did not sense any particularly high-level existence. Ji-sun did not feel threatened at all. It was normal to think that a remote town like Bolton Mechanical Town was normal. Not every place was as mixed as Innocent City. Unconsciously, Ji-sun walked to the factory recruitment notice board. There were also 2 guys hiding here who had their hands deep into their clothes, looking at the guns hidden in their arms. Ji-sun only glanced at it, and didn't look at it again. Such a crappy killer should not be taken seriously at all. Instead, he looked at the job announcement on the notice. Just now, he thought he had heard it wrong. When he saw the salary written on the notice, He muttered in his heart, the salary is really low. He didn't understand why the salary here was so much lower than that of Innocent City. At this time, Song Yu, who was wearing a princess dress, also walked gracefully to the job sign and said to everyone, if you want to work, our Rose Chamber of Commerce has set up a new machinery factory, textile factory and alchemy factory in Bolton Town. 3 meals a day will be provided for new employees. We currently need about 2,000 people. We will expand the production line in the future and continue to recruit workers. You can come and have a look. The girl appearance and tone are obviously still a little immature, but her sincerity is easy to infect people. When he said this, the refugees cheered. Oh my God, is it true? There are really factories that can accommodate thousands of people? Oh, I haven't heard of such high wages in factories. If I can really make 200 yuan a month, I can support my children by myself. Praise the kind and beautiful Miss Song. You saved us and gave us hope for life. The refugees saluted in gratitude. However, at this harmonious moment, something unexpected happened. A gunshot suddenly broke this beauty. A guy in the crowd suddenly jumped up, took out a pistol and fired 2 shots at Song Yu on the platform. It's a pity that his shooting skills were too poor and he missed. These are all war refugees, who are particularly sensitive to gunshots. Almost at the moment of the gunshot, everyone panicked. Ji-sun in the crowd was very calm. He had actually noticed the signs of the killer's sudden attack, but he ignored it. The trajectory of a gun's ballistic trajectory is easy to predict. From Ji-sun's current perspective, from the moment the gunman pulled the trigger, he had already predicted that those guys would miss. Besides, Miss Song Yu also had guards around her. At the sound of the gun, the guards around Song Yu also changed their expressions. Protect the lady. 7 or 8 guards protected Song Yu. The first gunshot announced the start of the assassination. The dozen assassins also started, and various guns spewed flames. The 2 sides immediately exchanged fire fiercely. Almost at the same time, the captain of the Rose Chamber of Commerce standing on the wall of the mechanical city shouted, the lady is attacked. Go and protect the lady. Yes. The guards just responded. Unexpectedly, at this time, a fat woman screamed in fear and stopped. Captain Loki, don't go down. The captain named Loki was stunned and anxiously said, but Madame Maylaw, the lady has encountered an assassin. The fat woman had never encountered such a scene before, and her face was pale with fear. Who will protect me if you go? Besides, those assassins may come for me. You have to ensure my safety. This Loki was embarrassed when he heard it, but he didn't dare to say anything. He was a full-time guard of the Song family, and this time he came to protect Madame Maylaw. As she said that, the fat woman looked at the body that had already fallen in a pool of blood and screamed, hurry up and protect me back to the apartment. The guards could only say, yes. The fat woman ran away, saying in fear, oh my God, it's terrible. I heard there were thugs among the refugees, but I didn't expect to meet them. I shouldn't have come to this remote place if I had known. I told that girl you not to go and hang out with those poor people, but she insisted on going. Now she's in trouble. Ji-sun originally wanted to watch the fight, but after watching for a moment, he suddenly frowned. No expert guards. He was also surprised. With the strength of the Song family of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, the guard team should not be so shabby. The square-faced guard captain next to Song Yu is only a 2nd level. There are only 2 formal card masters among the remaining 6 or 7, and the rest are card apprentices. A group of guards wanted to escort their young lady back to the mechanical city for refuge, but those assassins had a plan and had already arranged people to block the way back to the mechanical city. The group could only find shelter all the way in the town, fighting and retreating. Although Song Yu was protected by the 2nd level guard captain, he was not in danger for the time being. But after all, the difference in numbers between the 2 sides was huge. Almost immediately after the exchange of fire, 2 more guards were killed. Seeing that Song Yu was about to be in danger in the hail of gunfire. Seeing this, Ji-sun's mouth shrank. It was not that he felt the scene was stressful, but it was very strange. He always felt that what he saw was a little unreal. How could the guard group be so weak? But no matter how he thought about it, the crisis was real. Those killers seemed to have already calculated the guard force around Song Yu. In addition to a dozen gunmen, there were also masters. At this time, suddenly there was a rumbling sound of steam next to his ears. A one-eyed bald man wearing a heavy mechanical arm suddenly jumped out of the house next to him. With a puff, the steam in the high-pressure spray can was deflated, and a huge mechanical claw, like a battering ram, hit the stone wall of the bunker where the Song family was hiding with a bang. Although this mechanical claw looked a little crude, its power was really exaggerated. The stone was shattered into pieces of stone, and dust flying all over the sky when the mechanical claw touched it. It was like raindrops shooting everywhere. The Song family was exposed to the air in an instant. In a blink of an eye, they were fired at by more than a dozen gun barrels. The situation was very critical. At this time, someone also recognized the identity of this group of killers. That guy is Iron Arm Khotun. He is a big robber with a federal bounty of over 300,000. No, they are from the Steam Hammer robbers. Damn it, how did these robbers sneak into the town? Ji-sun heard about the $1 million bounty, and his eyes twitched inexplicably. He was used to hearing about hundreds of millions of bounties, so he felt that the bounty of hundreds of thousands was just a wanted criminal of low rank. How can he be called a big robber? But no matter how much he thought about it, he saw that the guards of the Song family were almost dead or injured. Although there was a commotion in the mechanical city, as if some guards were about to rush out, it was highly likely that they would not be able to wait. When Ji-sun thought of this, his eyes became slightly colder. But his weak body could barely walk, but he could not fight head-on. It happened that the assassin who had just been confused by the crowd squeezed over again, took out his gun, and was ready to join the assassination. This crappy assassin was so nervous that he didn't even notice that there was someone watching the fight next to him. Ji-sun saw him just take out the gun, and snatched it away. He held the guy's gun with an indifferent expression, turned around, and fired 4 shots in a row. He happened to be behind the killers. The 4 shots accurately blew up the heads of the 4 killers. The bandit whose gun was taken away had not yet reacted to what happened, and Ji-sun shot him back and turned him into a corpse without even looking at him. The bullet had 11 rounds, and Ji-sun fired 11 shots in almost 3 breaths. Although he seldom uses guns now. But his gun skills have reached perfection. Facing these enemies, who were only card players, 11 bandits died on the spot. With his intervention, the firepower of the assassination party was instantly reduced by half. This change also surprised the Song family. The young lady of the Song family, who was originally frightened, had an inexplicable sense. She turned her head and saw Ji-sun, who was shooting. Ji-sun chose the position so that he could observe her, and the two of them looked at each other. At that moment, Song-yu looked at the man who fired the gun calmly and felt a sense of familiarity. And what was very strange was that his heartbeat, which had been thumping and thumping just now, seemed to be comforted and strangely calmed down. Ji-sun met this mysterious pen pal for the first time, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It was also a greeting. He didn't have time to look more, so he retracted his gaze. Because when he was changing the magazine, he suddenly found something strange. That is, several of the bandits who were shot by the guards before actually stood up and continued to fight as if nothing had happened. People who are shot by bullets are not as alive and kicking as they see in dramas. The truth is, if ordinary people are shot, they will almost immediately lose their combat ability. Although those guys were not shot in the head like the dozen unlucky guys killed by Ji-sun, they all had obvious marks of being shot, and one guy even had his abdomen shot through. Can they still fight? Is it the problem of the demon mark, or the ability of the occupation card? Ji-sun felt very strange. After a careful observation, an even more surprising scene took place. He actually saw the wounds on those guys healing, and after those people were injured, there were obvious signs of transformation. Their skin turned pale, and their appearance became ferocious and terrifying. The most eye-catching thing was a pair of sharp fangs. Vampire? Ji-sun himself was a werewolf, and he immediately understood something when he saw this change. But this is the beast transformation ability brought by his professional card. How can these apprentice card masters transform? He felt that there was something wrong with the people of the Steam Hammer bandits. But before he could figure it out, a dangerous aura suddenly burst out from the refugees. Ji-sun keenly caught the aura and thought, there are still masters. It was obvious that the first wave of assassins failed to kill the Song family as planned. The master hiding in the dark showed up. Swoosh! The figure rushed towards the Song family members in the hail of bullets, and the cursed flames on his body stood out from the crowd. The square-faced guard captain beside Song-yu also changed his expression. Miss, be careful. How could he not see that the guy rushing over was a second-level card master? He didn't dare to hesitate at all, and rushed forward with the small round shield in his hand. He knew very well that only he could stop this assassin. But it was precisely because the square-faced guard made a move that the guards beside Song-yu had a gap. Seeing that the assassins were about to succeed, suddenly they heard "Pa, pa, pa!" a series of rapid and steady gunshots. Several bullets hit the earthen wall beside Song-yu, splashing mud powder, but none of them hit her. The assassin who fired the gun had already died on the spot. In panic, Song Yu thought of something, and her trembling eyes looked over again, and sure enough, she saw the figure holding the gun and pulling the trigger calmly. At this moment, the picture seemed to be slowed down. Song Yu watched the naked upper body, muddy man's gun spurting out flames. Every time he pulled the trigger, a red and white bloody explosion would occur. No matter where the enemy was hiding, in the corner, behind the window, or in the gap behind the door, he could hit them accurately. In those clear pupils, this bloody and outrageous scene was reflected. Song Yu's mind was a little confused at the moment. Everyone was obviously very nervous, so why did the guy look lazy and not very interested? It's not that Ji-sun didn't want to be serious, but he was used to playing high-end games, and he really couldn't get interested in this level of battle. Like an employee who was slacking off during work, he should be dealt with as soon as possible, without overtime. Enemies that can be dealt with by pulling the trigger really don't give him any thought of looking at them anymore. The only interest is the state of these guys' transformation. Can only the head be shot to kill them completely? Ji-sun changed 2 magazines, and almost cleared all the gunmen he could see. It must be said that the defense and recovery ability of these vampire-like guys are much stronger than that of ordinary card master apprentices. If it weren't for the shot in the eye socket, it might not be killed. Normally, if Ji-sun's accident hadn't appeared, this group of bandits might have been able to assassinate Song Yu. What a pity. Over there, the square-faced guard and the second-level assassin were entangled together, and Ji-sun also suppressed the bandit leader TV Kutun with a mechanical arm with a gun. But after all, it was just an ordinary gun. Facing this half-armored mechanical warrior with all fatal parts covered with heavy armor, it seemed a little powerless. Ji-sun could only aim at the joints and some exposed pipes of the mecha to temporarily delay the attack of the iron lump. But as the fight went on, the guards around Song Yu were almost seriously injured. Ji-sun could only fight and move closer. After being exposed to the public, the remaining bandits also thought he was a guard of the Song family and secretly aimed their guns at him. Ji-sun continued to walk leisurely. Bullets were not a threat to him. Occasionally, he felt like being pricked by a needle, so he fired a shot in that direction and accurately shot an assassin in the head. As he walked along, he also found that after he mastered the entry-level skills of Qi, he actually had some entry-level ability to use Qi to sense the enemy's murderous intent. Whenever the enemy locked onto him with murderous intent, Ji-sun could feel it as if a needle was piercing his forehead. This feeling gradually became clearer. As he walked, Ji-sun also said to himself, TSK, it's really good. Now these bandits can still give him a little sense of crisis, which is not easy. Ji-sun walked towards Song Yu without any hurry. At the same time, he attracted a lot of firepower. Seeing that he was being bullied, the iron-armed Kutun suddenly turned his mechanical arm and fired a steam engine flying claw at him. Almost at the same time, 2 voices sounded, "Be careful." One was Song Yu a few meters away. The other was the little dove hiding in the corner of the wall in the distance. Ji-sun listened and didn't even look at the bald man, but glanced at the other 2 places. Being able to not be scared silly in this state, and being able to keenly observe the crisis and shout it out, this little dove has a good talent. At least in the words of Senior Gong, this kid has the most rare quality of a warrior courage. As for Miss Song, Ji-sun smiled at her and said silently, "Thank you." Then he tilted his head, and a huge mechanical arm happened to fly past his scalp. This scene seemed extremely thrilling to others, but Ji-sun felt nothing in his heart. The mechanical device was too clumsy, and even though he was weak now, it was too easy to predict. This thing posed no threat to him from beginning to end. On the contrary, the mechanical claw ejected, exposing the flaw of the mecha, which was not precise to begin with. Ji-sun fired 2 shots in his backhand, breaking the hydraulic transmission pipe of the mechanical arm. Zzz. White high-temperature steam burst and gushed out. The bald man's mechanical armor crashed on the spot in an instant. Seeing this, Ji-sun did not forget to complain, "The porters in Innocent City don't use such backward mechas anymore." Seeing Ji-sun suddenly rushing out, whether it was the Rose Chamber of Commerce, the refugees, or other forces, they were all extremely shocked. In a very short time this stranger reversed the situation with 1 shot and 1 person. The situation was under control, and the square-faced guard captain, who was fighting with the second-level assassin, also breathed a sigh of relief, so that he could free up his hands to concentrate on dealing with the assassin. Although the assassin was in a vampire state, and was resistant to beating, he was an elite trained by the Song family after all, and suppressed his opponent in a short time. It looks like the battle will be over soon. Where did this sharpshooter come from? Oh, the Rose Chamber of Commerce actually hid such a master among the refugees. No wonder that lady dares to come out so often. I'm glad Miss Song is okay. These damn bandits are really abominable. It's so hard for us refugees to have food and work because of Miss Song, but they come to cause trouble again. Good death. Yes, good death. The refugees and residents of Bolton Mechanical Town saw that the situation was under control, and they dared to show their heads one by one, pointing fingers in indignation. After coming to their senses, everyone was filled with emotion as they looked at the bodies with headshots on the ground. That strange sharpshooter almost always shot in the head with one shot. Even if he fired a second shot, it was a tactical move to create an opportunity for a headshot. This shooting skill can be regarded as a master of firearms. Everyone also cast shocked and admiring glances at Ji-sun. Although the bald bandit leader EP221 was not dead, he was trapped in the iron pile and could not move because of the damage to the mecha. Ji-sun was not interested in paying attention. He observed the crowd around him with his peripheral vision. The killer appeared, but the mastermind behind the scenes had not yet revealed his face. His intuition told him that perhaps the sponsor who hired the killer was at the scene. Perhaps there was a backup plan. It must be said that this time, traveling through naked also had its advantages. Without the confidence given by the many treasures on his body, Ji-sun could only rely on his own body to deal with the crisis. The state of being exposed in the crisis made him feel a clear sense that he had never felt before. Sound, sight, taste, touch. It was as if all the pores of the body were sensing the invisible chi along with the breathing. Ji-sun used all his strength to perceive, carefully recalling the feeling of capturing the crisis before. At this time, he really sensed an imperceptible evil chi. With a glance, Ji-sun looked at a small window on the mechanical castle, muttering in his heart, "Hey, is the mastermind of the murder someone in the mechanical city?" The distance was too far, and the exact location was uncertain. He did not make a move to alert the enemy. After all, the person who could hire a second-level assassin might not be a simple person. Shooting rashly at the mechanical city might alert the enemy. Seeing that the assassination farce was about to end, Ji-sun suddenly sensed something. There are still people. The aura was in the crowd, and it was too late to shoot. He did not care about anything else, and rushed forward to block Song-yu. Almost in an instant, a black flying needle pierced his forearm, like a stream of light. Ji-sun had already figured out that the source of the crisis was this first-level relic Amix poisonous bee flying needle. But his body was in such a state that he couldn't block it at all, so he could only use his arm to change its flight trajectory. But even if his curse power hadn't recovered and most of his muscles had disappeared, his flesh and bones couldn't be pierced by ordinary weapons. This relic flying needle only poked a shallow blood hole in his arm. Ji-sun's eyes turned, and he didn't want to expose the specialness of his body, so he rushed down and blocked the wound and the flying needle. However, this action has already used up all the energy he had just used to eat the piece of black bread. He almost fell down and couldn't stand up. Fortunately, the guy who was hiding in the crowd and killing people with flying needles did not dare to expose himself. After the sneak attack failed, he had already hidden himself. Ji-sun was indeed very weak, and he didn't want to stand up, so he just lay there. This made outsiders think that he was seriously injured, including the Miss Song. 2 meters away, Song-yu watched Ji-sun fall to the ground. She knew that this stranger was injured to save her, and she didn't care about her own safety. She popped her head out from behind the low wall and asked timidly and anxiously, "Sir, are you okay?" Ji-sun looked at the pretty face that could not hide the panic, but was full of concern. He thought it was nothing serious, but his eyes turned and responded, "Yeah. There is something. It's quite serious. I just thought I had no food to eat. Now I have a place to go." Chapter 235. Uncle Sam, the pensions for the guards, who died in the previous battles will be paid according to the highest family standard. In addition, I will pay each person an additional 20% from my personal account. Also, their families must be properly settled. They were killed to protect me, and they cannot be treated unfairly. Yes, miss. In addition, we are interrogating the captured survivor, and will get the result as soon as possible. Yes. Burton Mechanical City, the apartment office of the Rose Chamber of Commerce. Song-yu looked at the 7 bodies covered with white cloth, and her eyes dimmed. These were the loyal guards, who had protected her for many years, and she could even call out each of them by name. They were as familiar as family members. The bodies were carried out, and Song-yu looked at the ceiling, slightly dazed. Growth has a price. She was exiled from her family, and established her own chamber of commerce, and got a lot of wonderful life she wanted. But she also went through hardships that many people could not see. Now that she has experienced death in person, her pure eyes, like the starry sky, have gradually become deeper. Thinking of something, the sadness on her face gradually faded, and her eyes became firm. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. A fat woman dressed luxuriously came in uninvited. As soon as she came in, she muttered, "Shall you? I heard that you just asked the accountant to give each person a pension of 50 gold coins. Isn't it too much? You know, the death compensation for hiring a card player mercenary in the mercenary market is only 10 gold coins. Although the Chamber of Commerce has made a lot of money, there is no need to waste it on these dead people." When Song Yu heard these words, she didn't want to quarrel with her relatives because of a little money. But for some reason, she thought of those corpses and felt inexplicably irritated. Before the fat woman finished speaking, she interrupted, "And, if it weren't for the desperate protection of the guards, I might have died just now." The fat woman was stunned when she heard her niece refute her. This seems to be the first time. After all, she felt that the atmosphere was not right. Although she was unhappy, she didn't say anything else. "Then you decide for yourself." But she thought of something, her eyes turned bright, and she asked tentatively, "By the way, was the gunman sent by your grandfather to protect you?" Song Yu's mind was full of complicated thoughts at the moment, and she didn't want to talk much, so she remained silent and didn't respond. Although she was simple-minded, she didn't want to think of her relatives as so despicable. But she was not stupid. If the family guards in the mechanical city had joined the action to eliminate the assassin at that time, perhaps there would not be such a large number of casualties. But no. Instead, a stranger took action. If that gentleman hadn't stepped forward, I would have been in great danger. Song Yu was in a bad mood. Besides, she felt that this assassination was very strange. The fat woman looked at Song Yu's attitude, and a subtle strange color flashed across her eyes. The fat hands with several huge gem rings quietly touched the handbag, and she said, "Shall you? Don't blame your aunt for being nosy. I'm telling you, you have to be careful of some guys with ulterior motives. Like the hero saving the beauty, this method is very old-fashioned, and your aunt encountered too many when she was young. Those new playboys are trying different ways to attract the girl's attention. Your Chamber of Commerce is just starting to get better. Be careful not to be deceived." Song Yu has heard this kind of talk many times. Usually, she would just treat it as the nagging of the elders and laugh it off. But now, she didn't know why she was inexplicably irritated, as if some thoughts in her heart were conflicting, and interrupted, "I know." The fat woman didn't realize that the atmosphere was wrong, and continued, "Maybe the assassination was fake, it was all a show. And if it is true, then we should not leave strangers in the Chamber of Commerce, it is too dangerous. I said just give him some money later, and send him away. Don't let some people of unknown origin live in the guild hall casually." Song Yu frowned when she heard this. She looked at her aunt, and corrected her seriously, "That gentleman just saved my life. We in the Song family will repay a favor. Aunt, I think we should now investigate who is trying to assassinate me, or who is targeting the Chamber of Commerce, instead of wasting energy on some insignificant things." "You?" The fat woman didn't know why she felt that her niece was not very obedient today. But she couldn't figure it out, so she didn't continue. "Okay, since you know your limits, then your aunt won't nag you." The atmosphere in the room was a little weird. She also felt it was inappropriate to stay any longer, and before leaving, she added, "Don't blame your aunt for saying a few more words. We are a family, and I am doing this for your own good." Song Yu listened and responded lightly, "Yeah." Watching the man leave, she felt that the invisible sense of oppression disappeared. After a moment of silence, Song Yu suddenly thought of something, and the seriousness on his face eased, and he murmured, "By the way, I wonder if the gentleman's injury has improved." Thinking of this, she felt that she should go to visit him and thank him. She was really lucky to be saved. And she always felt that the gentleman had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At the same time, in another guest room of the Rose Chamber of Commerce. This is the city area of Bolton Mechanical City. Most of the buildings in the city are steel frame structures, and the area is about the size of 3 large towns combined, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. When the mechanical city is not moving on weekdays, various mechanical arms can extend the houses, like stilled houses, and the city's usable area can be expanded several times in an instant. The apartment of the Rose Chamber of Commerce is like a miniature steel castle. There are 3 independent small castles, and dozens of houses here. This is also the first time that Ji-sun has seen the interior of the mechanical city, which is a bit novel. Just now, he was brought up after saving someone. As for the injury on his arm, it was of course not serious. And if the doctor who bandaged it had come later, the wound might have healed by itself. Fortunately, the gauze was wrapped around his arm, and no one could see how serious his injury was. At this moment, as a wounded person, he was eating a lot in the cabin. The wooden table was filled with piles of food. Roast duck, roast goose, braised meat, mushroom soup, all kinds of exquisite snacks and cakes. No matter where you are, you can always enjoy better food if you have money. The Rose Chamber of Commerce is not short of money, and usually has a large amount of high-quality food in stock. As the lifesaver of President Song-yu, Ji-sun is naturally full. Bolton Town is a mining machinery city, and the roar of the steam boiler outside the window continues. Ji-sun was not polite at all and ate a lot. The feeling of abundant energy is so good. After the giant food entry is quickly digested, he feels that his strength is gradually recovering. And it is visible to the naked eye that the shriveled muscles under the skin have also filled up a lot. Opposite him, the little dove has already eaten a lot. After all, this kind of opportunity to eat and drink as much as you want may not come again next time, so he ate a lot. At this moment, he was stroking his bulging belly, lying on the chair, unable to move. Seeing Ji-sun still eating, the little dove's face was full of amazement, and said, "Mr. Chaoyang, you are really amazing." "Yeah, you are also amazing at eating." Ji-sun smiled, "Eat more, so you can grow up." This kid made a good impression on him, and just now, he took him as a follower and brought him to the mechanical city. The little dove was also very well behaved, and didn't say anything nonsense. Only now that he was full and satisfied, he could no longer hold back his curiosity and asked, "Mr. Chaoyang, are you a sharpshooter?" Ji-sun said casually, "Just barely." Hearing this, the little dove's eyes were already full of little stars, and he couldn't close his mouth and said, "Wow, you are really amazing. Can I be as good as you in the future?" Facing the hero who killed everyone, the boy's heart always had an indescribable admiration. Ji-sun smiled, of course. "If you are hardworking enough, you can practice your marksmanship. For ordinary people, firearms are definitely the easiest to get started with, and can be practiced to a high level of proficiency. There is no need for any special demon mark or professional card." Looking at those serious and eager eyes, Ji-sun said, "However, firearms are ultimately limited in power. If you want to become a more powerful card master, you have to practice extraordinary abilities." "Yeah, my father also said the same thing to Mr. Chaoyang." The little dove was very excited, but then his little face showed a hint of embarrassment. "But my father said that if you want to become a card master, you need a demon mark and breathing method, and even if you can become a formal card master, you still need a professional card. There are also martial arts, spells, and so on. Those are things that can only be bought in big cities." "Oh no, here." He suddenly seemed to think of something. The Rose Chamber of Commerce brought a lot of things that can only be found in big cities. Those extraordinary items can also be bought here. Ji-sun also felt a little strange when he heard it. Are other places in the Federation so backward? Although the place of Innocent City is a little remote, at least if you are willing to fight hard, ordinary card master resources are still sold in shops all over the street. But I heard from Little Dove that the probability of ordinary people here becoming card masters is not high. First, they are poor, and second, there is a shortage of card master resources. Formal card masters are considered top masters by ordinary people, and are almost the privilege of nobles. When thinking about the prices and wages here, Ji-sun always feels that they are ridiculously backward. Little Dove is kind and polite. The boy's heart is obviously eager. After he finished speaking, he just occasionally glanced at Ji-sun and didn't dare to speak. How could Ji-sun not know what he was thinking, and took the initiative to ask Little Dove, "Do you want to become a card master?" When the little dove heard this, his tender face lit up instantly, and he nodded repeatedly yes. Yes. Ji-sun raised his lips, and he could feel the boy's hot eyes that were looking forward to the future. After eating another big piece of meat, he smiled and said, "I can teach you." "Really?" When the little dove heard this, his face flushed with excitement. "Mr. Chaoyang, are you really willing to teach me?" "Yes." Ji-sun nodded. His current level is more than enough to guide an ordinary person who has not yet entered the door. Although he didn't bring anything with him, his huge amount of reading made him record all kinds of extraordinary knowledge in his mind. This little boy saved him. He was simple-minded, and he had rare courage. Ji-sun was not stingy in giving back, and asked, "What do you want to learn?" The little dove obviously didn't know the card master sequence, and only said, "I want to be as good as you, Mr. Chaoyang, okay?" Ji-sun chuckled when he heard this. Although he could perfunctorily deal with a child, he didn't. Besides, others can't follow his path. Seeing that Ji-sun didn't say anything, Little Dove thought he had said something wrong, and hurriedly said, "If you think it's not possible, I want to be a doctor like my father, or a fighter like Uncle Rocco." If someone else were here, they would definitely say that his words were naive. Even if someone was willing to teach, how could one person know so many things? But Jisun knew both of these sequences. Club A Fighter, or 3 Healing. He knew a lot about the 4 career directions of the path. However, this is not something you can learn whenever you want. It depends on one's talent and future career plan. Jisun did not rush to answer. He glanced at Little Dove and thought of something that Senior Gongwu had taught him before. He picked up an empty silver teapot and flicked it with his finger. After a clear sound, the teapot made a long and subtle buzzing sound. Jisun asked casually, "What did you see?" "Ah?" Little Dove obviously could not understand why Jisun asked this question. But he also cleverly guessed that this gentleman was testing him, just like his father had asked him about medical knowledge many times before. He seemed to be afraid of saying something wrong, and hesitantly said, "I saw you knock on the kettle." Jisun smiled and encouraged, "What else?" At the encouraging look, the Little Dove mustered up the courage to tell everything he saw. "Well, I also saw the jar vibrating and the air vibrating. The dust in the air also vibrated with the ripples, like water waves, swaying back and forth. Oh, there's a sound. I heard a vibration, as if a series of very small waves hit my ears, the hair on my arms, and my heart seemed to vibrate along with it." When Jisun heard this, he stopped eating and asked, "Has anyone taught you this before?" The Little Dove thought he had said something wrong, and shook his head timidly. When Jisun heard this, his expression suddenly became strange. At first, he thought this kid was just observing carefully. But after listening, he found that this was more than just carefulness. He had already noticed some laws of energy and power transmission. If he had not been trained deliberately, then this was a very keen awareness of chi and waves. In other words, this is called talent. Isn't this the kind of gifted martial arts genius that Senior Gongwu talked about? What a coincidence. Jisun was a little puzzled. I originally just wanted to teach something casually, but he happened to encounter a piece of unpolished jade. The Little Dove beside him looked at him for a long time without saying anything, and finally mustered up the courage to ask, "Mr. Chaoyang, did I say something wrong?" "No. No." Jisun turned to look at the little boy. His surprise subsided quietly, and said, "You are very good." Since he met by chance, he has made up his mind. If time and conditions permit, he will teach this kid something really powerful. As for how much he can learn, it depends on him. Oh, that gentleman is really a big eater. He has already eaten enough for dozens of people, right? Oh, the food on the table is almost gone again. I have to tell the kitchen to prepare more. I heard that some refugees have been hungry for many days, so it's normal for them to eat more. He is the hero who saved the young lady. Don't neglect him. Yes. Outside the room, the maids brought food from the kitchen to the room. But as soon as they walked out of the door, they couldn't help whispering, "Jisun really eats too much." This is something they have never seen before. There were only 2 people, one big and one small, but they ate the amount of food that would normally be consumed at a banquet. Just as the maids left, Song Yu came over from the other side of the corridor. She had originally wanted to come and see this lifesaver. But after hearing the conversation between the maids, she was also confused. The captain of the guard, Sam, was more perceptive and reminded her, "Miss." He was a second-level card master and knew very well that this amazing appetite must mean that either the body was abnormal or the body had a high demand for energy. The first type has occasionally been heard of as a big eater. If it's the second type, then be careful. Song Yu nodded and immediately understood. "Yes, I know, Uncle Sam." This square-faced guard is the elder of the family, who has watched her grow up since she was a child, and is also the most trusted guard. Although Song Yu doesn't think that the person who saved her in the room has any ill will towards her. But it's always better to be careful. The 2 walked over. But at this moment, the Little Dove called out Mr. Chaoyang. It entered her ears. Song Yu was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. She thought she had heard it wrong, and pricked up her ears to listen for a moment. Then she realized that the child inside was really calling, "Mr. Chaoyang." This. After Song Yu confirmed that she had heard it right, she also felt unbelievable. Could it be her pen pal? No way, although she was looking forward to meeting him. But why did Mr. Chaoyang appear here? Appear in the extremely remote town of Bolton in the western part of the Federation? Moreover, I clearly hadn't sent the letter yet. Even if I had sent it, it was only written in the morning. How could he come so soon? After a complex psychological process, Song Yu's strong expectation was instantly extinguished. It must not be him. If it was Mr. Chaoyang, he must be somewhere else. However, with such a strange name, is there really a duplicate? Song Yu calmed down instantly when he thought of this. At this time, the guard knocked on the door. Song Yu whispered through the door, "Sir." Jisun knew from the beginning that there were 2 people standing outside the door. although his body was still extremely weak. But his hearing and sense of smell were still sharp. Even from the footsteps, he had guessed that the people were a young girl and a calm Malay card master. In the Rose Chamber of Commerce, the only people who could match the names were President Song and the second-level guard captain. Ji-sun also guessed why President Song Yu stood at the door for a while. Because Little Dove kept calling him Mr. Chaoyang. Ji-sun didn't think it was bad. He even confirmed that the person who stopped outside the door was most likely his mysterious pen pal Miss Ayu. Hearing the knock on the door, Little Dove hurriedly got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Song Yu, who had changed into a court dress, appeared in front of him. Ji-sun also put down the food, stood up and saluted politely, saying, "Miss Song." Song Yu returned the greeting politely, walked into the room, and asked, "Sir, how is your injury?" As she spoke, she glanced at Ji-sun's bandaged right arm. She glanced at the food on the table, and was amazed. This guy really eats a lot. The guard Sam beside her looked even more serious, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. He thought that if it were him, even if he was full to death, he wouldn't be able to eat so much. Ji-sun responded, "It's bandaged. It should be fine." "That's good." Song Yu was relieved when she heard it. But when she saw Ji-sun's face, which was still covered with mud, from her arm, she suddenly felt that it seemed different from before. He was obviously very thin before. How come he doesn't look thin now? And if you look closely, his facial features are very three-dimensional, which always makes her feel strangely familiar. Ji-sun deliberately didn't wash his face. Although Bolton Town is very remote, he is an S-level wanted criminal after all, and there is no guarantee that someone knows him. It's better to have less trouble. At least don't cause trouble to others. Song Yu thanked him again. "Thank you for standing up before. Your injuries are not healed yet, so stay in the Chamber of Commerce for a few more days, and I will arrange the best doctor to treat you." "Yes." Ji-sun nodded after listening to it. There was a place to eat and drink for free, so there was no reason to refuse. At this time, Song Yu took out a treasure chest and said again, "I can't repay you for saving my life. I know nothing can measure the righteousness of this act. But this is a small gift from me. Please accept it first." Although she is still a girl, she has the composure after experience. Ji-sun smiled slightly, yes. He didn't look at the treasure chest for a long time, but was more interested in his pen pal. When he came to the mechanical city before, he carefully observed this Rose Chamber of Commerce. This Botancheng is just a small branch of the Chamber of Commerce, but it has already taken shape. Moreover, this shop has a completely different atmosphere from other shops. The goods sold, the quantity and variety, the model, and the marketing are all very novel. As the letter said, this Miss Ayu has run a large industry. From this point of view, it is very remarkable. Temperament is something that you have if you have it or not. Ji-sun didn't pretend. Even though he didn't say much, he was calm and composed. Song Yu felt more and more familiar with him, and asked, "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to ask you, sir, what's your name?" Ji-sun glanced at her, pondered for a moment, and said two words lightly, "Chaoyang." His S-wanted posters were posted everywhere, so he must know his real name whether he said it or not. On the contrary, the name Chaoyang is more accurate. When Song Yu heard the name, her pupil shrank instantly. But she still suppressed her surprise, and didn't show it on her face. After all, she had just heard it. She still thought it was a duplicate name. It's really a rare name. Song Yu smiled and murmured, and then asked casually, "May I ask, is Mr. Chaoyang from Rum County?" She was indeed curious about where this strange name came from. Many strange names are regional. Maybe she could also know where her pen pal was in the Federation. Ji-sun looked at Miss Song Yu, and didn't intend to beat around the bush. Since she sent someone to deliver the letter to him, she must want to meet her. It's not like he can't meet her anyway. He didn't waste time and said directly, "I received a letter from Miss Song. And then I came." Thinking that the stamp sent through the air was from the person in front of her, she should be able to guess. However, Song Yu didn't know. As soon as these words came out, the surprise in the eyes of the girl could no longer be suppressed, looking at Ji-sun Yu. Sam, the guard standing by, was also confused when he saw his young lady's expression. Ji-sun thought that this man was a little bit unconvinced about his current slovenly appearance, and added, "I received your letter. But I don't know where a little accident happened, and then it became like this now." He felt that it was best not to let others know about the disaster of trans-time and space stamps. Letter? When Song Yu heard this, it was not just her pen pal who received the letter. She could no longer hold back the surprise in her heart, and asked hurriedly, "You are Mr. Chaoyang?" But as soon as she said it, she immediately realized that something was wrong. The letter was clearly not sent, So why did the person arrive? This guy is lying. The thought flashed through her mind, and Song Yu instinctively thought of what her aunt had said before. If there was really someone with bad intentions, he might have peeked at her letters. Although they were always carried with her, what if, when Song Yu thought of this, she instantly became suspicious of the stranger in front of her? She didn't want to speculate maliciously about a benefactor who had just saved her life. It's just that she was looking forward to it too much. She was so looking forward to it that she didn't allow herself to be disappointed. If she really knew that her biggest secret had been discovered, and someone had impersonated the Mr. Chaoyang whom she respected and regarded as a close friend, she would be very, very angry. Song Yu's eyes turned and she asked tentatively, "Sir, do you mean you received my letter?" Ji-sun also blinked when he heard this. Even though he felt that his brain was enough, looking at the complicated emotional fluctuations of Song Yu in front of him, he didn't understand what this girl was thinking. He could understand the surprise and the unexpected, but this suspicion? Didn't you send someone to deliver the letter? I traveled through time and met you, and I wasn't so surprised. You look wary of a liar. What do you mean? Ji-sun also responded directly, yes. Didn't you arrange someone to deliver the letter? Song Yu's expression suddenly changed. I arranged someone? She didn't arrange it. However, before she could regard the person in front of her as a liar, Ji-sun wondered if he had made a wrong judgment and asked, "Are you the Miss A.U. who wrote to me?" As soon as these words came out, Captain Sam and Little Dove in the room were confused. Both of them understood a little, but they didn't understand. Song Yu's eyes twitched for no reason. There are outsiders here. How can she admit that a lady wrote a letter to a strange man? Ji-sun understood the girl's embarrassment this time and said directly, I didn't reply before because I went to a very dangerous place. Later, I don't know what went wrong with the letter. And I have to wait for your letter to arrive before I can reply. So I didn't reply. Until the last letter you sent. Song Yu still felt something was wrong. But the man in front of him said that except for the last letter, everything else matched. Song Yu fell into a strong contradictory thought. She was looking forward to meeting that Mr. Chaoyang, but she was afraid that she would be disappointed if she fell into a huge conspiracy. That's right, I thought of something. Song Yu's eyes lit up. Mr. Chaoyang was a polymath who was proficient in the ancient language of Tarun. Even if someone really snooped on her letters, it was impossible to find someone who was proficient in talent ancient language to be a liar. She didn't ask the two people about the content of the letter, and avoided this embarrassment. Instead, she took out a piece of paper from the storage ring and asked, Mr. Chaoyang, I'm sorry, can you help me see what's written on it? As she said that, she handed the paper over with an expectant and suspicious look on her face. This is a piece of ancient language she has been learning recently. If the other party can't interpret it, or find some excuses, then Song Yu can be sure that the person in front of him is a liar. Maybe his aunt is right. The previous assassination and rescue may have been directed by the mastermind. Oh my god, it's terrible. These damn liars actually disguised my respected Mr. Chaoyang. However, before Miss Song could figure out those complicated conspiracies, Ji-sun calmly interpreted the content on the paper. This is a Terran spell, about the understanding of the wind law. The content says that the wind elements are swimming in the air, you need to catch them, and condense them into the shape you want. When Song Yu heard this, her pretty face froze instantly, and her eyes froze. Can you really understand it? Ji-sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he not see that this pen pal was testing him? Yes. Song Yu still couldn't believe it, and took out a more complicated fragment of Tarun ancient language. How about this? This was the practice homework that the teacher gave her before. No one else will know. Ji-sun took it and read it out. It says, praise the great King Augustus, you are wise and great. Hearing the accurate translation of the person in front of him, Song Yu immediately confirmed that this was definitely a polymath who was proficient in the ancient language of Talon. She opened her mouth slightly in shock, and it took a long time for her to speak. Mr. Chaoyang, is it really you? Ji-sun glanced at her and said calmly, yes. In an instant, Song Yu understood why he always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity before. It turned out to be that person. Song Yu wanted to jump up with excitement. If it wasn't the first time they met, she really wanted to give this friend who she had admired for a long time a warm hug. But after realizing that she was a lady, she restrained herself instantly, and just confirmed again with a sigh, Mr. Chaoyang, you really came? Ji-sun didn't know why this girl was so surprised, and was a little helpless. Yes. Didn't you write a letter saying that you wanted to meet? The implication was that you invited me with a disaster object. How could I refuse? Aye. Song Yu was so excited that he couldn't speak, and he didn't know where to start the conversation. However, before the two of them could reminisce about the past. At this time, a guard suddenly ran in from outside. "Miss, it's bad." The second leader of the Steam Hammer bandit group, who was captured alive before escaped in the cellar. Song Yu's expression suddenly became serious when he heard it, and he asked, "How did he run away?" The guard replied with difficulty, "I don't know. It seems that someone sneaked into the Chamber of Commerce, opened the magic shackles, and rescued the person." Song Yu's face darkened, and he said, "Come on, let's go and take a look." Ji-sun, who was standing by, was not surprised at all when he heard this. He had sensed before that the mastermind behind the assassination might be inside Bolton Mechanical City. There are not many small towns that can hire bandits of this level to kill people. It is impossible for a second-level killer to kill someone alive easily. It is normal to rescue him. However, Ji-sun was not very interested in this conspiracy, which was most likely to be a murder for money conspiracy. On the contrary, he was very interested in the bodies of those bandits, who transformed into vampires. He himself had fused a werewolf occupation card, and he vaguely felt that this vampire bloodline was very involved. Now that he had just met this bib friend, there was no need to beat around the bush. Hearing that Song Yu was going to the cellar, Ji-sun said directly, "Can I go and take a look?" Chapter 236. The Rose Chamber of Commerce did not have a separate cell in the Mechanical City. They had captured several assassins alive, so they could only be detained in the cellar for interrogation. Now that the assassin had escaped, President Song Yu led a group of people to the scene as soon as possible. In the dark room, there were some bloodstains on the ground, and the broken magic forbidden shackles were still left at the scene. In addition to the bodies of several bandits, there were also 2 bodies of the Chamber of Commerce guards, with a pool of blood at the door. The blood was warm and white steaming, and he had just died not long ago. The magic shackles cannot be broken by oneself. Someone must have come to jailbreak. Song Yu looked at his face, which was so gloomy that water could drip out of it, and asked, "What happened?" "These are the loyal guards of the Song family, and they didn't expect that 2 more people would be killed." The guards didn't dare to look directly at him, and the leader responded, "Miss, we don't know either. Just now, we heard no movement inside, and when we came in, we found this." Song Yu frowned and said, "In other words, someone came to kidnap these assassins, and no one noticed." The guard also looked guilty. He wanted to say something, but he didn't explain. "My subordinates are incompetent." Looking at the corpses on the ground, everyone felt a chill on their necks. The enemy can sneak into the Chamber of Commerce and kill people silently, which means they can kill any one of them. I am not afraid of the enemy's strength, but I am afraid that I don't know where the enemy comes from. This unknown is the source of fear. Song Yu listened and didn't say anything, but she didn't ask anyone to be responsible. She turned her crystal eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, "Increase vigilance. Check all suspicious persons. Unless necessary, do not leave the Chamber of Commerce." The Chamber of Commerce guards responded one after another, "Yes." At the end of the crowd, Ji-sun silently looked at the scene. It's not that these guards are incompetent. The fact that they could kill 2 guards silently means that the rescuer might be a second-level card master. It could also be an acquaintance. And the fact that they could enter and exit the Chamber of Commerce apartment without being discovered by anyone might not only mean that they have strong stealth skills, but also that they were in the apartment. Ji-sun glanced at the wounds and immediately determined from the scratches on the blade that the killer was left-handed. A very classic assassin's killing method. One body was stabbed in the throat with a knife, and another had 2 wounds. The moves were lower back stab and upper stab through the skull. Clean and neat, almost instant kills. There were not many traces left. This professional level does not seem to be a wild card master, like the group of bandits before. Rather, it is a professional assassin with systematic training, such as some noble private soldiers. Ji-sun sniffed again, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. Others couldn't smell the difference, but the werewolf's keen sense of smell could clearly classify those smells into dozens of types. Because this is a storage cellar, there are some strong smells of food such as onions and bacon. In other words, anyone who enters this cellar will inevitably be contaminated with some exclusive smells. If the person is still in the apartment, it may not be difficult to find the person. Even if the odor eliminating agent is used after going out, the completely blank smell is also a flaw. Ji-sun had just come to this world, and was discovered on the train to Innocent City for the first time. However, he was not very interested in assassins, and did not feel that there was any big threat. As an outsider, it was not easy for him to speak casually at this critical moment. When Ji-sun thought of this, he set his eyes on the bodies of the bandits in the corner. The smell of the bodies was so strong that it was more pungent to Ji-sun than onions. He silently memorized this unique smell. Song Yu walked over and wanted to see the bodies. At this time, a man with glasses and dressed as a doctor stopped him and said, "Miss, don't get too close. The pollution characteristics of those bodies are very serious. I just analyzed their blood and suspected that those bandits might have some kind of infectious blood plague." Plague? Ji-sun listened and thought about it. The extraordinary characteristics exuded by these bodies are indeed much more than those of normal bodies. It seems that this is the reason why these people can transform into vampires. But looking from a distance is not enough. If there is a chance, he wants to take a closer look. After saying this, Song Yu also stood still. She herself was not good at investigation, and did not see anything unusual. But at this moment, a light flashed in her mind, and she glanced at Ji-sun, who was paying attention to the corpse in the corner. A thought flashed in her mind. How could she forget that Mr. Chaoyang is a polymath? Ji-sun sensed that gaze, and looked over instinctively. When their eyes met, Song Yu saw the indifference in his expression, and inexplicably felt relieved. Among the recent series of bad things, the best thing was meeting the mysterious pen pal that he had been looking forward to for a long time. Although he still didn't understand why he appeared here, Song Yu seemed to understand Ji-sun's thoughtful eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said to the guards, "You go outside to be on guard." Everyone heard this and responded in unison, yes. Then they left the room. In a blink of an eye, only Ji-sun, Song Yu, and the guard Captain Sam were left in the room. After all, there were still a few corpses in the room, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Ji-sun didn't want to waste time beating around the bush. He just walked over to the bodies of several bandits and started looking through them. Seeing his actions, Song Yu wanted to remind him that they were contaminated. But she thought that her mysterious pen pal had much more knowledge than her, so she didn't say anything. Ji-sun ignored the two people behind him, but carefully examined the bodies. Although he was not a professional forensic doctor, the medical knowledge stored in his mind was more professional than that of ordinary doctors. He poked it with his finger, and the elasticity was about the same as that of a living person. He murmured in his heart, "The corpse is very active." Normally, soon after a person dies, blood begins to sink under the influence of gravity, the skin of the corpse turns white, purple spots appear, and then the joints become stiff. But strangely, after more than 2 hours, none of the corpses have these reactions. What's even more outrageous is that the wounds of the corpses are still healing. In layman's terms, the person is dead, but the corpse is not dead yet. But there is no sign of transformation into a monster. The only explanation is that some kind of extraordinary power still maintains the activity of the corpse. Ji-sun's own werewolf bloodline also has such characteristics, so he became more curious. He opened the mouth of the corpse, and found that its fangs were very sharp. He used feast to devour it, and found that its extraordinary characteristics were indeed much stronger than those of ordinary corpses. All these characteristics showed that this was most likely the legendary creature. Vampire? Thinking of this, Ji-sun said to himself, if it was Master Merlin, he would definitely be very interested in these corpses. After confirming this, he had another question in his mind. How did these bandits get this transformation ability? They are all card players. If it is not the ability of professional cards, then it must be the ability of bloodline. And ordinary people can easily achieve this kind of quick combat power. Ji-sun's intuition told him that this matter seemed not so simple. In this world, humans always have to pay a price to obtain extraordinary power. Song Yu, who was standing by, watched Ji-sun put the shroud on the body again, as if he had finished the inspection, and then asked, "Mr. Chaoyang, did you see anything?" Ji-sun did catch a lot of fragmentary clues, but it was too early to make a conclusion now. He asked, "Miss Song, do you know what these assassins' ability to transform is?" Song Yu shook her head, obviously not knowing. But Captain Sam on the side thought of something and interrupted, "Miss, I have heard some rumors about this gentleman." He had listened to the conversation between Song Yu and Ji-sun. He also knew that this sharpshooter seemed to be a mysterious reinforcement notified by his lady through a letter. He was not an outsider. The captain of the guard was much less wary of Ji-sun. He said directly, "Isn't there a war in Rum County recently? Earl Felleman and Counselor Bourne had an armed battle to compete for the ownership of a large gold mine. I got some news from the intelligence dealer. It is said that Earl Felleman was defeated at the beginning of the battle, but later a group of demon warriors, who were difficult to kill with guns, appeared on the battlefield, and the two sides have been deadlocked until now." He paused and said, "And there is reliable news that Earl Felleman was originally a down-and-out nobleman with insufficient troops. In order to win the war, he recruited a large number of bandits and wanted criminals as mercenaries. I suspect that the Steamhammer bandits, who attacked the young lady before, might be deserters from the battlefield." Ji-sun captured a key figure, Count Felaman. It seems that if we want to find out the source of this vampire, we have to go in this direction. Ji-sun just listened to Captain Sam's analysis silently, but he didn't say anything. After all, this is an obvious murder for hire. The mastermind behind the scenes may have nothing to do with any vampire. Although Ji-sun has not figured out who it is, he doesn't feel any sense of crisis at all. According to the information obtained from indirect investigation, the strongest guards around Baron Bolton in Bolton Mechanical City are only level 3. Although Ji-sun's body has only recovered 10% to 20% of its combat power, he can protect himself. Besides, he doesn't think Baron Bolton is the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, Rose Merchant is a big moneymaker who can bring prosperity to the territory, and no one is stupid enough to push the moneymaker out. Also, Song Yu is a member of the Song family after all. If he really dies in the Mechanical City, a small baron may not be able to bear the consequences. If the assassination is successful, not only will the Lord be implicated, but the entire territory will also be greatly negatively affected. It is not easy to find the murderer with the clues in front of us. The three did not find any substantial clues in the cellar and left. Although things have not been going well for the Chamber of Commerce recently, after knowing that Ji-sun is Mr. Chaoyang, Song Yu, as the host, also specially invited him to dinner. Ji-sun felt that he needed an opportunity to communicate privately, so he gladly accepted the invitation. After washing up, he put on the fine woven suit brought by the maid. In order to avoid trouble, he put on a half-face gas mask. The smell of coal dust was strong in the Mechanical City, so this outfit was normal. After changing his clothes, Ji-sun's temperament was completely different. When he was not killing people, he was elegant and gentlemanly. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Ji-sun was led by the maid to the top floor of the Chamber of Commerce apartment. This is already the highest place in the Mechanical City. Mr. Chaoyang is here? Yes, please come in. Ji-sun walked in and saw Song Yu, who had changed into a beautiful dress. He also glanced sideways. It was obvious that Miss Ayu had dressed up carefully to meet her friends. Her hair was gently tied up, and she was wearing a low-cut classical plain dress with gold embroidery. She was neither vulgar nor flattering, and it just showed the girl's wonderful figure. Her chest was not very majestic, but she was sexy. Her slender neck was adorned with a diamond-studded mithril necklace. The jewelry sparkled under the light, but it did not steal the show. That pretty face was the one that caught people's attention at first glance. With clear eyes and delicate facial features, Song Yu was the kind of person who would become more beautiful the closer you looked at her. Standing under the light, it seemed as if the whole body was emitting the radiance of jewels. She was obviously noble, but she gave people a sense of purity with elegant and quiet temperament. She stood up to greet him, and the faint pure fragrance penetrated into her nose. Seeing Ji-sun's eyes falling on her, Song Yu's pink cheeks also flushed slightly, and she smiled gently to hide her panic. What's wrong, Mr. Chaoyang? Is there something on my face? When facing beautiful things, Ji-sun would not pretend to be deep, nor would he be stingy with his praise. No. Miss Song is very beautiful. He took a closer look. Please forgive me if I offended you. Ah, thank you. Although Song Yu had been praised by many people since she was a child, she was instinctively a little shy when she was praised by this friend, who she just met for the first time. The blush on her cheeks spread to her neck. But there was no frivolity in Ji-sun's tone, and he was frank. This made the atmosphere not awkward, but diluted the strangeness. Song Yu smiled and said, Mr. Chaoyang, please take a seat. The maid pulled out the chairs, and the two of them sat at the dining table by the window. Ji-sun looked out the window. From here, he could almost see the entire Mechanical City, and the brightly lit town below the city was also clearly visible. With a broad vision, the mind is also broadened. After the maid served the dishes, she quietly left the room. Although Ji-sun sensed that Captain Sam was next door, this was considered the two of them being alone together. It is impossible to wear a gas mask to eat. Besides, Ji-sun thought that Miss Song opposite must know what she looks like on the wanted poster. Ji-sun took off the gas mask casually. His handsome and resolute face was revealed. Although he didn't care much about his appearance, Ji-sun's facial features were already excellent, and with the calm temperament that he had experienced in life and death, outsiders would definitely think he was not bad. Song Yu was still wondering why Ji-sun chose to wear a gas mask, so he took a closer look. But at this glance, the pair of crystal eyes instantly revealed a look of surprise. It turned out that Mr. Chaoyang was so handsome. Ji-sun caught the surprise in her eyes, the surprise that seemed like the first time he saw her. A hint of doubt flashed through his mind, but he didn't think much about it. He jokingly imitated her previous words. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Yeah. Song Yu only realized that she had lost her composure after hearing this, and her eyes instantly restrained. Originally, it was very rude for a lady to stare at a man, but the other party had already handed her an opportunity. She smiled and said, "No, because Mr. Chaoyang is very handsome, so I took a closer look." This was what Ji-sun said in response to her before. Now saying it out loud, it was polite and not strange. As soon as these words came out, the two looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere instantly became more harmonious. Song Yu added, "I thought Mr. Chaoyang was so knowledgeable, but I didn't expect him to be so young." She knew that all the people who were proficient in talent ancient language were old men. It was really unexpected. Although I guessed from the words before that this person should not be too old. But I was still surprised when I really saw him. Ji-sun thought she was being polite when he heard this. But thinking that the tone seemed like she had never seen it, she asked casually, "Miss Song, have you never seen my wanted poster?" "Not really. They sent someone to my house. They wouldn't be unaware of my age, right?" "Wanted poster?" Song Yu was obviously stunned when she heard it. You know, in the world of a good girl like her, the wanted posters are all extremely vicious criminals. Her crystal eyes trembled, and she asked in surprise, "Mr. Chaoyang, why are you wanted?" Ji-sun looked at her expression and asked in confusion, "You really don't know?" Song Yu, know what?" Ji-sun looked at the surprised pretty face across the table, and suddenly realized something was wrong. If this person was playing a perfect trick on him, then something must have gone wrong. He confirmed again, "Are you using the trans-time and space stamps to write to me, Miss Yu?" "Yes. Didn't you ask this question before?" Song Yu glanced at him, and even thought that something might have gone wrong, and expressed his doubts. "Oh, I almost forgot. How did you know I was here? And you came right away." Ji-sun's eyes twitched. "Didn't you write to ask me to come?" The two of them seemed to have some logically contradictory conversations. While saying this, he also accurately repeated the contents of the last letter. Hearing this, Song Yu felt that his brain was not enough, and said, "I didn't. And that letter, I don't seem to have sent it out." For a moment, Ji-sun's thoughts fell into a huge contradiction. He always felt that something was wrong. But he didn't figure it out. The person was right, the letter was right, and the location was also transmitted. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. Time, place, and characters, these are the three major elements of a story. How could he ignore the most important point? Then he thought about the abnormal timeline when he sent letters to communicate before. He realized that there might be something wrong with the time. Ji-sun's expression was a little strange. He pondered for a moment and then asked, "What year is it now?" Song Yu was puzzled by the question, but he responded truthfully, 88 years in the Federation calendar. "Not 189 years in the Federation? This is 100 years ago?" Ji-sun suddenly realized. No wonder he felt that there were problems everywhere before. Super low salary, old machinery, backward business model, Song family's guard specifications, etc., and some things he had never heard of. I always felt that it was much worse than the Federation city he knew. It was a feeling of the old times. So that's how it is. After hearing the year, Ji-sun realized what the problem was. He traveled through time. Not only the space was problematic, but also the time was problematic. He traveled through time, 100 years ago. Even though Ji-sun's mentality was such that he would not change color even when facing death, he could not hide his shock when encountering such an outrageous thing at this moment. Can time travel? Then will I still be there 100 years later? Or will I disappear 100 years later like a paper figure cut out of a history book and pasted into the history of 100 years ago? Questions beyond his current cognition emerged in his mind. His mind was in a mess. But Ji-sun, who had traveled through time once, accepted the reality after a while. He began to think about the logic of this matter. Thinking back, Ji-sun suddenly understood many of his previous doubts. No wonder he thought those letters were so old before. They had been preserved for 100 years. Then, who sent those letters to him 100 years later? Song Yu's descendants, or herself. After 100 years, he still wants to find himself. This obsession is probably his own. So am I teleported here one way, or will I teleport back at some point? Ji-sun thought about it for a moment and felt that it was probably the latter. Otherwise, Song Yu would not have sent someone to find him 100 years later and entrusted him with a letter. Moreover, she probably knew that by sending the letter, she would travel through time and space and have this encounter? Because this happened 100 years ago, the logic of the entire storyline is probably, I traveled through time and went back at some point. In other words, this is a meeting that is destined to end in separation. And this girl in front of me has waited for 100 years to meet me again. The amount of information is too much. Ji-sun couldn't figure it out for a while. But when he thought of this, he looked at the girl in front of him again, and his eyes suddenly changed. Originally, he thought it was just a face-to-face meeting between pen pals, but now it seems that things have become so complicated that he is a little at a loss. How should he face her now, although I don't know what happened between them. But a girl has been looking for me for 100 years, and has entrusted those letters to me. Just thinking about this friendship makes me feel extremely heavy. Ji-sun looked at the smiling girl in front of him with extremely complicated eyes, and couldn't move his eyes away for a long time. Song-yu also noticed the strangeness of Ji-sun's expression, and blinked in confusion. Mr. Chaoyang, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Ji-sun didn't know how to explain this question. If I make some decisions, such as killing someone, or telling Song-yu that I travel through time and space, can history be changed? Or after I travel through time, whatever I can think of is what I have already done in history. No decision will change the course of history? My appearance in Innocent City 100 years later is an established fact on the timeline, and I am destined to receive a letter 100 years later, and traveling through time is also a fact that has already happened. So I am destined to come and destined to leave. Only in this way can the logic line be connected. So, this is a meeting destined to be separated for 100 years? Ji-sun's brows twisted more and more as he thought about it. Or maybe the parallel universe theory, because of the change, the same story has a different direction of development in the world. It seems that some cognition is missing, and the logic has fallen into a dead loop. Ji-sun fell into unprecedented deep thinking. He once glimpsed a little bit of the mystery of the law of time in Xiao Maicheng. At this moment, he vaguely realized something. His coming this time is like a drifting bottle, drifting in the long river of time. Chapter 237. Ji-sun's mind was in a mess. But now, he was basically certain that he had really traveled back 100 years ago. No wonder he felt familiar with this radiant girl even though it was their first meeting. Mutual. It was not just the familiarity brought by the exchange of letters, but also a kind of fate. This encounter between the two had already happened in history. 100 years later, Song-yu found Ji-sun in Innocent City and gave him a stamp. With this stamp, Ji-sun went back 100 years ago and found Miss Yu in Bolton Town. The former knew about the encounter 100 years ago, and the latter knew about the encounter 100 years later. A wonderful closed loop of time. The more Ji-sun thought about it, the deeper he thought, and he said to himself, the law of time is indeed one of the supreme laws of the universe. It is really wonderful. This feeling is like flipping through a storybook. From the perspective of the characters in the book, their life story lines are always advancing, and time cannot be reversed. But from a higher dimension, this kind of time is meaningless. For example, the reader's perspective. In the eyes of readers, the timeline in the story is embodied as pages. This is touchable and changeable. Turn to the first page, the story starts from the beginning. Turn to the last page, the story has ended, or any page can be accelerated, carefully read, or bookmark to pause. For the people in the story, their lives are constantly flowing, from beginning to end. But for readers, the story has always been there, and has never changed. So what is the essence of time? Ji-sun felt as if his soul had received a subtle inspiration. It was a feeling that some cognition of the universe in the depths of his soul was touched. He touched something that he could not understand at present, but made him extremely enjoyable, about the joy of wisdom and thinking. It suddenly dawned on him. He felt that this might be the meaning of the 52 career sequences of the card master, leading to the godly rank. Mortals cannot understand the meaning of this supreme law of the universe. Only when the life level is elevated to a high enough dimension can one see the truth, and see through his current doubts. Fortunately, he had this idea. Just like what Senior Gong Wu taught before, when you realize that your consciousness exists, you really exist. That is also the secret of entering the super level. Although Song-yu felt that Mr. Chaoyang in front of her said something incomprehensible. But she didn't feel strange at all. She also felt a sense of destiny. That inexplicable familiarity, like meeting a long-lost friend. Rather than a stranger who just met. Song-yu smiled and asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Chaoyang? Did I say anything that puzzled you just now?" Ji-sun listened and his thoughts returned. "It's okay. I thought of something else and was a little distracted, sorry." He didn't plan to tell Song-yu in front of him his speculation now. After all, it would be difficult to explain that he came from 100 years later. Besides, he himself hadn't figured out many things. "Wait a minute." Song-yu asked again, "Mr. Chaoyang, you haven't told me yet? How did you get here?" Ji-sun didn't intend to dwell on the complicated issue of the law of time, and said evasively, "That super time and space stamp guided me here. It allowed me to receive your invitation letter." "Oh!" Song-yu knew what a stamp was when he heard it, and didn't dwell on why the letter was not sent out. After all, this is a stamp with magical powers. She was just surprised and said, "Ah, isn't that stamp called Dreamer's Stamp?" Ji-sun didn't find it strange and said, "Well, when I saw it, it had a different name. Disaster objects are supercognitive ancient relics. After people recognize their functions, enlightenment will reveal the power that humans cannot touch. For example, the supertime and space teleportation ability of this stamp. This is not a mystery of time and space that humans can master. Before it could no longer recognize its function, it was just an ordinary stamp in the eyes of humans." Ji-sun asked casually, "Where did you get such a magical stamp?" Song Yu thought of something and explained, "I used to like reading books, and I often stayed alone in the family library. Then one day, by chance, I found stamps in an old book on the bookshelf. It happened that the story in that book said that this was a stamp that could deliver letters to the place you wanted to send them to. I just encountered a problem at that time, so I thought I could find someone who is proficient in Tarangu to help me decrypt it, so I wrote the letter you saw with a try attitude." When I said this, the picture in my mind automatically returned to the first time I wrote a letter. That was more than 2 years ago, when I was just 16 years old and had just come of age. The mind of a young girl is always a bit naive. In fact, she didn't say a word. Her wish when she put the stamp on was that the recipient of the letter was a person who was proficient in Tarangu, kind, and preferably handsome. I thought it was just my own fantasy. Now it seems to be completely true. With this little thought in mind, Song Yu secretly glanced at Ji-sun across from him, and finally said, "I tried it, and I didn't expect it to work. I also got to know Mr. Chaoyang because of it. Well, I'm really lucky." Ji-sun also suddenly said, "Oh, so that's how it is." The two smiled at each other. Magical fate. If Ji-sun knew what Misa Yu didn't say in her heart, maybe he would understand why it was himself who received the letter 100 years later. Because if you want to meet these conditions, you may not find one in 100 years. Since it was 100 years ago, there is no need to be shy about the wanted order. Ji-sun said directly, "Miss Song, you can call me Ji-sun." He said his name because he also found a problem. Song Kan's Big Ivan shop opened in Innocent City a long time ago. If Song Yuzhen had really been looking for him for 100 years, if he knew his name and appearance, he should have known that he was in Innocent City the first time he appeared on the wanted order. Let alone others. Based on the ability of the great detective Robin, Ji-sun felt that it should not be difficult to find him. But the fact is not so. At present, it seems that the other party found him not through his name and appearance. In other words, there may be some unknown special restrictions on this time travel. If he tells his name, if he really travels back, some assumptions can be confirmed. Song Yu blinked his eyes and said, "I said Mr. Chiang's name is so strange. But I didn't mind. It's normal to write under a pen name." She said seriously, "Mr. Ji-sun, you can just call me by my name, or a you. You don't have to keep calling me Miss Song, that would be too polite." "Yeah." Ji-sun nodded. As they chatted, he didn't stop eating with big mouthfuls. The carefully prepared dinner was more sumptuous than before, and there were many rare ingredients with extraordinary properties. This would be very beneficial for his recovery. Song Yu watched Ji-sun eat the roast turkey on the table that was bigger than the plate in a blink of an eye, and blinked and said, "Mr. Ji-sun, how can your body hold so much food?" After confirming the identity, there is no need to be too polite. Besides, she really didn't mean to offend at all, she was just curious. "There was nothing to hide about this," Ji-sun said. "My body needs energy recovery. This is related to my career sequence." "Oh." Song Yu listened very obediently, and didn't ask any more questions. After all, the career sequence is related to some combat weaknesses. This is a very private issue for card masters. "Ms. Song, how is the current scale of the Rose Chamber of Commerce?" "Not bad. It has expanded by about 30 times since I wrote to you before. But now it is mainly popularized in marginal cities. There are only a few small branches in big cities and Dragon City. After all, those high-end markets have been monopolized by old-fashioned chambers of commerce, and it is not easy to break the barriers to competition. As you suggested, our Rose Chamber of Commerce is now focusing on the bottom civilian market. Well, there is no problem with this direction. The Federation has a large population, 99% of whom are civilians. As long as we can grasp this market, the future is promising. I really want to thank you, Mr. Ji-sun. After all, the Rose Chamber of Commerce can be what it is today, all thanks to your guidance." "No. Miss Song, you have done very well. You are the key to success. Mr. Ji-sun, I would like to ask you, do you think there are any areas that can be improved in the Rose Chamber of Commerce now?" "Oh no, you are too modest. Your suggestions and vision are much more powerful than those old predecessors who stick to the rules. I don't know much about business operations. I just have some immature ideas. Selling goods is just the underlying thinking mode of business. The ultimate goal of businessmen in this era is to control the issuance of banknotes in the banking and financial system, and then they can truly control wealth. But printing money is something that only major banks can do, right? Almost all major lords have their own banks. Not just you, nor the existing banking system. What I mean is that we can set up a Federal Reserve Bank. Moreover, the gold standard model has great limitations, and we can consider some other alternatives in the future. At present, the best resources of the Federation are various rocks and minerals. It is definitely impossible to completely monopolize them, but we can monopolize some special and necessary minerals. For example, the extraordinary materials such as mithril, green copper, and hematite used by high-level card masters. Then you can let those mining giants use the banknotes you issue to trade these ores. When the future is far enough, you will find that everyone is using the banknotes you issue, and you have actually mastered everything. Oh my god, why didn't I think of this? Oh, Mr. Ji-sun, your vision is really too far-sighted. My family is in the mining business. We have been mining for hundreds of years, and we are still a stupid mine owner. I must go back and discuss this idea with my grandfather. It should work. Also, controlling public opinion is crucial. I mean, if conditions permit, you can start your own newspaper group or acquire a mainstream media group, control public opinion, and sometimes, newspapers can even influence the decision-making of the federal parliament, which will provide the necessary public opinion support and channels for you to create wealth. Ah, I didn't expect it at all. I thought newspapers were just something that the nobles read to kill time. Then there is mechanical technology, which is also a major trend in the future and should not be underestimated. However, the development of technology is inseparable from talents. Now the federal education only covers the children of the upper class. But in fact, there are many talented people at the bottom. If we can select and support some talented people, we will definitely bring some loyal and reliable backbone technical members to the Chamber of Commerce in the future. Yeah. Of course, the premise of all this is that you must have a certain amount of political power and have a strong enough self-protection force. In this way, you can ensure that the money you earn will not be plundered by others. When that time comes, perhaps you will need to hold some seats in Parliament. You can also start by making friends with the descendants of some families who may become parliamentarians. As far as I know, many parliamentarians' families are not rich, and sponsorship is a good means. Yeah. The dining atmosphere was very pleasant. Song-yu didn't eat much. Most of the time he ate a little and then chatted. The two exchanged some of the content of the previous letters, and the sense of trust became more and more firm. At this moment, Song-yu was 100% sure that the person in front of her was the Mr. Chaoyang, because she was sure that there was absolutely no one else in the world who could say these amazing ideas. This meal was very rewarding. It was not a business method, but those words seemed to open her mind. It was a way of thinking that was completely above the times. She even felt that this news was more important than everything the Rose Chamber of Commerce currently had. With these ideas, she was sure that she could create 100 times more business value in the future. Song-yu listened carefully and silently memorized everything. Ji-sun didn't really understand business and economics. He hadn't paid much attention to the economic situation of the Federation before. He just read enough books and had enough knowledge. And from the perspective of the future, he put forward some trend opinions. But many plans have their own limitations and may not be applicable. In this case, a doer is very important. And Song-yu is such a genius. Although this girl is not very old, her family has been doing business for generations, and she is familiar with all the current business models. And she herself is really talented in business. Often, she only needs Ji-sun to come up with some concepts, and following these ideas, she can turn ideas into practical business plans in the current era. She can even see the hidden mysteries under the surface of business operations that Ji-sun himself has not seen. The key is that Song-yu still has enough resources. The Song family behind her is a real mine. This Miss Ayu has all the conditions to become a business tycoon. Ji-sun actually learned from the previous letter that Song-yu was exiled by the family and founded a very good chamber of commerce. He knew that this girl had excellent business talent, vision, and skills. And judging from the situation 100 years later, the Song family's Black Gold Chamber of Commerce has indeed become a capital giant. Chatting requires that the two people have equal cognition in order to have a pleasant chat. One can speak, the other can understand. It just so happens that these two people at the table are a perfect match. Before they knew it, they were chatting enthusiastically until midnight. Song Yu didn't feel tired at all. Although most of the time it was Ji Sun who was talking about some business plans. While chatting, he was also intentionally or unintentionally asking about the situation of the Rose Chamber of Commerce. He was not interested in business, he just said whatever he thought of. As for what he could understand, or how much he understood, that was Song Yu's business. It takes time to digest these contents. But Ji Sun is more concerned about something else. His pen pal was assassinated in the afternoon, and the assassin was rescued by a prison break. Things are far from over. Even if he knows that he has traveled through time and space, Ji Sun is not sure about the future direction. What if it is really a parallel time and space? What he is doing now will change history. If Song Yu is really assassinated, will he still receive the letter 100 years later? And no matter what, since he is here, he will not let this pen pal be killed in front of him. After talking about business. At this time, Ji Sun took the opportunity to lead the topic. Miss Song, what do you think about today's assassination? I mean, who do you think would hire bandits to assassinate you? Why would they kill you? In fact, he wanted to ask this question when they were in the cellar before. But he knew that the two of them were not familiar with each other at that time, and the other party might not be willing to say it. Now is the right time to speak. Song Yu's expression darkened when he heard it. It's not that he was worried about himself, but he thought of the guards who died for her. But after thinking about it, she shook her head and said, I don't know either. Ji Sun also saw that although this girl was smart, she was too simple, and could not necessarily think of some of the darkness of human nature. Ji Sun had seen the scene of the internal struggle of the Lionheart family for the right of inheritance. The Song family was a big family, and it was probably an internal problem. He changed the direction and asked in a guiding way, if you were assassinated, who would benefit the most? This is the most basic logic. If the murder of a Chamber of Commerce president is not a personal grudge, it must be because of interests. So generally speaking, those who benefit are all suspects. Of course, it is not necessarily the one who benefits the most, but at least the suspects can be ranked according to probability. The risk can be encountered. Upon hearing this, Song Yu's expression instantly became very embarrassed. Her kindness made her completely not assume that any close person was a very vicious character. But because this question was guiding, her mind unconsciously associated a lot of things. If she died, the Chamber of Commerce would be taken over by the family immediately. And because she was expelled from the family, the Rose Chamber of Commerce's assets may be distributed to the various branches of the family by the clan elders. Ji Sun looked at her thoughtful expression and continued to remind her. For example, the one who is closest to you and wants to spy on your business model may interfere in the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce under the pretext of helping you manage it. He may appear frequently in your sight recently. Song Yu is not stupid. When she heard the reminder, she almost instinctively thought of one person in her mind, her aunt. No, she would never do that. Song Yu shook her head, feeling conflicted for some reason. Ji Sun looked at her conflicted expression and seemed to think of someone, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just said, it's okay, think about it yourself. Just be more careful in the future. After all, in his opinion, this must be a trusted relative, so it's normal for Song Yu not to speculate maliciously. Moreover, Ji Sun was just reasoning. Another possibility is that the real mastermind behind the scenes also expected this. If Song Yu really died, the first person the Song family would suspect would be that person that Song Yu just thought of. No one who can hold a high position is simple. It is not so easy to find the mastermind behind this matter. In Ji Sun's opinion, even if the previous assassin was not rescued, at most he could interrogate a middleman, and he would never find any clues. However, he could try it. Ji Sun didn't know much about the situation inside the Song family, and he didn't think it was something he needed to find out now. The most important thing was that the assassination was definitely not over. He needed to ensure Song Yu's safety. Judging from the current situation, Captain Sam, the second-level captain next door, is far from enough. It may be safe to hide in the mechanical city for a short time. But this place is very far from the big city. If it really takes a few days, when the next batch of assassins are ready, it will not be so easy to deal with. Just when Ji Sun was thinking about ensuring this person's safety, Song Yu suddenly thought of something and looked at Ji Sun abruptly. Mr. Ji Sun, I thought of a possibility. Ji Sun cast an inquiring look. Oh? Song Yu hesitated for a moment, and it was obvious that she had thought carefully before she said the following words. I encountered an assassination attempt, which is very likely related to another purpose of my visit to Bolton City this time. Ji Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, and waited for the next words. Song Yu looked into his eyes and said directly, I came to Bolton City this time. In addition to preparing for the opening of the new factory, more importantly, I got a treasure map. Treasure map? When Ji-sun heard this key word, he realized that things were complicated again. But it's also more interesting. This word has a huge appeal to a person who likes adventure. Yes. Song Yu nodded seriously. She knew the importance of this news very well, and even leaking it out might cost her life. If it were someone else, she would never tell it. But Chaoyang, Song Yu had a trust that she herself didn't understand. I accidentally saved a miner when I was distributing bread in Black Owl City. He gave me the mineral exploration map inherited from his family. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary mineral exploration map. But then, I accidentally discovered that there was encrypted information on the mineral map. As she spoke, she took out a yellowed parchment roll. It's this map. Song Yu said without reservation. I deciphered the encryption method on it, and found that it was hidden in the ancient language of Talon. After translating it, I found that this treasure map recorded a red copper vein with extremely high reserves. The most important thing is that the map describes that ultra-high quality mithril ore has been found somewhere in this vein. Whether it is mithril or red copper, they are both rare and in great demand raw materials for high-level card masters. If it is true that super high reserves, the value of this mineral vein is probably inestimable. It is even rich enough to rival a country. The moment Song Yu said this big secret, the parchment scroll seemed to turn into a golden paper. It was dazzling and exuded a fatal temptation. However, Ji-sun glanced at it and didn't look at it anymore. Instead, looking at the defenseless girl in front of him, his expression was slightly strange, and he said in a deep voice, Aren't you afraid that I will snatch this treasure map away? Although they had helped each other, they were no longer strangers. But it was the first time they met after all. This inexplicable sense of trust made Ji-sun feel a little bit like he deserved it. Song Yu was more rational than he thought, and directly said what she thought. She responded calmly, If I were to exchange, Mr. Ji-sun's previous advice would be more valuable than this map in my opinion. This was what she thought, from the bottom of her heart. Another point is that Song Yu is now very clear about her situation. Since the mastermind behind the scenes has already started the assassination, he will never give up easily until he achieves his goal. If she can't find some support in this remote Bolton City, she doesn't think she can go back alive. As for trust, Mr. Chaoyang in front of her is one of the people she trusts the most in her heart. Hee. Ji-sun listened and shook his head self-deprecatingly. This made him feel a lot of emotion. Outstanding people always have some aura that can influence the people around them from a very early time. Perhaps even Song Yu herself didn't realize that her trust was like a psychological suggestion. I took out the treasure map and shared my biggest secret with you. You can do whatever you want. This makes people dispel any evil thoughts. Song Yu's words just now came from the heart. It's not a trick, but a human trait. Any partner he meets in the future will be influenced by this aura. Song Yu already has the potential to become a top businessman. Ji-sun didn't dwell on this issue, and asked, Who else knows this news? Song Yu frowned and said, I deciphered this news before, and asked a manager of the Chamber of Commerce to arrange someone to send a letter to Grandpa. Although I encrypted it. But it may be leaked at some stage. Yes. Ji-sun listened and didn't bother to think about it. It doesn't matter where the map was leaked. Song Yu is so conspicuous now, many people are paying attention to her. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the person who murdered her may really come for the treasure map. When thinking about the assassin, who was released in the cellar before, Ji-sun has basically determined that there is a ghost inside the Chamber of Commerce. If the intelligence is not enough, then we can only wait for the enemy to come. Now that the assassination has gone wrong, that person will definitely think that Song Yu is on guard and get rid of the treasure map. Perhaps he will do it again as soon as possible. When Ji-sun thought of this, dozens of different plans had already emerged in his mind. And each thought followed those plans, and thought of various possible situations. He couldn't explain the complicated plans he had thought of, and suddenly asked, By the way, what kind of restrictions and early warning devices are in your bedroom? This jumping topic made Song Yu's pretty face instantly surprised. Why are you asking this? It feels like, give me a spare key to your house. This is so straightforward for a young girl that it is hard not to have some strange thoughts. Ji-sun didn't wait for the girl to think about it. He said directly, I suspect the assassin may sneak into your room to continue the assassination. I may come over then. Oh! Song Yu heard this and realized that she had thought wrong. She quietly hid the panic at that moment, and did not hide it, and said directly, Well, there's a break into the barrier near the window, and there is also a hidden energy fluctuation restriction. The trigger mechanism is The secret of the treasure map has been revealed. There is nothing to hide. Ji-sun listened and took notes quietly. With this information, it will be much more convenient. The two chatted until midnight. This surprised everyone in the Rose Chamber of Commerce. It was the first time they saw their young lady chatting so well with a young man. Especially Mrs. Maylaw, she felt a sense of crisis. After all, she is Song Yu's aunt. An outsider actually chatted with his niece until midnight? Called Chaeyong? What's the situation with this guy of unknown origin? Madam, we don't know him either. From what the young lady said, he might be a secret guard arranged by the old master. I know. Madame Maylaw felt very bad. She always felt like her treasure was coveted by others, and she had to do something as soon as possible. Ji-sun returned to the room, and when he had nothing to do, he also taught the little dove some basic martial arts. You don't know until you teach him. Once you teach him, you will find that this little guy's talent is really surprising. That kind of coordination ability to understand movements, pure genius. Ji-sun taught him a set of advanced entry-level boxing, and also taught him a few breathing methods suitable for him. Just these things, I'm afraid they are worth hundreds of thousands in the market. Little Dove also knew that the opportunity was very rare, so he studied very seriously and practiced hard. Talented, hard-working. Ji-sun was very optimistic about this little boy. In the room, the two of them, one big and one small, sat cross-legged on the bed and meditated. Before they knew it, it was already late at night. After midnight, most of the lights on the lighthouse had gone out. Darkness enveloped most of the mechanical city. Light and shadow pulled the buildings into the shape of grinning monsters. The mechanical clock on the wall ticked. The pointer pointed to 3 o'clock in the morning. It was when people were sleeping soundly. Suddenly, Ji-sun's ears trembled slightly on the bed, and he opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Is it coming?" His keen hearing made him discover that someone was quietly climbing up the outer wall of the Rose Chamber of Commerce apartment, and also touched some small tricks that had been arranged before. The movement was very small, a master of thieves. As he expected, the killer arrived as expected. Thinking of this, Ji-sun also quietly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 238. The President's Bedroom in the Rose Chamber of Commerce apartment. Song Yu was still recording something at the mahogany table. The pointer on the wall was clicking, and time passed quietly. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. She wanted to sleep for a while, but after talking with Ji-sun before, too many new ideas came into her mind. She wanted to record these priceless business concepts, and had no sleep at all. Moreover, she felt that the assassination would not stop. I simply didn't sleep. The light illuminated a focused face. Song Yu wrote, and occasionally thought of something. His eyes would be full of spirit, and he murmured to himself, "It's really amazing, these concepts don't seem to belong to this era at all. Those old men are still complacent. If they really heard what Mr. Ji-sun said, I'm afraid they would all drop their jaws. If I really give him 10 years, the business landscape of the entire Federation will definitely change." He was writing and thinking. Suddenly, Song Yu said something and her expression was startled. Someone entered the house. Although the person carefully avoided triggering the warning in the house, she could still know immediately if someone entered the barrier. "Mr. Ji-sun?" Song Yu called softly. But she also instinctively became alert, and her hand quietly touched a relic card on the table. At this time, a response came from the void, "Yeah. Someone is coming. You don't have to worry about me. Follow the plan." "Oh." Song Yu heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the familiar voice. When she told Ji-sun about the restriction, she guessed that he would come. But when he really came, it felt very strange. The doors and windows were not open. How did he get in? At the same time, she thought, the killer is here? It was obviously a matter of life and death, but Song Yu didn't know why she felt much calmer when she heard the calm tone. Just like the plan she had made before, she didn't show any abnormality and continued to write something by herself. Ji-sun entered the house and used shadow stealth to quietly hide in the shadows. He was just a second-level assassin. Although his body had only recovered 10% or 20%, he did not feel that he was a big threat. Moreover, the werewolf's 5 senses and chi perception were still sharp, so the assassin's whereabouts were completely secret under his nose. Not long after, a black dagger quietly emerged from the void. The assassin's stealth skills were quite clever. Even if he walked under the light, he still did not reveal any sound. However, she was completely unaware that a pair of eyes were staring coldly in the shadow under the lamp. "Here they are." Song Yu also discovered the enemy, but pretended to be completely unaware. While marveling at the enemy's appearance, a gloomy look flashed across her eyes, because the killer had actually used some means to invalidate the original barrier. This means that someone revealed the details of the layout of the apartment's defense barrier to the killer. If she hadn't listened to Ji-sun's advice, she would have added some new early warning methods that others didn't know about. Otherwise, I might not know what happened tonight until I die. Thinking that there is really a traitor in the Chamber of Commerce, this betrayal makes Song-yu feel even more uncomfortable than being assassinated. However, according to the plan, she cannot call for guards now. There is no point. The killer has sneaked into the house, and he will definitely come faster than the guards. This is equivalent to entrusting her life completely to the friend hiding in the dark. The feeling of life and death made Song-yu's breathing slightly heavier. Just as this thought flashed, the assassin seemed to quietly walk behind Song-yu. In an instant, the perfectly hidden murderous intent suddenly burst out. Song-yu's back was instantly covered with cold sweat. Here it comes. But hope has also come. A moment earlier than the dagger fell, only 2 gunshots like thunderous explosions were heard in the room. Although the alchemical bullet is not a fatal threat to the second-level card master, it can still cause good damage to the stealth assassin, who suppresses the curse power all over his body. At least, it is enough to stop him from assassinating. Ji-sun's aura was completely restrained. The assassin didn't notice until he put the muzzle of the gun against his head. Flame spurted out of the muzzle. Clang. Clang. 2 sounds. Blood was flowing from the assassin's head. He was startled and instinctively retreated several meters. Hearing the gunshots beside his ears, Song-yu breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if the god of death had taken away the sickle on his neck. The death crisis that made his hair stand on end disappeared, and he murmured, "Mr. Ji-sun is really strong." She didn't know why Ji-sun had the confidence to make that plan, and used his own life as bait. But she still chose to believe and cooperate. Now it seems that he is sure. Ji-sun entered the house before the assassin, but the assassin didn't notice that there was a third person in the house. Just this hiding ability is amazing. I guess no one dares to bet that they can hurt a second-level card master with the sound of a gun, but he did it. Without strength as confidence, it is impossible. An idea flashed through Song-yu's mind, and he pushed the chair down and retreated. He saw the assassin wearing a gas mask on the opposite side with blood all over his head, looking at the third person holding a gun in astonishment. How is it possible? When did another person appear in the room? Although the assassin didn't say anything, the trembling of his eyes revealed his fear and terror. Being able to hide in the room without his perception was like a poisonous snake hiding in a dark cave, waiting for the opportunity to jump out like lightning and give a fatal blow. Fortunately, this guy used a gun, otherwise, if he had used other means, it would not be as simple as an injury. While still in shock, the killer was also confused. He had such an excellent hiding ability, but he was actually a mediocre gunman? Is it because of some ancient relics? Oh, it makes sense. The Rose Chamber of Commerce is not short of money, so it is normal to be able to buy some rare relics. But there is no such thing in the intelligence. It's not that Ji-sun wants to use a gun, but his current strength has not recovered. If he takes action, he may not be able to kill with one shot. Besides, there was more than one assassin, and they were not the biggest threat from the beginning to the end. Ji-sun was more concerned about the potential problems within the Chamber of Commerce. Now that the assassin had quietly sneaked into Song-yu's bedroom, it was directly proved that there was an internal ghost in the Rose Chamber of Commerce. If it was not solved, it would always be a hidden danger. The gunshots also attracted the guards of the Chamber of Commerce at the first time. Captain Sam and several guards were in the next room. Almost at the same time as the gunshots, the sound of fierce fighting was heard outside Song-yu's bedroom. Without any entanglement, a strong figure rushed in through the door. The captain of the guard, Sam, shouted anxiously, "Miss." After seeing that Song-yu was safe and sound, the captain of the guard breathed a sigh of relief. He also recognized that the killer was the second leader of the bandits, Razor Black 6, who had escaped from the cellar before, and was a wanted criminal with a high reward on the wanted list. They had fought before, and confirmed that he was very strong. It was because he knew he was strong that Sam was surprised. In the 2 breaths of time when he was blocked just now, this guy was enough to kill his own lady. But he didn't succeed. While feeling relieved, he instinctively glanced at Ji-sun, who was holding a gun and protecting Song-yu, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Gun? It was obvious that Sam didn't expect that someone would use a gun to injure a second-level assassin. How did he do it? But now was not the time to think about that question. Sam rushed towards the assassin with a gun in his head without hesitation. The guards came, and Ji-sun didn't continue to fight, and quietly retreated to the side with a gun. In his eyes, everyone in the Rose Chamber of Commerce is worthy of suspicion. Now it seems that Captain Sam can be ruled out. At this moment, blood is flowing from Sam's shoulder, and there is a black needle piercing it. This is the first level relic Amix poisonous bee flying needle that shot through Ji-sun's arm before. The assassin was released from the cellar, and the flying needle was also stolen. Ji-sun's eyes were playful. After all, an ancient relic is valuable regardless of its grade. For high-ranking nobles, it may be an item in the warehouse. But especially for the bandits, they might just want to save their lives. It's normal for the bandits to want to steal it back. But without accurate intelligence, it's impossible. This narrowed down Ji-sun's suspects. The battle in the house suddenly went from outbreak to climax. Sam was eager to save his master just now, so he forced his way in and was injured in the shoulder blade, and his combat power was greatly reduced. Fortunately, it was not a big problem to contain the assassin. But the assassin was not alone. Just as Sam rushed in, a guy with gray-white scales all over his body and a semi-mechanical iron tail rushed in from the door. A card master from the Beast Walker sequence? Ji-sun looked at the guy who looked like a scorpion after transformation and thought the shape was novel. It is rare to use gray armor scorpion as a material. Some mechanical structures are also used to increase the functions after transformation, which can be regarded as black technology. Ji-sun also recognized at a glance that this guy was the one who secretly stabbed his arm with a needle in the afternoon. Song-yu, who was standing by, recognized the person and his eyes narrowed, the leader of the Iron Fist group, the Iron Tail Scorpion Lai Luo. Ji-sun had captured the fluctuations of this guy's chi before. Although he was not a second-level card master, he was also an old-fashioned first-level card master. This scorpion's goal was also very clear, that is, to kill. He blocked the other entangled guards and rushed towards Song-yu. Seeing this, Ji-sun raised his gun and fired several shots without hesitation. The swaying colorful trajectory of the alchemical bullet hit the enemy's body very accurately. However, the guy was also prepared. The alchemical bullet hit the gray-white scales, and sparks flew everywhere, but it did not cause much damage. As this guy rushed over, he had already raised the honeycomb-shaped steam spray gun in his left hand. Mechanical equipment is very heavy, and the probability of prediction is very high. However, this kind of range attack spray gun is difficult to completely avoid in a narrow environment. ZZ. Listening to the deflated sound, Ji-sun raised his eyebrows slightly, and pushed Song-yu beside him to the side. He alone would have no impact at all, but the risk would increase exponentially with one more person. The next second. Bang. With a sound, a high-pressure air wave passed by. The turbulent flow that splashed out was like a wind blade technique, tearing the suit on Ji-sun's left arm into countless pieces in an instant. It was not a serious injury, but the wound washed by the air blade looked bloody. Feeling the pain, Ji-sun's mouth corners unconsciously raised. Pain has always been the beginning of some pleasure. The injury was also intentional, because this was part of the plan. In this way, it would be easier for people to judge his strength as a gunman, that's it. Song-yu was only a first-level card master. This noble lady, who had no actual combat experience, had very poor combat effectiveness. Her reaction was not slow, and her mentality was calm enough, but the two fire bomb cards that she used to fight back were easily avoided by the enemy. Ji-sun could kill them. But he did not intend to waste the little magic power he had just accumulated on these two assassins. After all, this kind of assassination is about sneaking around. Once discovered, it would be fatal for the killer to continue to entangle with him. This is the mechanical city. Not to mention the Rose Chamber of Commerce's guards. Baron Bolton's private soldiers number over 1,000, and they will react quickly. Although these two guys have the kind of ridiculous bodies that can transform into vampires, they are not easy to kill. But they are thieves after all. They can't be killed quickly. If they are caught again, there will be absolutely no one who can save them. Ji-sun and Song-yu cooperated with each other, and they fought back and forth with the assassin. Steam guns, alchemical bullets, and spell cards exploded all over the room, and the luxurious wooden furniture was blown into sawdust. After just a few encounters, the huge room was in a mess. It looked thrilling, and Song-yu and Ji-sun almost lost their lives several times. But in reality, everything was under control. Ji-sun's perception captured the aura of the two bandit assassins, and no matter what they did, they were locked. As the fight went on, Ji-sun even felt that his weak state was quite good. This made his proficiency of aura perception on the panel soar. However, this state did not last long. The two assassins were not very good at psychological quality. Seeing that they failed to kill Song-yu, they became more and more panicked. Ji-sun had originally expected that the two assassins would retreat after seeing the assassination failed. The Chamber of Commerce guards wanted to protect Song-yu, so they would not chase him. The follow-up might lead to the discovery of an insider, but an unexpected accident happened. Just when the fight in the room was getting intense, Ji-sun suddenly sensed a strong breath approaching from the window, and shouted in his heart, "An expert is coming." The aura was so strong that he immediately felt the danger of death in his current state. The assassin still has this backup? No, it's aimed at these bandits. Ji-sun was shocked. But after a careful perception, he found that the strong aura outside the window was not aimed at them. He didn't dare to be careless, and quietly pulled Song-yu, who was completely unaware, and retreated to the corner. At this moment, there was a loud bang. Everyone turned their heads, and saw that a big hole was punched out of the iron wall by someone. 2 men and 1 woman. 3 mysterious men in black suits came in through the gap in the wall. Before the 2 bandits could escape, one of them was hit by a punch against the wall, and the other was tightly trapped by the steel cable emitting holy light. This overwhelming fighting power instantly paused the battle, and made everyone in the Rose Chamber of Commerce quiet down. So strong, everyone looked at the 3 guys who broke in violently, shocked and confused. In the corner, Ji-sun guessed the identity of the person who came, and muttered to himself, "A 3rd-level card master from Bureau X?" He had a lot of dealings with Bureau X. Looking at the black suit that hadn't changed much in 100 years, he recognized it at a glance. And a 3rd-level captain with 2 assistants is almost the standard for Bureau X's special forces. But Ji-sun was also surprised to see someone from Bureau X in such a remote place. Then he saw that the 3 people's target was 2 bandits. Ji-sun was thoughtful. He guessed that they were probably here to investigate vampires. He also realized that things were not that simple. This vampire seems to be very powerful. With the involvement of people from Bureau X, things suddenly became more serious. Originally, Ji-sun suspected that there was something wrong with the vampire bloodline of these bandits. Now it seems that the problem is not small. Judging from the many high-end bureaus that Ji-sun has contacted, this kind of extraordinary power that can be obtained with a low threshold is 99% of some kind of contamination. It could be some ancient relics with out-of-control supernatural properties, or some old gods. It is the job of Bureau X to contain these strange things. They are like the repairmen of this world, mending things in the dark places that most people cannot see. The 3 men in black who suddenly broke and quickly resolved the battle, and the people of the Rose Chamber of Commerce in the room looked at each other in bewilderment. The invisible sense of oppression displayed by these 3 people was too strong, completely different from the 2 bandits. This made even the strongest Captain Sam swallow his saliva when he saw it. If they really fight with this kind of strength, they have no chance of winning. Almost everyone in the room has never seen anyone from Bureau X. Even Song-yu only knew that outstanding graduates from the Federal College would go to this place for internships, but he had never really seen them on a mission. Only Ji-sun looked at the 3 people carefully, thinking in his mind how he could have a chance of winning if a conflict broke out. Because of Xie Guosheng's incident, he didn't have a very good impression of Bureau X, and even held a deep wariness. I wonder if the Bureau X of 100 years ago also had that problem. After all, it is an official organization, and it has its own procedures. After subduing the 2 bandit leaders, the leading man in black took out a brass badge with an X logo, showed it to everyone, and said, "Everyone, we are agents of the Bureau X, Chen Kue. These 2 are my assistants." They obviously knew the structure of the Rose Chamber of Commerce. The captain said with a cold expression of official business, and then said to Song-yu, "President Song, I'm sorry to interrupt you suddenly. We will find someone to repair the wall for you. But now I have a question that I need to ask you in private. Please cooperate." Song-yu heard this, and there was some confusion in her eyes. She knew the work content of the ex-bureau agents. That's why she was very confused about what kind of relationship she had with the ex-bureau. But it didn't hurt to think about it. She said directly to the guards, "Uncle Sam, you go and treat your injuries first. Everyone go out first." "Yes, miss." Everyone responded and left. At this time, the 3 people from the ex-bureau looked at Ji-sun, who was still in the room, and the captain of the men in black said again, "This one?" Song-yu said directly, "He is a friend I can trust. No matter why you ask, there is no need to be shy." Ji-sun was not shamelessly staying here to inquire about any business secrets. But his intuition told him that these people from the ex-bureau had some information that he was interested in. Hearing this, the 3 men in black quietly looked at Ji-sun, but did not say anything. The young female assistant took out a card and activated it, and a phonograph relic appeared in the room. After checking the effects, it can block the spread of sound and record audio. The captain in black came straight to the point. "Miss Song, I want to ask, did your Chamber of Commerce participate in the war between Count Felaman and Councillor Bourne?" Song Yu listened and said directly no. The captain in black looked at her for a moment, and then asked, "Do you know why these bandits were assassinated?" Song Yu didn't want to talk about the treasure map, and calmly responded, "It may be that a competitor hired someone to kill. I don't know who it is." "Captain, do you or anyone in your family know Count Philemon?" Song Yu, "I don't know, at least I don't know him. We are businessmen, and almost all the nobles in the Federation are our customers." "Captain, your Chamber of Commerce has been in Bolton Town recently. Have you found any unusual incidents?" Song Yu, "No." "Captain, I'm sorry, these questions may be offensive, please forgive me. This is also for your safety to a certain extent. I'm sorry, I can't elaborate on the specific reasons. But we have seen several bounties on you in the black market, Miss Song. You should be careful recently." Song Yu nodded, "Yes, thank you." Song Yu talked to the captain of the black-clad men, and Ji Sun listened carefully. He was already familiar with the work procedures of the people in the X-Bureau. Most of these guys were riddlers. It sounded like some insignificant questions, but there might be some key information hidden under those questions. Ji Sun also analyzed the direction of each question in his mind. Now it is basically certain that these people are coming for those vampire bandits. The known source of vampires is the war between Count Philemon and Councillor Bourne. Several questions also revolve around that direction. But, from what he said, this matter is related to Song Yu. Ji Sun vaguely felt that this seemed to be the right idea. If it was just a few bandits who hired someone to kill, it would definitely not be so high profile. But the special agent team has already appeared here to arrest people, and they have 100% grasped some accurate clues. Ji Sun wanted to hear more. But the three people from Bureau X seemed to have finished their questions. The male assistant next to the captain in black must have some means of distinguishing the truth from the false, and his eyes never left Song Yu's face. After finding that they could not get more information from Song Yu, the three did not continue to ask. "Sorry, Miss Song, we are bothering you. We will take this bandit away for investigation. If we can interrogate him, we will also give you an answer to the assassination." "Okay." The three broke through the wall, jumped down from the hole, and disappeared into the dark night. It was getting lively outside. Hearing the sound of fighting, lights were lit in the surrounding buildings. The city guards also surrounded the apartment of the Rose Chamber of Commerce. But they were a step late. Fortunately, the killer had been taken down, no matter how it was solved. The Chamber of Commerce manager went to negotiate, and those people dispersed. But there were obviously many more guards patrolling the street. After the three people from Bureau X left, Song Yu ignored the mess and looked at Ji Sun's arm that was injured by the spray gun before, and asked with concern, "Mr. Ji Sun, are you okay?" Ji Sun shook his head and didn't look at the superficial wound. "It's just a small problem." Thinking about it, he asked, "Have you ever thought that someone in your family might have colluded with those bandits?" "I don't know either." Song Yu was also very smart. When she heard those questions before, she actually thought of this question. Both of them thought it was a murder for hire, but now seeing the people from the X-Bureau coming to the door, it suddenly became not that simple. Ji Sun's eyes turned and asked again, "Did your Song family also get involved in that war?" "Before, we were outsiders, so some questions were not easy to answer. Now there were only two of them, and Song Yu said without hesitation, any war is funded by a merchant consortium. Our Song family also has a military industry, and the uncles in the family may have transported arms to the battlefield, but I have no contact with that kind of business and am not familiar with it." Ji Sun listened in silence. But this answer was too broad, and there were no useful clues. After a pause, Song Yu added, "However, in the family, the arms business of the third uncle is the largest." Ji Sun heard this, so he had a suspect. He thought for a moment, and then said, "Have you ever thought about why the bandits must kill you? The assassination in the afternoon can be said to be paid for doing it. Tonight, knowing that the risk is so great, they still came, which may not be a matter of money. Those bandits seem to have a reason to kill this Miss Song." This. Song Yu seemed to have thought of something, and said, "I think it may be because of the treasure map." She glanced at Ji Sun's puzzled expression and explained, "Federal law stipulates that the ownership of newly developed mining areas must be registered to avoid disputes. The gold mine that Count Philemon and Senator Bourne are fighting over is actually because of the ownership issue. It is said that Count Philemon's prospecting team first discovered the gold mine and was preparing to register it. But it is said that the news was leaked. Senator Bourne took the lead in sending people to mine and actually engaged in mining. Of course, both sides said that they discovered it first. Then a conflict arose. In order to avoid this situation, the Federation also introduced some laws. As long as it is first filed with the federal parliament, there will be no dispute over the ownership of the mineral vein. Ji-sun only knew after listening that the Federation had such a regulation. Although I had read a lot of books before, I had no interest in these legal provisions, so I didn't read them. Song Yu revealed his plan and said some rules that only the upper class knew. The federal government is a land reclamation system, encouraging lords to dig and discover new mineral layers on their own. The current situation is that this area has good iron ore and silver mines, which are all mined by the Baron Bolton family. The Bolton family is also the only legal lord. So even if I find the unowned green copper and mithril vein on the treasure map, there will inevitably be conflicts in ownership. But it just so happens that the Bolton family has had financial problems for a long time, and is willing to sell assets to pay off debts. I heard this news from the intermediary, so I came here in person recently, and I also considered buying this mechanical city and the nearby mining rights together. At the end of the conversation, she started to hesitate. She came here to run the Chamber of Commerce and build a factory, but in fact, she came for the Bolton family's business. This kind-hearted Miss Song secretly glanced at Ji-sun, as if she felt that this business method was a bit dishonest. Ji-sun smiled and gave him a look of approval. He didn't think it was improper. This underground world has no boundaries at all. It is so vast that it seems endless, and the mineral veins are ownerless. Whoever finds it owns it, no problem. Song Yu looked at Ji-sun's encouraging expression, and then said, "Recently, I have actually been discussing the acquisition plan with Baron Bolton, and the price has been agreed upon. I paid a sum of money first. Then, I sent the handover documents to Longcheng for filing. After about half a month, when the files are sent back, I will be able to complete the final transfer procedures, completely buy out this mechanical city, and become the new lord." Speaking of this, she actually sorted out the clues and added, of course, "If I die, the lord's authority will be transferred to someone else in the family. Or, it will be invalidated." "Oh!" Ji-sun listened, smiling. "So, this is why Song Yu must die. If no one knows about the treasure map, no one will care who buys this old Bolton mechanical city. But if there are priceless rare minerals in the territory, the problem will be big. From this reason, the motive can be deduced. It may be that Baron Bolton got the news from some channels and wanted to regret it, so he hired someone to kill. Or maybe a relative in the Song family wanted to secretly seize the lord's authority." Ji-sun thought of this and said jokingly, "Miss Song, you are in a very dangerous situation now." "Yes." Song Yu knew this, and her delicate features were also worried. She looked at Ji-sun, and there was a little helplessness in her eyes. This city is remote, and it is too late to go home and find reinforcements. I have never experienced such a dangerous day since I was a child. I have experienced 2 assassinations today. Now the people from Bureau X have come to the door again. It seems that the trouble is far from over. Chapter 239. Ji-sun didn't want to let others know that his injury was not serious, so he didn't ask the doctor to treat it. He took the medicine and gauze and treated it simply. Song Yu happened to have learned some medical knowledge, so he helped. The two chatted while treating the injury. Song Yu looked at the wound and realized that the body in front of him was a bit too strong. The toughness of the skin, muscles, and bones was exaggerated and visible to the naked eye. This is not something a weak gunman can have. But she was also very smart not to say it directly, but blinked her watery eyes and said, "Mr. Ji-sun, thank you for saving me again. You are really amazing." Ji-sun heard the hidden meaning of the girl's words, and smiled without saying anything. He saved him. However, the matter is not over yet. Captain Sam is now seriously injured. After this chaos, it is the best opportunity to assassinate him. If there is really a traitor, it is time to show up now. Just as he was thinking about it, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. It sounded like the sound of high heels stepping on wooden boards. The weight was not light, and the steps were light and light. Another person walked lightly and steadily, and was a master. Before the person arrived, the duck-like voice had come through the door. "Hey, my dear niece, are you okay?" Ji-sun had quietly disappeared into the dark after hearing this. Song Yu also guessed his intention, and cleaned up the scene. The danger was far from over. As soon as Mrs. Maylock came in, her shrewd eyes looked at the room. Seeing the medicine box that Song Yu was packing, her eyes darkened instantly. Her fat hand quietly placed on the handbag and asked, "Xiao Yu, what happened? Oh, I heard the assassin is here again." Song Yu looked at the fat woman who came late, and didn't want to explain more, saying, "Aunt, it's all right now. You should go to bed early." "How can I sleep?" The fat woman looked frightened and patted her chest. "It's so scary. I think we have to leave this damn country as soon as possible." Also, I've said before that you shouldn't let some strange stranger stay in the Chamber of Commerce. Promise your aunt that we leave tomorrow, okay? The events that happened today made her feel a great sense of crisis. It's not just about personal safety. Some things seem to be out of control. She wants to pull people back before things get out of control. Song Yu didn't want to defend herself, but for some reason, she felt annoyed listening to these words that were obviously concerned. You definitely can't leave. Not to mention that the handover procedures of the mechanical city have not been completed yet. If you leave, all your efforts will be wasted. Even if you really want to leave, now that you are being targeted, you will probably not be able to return home alive. Mrs. Maylaw saw that Song Yu did not reply, but instead had a thoughtful look on his face, and then tried to ask, "Tell your aunt, who is that Chao Yang? When did you meet? Forget about eating until midnight." As for the assassin's attack before, according to the guards, when they rushed into the room for the first time, they saw the man called Chao Yang. The guy was already in the room. What could a man and a woman do in the room at this late hour? What could they do? She was an experienced person. Song Yu listened to her aunt's suspicious tone, and knew what she was thinking, but she couldn't explain it. Her cheeks turned slightly red, and she just said lightly, "He is my friend." Seeing this expression, Madame Maylaw was even more unhappy and said, "Xiao Yu, I think Mike, whom your aunt introduced to you last time, is handsome and talented. He may inherit the title of Earl in the future. He is definitely a high-ranking noble. You are still young, so don't be fooled by the sweet words of some outsiders who don't know where they came from." Song Yu responded, "Aunt, there are no hereditary nobles in the Federation anymore. Those old-time families are just flattering themselves." Hearing this, she instinctively wanted to make an excuse, and Mr. Chao Yang is a very good person. Mrs. Maylaw said disdainfully, "Good? I see, he is simply a liar." But before she finished speaking, she saw a figure slowly stand out in the darkness, smirking. "Madam, are you talking about me? You?" Madame Maylaw looked at a man who suddenly appeared in the room, and her face was embarrassed for a moment. Where did this guy come from? Then she was full of anger. Whether he was really a secret guard sent by the old man, a servant actually eavesdropped on the master's conversation? Ji-sun originally didn't want to care about other people's family affairs. No matter how Madame Maylaw slandered him behind his back, this was the Song family's family affairs. He just thought those little tricks were ridiculous. However, just now, when Ji-sun was listening, an inexplicable enlightenment suddenly appeared. "You are exempt from the continuous negative mental spell erosion Dreamweaver instigation. This is outrageous." Where did the mental spell come from during a good conversation? Although Ji-sun didn't wear a clown mask. But his mental power has already reached a very high level. Since he spent 2 months in the strong mental pollution environment of Shangbang prison, his mental power has skyrocketed several times, reaching an astonishing 111.5. This value is even higher than the mental power of most third-level spell card masters. And the most prominent function of the visualization secret method of Kongwei Shinxiang that he learned from the undercover of the Silver Moon sect is that it can exempt various negative mental states. Although Ji-sun is not good at spiritual secrets, he is not ignorant of them. So in the sound wave just now, he caught the fluctuation of spiritual pollution after listening to it for a while, and was exempted from the spell, and enlightenment had a hint. Then the question came. This Madame Maylaw seemed to be concerned about the family affairs, but she used this cautious spell to instigate Song Yu? This is interesting. Instigate is brainwashing, that is. Pua. If you can't detect this spell, you will subconsciously think that she is right. Over time, some perceptions may even change. Ji-sun also instantly saw through the intentions of Mrs. Maylaw. Instigation is more effective than killing. It is entirely possible to get a puppet who obeys orders. The internal fighting methods of the big family are indeed not ordinary. But at the same time, he was also very confused, so, the one who hired the murder should not be this fat woman. What about the guard at the door? Mrs. Maylaw is a little clever, but not very wise. Since she used instigation, she has no motive to hire the murder. Moreover, once Song Yu dies in the future, the traces of mental pollution may not be impossible to be investigated by experts. This kind of directional clues may be directly regarded as the murderer. Therefore, the real mastermind behind the scenes is not this Mrs. Maylaw. Thinking of this, Ji-sun came out. Seeing Ji-sun coming out, Song Yu was still a little dazed, and suddenly woke up. "You. I just thought that the topic was difficult to explain, and now that people have come out, it will be even more difficult to explain." Mrs. Maylaw was also full of hostility, snorted coldly, and said unhappily, "Who are you? Why are you hiding in the house secretly?" In this world with a strong sense of class, in the Chamber of Commerce, except for her and Song Yu, who are masters, the others are low-level servants. How could a servant dare to talk to the master like this? Ji-sun didn't indulge this fat woman and directly exposed her past. He used mental instigation on Miss Song, and you still said I was lying? When Mrs. Maylaw heard this, a trace of panic flashed across her eyes. But she still pretended to be calm and used rage to cover up her panic. What are you talking about? Mental instigation is not omnipotent. It was like a dream, and she couldn't wake up. Once she woke up, she immediately knew that the dream she had woven was full of flaws. Especially before some cognitions were reversed, they were exposed by others, and all the previous efforts were wasted. This is also the reason why Ji-sun chose to expose it in public. Only this huge information shock could wake Song-yu up with one hammer. Instigation? The fact was just as he thought, and Song-yu, who was standing beside him, was struck by lightning when he heard this. Countless contradictory thoughts collided in his mind, and his head was dizzy for a moment. But because the conflict was too strong, Ji-sun's words were like needles, piercing her awake suddenly. Song-yu came to his senses and realized many problems. He looked at Mrs. Maylaw and still couldn't believe it. Aunt, what did you do to me? I don't know what he is talking about. Oh my God, you won't trust an outsider and doubt your own aunt, right? Although Mrs. Maylaw was still stubborn, her actions had betrayed her. She kept shouting, "Guards! Where are the guards? How come all these strange people came into the master's room?" Seeing that the matter was about to be exposed, she paced in a rage. Ready to leave the room? Ji-sun sneered, knowing why she was in a hurry to leave. Because the stolen goods were still on her. She didn't dare to expose it. This fat woman herself was not a very good card master. She could use instigation, which must have been done with some external objects. And she was carrying it with her at the moment. Thinking of this, Ji-sun looked at the jeweled handbag in her hand, and shook his wrist slightly, and a piece of glass fragments that he had picked up casually before flew out like a flying knife. Schwa! A cut was made on the bag. A green ugly rag doll the size of a palm fell to the ground. Dreamweaver's instigation doll detailed explanation. Second level ancient relic, blood contract. After use, it releases continuous verbal instigation of multiples of its own mental power to the target within the range. Madame Mara saw that the matter was exposed. Her face turned pale. Seeing this, even if Song-yu still had a trace of doubt in her mind, she suddenly woke up at this moment. The rag doll fell to the ground, and the weird eyes looked at her, as if mocking. Stupid and naive person, you have been deceived. Song-yu looked at the ugly doll, her eyes trembling. For the first time, she felt an indescribable pessimism towards her relatives, whom she never wanted to have evil thoughts towards. For the first time, she experienced the viciousness and betrayal of her close relatives. This loss was stronger than any other emotion. It was like a landslide. Some beliefs collapsed. However, Mrs. Maylaw was still chattering in panic. What is this? No, it's not mine. She could still argue. After all, frame-ups are not uncommon in the upper class. Just then, a man in half-armor walked in. Maylaw seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and shouted, "Captain Loki, arrest this unknown guy first. I suspect he cast some evil spell on Xiaoyu." After saying this, she seemed to have convinced herself and shouted excitedly, "He must have secretly put this doll in my bag." Normally, Ji-sun couldn't explain it clearly. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, they had only known each other for one day, and Song-yu was so. Obeying orders, which seemed more deliberate. But Ji-sun paid no attention to the fat woman, and his target was never this person. But now, the indifferent guard who was walking in. The guard walked in and closed the door. Mrs. Merlin looked at him and didn't move, and shouted, "Why are you standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and do something." However, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. As soon as the voice fell, a clang sound of a sharp blade coming out of its sheath was heard. The head fell to the ground, and blood splattered on the wall. Song-yu, who was still in extreme grief, didn't understand what was happening at all, and just watched a headless corpse creating a fountain of blood. However, it was not Ji-sun who died. It was Madame Maylaw. Ji-sun was not surprised at all by this bloody scene. He just sneered in his heart. Is this guy the traitor? He killed people in the cellar before, pretending to be left-handed, and using assassin's killing method. It turned out that he was misleading others not to associate him with the Black Knight career sequence. TSK, a professional spy. No wonder. Song-yu was already stunned. His thoughts seemed to be frozen in his mind. He didn't understand why his own guards would kill his aunt. But, my mind was in a mess, and before I could sort it out, I saw that Captain Loki had already looked at me with murderous eyes. Song-yu realized that Captain Loki was a traitor. She had always suspected who betrayed her, and had ruled out many people, but she didn't think it would be Loki. This was not a guard from her father's lineage, but a guard from her family who came with her aunt. Commercial espionage, or something else? Song Yu didn't think of it. Ji-sun, an outsider, naturally didn't know either. But he smelled something. Just now, when the fat lady came in, Ji-sun smelled the smell of onions and bacon in the cellar. After discovering that someone had rescued the bandits in the cellar in the afternoon, he remembered the smell. He clearly remembered that there was no such person in the cellar before. Of course, the smell was very faint and not necessarily accurate. What was important was the timing of the appearance. Ji-sun was sure that the inner ghost would appear, because this was the best time to assassinate. Moreover, there was no point in hiding the inner ghost. The involvement of people from Bureau X was the biggest change. 2 accomplices were arrested, and with the interrogation methods of those people, it was impossible to conceal the truth. So he could only find a chance to escape before his accomplices gave him away. Of course, if it was still possible, as a professional spy, he had to do one last thing before escaping. That was to complete the mission and kill Song Yu. In addition, when he saw the guard entering the door just now, Ji-sun had actually captured that this guy's aura had locked onto Song Yu beside him. As for the others, Ji-sun felt that he was like that fat woman, and was already dead in the eyes of Captain Loki. After all, how could such a careful professional spy not know the strength of his opponent, judging from the information just obtained from other guards? This Chaoyang is just a gunman. He was severely injured and almost killed by a first-level iron-tailed scorpion Lai Luodu, so his strength is just like that. As a veteran second-level Black Knight, he is more than enough to kill such a character. Without saying a word, Captain Loki took the dagger that was still dripping with blood and kicked the ground hard. Paw. With a few quick steps, he rushed in front of Song Yu at a blink of an eye. Looking at the pale expression, a cold smile of success appeared in his eyes. Finally, the mission was completed. But before the smile spread on his face, Loki suddenly found that his dagger was imprisoned. When he turned his head, he saw a pair of arms that looked like they were cast in gold lacquer actually holding the edge of his dagger with bare hands. What's going on? Loki's face was horrified. He wanted to pull out the dagger, but found that he couldn't move at all. He was a second-level Black Knight with growing strength, but a gunman caught his dagger with his bare hands? How terrifying is this power? In an instant, with the alertness of a professional spy, he immediately realized that something was wrong. This guy was not a gunman. He knew that he might have been led in the wrong direction. From the beginning, it seemed that this big net was waiting for him to jump. Ji-sun held the dagger with both hands, panting. Although he took over, it was not easy. It was so difficult to deal with a second level, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, my body hasn't recovered enough, it's still very difficult. In his current state, it was even difficult for him to condense the curse seal. He could barely cover it with his hands, with his domineering body, and his curse power was almost consumed. If he really wanted to fight, he might not get an advantage. After all, Loki was an old second level, and his reaction was very fast. He couldn't pull out the short knife that was caught, and he was stunned for a moment, and decisively gave up. He pulled out another sword from his waist, and slashed at Song Yu again, with lightning speed. The sound of breaking wind, whoosh, passed by, and the sharp blade was already close to the white neck. It looked like there was only an inch left before the throat was cut open. In addition to the danger, another wonderful scene happened. Although Ji-sun's muscle reaction was a little slower than Loki's, he had already predicted this guy's move. He squatted slightly, and did an Iron Mountain lean. Like a bell striking a bell, it hit the strong Black Knight with a dong sound. It was just a common striking skill for a fighter, but Loki felt his spell power stagnate at this moment, and his soul seemed to be knocked out of his body. He flew backwards. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt the sticky force following him like a shadow. At the same time, with the force of a strange aura, he punched the guy in the chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Loki fell heavily on the wall. After all, he was the most durable Black Knight, so this punch did not make him lose his fighting power. The moment this guy was seriously injured, he turned over and attacked again. As soon as Ji-sun threw a punch, he secretly said it was a pity. The power of this punch was estimated to be less than 1/10 of the full victory state, so it was normal that he could not kill him. However, since this guy was forced to retreat, he had lost the last chance to kill Song Yu. Ji-sun's sticky power stuck to him all the way, completely overpowering him with skills. Previously, from Senior Gongwu, I not only learned Qigong, but also the top-level fighting skills that simplified the complexities. Although Ji-sun's current strength was far inferior to that of the opponent, no matter how the opponent exerted his strength, He was stuck and beaten. There were no martial arts that consumed too much mana, only some clever and just right tricks. If it were a fighting game, perhaps you would see a series of X26, X27, X28 combo values appearing. Once connected, it will not be broken unless you die. Captain Loki was like a human sandbag, passively taking the beating the whole time. He wanted to fight back, but none of his moves caused any real damage to Ji-sun. The Black Knight's body was too tough, and Ji-sun could only accumulate injuries little by little if he wanted to kill him. Every time he hit Loki, he would bleed, and the protective spell power on his body was like a flame that was blown and flickered, becoming weaker and weaker. Ji-sun's fists and palms hit this guy, and the air filled his fists and palms, piercing into his body like a knife, just like real damage. Even through leather armor, every move can inflict heavy damage. This is Bakuan, breaking armor with chi. Not only can it break the protective spell power, but it can also break chi, break gang, and break all means of self-defense. After hitting more than 60 consecutive hits, Loki's protective spell power suddenly jumped, and Ji-sun chopped his neck with a knife, and heard a crisp sound of bone breaking. This second-level Black Knight had already died on the spot. Ji-sun looked at the extraordinary characteristics overflowing from the corpse, and then he heaved a sigh of relief, like a limp. After taking a look at the panel, spell power 34/34441, it was almost completely exhausted. It was a close call after all. The entire killing process seemed to have more than 60 moves, but it took less than a minute. Song Yu, who was watching the battle not far away, had no idea what the martial arts were. After watching a dazzling fist and palm shadow, Loki, who had just turned into a killer, vomited blood and died on the spot. Song Yu could no longer describe the shock in her heart, although she guessed that Ji-sun might be a master. But this level of incomprehensibility is incredible. He obviously looks much weaker. How could he win? This is an absolute crushing of fighting skills and martial arts. Huff ha ha. Ji-sun was breathing heavily, while consuming the extraordinary characteristics of the corpse. Song Yu hurried over and asked, "Mr. Ji-sun, are you okay?" Ji-sun shook his head, a little weak, a small problem. He heard footsteps coming from outside the door, and took another look at the corpse on the ground. He didn't have time to say anything. His eyes became fierce, and he said in a deep voice, "You can't stay in the apartment. Come with me." Before, he dared to stay here because he was sure that he could catch the traitor. Now that his physical strength is exhausted again, he can't guarantee that he can handle any accidents. And the most important point is that the trouble Song Yu is in now seems to be very big. If she continues to stay in the apartment, she will be like a fixed target, which will inevitably attract endless troubles. That kind of trouble is something Ji-sun feels that he may not be able to handle even in his prime. Only by leaving can he stop. Only in this way can Song Yu's safety be guaranteed to the greatest extent. Also, from the perspective of an observer, the entire incident can be analyzed and observed. Song Yu thought about it for a moment and immediately understood the intention, and nodded trustingly yes. But she had no experience of traveling alone, and it was such a complicated and dangerous situation. She glanced at Ji-sun and asked a little awkwardly, "Should I bring anything? Well, should I tell the people in the Chamber of Commerce?" "No need, just follow me." Ji-sun shook his head. Now is not the time to talk nonsense. He just recovered a little strength and pulled Song Yu to the window. Then, before the lady who had never climbed the stairs could react, he hugged her slender waist and jumped down. In midair, Song Yu covered her flying skirt, and the darkness concealed the blush on her face. The two of them left quietly without saying where they were going, and the people in the Chamber of Commerce would be very worried. But Song Yu's sudden disappearance could better ensure the safety of the people in the Chamber of Commerce. She disappeared, and some people behind the scenes didn't dare to act rashly because they couldn't get any information. They might even use the apartment of the Rose Chamber of Commerce as a waiting point. This way, the people in the apartment would be safer. Instead of being like today, Song Yu stayed with the guards, and a lot of people died at once. What the two of them had to do now was to hide well, and not show up. Ji-sun was also getting more and more curious about what big secrets were hidden after this incident. Chapter 240. Mr. Ji-sun, where are we going now? Refugee camp? This underground world is boundless, and the mechanical city is like a mole, clearing wasteland everywhere. The hundreds of miles around Bolton City are dangerous no man's land. Ji-sun can barely protect himself in his weak state now, and he can't guarantee that he can safely reach other cities with Song Yu, who is equally weak. Besides, neither of them plans to leave. Ji-sun is very interested in the source of vampire pollution. Various signs indicate that it seems to involve some high-level extraordinary secrets. And Song Yu also has to wait for the Lord handover procedure sent back from the Federation, and also take care of her Rose Chamber of Commerce. After weighing the pros and cons, it was safer to stay in the refugee camp. Beside the dark mountain road, Ji-sun led Song Yu and Xiao Banju to hide in a corner. They did not go directly to the refugee camp, but they planned to wait for the next wave of new refugees here, and then sneak in with a reasonable identity. This would save a lot of trouble. Xiao Banju is not very old, but he is very sensible. Just now, when Ji-sun carried him down to the mechanical city like a chicken, he did not feel dangerous, but was excited. Even if he knew the danger. Because at this moment, he already knew that the gentleman he had picked up by chance in the morning was a very, very powerful card master. He not only taught breathing techniques, but also boxing techniques. In a refugee camp where a piece of black bread could cost a life, this was already a great blessing. Of course, at this moment, the little dove did not realize the value of these techniques. Nor did he realize that meeting Ji-sun was an acceleration of the gears of his destiny. The little dove had been a refugee for a long time, and was not afraid of the dark wilderness at all. At this moment, she was meditating with her eyes closed, diligently practicing the introductory tips of breathing. On the other side, Song Yu and Ji-sun were also chatting. The eldest daughter of the Chable family still felt like she was dreaming. On weekdays, she rarely went out at night, not to mention coming to the wilderness to sleep alone. The surroundings were frighteningly quiet, with a gloomy wind. Occasionally, there were some terrifying howls from unknown monsters, which made people feel cold. The cold light of the alchemical gem illuminated the face opposite, which was extremely calm from beginning to end. Song Yu looked at it from time to time, and his heart was inexplicably at peace. The cold environment also made her thoughts clear. She knew very well that if it weren't for Mr. Chao Yang who suddenly appeared in her world, whether it was her aunt's sinister calculations or the inner ghost, she would have died many times. It's hard to explain this kind of life-saving grace. Now her trust in Ji-sun is like a close friend who has known each other for a long time. When he said to leave, she followed him without hesitation. And after experiencing this dramatic change in life, Song Yu's mentality has also undergone earth-shaking changes. But when she came to her senses, she also knew that the situation was not good. Song Yu looked at Ji-sun. The kind girl eyes were full of apology. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ji-sun, I have caused you trouble. I didn't expect it to be like this." Originally, she just wrote a letter to meet. In her fantasy, the two of them might have a very pleasant date. Walking by the river, talking about life ideals, history and literature, and those business concepts that transcend the times. But she never thought that it would be this way to meet. Chao Yang arrived as promised, but was also involved in a huge death crisis. If he didn't have to worry about me, he wouldn't be in any danger at all, right? I'm really sorry. Song Yu thought so. But looking at his indifferent expression, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Mr. Ji-sun is really amazing. Obviously, he is not that kind of ridiculously strong top-level card master, but I always feel that he can handle all threats calmly. This indifference is not just about strength. It seems that there is also a kind of certainty about the future destiny. They will definitely live in peace. There is no question of being implicated. Ji-sun laughed after hearing that. He didn't know how to respond. If it were somewhere else, even with Ji-sun's mentality, he would still feel that the situation in front of him was full of dangers. But because he really traveled from 100 years later, he knew some of the future results. So many things can be reversed and found to be predictable. For example, the little boy next to him. When he met Little Dove before, he didn't feel anything. I thought it was just a kid with great talent that I met randomly, so I pointed at him casually out of interest. However, after chatting with Song Yu at the dinner party, I learned that the timeline was 100 years ago. Substituting this condition, things are different again. A closer look at the little guy's facial features shows that he is the top master who handed the letter to me before, Mr. Jio. At this time, Ji-sun finally understood why Mr. Jio said I have met him before when he handed over the letter before, even though it was their first meeting. It can be seen that the little dove really lived to 100 years later. And according to Ji-sun's guess, Song Yu should be the same. Otherwise, if this girl really died now, then no one would remember those letters 100 years later and search for them for 100 years. So, knowing the result and thinking about the cause, can't we be sure that they will not die? It's just that the process is unknown. This is also the most likely situation after his analysis. Even if it is really a parallel universe, after he travels through it, his actions can change the direction of the future world. The future is uncertain, but at least one thing can be confirmed, that is, one of the results is that they survived. Then he completed the time loop of sending a letter, and traveling through time 100 years later. Since he was not certain to die, there was nothing to worry about. Ji-sun had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and he did not feel implicated at all. He just felt the magic of traveling through time and space. On the contrary, he was very grateful to meet Song-yu, who gave him a wonderful life experience. Ji-sun did not say politely, and said, "The rest are trivial matters. Think carefully about who arranged the previous traitor. Since they have already planned to kill you, they will probably do it again in the future." "Yes." Song-yu nodded after hearing this. The girl's mind was much more complicated, and her pretty face was full of sorrow. She was not worried about herself much, but she still felt that she had implicated her friends. Someone in Bolton Mechanical Town was distributing food, which was good news for war refugees. So recently, hundreds of refugees came here almost every day after hearing the news. Ji-sun and the other two waited for several hours by the third road, and saw a group of hundreds of refugees walking from a distance. The three of them also took the opportunity to sneak in. These refugees came from various towns and cities, and there were always people joining and falling behind. No one cared about the three extra strangers. Ji-sun went to the team again and took some civilian clothes, and of course left money. After changing their clothes, they arrived at Boton Town again not long after. They set up their own tents in the shantytown outside the town and quietly mixed into the refugee army. Life in the shantytown was very boring. Except for occasionally walking around the shantytown, most of the time, they could only stay in the tent. In order to avoid attracting attention, Ji-sun and the other two also made a simple tent. Little dove breathing method has just begun, and it is not yet possible to use meditation to replace sleep. After a hard night of practice last night, he is very sleepy and is sleeping soundly. Ji-sun and Song-yu are meditating on the side. Ji-sun can stand loneliness and is used to all kinds of bad environments. Whether in the mechanical city or in the tent, he can meditate efficiently. The environment of the tent is a bit bad for Song-yu. For her, a chaebol lady who has been wearing fine fabric since childhood, the linen fabric is as rough as thorns. The thorns touched her delicate skin, making her feel uncomfortable. The mixed stench in the air also made her feel uncomfortable, and her brows were slightly frowned from time to time. However, she really couldn't adapt. But she didn't show any hypocrisy. Song-yu knew her situation very well, and never complained about anything, but tried to adapt to the environment. Ji-sun also saw it. This girl is really good. The three of them stayed in the tent like this for a whole morning. There was enough food in the storage ring, so they didn't have to worry about food. After lunch, Ji-sun opened his eyes from meditation and said, "I'm going to get some information." "Little Dove, you stay in the tent." Little Dove nodded, "Oh okay. Mr. Ji-sun. This little guy has many acquaintances in the refugee camp, and it's not convenient for him to show up." Before Ji-sun finished speaking, he saw a pair of waiting eyes looking at him. This girl obviously wanted to go with him, because this place couldn't give her any sense of security. Except Ji-sun. But Song-yu was afraid of getting into trouble, so he could only ask weakly, "Can I go with you?" Of course. Ji-sun looked at her timid appearance and smiled. Staying in the refugee camp is not safer than hiding in the tent than wandering outside. If the enemy really wants to find you, hiding in the tent will make people more suspicious. After saying this, Song-yu's pretty face, which had always been melancholy, finally relaxed. She thought of something, took the linen headscarf beside her, covered her face and hair, and even covered her eyes with worn-out goggles. This disguise was full of flaws in Ji-sun's eyes. Song-yu caught Ji-sun's pouting expression and asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Ji-sun? Did I not do well?" Ji-sun pondered the words and said, "It's okay. But it's not good enough." Song-yu heard that the okay was actually too bad. Said so tactfully, just to take care of her feelings. She was a little frustrated, and muttered in her heart that she had won the first place in the previous college masquerade. But she also took off her headscarf and said sincerely, "Can you help me?" For some reason, she looked at the smile on the corner of his mouth and always felt that the other party had a way. It was a matter of life and death, so she couldn't be careless. "Well, I try." Ji-sun didn't hesitate, stretched out his hand to pick up a piece of yellow mud from the rock, and then mixed it with a little water to make it sticky, and then directly rubbed it on Song-yu's face. When her cheek was touched by a finger, it was slightly cool, and Song-yu's crystal eyes trembled for a moment. It was the first time that someone of the opposite sex touched her face like this. It was not an intimate act, but it just gave her a slightly startled feeling. Ji-sun is a professional actor, and putting on makeup is just a basic life skill. He was like painting, focused, steady and quick. Soon, Song-yu saw her fair face in the mirror become rough and yellow. It was also magical that the light contrast created a sense of layering, making the face shape change visibly. This disguise was much more natural than what she did herself. This should be fine. Ji-sun finished the painting quickly, and then used the unused mud to do this for himself. Seeing this magical change, Song-yu was also surprised. Mr. Ji-sun also knows how to put on makeup? Yes. I used to be an actor. Ji-sun explained casually. Song-yu blinked, and his previous anxiety instantly settled down. He really knows everything. The two made some simple disguises, and walked out of the tent. Walking all the way in the tent area. Ji-sun also occasionally told Song-yu some basic knowledge of disguise. Relax a little. Don't look around. You have to give yourself a psychological hint that this is a stage play, and you are now playing the role of a weaver. Don't be so curious and unconfident. You have done a good job. Oh! Mr. Ji-sun, how about this? Not bad. If you encounter suspicious eyes, don't dodge, and don't instinctively want to hide, which will attract more attention. You can even deliberately show a little face, and look back at the other person, with a suspicious look. Yeah. I have to say that Song-yu is really smart. She could quickly learn the little tricks that Ji-sun told him. Eyes, posture, walking posture, momentum, and so on. With a little guidance, she could learn it well. As Ji-sun expected, when they were walking in the tent area, they met several guys who looked like investigators. Some were commissioned by the Rose Chamber of Commerce to find people, some were enemies, and some were thieves. Ji-sun didn't reveal any flaws. This kind of performance has been integrated into his bones, and he can do it easily. He was what he played. He did not arouse anyone's suspicion at all. Song-yu beside him gradually got into the state. After using Professor Ji-sun's disguise skills to deceive several suspicious people, her mentality quickly changed from the previous trepidation to confidence, and then full of adventure expectations. This lady from the Chable family also truly experienced the life of the lower class. This immersive role gave her a very different experience. It was a feeling of a rich soul being filled with richness. And most importantly, Song-yu felt that the script of playing brother and sister with Ji-sun was really novel. Soon, Song-yu had completely adapted to this role. She could calmly hold Ji-sun's hand and point around. After strolling around, the two came to the bustling trading market. War refugees are not beggars. They are just ordinary people whose homes were eroded by war and displaced. Many people are actually quite wealthy. There are all kinds of professions, such as doctors, teachers, craftsmen, and merchants. The shantytown also has its own trading market. There are stalls for trading various items, as well as juggling and animal training, simple comedy, magic shows, and even taverns opened by speculators. Except for the poor environment, it is no different from a busy town. Ji-sun and Song-yu plunged into the crowd. Wow, look at that magician, he can actually turn into fire and teleport. It's just a trick of alchemical potion. Prop magic, not difficult. Hey, Mr. Ji-sun, the little ball was clearly in this bowl just now. How did it go to the other side? That's the real trick. It was changed when I arrested him before. Look, why does that person have 3 hands? That's the thief. The exposed hand is a fake one. The one below is the real one. Ah? Although Song-yu was very restrained, she was still very excited. This Chable daughter, however, was integrating into the civilian life as a civilian for the first time. On weekdays, she would never go to the civilian streets, nor would she see those weird tricks of the lower class. It was as if a new world had been opened. She was like a curious baby, curious about everything. Ji-sun didn't think it was a big deal. With him watching her, it wouldn't be a big deal even if the girl revealed some flaws. After all, the two of them were here to get information, so they deliberately went to the notice board to take a look. It was very lively here, with a lot of people. Song-yu was afraid of getting lost, so he unconsciously took Ji-sun's arm and didn't let go. The two squeezed over. This look was just as expected. The most prominent position on the notice board is the missing person notice. Song-yu's hand-painted portrait is at the top. The Rose Chamber of Commerce offers a reward of 1 million for the missing person. It's expected. After all, this is the best way to find someone. At the same time, there is a wanted order. The portrait on it is Ji-sun looked at his wanted order, his eyebrows slightly raised, not at all surprised. After all, judging from the situation at the scene, Mrs. Mela is dead, the guard is dead, and Song-yu, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, is also missing. The biggest suspect, of course, is the unknown Mr. Chaoyang. Song-yu, who was standing by, looked at her missing person notice and couldn't help but worry. Everyone in the Chamber of Commerce must be worried. But when she looked at Ji-sun's wanted notice, The guilt in her heart suddenly emerged again. Only she, the person involved, knew that the person on the wanted notice was not a criminal, but had saved her life many times. If she died, the truth would not be explained clearly. At the same time, the 2 wanted notices with $1 million reward and the missing person notice also attracted a large number of onlookers. Everyone was talking about it. Oh my god, Miss Song from the Rose Chamber of Commerce was kidnapped? Oh, such a kind lady was kidnapped by bandits. I really hope she returns safely. I should have guessed it earlier. That guy is a gang of bandits, otherwise how could he appear by chance? These hateful bandits, damn it. Most civilians have simple minds, and are easily influenced by public opinion. In their fixed consciousness, the people on the wanted list are extremely vicious criminals. One by one, they pointed at Ji-sun's head and cursed him. Ji-sun didn't care. But Song-yu, who was standing by, had never experienced anything like this. She listened to those bad words, and at this moment, she had only one strong thought in her mind. She wanted to explain to everyone who was pointing fingers around that Mr. Ji-sun was a good man. He was my lifesaver. But she knew that she couldn't say that now. The contradiction in her heart made her hold back a breath of turbid air that she couldn't breathe out, and she felt very uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Song-yu looked at Ji-sun beside her again, and could only say weakly, "I'm sorry." Heh. Ji-sun smiled indifferently in response. He never took it seriously. After all, he had never been on the wanted list in this world, so he had long been calm. It was just a coincidence that he was wanted again after traveling back to 100 years ago. Wanted criminal physique? After all, he came to inquire about the news. Ji-sun and Song-yu were not in a hurry to go back. After strolling around, they also got a lot of information. What Baron Bolton attached great importance to, and was looking for people everywhere. What people from the Rose Chamber of Commerce were also looking for her everywhere, and all kinds of forces were looking for her. Things turned out pretty much as Ji-sun expected. After Song-yu's disappearance, the topic became about finding someone, not assassinating him. However, these civilians knew only a limited amount of the truth, and Ji-sun lost interest after listening for a while. However, he heard another piece of news. Hey, have you heard about vampires? It is said that some demon soldiers appeared on the battlefield, and they suck human blood. Why haven't you heard about it? I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. Those bandits turned into green-faced, fang vampires that could not be killed even with a gun. It's so scary. Be careful. I heard that it's a blood plague. When hungry, it wants to suck blood. Once a person is bitten, he will be infected. It is said that there are vampires in the refugee camp who secretly suck blood in the middle of the night. Last night, I saw with my own eyes several men in black taking 2 corpses away from a tent. As Ji-sun walked, he also cleared up the complicated conversations of pedestrians on the street. He heard topics related to vampires. Some kind of blood plague? Ji-sun was also thinking in his heart. This statement is also correct. It is difficult for such a large-scale pollution to spread through ordinary routes. Plague is also reasonable. But looking at the signs, it seems to be out of control. If it is really a plague, this highly densely populated refugee camp is very dangerous. Thinking of this, Ji-sun frowned. While he was thinking, the 2 walked to a row of tents and small stalls. Song-yu was still curious about everything. At this time, she saw a tent shaking and making some strange noises, and asked, "Mr. Ji-sun, what does that shop sell? It's so strange." Ji-sun glanced at it, and said casually, "That's a prostitute house." Hearing a strange word, Song-yu instinctively asked, "What is that?" Seeing her so curious, Ji-sun suddenly got up and said, "Prostitutes are a kind of bird with a melodious voice. People usually use it to describe some special sounds." Song-yu, "Oh, is that a bird seller?" "No." A playful look appeared on Ji-sun's face, and he corrected, in layman's terms, "This is a low-end place for love and pleasure." Song-yu listened very seriously at first, thinking that Ji-sun was going to teach her some knowledge. But after hearing the explanation, she immediately understood what the noise was about. Her pretty face instantly became hot, and she was shocked and embarrassed. After hearing this, the girl hung her head, hiding the shyness in her eyes, and dared not be curious anymore. Ji-sun looked at her like this and grinned. The 2 of them walked around and were about to go back. But at this moment, Ji-sun felt that he seemed to hear a familiar voice, poker divination, peek into the secrets of fate, and understand the mysteries of the extraordinary. Come and have a look, you must pay for it. No matter which world, there is no shortage of charlatans. Poker divination is the mainstream divination method in this world. Some people in the prophet sequence are indeed proficient in divination, and Ji-sun himself has encountered one. But most of the fortune tellers on the market are liars. Ji-sun originally had no interest in such things. But the voice was very familiar. It attracted him to stop. Ji-sun tilted his head to look into the mysterious tent covered by the curtain, and a wretched old face suddenly came into view. If the old man with teeth that can't hold the wind is not Old Man Su, who else could he be? Is it really this person? Ji-sun saw the person clearly, and was very surprised. In fact, he saw this old man among the refugees yesterday. At that time, he thought he had made a mistake. Now, he saw that wretched temperament and appearance were definitely not wrong. Ji-sun looked at the old man and immediately thought of something. It's really exaggerated. 100 years ago, this old man's appearance didn't change at all. When he heard from Catalina that this guy's appearance had not changed for 200 years, he was just surprised. Now seeing it with his own eyes, Ji-sun felt touched again. Time seemed to have no effect on this old man. He was really like a bug. The more he understood, the more mysterious he felt. However, this guy was not a hunter, and he didn't know what he was looking for. He actually came to be a fortune teller? While being amazed, Ji-sun's eyes turned and he immediately fell into deep thought. He also thought of another layer. It turns out that this person is not simple every time he appears. The cause and effect involved in Old Man Su is even more exaggerated and dangerous than his own aura of doom. This means that if he appears here, there may be some big event happening nearby. Thinking of this, Ji-sun also guessed, could it be that this old senior is also here because of the vampire? Chapter 241. Ji-sun met an acquaintance 100 years ago. This seemingly outrageous yet reasonable encounter made him think for a long time. Can you believe that a person has not changed in 100 years? What is the situation with this Old Man Su? Ji-sun felt that this was more difficult to understand than his traveling through time and space. Song Yu, who was standing by, watched him stop and looked over in the direction of his gaze. Poker fortune-telling shop, after all, it was not a shady shop. Song Yu asked casually, Mr. Ji-sun is interested in fortune-telling? Ji-sun was not interested in divination, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only say, I guess so. Song Yu blinked, and was confused when he heard it. Mr. Ji-sun is such a wise man, but he actually believes this? Looking at the wretched old man with gaping front teeth, his face was not reliable at first glance. Song Yu reminded him, but I heard from my teacher that the wandering fortune tellers on the market are basically scammers. After all, divination costs a lot, usually lifespan, or affects one's fate. A true fortune teller would not come out to tell fortunes for a little money. The advertising slogan is so crude, it sounds like a scam. You are not allowed to ask for money. Who would believe that? Ji-sun listened and smiled without saying anything. It is hard to say about other fortune tellers. But this one is a truly great master. If he meets an acquaintance, Ji-sun will definitely go and say hello. But he also instinctively thought of a question. Can Song Yu contact Old Man Su's? Big cause and effect, if he is implicated, he will die if his fate is not good enough. While Ji-sun was still hesitating, a pair of shrewd eyes behind the curtain turned around and looked over. Then, the sallow old face smiled like a daisy, and the wrinkles squeezed together, becoming more and more wretched. Song Yu wanted to leave, but seeing that Ji-sun didn't move, she patiently stood by his side. It was rare to meet an interested guest. Old Man Su, who was hungry and dizzy, hurried out to greet him and shouted enthusiastically, "Oh, little brother, I see that you are so heroic and extraordinary, you must be a hero. Oh, this little girl is also extraordinary, her eyes are full of wisdom and intelligence, and she will definitely be a rich and noble person in the future. The two men are talented and the woman is beautiful, they are really a perfect match. Come on, come in, and I will tell you a fortune carefully." This flattering look does not show any master's temperament from head to toe. On the contrary, the two words liar on his face are more attractive. But when he heard this, Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly. The old man said two words casually, and hit the target right at the beginning. Song Yu on the side did not think so. The teacher said that these fortune-telling scammers like to use nice words to attract customers. But these words sound good? Song Yu suddenly changed his mind. It's okay to be cheated, it's good to spend a little money to listen to some auspicious words. Ji-sun saw that Old Man Su took the initiative to respond, and he stopped struggling. Song Yu can create such a big black gold chamber of commerce. He must be a person with a great destiny. It may not be a disaster to meet this person. Thinking of this, Ji-sun followed Old Man Su into the simple fortune-telling shop. There was nothing in the tent, and a deck of old and black paper poker was placed on a piece of rag. As soon as the old man sat down cross-legged, his stomach began to growl. Ji-sun looked at the flabby Old Man Su, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't I see this guy getting bread yesterday? Why does he look like he's been hungry for days? Ji-sun glanced at Song-yu beside him. The girl was also very sensible. She took out a piece of black bread, handed it over, and said politely, "Old man, this is for you." Although Song-yu thought he was a fake fortune teller, they were all civilians trying to make a living, so she didn't have any bad thoughts. Just consider it as helping out. Old man Su took the black bread, his face was overjoyed, and he thanked her repeatedly. "Oh, thank you, little girl." He was paid before the divination. This is a big job. Ji-sun carefully observed the words and deeds of Old Man Su, and sure enough, his image and temperament were exactly the same as 100 years later. He asked casually, "Senior, have we met somewhere before?" Old Man Su looked confused. "Ah, this old man has a bad memory. Have we met before?" Ji-sun smiled and shook his head. "I really shouldn't have expected anything. Old Su 100 years ago definitely didn't recognize me. Even if he did, with his memory, he would have forgotten it. So, I met this person 100 years ago." With this thought, a complex causal logic emerged in Ji-sun's mind. Could it be that I, 100 years later, was also affected by this meeting? Before he could think about it, Old Su had already spoken. "What do you two want to predict? How about draw 2 cards first?" After all, he had already received the reward, so this guy was quite professional and wanted to show off his skills. Although Song-yu didn't believe that this gentleman was really a fortune teller, she was also very curious about this kind of folk fortune telling. She glanced at Ji-sun, and after getting a tacit response, she said, "How about I draw 1 first?" Old Man Su also shuffled the cards and spread them out in a fan shape on the black cloth. "Okay, little girl, you can draw whatever you want." Song-yu reached out and casually pulled out a card from the deck, 8 of spades. Old Man Su narrowed his eyes and smiled, interpreting, "Oh, this is a good card. It is noble, and has no lack of wealth." Song-yu thought this was nice, but her Song family was not short of money, so it was not a big surprise. Old Man Su's shrewd eyes turned, as if he saw that the guest was not satisfied. He spat and rubbed his palms, and said, "Little girl, you can draw another card. 1 more card will make the divination more accurate." Song-yu also listened to the advice, and drew another card. He flipped it over, and saw that it was an 8 of hearts. Old Su couldn't help but exclaimed, "Double 8, just like the poker game paired, she is destined to be rich. Oh, this little girl will be a powerful person in the future." Another round of boasting. Song-yu listened without any ripples, her brows were curved. Although she didn't know why she drew 2 8s. But she was already doing well in the Rose Chamber of Commerce, which was in line with the divination. She is not stupid. No matter how she listens, she thinks these words are routine. Old Man Su's eyes twitched. "This customer is a bit difficult to deal with," he suggested. "How about you draw another card?" Song-yu also thought it was okay. He flipped it casually, and a 8 of clubs appeared. Seeing this card, Old Man Su also looked at Song-yu and took a breath of cold air. "His Kubeta sends the city the game. The fate is to be extremely rich. The little girl may be rich enough to rival a country in the future." "Oh!" Hearing this, Song-yu blinked and became interested. Although she knew that he was saying nice things to her, she liked to hear it. She didn't think about anything and asked casually, "Can I draw another card?" Old Man Su saw that the customer was getting excited and agreed immediately, of course. Song-yu drew another card, and an 8 of diamonds was turned over on the black cloth. 4 times of drawing cards, 4 8s were drawn. Song-yu herself also found it magical. You can say whatever you want to say, but you draw the cards yourself. So how come you draw 4 8s? Old Man Su's expression also became strange, and he said mysteriously, "This is the Queen's reception. There are few big names that can match it. If you don't want the top power, it's already a huge fortune." Seeing this, even Ji-sun's eyes jumped slightly. This can't be explained by good luck. Besides, he knows the situation of the Song family 100 years later. It's not an exaggeration to say that the family property is hugely rich. The divination words of the old man's first 3 cards have all come true. The accuracy of this divination is really amazing. However, when Old Man Su looked at the 4 cards, he frowned and suddenly changed the subject. "But normally, this is the routine rhetoric of charlatans. First some nice words, then suddenly change, say some twists. The subtext is, you have to pay more." Generally speaking, fortune tellers are not all nonsense, but have the ability to observe the words and expressions of customers and predict some situations of customers. This method has been tried and tested. Song-yu was also curious, "Old man, but what?" Although she also realized that she might be tricked, she just wanted to listen. She glanced at Ji-sun, understood his expression, and took out another loaf of black bread. Ji-sun remained silent and watched quietly. If it were somewhere else, this action of taking bread out of the storage ring would be suspected. But this old senior? There is no need to be shy. Old man Su looked at the black bread, grinning with yellow teeth, and then said, "It's the best card game, but everything in the universe has flaws. This is the law. This card game, the Queen's Reception, is also called a wish and a dream. In other words, even if you have great wealth, there will be some regrets that can only be achieved in a dream." Ah? Song Yu didn't quite understand. With her current financial situation, she can get almost anything she wants. At her age, she doesn't know what regret is. Old man Su continued, "Young girl, you will have no shortage of wealth in your life. But if you seek power, you will eventually fall short. The card game is the crown of nothingness. If you seek marriage, the card shape can be interpreted as wedding in a dream. You have no shortage of wealth in your fate, and you can only live a long life. One of these two is inevitable." As he spoke, the old man glanced at Ji-sun beside her, hinting at something. Song Yu pursed her lips slightly, not understanding the deep meaning of these words. She is not interested in power now. As for marriage, it is too early. But I don't know what he thought of, and a strange color flashed in his crystal eyes. Ji-sun, who was silent all the time, fell into deep thought after hearing these words. This old man predicted a 100-year situation. Old man Su looked at the two people who suddenly became silent, quietly put away the 2 pieces of black bread, and thought he had said something wrong. So he said something to make up for it. "The old man will give the little girl another divination, and remember, time is long, the mountain flowers are in full bloom, and flowers will eventually bloom in fall. In this fireworks world, everything is regrettable, but everything is worth it." Song Yu listened and blinked. This seems to make sense. At that moment, it seemed that fate was somehow connected to some cause and effect because of this encounter. An inexplicable feeling came over her. For the first time, she felt that the old man seemed to have a point. After drawing 4 cards, the divination was over. Song Yu suddenly lost interest. She liked to hear those words, but she had heard them all. She looked at Ji-sun, who had an expressionless face, and thought that she was greedy and delayed the time, and apologized a little. "Mr. Ji-sun?" Ji-sun suddenly woke up from his dream, and his eyes focused. He looked at Song Yu and smiled. This girl still didn't understand what she had encountered. However, Ji-sun didn't want to say more. Because he himself was confused, is fate a constant or a variable? Old man Su's 4 poker cards predicted Song Yu's life. So, is it really unchangeable? This seemed to involve some high-dimensional rules that humans could not see. Ji-sun knew that old man Su didn't know him, so he said directly, "Senior, can you help me with divination?" Old man Su smiled flatteringly, of course. He immediately shuffled the cards again. Ji-sun asked, "How many cards do I draw?" Old man Su thought about it and asked, "What are you fortune-telling about?" Ji-sun said, "Let's fortune-tell about the secret of the extraordinary." Old man Su pondered, "Then draw 4 cards too?" Ji-sun didn't waste time and directly drew 1, the 2nd, the 3rd, and then the 4th. King of Spades, King of Hearts, King of Clubs, and King of Diamonds. Miraculously, Ji-sun, like Song Yu, drew 4 cards with the same points. But they were king cards. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that the cards were fine, even Ji-sun would have thought that the cards were tampered with. Seeing this, Song Yu was also surprised, and looked back and forth at the 4 cards curiously, as if he wanted to see if they were magic cards. The old man Su on the side also had an inexplicable twitch on his face, and hesitated this. Although he couldn't remember his own big number. But he really knew divination. Looking at the 4 cards, then at Ji-sun, and then glancing at Song Yu beside him, the old man had a very strange expression. "What day is it today? Why do you always encounter freaks?" Ji-sun did not urge him, but looked at old man Su and waited for the next words. Old man Su felt that he had lost out on the 2 pieces of black bread. But after all, he got the reward, so he could only bite the bullet and explain the divination. If there are only 1 or 2K cards, they are both excellent cards, and they are at the top of the peak. If they are not nobles, they are the fate of great lords. 3 king cards are not something that ordinary people can bear. But your hand has reached its peak, and prosperity will inevitably decline. There is a saying in divination called 4 kings carrying the coffin. This name sounds unlucky. Ji-sun didn't care at all. It was the first time he heard the saying, and he smiled calmly. "Oh, senior, just speak frankly, I can accept anything." Old man Su looked at the poker, and the smile on his face also faded. He said faintly, "It's not bad, nor is it good. This hand is great, but it has a bad fate. I can't explain it clearly. Even if I could say it, you wouldn't understand it. Song Yu heard this, and felt that it was a bit pretentious. But Ji-sun knew that it was really profound. After listening, he pondered carefully. Thank you, senior. Ji-sun heard that Old Man Su didn't want to say more, and didn't want to ask more. If his future was a fixed number that couldn't be changed, he really had no interest in knowing the ending. Knowing the ending of life would really make it less fun for him. But this was also a problem that troubled him. I'm afraid no one in this world can explain it. If there is, Ji-sun felt that among the people he knew, Old Man Su was the only one. He asked directly, Senior, can I ask a question? Looking at the old man's inquiring eyes, he said directly, do you think the result of divination can be changed, or is it a fixed number? Old Man Su said directly, the so-called fate is naturally unavoidable. That's why it's called fate. As he said this, the old man seemed to have lost his tongue, and the following words sounded like he was going to ruin his job. Many people like divination. Even if they know the result in advance, what does it matter? The essence of prophecy is observation. It's like you know what will happen in the future. No matter what you do, the result is destined to go to that constant. Just like the end of life is death, this is actually a certain law of the universe. Ji-sun, so it can't be changed. From a certain perspective, this is a good thing. That is to say, at least Song Yu and Xiao Banjia can live 100 years and meet me again. However, for this kind of unchangeable future, Ji-sun always feels that there is no expectation. If life is a fixed number, then what is the meaning of all efforts, adventures, opportunities? The atmosphere suddenly became a little quiet. Song Yu, who was standing by, also noticed his sudden change of mood. But he didn't know what he was thinking, so he could only wait. Not really. Old Man Su seemed to see what he was thinking and said, this is for the life of ordinary people, and it is indeed unchangeable. What ability do lower creatures have to change the laws of the universe that created them? Like if you draw a picture, will the characters in the picture change your thoughts? People are like ants, living in a muddle-headed way all their lives, and have never even thought about the meaning of life. Whether it is a destiny or not, it is meaningless. Of course, since you have the secret of the extraordinary, there are exceptions. Ji-sun listened with his eyes brightened, expectantly. Oh, observation itself is a kind of intervention to some extent. It's just that the authorities can't understand it. Old Man Su cleared his throat and said something that sounded profound to ordinary people. Unless you comprehend the laws of the universe that are higher than your current life level, you can see through the shackles of the current law of fate. It's like a painting is good enough, so good that you unconsciously want it to become what it wants to be. However, for you now, it's useless to say more about this question. Even the question itself is meaningless. No matter who you ask this question, no one can give you an answer. Only when you stand high enough, this question will be meaningful to you. As he said, he glanced at Ji-sun and finally said, what is the meaning of transcendence? In my opinion, it is to peek into the ultimate of the universe through the path of transcendence. Song Yu, who was standing by, was already confused. She thought she understood all the words, but they seemed to move and escape from her ears again. It was as if she heard a lot of words, but she didn't remember a single word. Nothing was left in her memory at all. The girl looked puzzled, and she turned her head to look at Ji-sun beside her, only to find that he had fallen into deep thought. For a moment, no one in the tent spoke. After a while, Ji-sun laughed at himself, shook his head, and waved away the thoughts that he couldn't understand at all, and bowed, thank you for your guidance, senior. Old Man Su had a leisurely demeanor, very much like a master. But the next moment, the arrogance in his eyes, and the small action of rubbing his hands made this temperament collapse instantly. That expression really expressed his thoughts. The customer looked and listened happily. So should he pay more? Ji-sun was not unfamiliar with the old man's personality and understood it very well. He smiled and gestured to Song Yu. Can you help me give this senior another piece of bread? It doesn't need to be too much, just enough. This old man likes to take advantage of small things, but he doesn't really care about money. He was looking for what he was looking for. Song Yu also took out another piece of bread obediently. When Old Man Su saw that the two guests were so generous, he couldn't help but get carried away and stretched out his hand to take the bread. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, a very special wound suddenly appeared in his sleeve. 2 blood holes, like a snake bite, but bigger. Ji-sun suddenly realized something and asked, Senior, were you bitten by a vampire? Old Man Su's face panicked, and he quickly covered his sleeves. Don't tell anyone, I didn't turn into a monster. Ji-sun looked at the old man who looked afraid, but he was not worried. Instead, he smiled and said, Senior, we have no ill intentions. We just want to say that if you need more food, you can tell me. He was not worried that the old man would die. No matter who died, this guy would not die. I was just curious. Didn't they say that if you were bitten, you would become a vampire? Why didn't this old man change? Thinking about bread again, it made sense. It seems that the side effect of being bitten is to eat more. Of course, Ji-sun also thought it was normal not to change. After all, vampires may not be more mysterious than this one. Song-yu, who was standing by, heard this and realized that things were not simple. She had witnessed the horror of those vampires with her own eyes. This old man was bitten? She was instinctively a little flustered. But seeing that Ji-sun still had a calm expression, Song-yu suppressed the idea of leaving the tent immediately. When old man Su heard what Ji-sun said, his shrewd eyes turned again and again, as if he had experienced a complex psychological choice. He looked at Ji-sun and the other man and saw that they did not have any bad intentions, so he explained, "Oh, sorry, I did have a little accident. But I don't remember how I got this wound. It's just that I heard yesterday that someone in the refugee camp was bitten by a monster and was infected with the plague, so I was worried that you might misunderstand." Hearing this, Ji-sun was not surprised. It was normal for this old man to have frequent amnesia. But as previously speculated, the appearance of old man Su here was destined to be something special. Ji-sun thought it was a good opportunity to ask about the source of the pollution, so he asked, "Senior, do you know what happened to that vampire?" "How would I know?" Old Su instinctively didn't want to say more. But looking at the bread that Ji-sun handed over again, he said, "I think it might be some kind of ancient sealed plague that has leaked. I heard that some men in black are looking for the source these days. Is it really a plague?" This came from Old Su, and Ji-sun was basically certain that the vampire blood pollution was a kind of plague. He asked again, "Where do you think the source is?" Old Su rolled his eyes at him. "Who knows?" But for the sake of black bread, he tried very hard to recall, and finally managed to say a few words. "But I read in ancient books that mithril is one of the best ways to seal the plague. There are large areas of rare metal deposits near Rum County. If you want to find it, you can try in this direction." Ji-sun was just asking casually. But he didn't expect to get a key clue. Mithril? When he heard this keyword, Ji-sun immediately had an idea in his mind. That is, the treasure map in Song-yu's hand. Isn't it just that there is a mithril mine nearby? This special magic metal is indeed used in large quantities for extraordinary purposes. I didn't expect it could be used to seal the plague. Ji-sun glanced at Song-yu and saw her shock. The two of them obviously thought of the same thing. And Ji-sun thought of more in his mind. He not only heard of the mithril mine, but also saw it. In the other dimension of Greedy Mine where he obtained the werewolf bloodline, he personally encountered a sealing altar made entirely of mithril. The second spell pot in his hand was obtained from that altar. Huh? Ji-sun's mind was racing. If Old Man Su hadn't appeared here, he would have thought it might be a coincidence. After all, rare metal veins, like mithril, are not uncommon in this underground world. Old Man plus vampire plus mithril vein, the three together are not a coincidence. But the current situation is that the mithril mine near Bolton Town is very likely to be directly related to the vampire pollution, however. Having said so much, there is no more information to be learned from Old Man Su. Ji-sun did not force it, and left the tent. The two walked out of the tent. Song-yu's expression was also very strange. She felt very strange when she heard the inexplicable divination before. Now she realized that her mithril mine was involved in the vampire plague again, and things became very complicated. If that was the case, she now had to consider more than just the issue of obtaining the Lord's contract. We also have to consider pollution. If the mithril vein is really used to seal the plague, it would be very dangerous. Maybe it can't be mined, and a lot of money has been wasted. Thinking of this, Song-yu's expression became worried. She couldn't think of a result after thinking hard, so she could only ask, "Mr. Ji-sun, do you know the old man just now?" Ji-sun was also thinking about those questions. What puzzled him most was, what bit Old Man Su? Although he would definitely not die if bitten, the one who bit the old man must be from a very important background. Hearing Song-yu's question, he nodded yes. Thinking that since they were already involved, Ji-sun said directly that Senior is a very powerful master. Ah? Song-yu was also very surprised when she heard it. She never expected that the fortune teller, who looked like a commoner just now, was actually a master. Others would say that she would definitely not believe it, but it was Ji-sun who spoke. Song-yu's expression became even more tangled. If he was a master, then it meant that there was really something wrong with the mineral vein that she was about to get. Ji-sun knew what she was thinking, and smiled to comfort her. It's okay. If something really happens, just solve it later. It's not that he didn't understand the previous divination completely. But at least, he came to a conclusion that his current level can't change his fate. In other words, this Miss Song will most likely live 100 years later. What else is there to worry about? Song Yu looked at Ji-sun's expression and pouted. Oh. The two returned to the tent and continued to hide among the refugees. Although they had found out some information, they could not do anything now. Song Yu's plan was to wait for the Federation to bring back the Lord Handover files and become the Lord of Bolton Town first. And by that time, the reinforcements sent by the Song family should have arrived. She also had enough power to solve the problem. The plan was to remain unchanged in the face of changes. The lady of the Chable family stayed in the tent with Ji-sun every day, without any complaints, but became more and more adapted. Every day, apart from meditation and cultivation, the two of them would go out to inquire about the news. The two gradually became familiar with each other. The days were peaceful. But gradually, there were more and more refugees in Bolton Town. It was said that the situation on the battlefield had changed drastically, and the war between Count Felaman and Councillor Bourne seemed to be coming to an end. Count Felaman was about to be defeated. Ji-sun also discovered that there were obviously more fleeing soldiers and some suspicious guys in the refugee camp. Until the 5th day, a big problem occurred. Ji-sun saw the 3 people from Bureau X in the shantytown. However, they were corpses. Someone killed the people from Bureau X. The death of 3 people is a small matter, but the accident behind it is a big one. Those 3 people came to investigate the vampire incident. Now they were killed, which means that the plague pollution has been out of control to some extent. Chapter 242. Ji-sun returned to the tent and did not dare to delay. He called Song Yu and Xiao Banju and prepared to leave. His intuition told him that something big might happen. Some unexpected situation happened outside. We'd better leave now. Mr. Ji-sun, what's wrong? I went to see the fighting outside just now. It was the 3 people from Bureau X who I saw before. They were killed. Ah, who killed them? Vampires. Ji-sun had seen the fighting power of the 3 people from Bureau X before. Although judging from the battle situation at the scene, they should have been ambushed. But killing a 3rd-level elite agent is not something that ordinary bandits can do. Facts have proved that an unknown number of high-level card masters who have turned into vampires have poured into the refugee camp. Bolton Mechanical Town is a small mining town. There are no high-level extra-dimensional spaces nearby, and there are not many monsters. There is no point for high-level card masters to stay here. So Ji-sun doesn't think this is a coincidence. There are 2 reasons why these people appeared in Bolton Town. The first is the purpose of war, and the second is that these vampires also came for the pollution source. Ji-sun tends to believe the second possibility. Normal people would not think of provoking a powerful and mysterious official organization like Bureau X. They don't have the strength. And those vampires knew that people from Bureau X were investigating them, but they still ambush and kill them. There must be some compelling reasons for them to stay here. According to the previous inference, the mithril mine pointed to by the treasure map in Song Yu's hand is the vampire plague, the source of the problem. Ji-sun felt that the purpose of those vampires was probably the mithril mine. However, the situation was still unclear. Ji-sun felt that he had to wait and see the subsequent developments before he could make more guesses. Okay. Hearing this, Song Yu immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. The 3 of them cleaned up the traces in the tent and were about to leave. But the accident came very suddenly. Suddenly outside, bang, 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 dense gunfire sounded. The previous battle was not too noisy, and it was in a remote location in the shantytown, so not many people noticed it. But now that the artillery was used, it was completely like a large-scale war. Ji-sun got out of the tent and saw that there were explosions everywhere on the mechanical city in the distance. The city defense artillery also opened fire, and shells fell into the refugee camp from time to time. Is someone attacking the mechanical city? Ji-sun also frowned as he looked at it, and his heart was full of doubts. Why are those vampires attacking the mechanical city? Even if the 3 people from Bureau X were killed just now, and their whereabouts were exposed, the vampires didn't need to attack the city. Before I could figure it out, the whole refugee camp became lively. Oh, the war is coming again. Run! Damn it, how did they get here? Hearing the sound of gunfire, the refugees were awakened and panicked. But after all, they were driven away from their homes by the war, and they already had experience in dealing with it. As long as they escaped from the war zone, they would be relatively safe. Normally, both sides of the war had no interest in killing civilians. Thousands of people came out of their tents, packed their luggage, and fled in panic. However, at this moment, a terrifying scene took place. Among the fleeing crowd, Some guys suddenly let out a devilish roar from their throats, their eyes turned red and black, and in the blink of an eye they turned into green-faced and fanged vampires. Before the fleeing crowd could react to what was happening, the vampires caught the people around them and started biting them. The scene was bloody and terrifying. As the riot was going on, a faint scarlet mist gradually filled the air. Here, Ji-sun and the other two saw this horrific scene after running a few steps. There were so many vampires that murder scenes were everywhere. Ji-sun looked a little surprised. There are so many of them. Not only were there some running on the ground, but there were also some flying with wings in the dark sky. He clearly sensed the aura of the nearby vampires. Dark and violent, just like a demon. A closer look revealed that the vampires became even more ferocious after sucking blood, and their strength increased visibly. And those guys who were obviously bitten to death by blood-sucking stood up tremblingly in the blink of an eye, turned into new vampires, and joined the team chasing other refugees. So this is how the pollution really happened. Ji-sun carefully observed the status of the vampires around him, and confirmed the route of pollution transmission. This means that if you don't get bitten, it won't be a big problem. At present, it is not too difficult. But the number is a problem. Seeing so many vampires appear at the same time, Ji-sun suddenly realized a problem. Why does it feel like a sacrifice ceremony of some kind of old god sect? Are these guys going to sacrifice these refugees? There are not many people who can understand this. But he is one of them. Ji-sun has read the Silver Moon secret book of the Silver Moon sect, and knows many evil sacrificial secrets of the old god sect. Usually, sacrificing spiritual objects can get a response from the gods. Humans are perfect sacrifices, with high spirituality, large numbers, and weak strength. Not only does the Silver Moon cult often do this. It seems that all the old believers who are involved in the old gods like to do this. They actually involve the old gods. As soon as the thought came to mind, the danger level of this incident soared a lot. Ji-sun's expression also became solemn, and he also thought in his heart, no wonder it attracted people from the X-Bureau to investigate this vampire plague. It turned out that some old god was behind it. But what kind of evil god is this? Any pollution incident involving the old gods is not simple. And to be able to organize such a large sacrificial ceremony, there must be strong believers behind it. At this moment, Ji-sun was more certain of his guess that those guys were coming for the secrets in the mithril vein. Just as he was thinking, the little dove beside him shouted, "Mr. Ji-sun, be careful." With a glance, a vampire rushed towards Ji-sun's back. However, this kind of car disciple-level monster posed no threat to him. Even without warning, his perception had already captured the monster's whereabouts. Ji-sun didn't want the gunfire to make too much noise, so he raised his foot and swung his whip kick, smashing the vampire's head to the ground like a steel whip. Seeing that he was not dead yet, he kicked him again. Crack. The sound of the skull breaking was heard. After killing the vampire, he turned around and looked at the little dove, who was about to attack with his fists clenched. Ji-sun smiled and praised, "Not bad. You are very sharp in observation and reaction." Although he had only practiced basic boxing for 5 days, the little guy had made rapid progress. What was even more rare was that he had the fearlessness and courage to face monsters at such a young age. The little dove listened to the compliment, touched his head, and felt a little embarrassed. Thinking of something, Ji-sun threw a gun from his waist to him and told him, "Take it. In case of an accident, protect yourself." "Yes." The little dove took the gun and nodded seriously. "Mr. Ji-sun, I will. I have been practicing firearms these days, so I am not unfamiliar with it." The little guy pulled the bolt skillfully and loaded the bullet. Ji-sun did not dare to delay and prepared to leave first. No matter what those vampires want to do, staying in Bolton Town is not a good choice. Song-yu also followed obediently. She had never experienced such danger, and her expression could not hide her fear. But looking at the mechanical city that was already full of war, she seemed to have thought of something again, and her crystal eyes were full of worry. She could escape. But the Rose Chamber of Commerce still has hundreds of people in Bolton City. Most of them are the Chamber of Commerce managers, guards, and servants she brought with her. Almost all of these people have watched her grow up since childhood, and are close to her and trust her. In this situation, it will be difficult for everyone to survive. If I hadn't brought them out, maybe. A strong sense of guilt came over me. Ji-sun sensed something, turned around and saw the complexity on her face, and asked, "What's wrong?" Song-yu hesitated, with an expression that seemed to be hesitant to speak. Ji-sun saw her expression and understood, so he asked, "Are you worried about the people in the Chamber of Commerce?" "Yes." Song-yu knew that she couldn't hide it, so she nodded. Although she knew that it was meaningless to worry, she was still worried. As she spoke, She glanced at Ji-sun again with apology. She knew that she was adding trouble by saying these useless words at this moment. However, Ji-sun didn't show any strange expression when he heard it. The war in the mechanical city was reflected in his eyes. His mind turned, and he thought of some guesses, and said something meaningful. Don't worry too much. Maybe they will escape in a while. Hearing this, Song Yu cast a puzzled look. Ah! At the same time, the battle in the mechanical city was brought under control in a short time after it broke out. A mysterious man in a scarlet cloak led a group of vampires to attack the city lord's mansion. They successfully penetrated the guards, and quickly controlled the lord of the mechanical city. Baron Bolton, covered in blood, was lying weakly on the ground at this moment, begging bitterly. You mean, the contract for the handover of the lord of the mechanical city has been signed? Yes. So I'm a step too late? Mr. Song, I've agreed to sell the mechanical city to your Song family. Please let me live. TSK, sell it to the Song family, not to me. The interrogator was a middle-aged man, with a sinister face and a small mustache, who had no intention of letting Baron Bolton go. Upon hearing this, the guards around him immediately broke the young lord's neck. A lord without lord authority is completely useless. The middle-aged man, with a mustache, was none other than the third patriarch of the Song family, Song Yu's third uncle, Song Chengyi. As soon as Baron Bolton died, drops of blood oozed out of his body, and gathered on the mysterious man in the blood-red cloak. When Song Chengyi saw this strange scene, his expression was not strange at all. He just murmured, "My niece's means are hidden deep enough." While sending the message back, the handover of the Lord was already confirmed. If she really succeeds, no one in the Song family will be able to suppress this little girl who is in the limelight in the future. It's a pity that we found out too late. If we had known that the girl had the prospecting map a few days earlier, we wouldn't have caused so many accidents. Song Chengyi thought of something, turned his head to look at the red-robed man who was sucking blood, and frowned. Your men are really useless. I asked you to kill someone, but you missed? The red-robed man listened and responded unceremoniously. Your Excellency should think about the information you gave us. Didn't you say that there were only a few low-level guards? How did that secret guard named Chaoyang show up? Without that guy, we would have completed the mission long ago. Now not only have we lost a group of people, but the key is that even the people from Bureau X has set their sights on this town of Bolton in advance. And they made us sacrifice so hastily. Hearing this, Song Chengyi's expression was not very good. He knew that it was meaningless to hold anyone responsible now. His face darkened for a moment, and he turned to say, the war between Count Felaman and Senator Bourne is about to end. The attention of those federal senators has shifted to this place, and they will soon know the truth that someone behind the scenes deliberately provoked the war. We have to speed up the progress. The red-robed man said in a tone of embarrassment, it's very troublesome to find the exact location of the sealed land without the exploration map. Although sacrificing these refugees should be able to get the revelation of the Lord God, it may take several days. I'm afraid that those guys from Bureau X will arrive early. If we are given another half a month, once the blood plague spreads, it will not be controlled by them. Hearing this, Song Chengyi's expression was also very solemn, and he sighed, find a way to find someone. The red-robed man asked helplessly how to find her. I got the news that your niece had escaped, so I sent people to intercept her on the roads to various cities, but I didn't meet her. It's been so many days now, and I don't know which city she has escaped to. Hearing this, Song Chengyi sneered, I watched my niece grow up. Although she is a little young, I have to admit that she is very ambitious and thoughtful. Even if she encounters difficulties, she will never give up easily. As he spoke, his fox-like eyes turned, and he had thought of something. Now it seems that she has bought the lordship of Bolton Town, and has immediately sent people to Dragon City to wait for the registration receipt. As long as she gets the receipt, she can become the legal lord. So I guess she may not have escaped from the beginning to the end, but hiding somewhere in the refugee camp, waiting for news. Oh! The red-robed man also became interested when he heard it, wondering why he didn't think of this, but then he changed his mind and said, but the sacrifice ceremony has already begun outside. Song Chengyi said calmly, most of the people in the refugee camp are ordinary vampires. With Chaoyang protecting her, she won't die so easily. Let the people below pay attention. If there is a big commotion, the person will be found. He changed the subject and said, but I think it's difficult. If the girl is really hiding in the refugee camp, she has not been found by your people for so many days. It must be that Chaoyang's hiding skills are not bad. If we couldn't find her before, we may not be able to force her out now. The red-robed man said, what should we do? Song Chengyi let out a cold smile, and the plan came into being instantly. He said, Release those people from the Rose Chamber of Commerce, and kill a few of them when the time is right. My niece is kind-hearted, and as long as she is really nearby, she can probably lure them out. The red-robed man? Then I go there myself? Song Chingy, forget it. The sacrificial ceremony cannot go wrong, and you are more needed here. The red-robed man? What about Chao Yang? That guy is so well hidden, and he is very scheming. He may not be able to see through your bait plan. Song Chingy said indifferently, he's just a secret guard. You think too highly of him. After a pause, he continued, I have carefully read the autopsy report of Loki. He has dozens of fatal injuries all over his body. This shows that the battle was very intense. I estimate that Chao Yang is only at the late second stage, otherwise he would not have used so many moves to kill Loki. It is enough to let Cole go. The red-robed man thought it made sense and agreed, that's right. On the other side, the refugee camp was already in chaos. Help? Who can help us? Where did this damn vampire come from? I was bitten. Screaming, crying, cries for help, and heart-wrenching screams came one after another. Tens of thousands of refugees ran in all directions, but the casualties were getting more and more serious. The number of vampires exceeded expectations, and the sudden attack caught everyone off guard. And after being bitten, you will be infected immediately, and the number of monsters is still growing exponentially. Several roads leading out of Bolton town were blocked by dense monsters. The bloody fog had gradually thickened, obscuring people's vision. Ordinary people's vision was blocked, and it was difficult to distinguish the direction. Smelling the disgusting bloody smell in the air, their minds were already in a trance. Terror was spreading like a dam breaking. Most of the refugees were ordinary people. Even some card players and first-level card masters were surrounded and strangled by the vampire army in a blink of an eye. This was a one-sided killing. Ji-sun led Song-yu and Xiao Banju all the way to the hillside. This fog was useless to his vision, and he found the right direction to escape along the way. However, he couldn't change anything. Those believers of God were well prepared, and there were experts in the mechanical city making arrangements. Even if a high-level card master came, he would not get any benefit from this scene. Coincidentally, the three of them didn't run for long when they suddenly heard the sound of gunfire not far behind them. Looking closely, a group of people wearing armor, holding heavy firearms and mechanical equipment rushed out. This Bolton city is a small town, and there are not many groups with the ability to break through. And the Rose Chamber of Commerce is definitely the first. After all, they came to protect the President Song-yu. Captain Sam himself is a veteran second level, and the Chamber of Commerce's guards are also top-notch in strength and equipment. At this moment, they led a group of survivors in the city to rush down. There were too many people, and the movement could not be covered up. In order to disperse the blood-colored fog, they also rushed out with flares all the way, which was very eye-catching. Song-yu recognized those familiar people at a glance and looked shocked. That's the people from the Chamber of Commerce. While she was anxious, she was inexplicably shocked. Seeing this scene, she suddenly recalled something in her mind, and looked at Ji-sun with extremely shocked and expectant eyes. Mr. Ji-sun, you? If she remembered correctly, this guy just said not to worry too much. Maybe they will escape in a while. In other words, he had foreseen the current situation. When Ji-sun saw the group of people from the Rose Chamber of Commerce, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he thought, oh, guessed it. I was not sure before. I just guessed one of the possibilities. But now that he saw that the people from the Rose Chamber of Commerce were able to escape from the mechanical city alive, he was sure that the mastermind who hired someone to kill Song-yu might have come. The mastermind must be a shrewd person who could arrange the previous series of assassination plans. It seems that the guy also knows Song-yu's character very well, so he also guessed that she might not escape. That's why he came up with this plan. Otherwise, based on Ji-sun's understanding of the old sect, since those guys dared to make such a big fuss and sacrifice a city, they must be able to wipe out the people from the Rose Chamber of Commerce. If they were released now, they could only be bait. On second thought, there were few vampires at this intersection, so they were obviously released on purpose. It seemed that they were waiting for some experts who could find the flaws in the sacrificial formation to find them, and then some high-level vampires would come to kill them. Or, they didn't intend to fight those high-level card masters who were able to escape. However, the vampires that Ji-sun and his friends had encountered along the way were all killed instantly, without revealing too much noise. If they really wanted to escape, they could escape quietly. Now, the group of vampires has also driven the people from the Rose Chamber of Commerce, who were chasing them to this direction. Ji-sun looked at their expressions and began to ponder. Song-yu was also very smart. Although she was anxious, she forced herself to calm down. Seeing the people in the Chamber of Commerce running and being killed, she also realized that there might be a conspiracy. But she had no choice but to look at Ji-sun for help. But she didn't dare to speak. Because Song Yu knew that she was able to survive now because of this friend. But no matter how strong he is only one person. Just when Song Yu was full of despair, and thought that he could only watch his companions die. But he heard an indifferent voice next to his ear, "You want to save them?" Song Yu was stunned and thought she had heard it wrong. But when she turned her head to look at the face that had not changed from beginning to end, she was stunned for 2 seconds before she reacted, and asked excitedly and uncertainly, "Mr. Ji-sun, can you?" Ji-sun looked at the group of people in the distance, pondered for a moment, and said lightly, "You can try. At the end," he added, "but I can't guarantee how long I can live." Hearing this, Song Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded vigorously, "Yes, yes." Having these words is enough. At this moment, she seemed to have heard the most inspiring words in the world. After a few days of getting along, the young lady of the Chable family now has an almost blind trust in Ji-sun. It seems that as long as he says something, he can definitely do it. Looking at the side face that seems to be shining, Song Yu felt as if there was a strange attraction for a moment, and couldn't help but worry, and said, "Mr. Ji-sun, please. If it is too dangerous, please make sure you are safe first." Ji-sun smiled and said nothing. Ji-sun was not trying to show off. He had other plans. Because according to Old Man Song's advice on fate, Ji-sun himself probably could not change his fate or anything. In other words, Song Yu would not die here. And if Song Yu did not die, he would not die either. Otherwise, if he died here, Song Yu would not come to find him 100 years later. Since cannot die, the result is known, so Ji-sun's mind becomes active. Although the old sects are dangerous, they are also great opportunities. Judging from the situations he has encountered, the old believers are involved in the top secrets of civilization. These vampires in front of them are not powerful enough to kill a group of 3 people in the X-Bureau and attack them by surprise. They may not be able to do anything. Maybe there will be surprises. And Ji-sun also has some other confidence. He looked at the aura of the vampire chasing him. A smile appeared on his face, and he said to himself, "Is it underestimated?" Chapter 243. Captain Sam led the Rose Chamber of Commerce to rush out of the mechanical city with hundreds of people. However, the team was too large, and the speed was not very fast. As they ran, some people in the Chamber of Commerce team fell behind and were killed by vampires. The wailing for help rang in his ears. He felt distressed when he saw President Song Yu in the distance. Ji-sun was observing calmly. He also saw that the configuration of the pursuers was very subtle. 2 second-level vampires led a group of minions. Captain Sam and his guards also fought back and forth with them with their equipment advantages. The battle looked very tense. This would make people instinctively feel that there was hope for escape. It gave people a strong psychological hint that if they could get another second-level card master to help, they would be able to turn the tide and save those people. Song Yu was thinking this at the moment. If there was really no chance at all, she would never take the risk. But in this situation, what if there was really an opportunity? People would die one by one. Song Yu was anxious, but she endured it and didn't say anything. Although she didn't expect Ji-sun to think so much, she instinctively felt that there was a problem. She didn't know what to do. She glanced at the people around her. Ji-sun just spoke up, "I'm going to start. Be careful. Keep running in this direction. There might be a 3rd-level vampire hidden in that group of vampires. When the fight starts, I may not be able to take care of you." Although he felt that these 2 people were protected by their fate and should not die. But if they were injured, there would be a lot more trouble. At least it would be inconvenient for him to fight with the injured. The little dove on the side held the gun nervously. It was difficult for him to see the situation clearly at his age. He didn't think about anything in his mind, and nodded with courage, "Yes." Level 3? But Song Yu heard a huge crisis from the words. Her face changed, and she said worriedly, "But Mr. Ji-sun, are you too dangerous? Or forget it." Although she was worried about the people in the Chamber of Commerce, she was absolutely unwilling to let her friends take risks. Level 3 is already a high-level card master, and the combat power is very different from that of level 2. Although she knew Ji-sun was very powerful, he didn't look like he could fight against a 3rd-level warrior. Ji-sun said 3rd level lightly, and now he still didn't care when he heard Song Yu's worry, and said calmly, "It's okay. I just stayed in the tent for a few days, and I want to stretch my muscles. Fighters need to improve in actual combat. Before, I learned all those martial arts from Senior Gongwu, but my skills were still floating on the surface, and I was worried that I had no place to practice. Now this situation is perfect. Besides, those vampires are still offering sacrifices to the old gods, and they are not being dealt with. Ji-sun is upset. After learning a lot of skills, he should do something. But Song-yu wanted to say something, but he saw Ji-sun had already taken out his pistol and fired at the vampires in the distance. Go! Run this way, escape from this blood mist first. The people of the Rose Chamber of Commerce understood what happened completely, and they only knew that a large number of vampires appeared in the mechanical city and killed people crazily. Then they escaped. The guards of the Chamber of Commerce were all strong, and they also gathered some other card masters in the mechanical city, and they rushed out all the way. Although it was dangerous, it seemed that there was hope to escape from Bolton Town. Only the leader, Captain Sam, had a vague sense of something. He was the strongest and had discovered the fighting in the city lord's mansion at the first time. That's why he was very confused. Obviously, there were high-level card masters participating in the battle, but why did those people let them escape? This always made him feel like they were not escaping, but being driven out by someone. But even if he was suspicious, Sam didn't dare to stop. At this moment, they had no choice but to flee Bolton Town. However, as they were running, they suddenly saw someone firing a gun outside the fog in the distance. The timing was very subtle, as if they were responding to them. What was even more strange was that although there was only one person firing, the firepower seemed to suppress the hundreds of vampires chasing them. Every time a gunshot was heard, a vampire running wildly would be shot in the head. This instantly made everyone in the Rose Chamber of Commerce feel much less stressed. This shooting skill is not simple. Sam immediately thought of a person in his mind when he saw this scene. Could it be that guy? Before he could think about it, the crowd became lively. Many people in the Rose Chamber of Commerce had seen Ji-sun, and they also recognized who the sharpshooter was. Look, the one who shot was Chaoyang. The lady is also there. Oh my god, I finally found the lady. The lady came to pick us up. Why are there only 3 people? Hurry, protect the young lady. When the people from the Rose Chamber of Commerce saw Ji-sun, they couldn't help but be angry and hostile at first. But when they saw Song-yu who was safe and sound, they realized that they seemed to have misunderstood many things. Although they didn't understand what happened, at least their young lady was still safe and sound. The fact should not be what they thought before, thinking that Chaoyang was a murderer and kidnapper. On the contrary, several people with active minds have already thought that perhaps it was because of the disappearance that Song-yu was able to live safely until now. But this is not the time to think about it. The situation suddenly changed. Ji-sun's excellent shooting skills killed more than a dozen vampires in a blink of an eye, which greatly eased the momentum of the ordinary people in the Chamber of Commerce behind the vampire group chasing the team. However, this good momentum did not last long, and the vampire army behind them suddenly rioted. Captain Sam looked at Song-yu and felt an ominous premonition. He shouted, "Miss, run away quickly, don't worry about us, it's very dangerous here." As if hearing this shout, Song-yu, who was still far away, did not dare to delay at all and turned around and ran. Even in Ji-sun's plan, she was a bait. They had to fight. But they had to be far enough away from Bolton Mechanical City. In this way, the people from the Rose Chamber of Commerce could really survive. As soon as Ji-sun and the other person appeared, they turned around and ran. But before they ran far, the group of vampires behind them seemed to be violent. Some of them ignored the people from the Rose Chamber of Commerce and chased after Ji-sun and the other person, who were running. The pressure on the Rose Chamber of Commerce was reduced by half in an instant. But the guards were eager to protect their master, and a group of them followed the direction of Song-yu's retreat. In this way, Ji-sun and the others were like guides, and successfully led the people of the Rose Chamber of Commerce and a group of vampires out of the Bloody Fog area. Ji-sun had already seen that the Bloody Fog was some kind of sacrificial ritual. After leaving the Bloody Fog area, most of the low-level vampires did not chase after them. Even if there were some who chased after them, they would be shot in an instant under the dense firepower coverage. However, the crisis increased sharply even though the number was reduced. Everyone saw clearly that in addition to the 2 second-level vampires they had seen before, there was actually a more terrifying existence hidden in the group of vampires. That guy was originally hidden in the vampire team, and was not noticeable. But at this moment, his robe was torn, and a pair of huge reddish-brown flesh wings spread out. In an instant, the aura of a high-level strongman swept the whole place. Not good. The face of the leading Captain Sam suddenly changed. He immediately realized that those vampires did not want to hunt them down at all. Instead, it was heading for his young lady. The old captain shouted loudly, made a quick decision, and shouted to the front, "Young lady, hurry up, I stop it." He held a small round shield and bumped into the high-level vampire, who was transforming without hesitation. The flesh-winged vampire named Cole was hit, and his body was unstable, which also stopped his momentum to chase. But this level of attack was completely threatening to it. It looked at Sam, who was entangled with it, with a sneer in its eyes. The veins on his 5 fingers bulged, and his sharp nails, like steel blades, slapped toward Sam's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound like a bell, Sam's tall body was slapped away. Even though he was wearing plate armor and mail, he was hit by the huge force and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Cole didn't want to pay attention to this insignificant character, and was about to chase Song Yu, who was escaping in the distance again. However, as soon as he left, there was a clang, metal crisp sound, and his body froze. Looking down, he saw that an alloy mechanical chain had been locked on his ankle at some point. Cole looked at the other end of the chain tied to Sam's arm, and said sarcastically, "Are you looking for death? If you don't kill this guy, you can't chase him." Cole pulled the chain with an angry look, and Sam flew back again. The power and physical strength of a third-level vampire are simply not comparable to that of a second-level card master. Even though Sam is a black knight who specializes in strength, the difference in strength is immediately apparent in the confrontation. Bang! A heavy punch hit Sam's chest again. Another muffled groan. However, because the two were chained together, and their movements were restricted, Sam fought back without showing any weakness. He took advantage of the situation and changed his tactics, pulling the chains to instantly restrict the two to a close fighting distance. In this way, the opponent's force range was limited, and the power he could exert was also greatly limited. The two sides were entangled like wrestlers, and began to fight each other with fists. Bang, bang, bang. There were continuous muffled sounds. Level 3 versus Level 2, Sam was at an absolute disadvantage. However, since he used this fighting style, he didn't consider whether he could survive at all, and he just wanted to delay the vampire. This tactic was also very effective, buying a lot of time for Song Yu to escape. At least that's what he thought. Ji-sun was not surprised to see a third-level vampire hiding. When he killed Captain Loki 5 days ago, his body had not recovered much, so it took a lot of effort to kill him. It is estimated that the mastermind, based on the marks on the body, estimated that his combat power was probably second level. That's why he sent a third-level vampire. Ji-sun also observed it just now. This guy, like a Tai, is a third level who came from the wild, and his strength is very average among the same level. It's just because he has the ability to transform into a vampire, and his body is quite strong. But that's all. Ji-sun originally wanted to lure these vampires out, and take action farther away from the mechanical city. Everything was almost as expected before. However, a little accident happened. What he didn't expect was that Captain Sam actually ignored his own life and death and held back the third-level vampire. Ji-sun looked at this sudden situation, smacked his lips, and thought, it's a little troublesome. This place is not too far from the mechanical city. He can kill him. But his current strength has only recovered 50%. To kill a third-level vampire, the battle will be noisy. It may also delay time for a while. If he really fights here, he is afraid that he will attract several other high-level enemies in the mechanical city, who are unknown how strong they are. It will be very troublesome at that time. This is why he hesitated for a moment. Hearing Ji-sun's muttering, Song Yu beside him looked over with sparkling eyes. The situation before her was the most desperate and helpless moment she had ever experienced. On one side, her loyal guard captain was dying for her, and on the other side, the bloody deaths of the members of the Chamber of Commerce were being played out before her eyes. But she found that she could do nothing. She could only watch the familiar people around her die tragically one by one in front of her. This despair was even more heart-wrenching than the fact that Song Yu felt she was facing death. Looking at Ji-sun, who frowned slightly, the lady of the Chable family suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. She didn't want to lose any more friends. But at this time, Ji-sun still said the words that she wanted to hear someone say, but didn't want to hear, "You keep running forward. I go help him." Just as she was about to leave, Song Yu grabbed her and said with tears on her face, "Ji-sun, I don't want you to be in danger too." Ji-sun was stunned when he heard it, turned around and looked at the sentimental girl, reached out and patted her head, shook his head and smiled. "It's not dangerous." He frowned just now, because he felt a little troubled. He didn't think this third-level vampire could pose any threat. Song Yu still refused to let go. The smile that made her feel inexplicably at ease before now made her feel more and more precious, and she didn't want to lose it. But she didn't know how to start. She was afraid that if she let go, she would never be able to hold on to anything again. Her eyelashes fluttered, and crystal tears finally couldn't stop falling down her cheeks. She had already cried like a tearful person. Ji-sun looked into the girl's eyes, and at that moment, it was like seeing the Milky Way flowing in the summer night sky. Brilliant and crystal clear, the beauty is deep and clear enough to touch the soul. There is a tacit understanding of knowing each other in her eyes. She is so reluctant and heartbroken. The sadness and persistence in her eyes make Ji-sun seem to see the waiting and expectation of a lifetime 100 years later. If this girl really waits for 100 years, it would be really stupid. Ji-sun stroked her forehead and his hand fell unconsciously, wiping away the warm tear on her cheek, grinning, "Don't worry. I won't die. I didn't want to get too involved, but I changed my mind and thought, no matter what the future holds, they only live in the present." As soon as the voice fell, Song-yu looked and saw that Ji-sun had disappeared on the spot. He was also surrounded by a domineering aura that she had never seen before. Song-yu's eyes trembled at the aura, and the voice that echoed in her ears, "I won't die," gave her great courage and confidence. At this moment, she was inexplicably convinced again. The sadness in her eyes was too late to be restrained. Although she was still worried, she thought of Ji-sun's words, turned around and ran away. Ji-sun rushed all the way, not forgetting to shoot and kill several vampires along the way. He had several magazines filled with alchemical bullets given by Song-yu. As long as the gun skills were tricky enough, even the first-level vampires would have good damage. There were not many vampires chasing the blood mist. After the 2 magazines were emptied, there were only a few first- and second-level vampires left. But Ji-sun didn't care about those guys. The people of the Rose Chamber of Commerce were enough to block for a moment. In a blink of an eye, he had rushed to another battlefield. At this moment, Captain Sam, who was covered in blood, was still fighting with the 3rd-level vampire. However, seeing the reinforcements coming, Sam was not happy at all. Instead, he anxiously said to Ji-sun, "Don't worry about me. Protecting the young lady is important." As he spoke, he vomited blood foam. Ji-sun seemed not to have heard anything. He rushed over and kicked the vampire on the head. The impact wave caused sand and rocks to fly. Cole was kicked by this kick and also said, "Hey, you are quite strong." In its opinion, this kick was not something that a normal 2nd-level vampire could kick. But it didn't cause much damage to him. Ji-sun didn't use his full strength in this attack. He just wanted to share the firepower and prevent Sam from dying. He avoided the vampire's claws and heard Sam's angry shout, "Don't bother me." This Chaoyang who couldn't see the reality made Sam extremely anxious. Didn't this guy know that even if the 2 of them joined forces, they couldn't defeat this 3rd-level vampire? Wasting time to save people now is simply a foolish act of impulse. Not only can it not save them, but it will put their young lady in a deadly situation. Sacrificing oneself to hold this guy back for a while is the best choice. This guy is totally reckless. The young lady can't bear it. How can you, a secret guard, not see through this? However, Sam can't say these words anymore. The fight just now has already left him seriously injured. But then, a scene that made him even more desperate appeared. Just when Ji-sun was fighting, Sam suddenly heard a click of a mechanism. He looked around and saw that the mechanical chain on his arm was opened. Although he didn't know how this guy did it, he was sure that it was this Chaoyang who opened it. What a good thing he had done. Sam was furious. The moment the restraints were untied, the vampire Cole also noticed it immediately, and with surprise in his heart, he retreated violently. Sam also felt that the pressure of death suddenly eased. However, he looked at Ji-sun beside him and shouted, "Damn it! Do you know what you are doing? You can't save me, but you will hurt me." Before he finished speaking, wow! Another mouthful of blood foam spurted out. What he didn't finish was that if no one could restrain this 3rd-level vampire, everyone would die. He had spent most of his life to hold back the enemy, but now, because of letting go, his efforts were in vain. How stupid. Ji-sun beside him seemed to have heard nothing and stood there quietly. The facts seemed to be developing in the direction that Sam least wanted to see. Vampire Cole flew in the air with his flesh wings. Looking at Ji-sun and Sam in front of him, his eyes flashed coldly. Although he didn't take the 2 second-level card masters seriously, it would take some time to kill them. On the other side, Song-yu was running farther and farther. After leaving this Bolton town, there are wilderness mines with complex terrain. If someone really runs far away, it's hard to say whether he can be found. Thinking of this, Cole only glanced at the 2 of them, and snorted coldly, "Let you 2 live a little longer." As he said that, he flapped his wings and turned around to chase after Song-yu. "Damn it!" Sam cursed as he watched the enemy fly away. He struggled to get up anxiously and pretended to chase after him. However, even if he was not injured, Sam knew that he could not catch up with the flying vampire. At this moment, the loyal captain of the guard seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, and despair was written in his eyes. But at this moment, he did not think about his injuries, but still tried his best to catch up and use the remaining life to help his young lady one last time. However, before he could move, he heard Ji-sun's calm voice. "You and the people from the Chamber of Commerce go south. It will be safer. I will take care of that vampire." Sam heard this and realized that he had heard it wrong. Going south, isn't that the opposite direction of his young lady? Is he going to make himself a deserter? His anger had reached its limit at this moment. Does this guy know what he is doing? However, Ji-sun did not mean to explain anything. He just looked at the distance the vampire flew out, locked its aura, and estimated the distance and time in his mind. Letting Sam lead the people of the Chamber of Commerce to go separately is actually for safety. It is also to save them. The main target of those vampires is Song-yu, and they will not pursue the people of the Chamber of Commerce relentlessly. This way they can really survive. On the other hand, to protect Song-yu, he is enough. Too many people are actually a burden. The target is big, and there will be continuous troubles when being hunted. Ji-sun didn't think he could save these people a second time. Sam didn't know this. He barely supported himself, and was about to question. But at this moment, Ji-sun moved. Hearing the sound of air bursting, Sam watched the figure in front of him disintegrate. His eyes froze. Huh? What just happened? After a moment, the thoughts in his mind seemed to accept the scene in front of him. The old guard captain came back to his senses, and realized that what he saw might be the most incredible scene in his life. That figure actually stepped into the air and left? This. Captain Sam looked at the series of phantoms left by Ji-sun's violent movement in the air, and then he suddenly realized what an outrageous scene he had seen. Long distance walking in the air? The body movement was so fast that it seemed as if the person was flying in the air. How could this be done? Sam was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He was a guard trained by the Song family. He had a lot of experience, and knew some secret body movements that could walk in the air for a short distance. Many second and third level assassins could do it. But this, long distance walking in the air? He had never seen anyone who could reach such a graceful level. Even among the fourth level assassins he had seen, he had never seen it. How strong is this guy? The impact of the scene in front of him was so strong that it instantly overwhelmed all of Sam's inherent perceptions of Chaoyang. With such wonderful body movements, how could Sam not recognize that he was facing a master whose strength far exceeded his own? The indignant mood just now was swept away in an instant. So this guy meant it. Letting him go south was just because he thought they were too weak and would hold him back. Letting the vampire go before was not an accident, but intentional. It was to move the battlefield farther away, and to protect them, so as not to attract the high-level vampires in the mechanical city. Otherwise, with this guy's speed, he could escape safely even with one person. Thinking about the previous kidnapping of the lady, it was also his plan. Sam suddenly felt that his hair stood up when he figured it out. He was strong and thoughtful. He instantly raised his impression of this Chaoyang to an indescribable level of admiration. Thinking of the calm demeanor of Chaoyang just now, Sam suddenly realized from shock, and then became relieved. He looked at the figure running in the air, and murmured to himself with self-mockery, "Miss really brought a very strong guy." No wonder that Chaoyang just now could say those words. It turns out that strength is his confidence. Thinking of this, Sam smiled bitterly, and was completely relieved. If that person can't solve the problem, he can't help even more. Instead, following the arrangement will make his young lady safer. Thinking of this, Sam did not delay any longer, and called on other members of the Chamber of Commerce to gather towards the south. Pa, 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 pa. A series of air explosions were heard in the air. But the sound was not obvious in the sound of gunfire. At this moment, Song-yu was running wildly in panic, and he did not dare to look back after hearing the sound. Because at this moment, a second-level vampire appeared from some dark corner, and had already caught up with him. The cold murderous intent was like a piercing cold air approaching her back. She could already hear the vampire's strange laughter. Seeing this, the third-level vampire Cole, who was still flying in the sky, also raised his mouth and showed a sneer of success. As long as he caught this target, the mission would be completed. However, the sneer just hung on its face, and before it could react to what happened, something strange happened. In the field of vision, a figure quickly passed in front of him and instantly protected the woman. Before Cole could make any move, the second-level vampire, who was about to grab Song-yu, still had a strange smile on his face, but his head was pressed down by a big hand with ripples of chi, and fell heavily without resistance. A muffled sound of dong echoed around the mine. The head sank 1 foot into the ground, and blood plasma splashed all over the ground. Ah! Song Yu was also startled by the sudden movement. Turning around, it was not a monster, but a familiar face. In the reflection of his eyes, Ji-sun, who was full of chi like flames, was already close at hand, with his face as calm as always. Seeing him, Song Yu's eyes turned, and the fear disappeared instantly, and she felt inexplicably at ease. The figure once again seemed like a hero falling from the sky, breaking into her vision and also reflected in the girl inner world. Chapter 244. Bang! With a sound, the skull of a second-level vampire exploded, and the sound was very harsh. It was creepy. In the distance, the seriously injured Captain Sam and a group of people from the Rose Chamber of Commerce looked sideways, and were stunned for a moment. Just now, Ji-sun stepped into the air too fast and flashed by. Many people didn't see what happened clearly. And now this bloody explosion seemed to freeze time there. Everyone saw it clearly. Killing a second-level elite vampire with one blow, the killing scene violently broke into everyone's vision, making people unbelievable. Because at this moment, the guards of the Rose Chamber of Commerce were also fighting with another second-level vampire. Only after facing it in person did they know that vampires were much more difficult than normal card masters. The vampire's body was extremely strong and seemed invulnerable. Just this one enemy could make more than a dozen guards of the Chamber of Commerce anxious. However, such a powerful monster was killed by a punch. Even the strongest Captain Sam didn't understand the secret of that attack, and was extremely shocked. Qigong Master? What level is he? How can he be so strong? Is it some kind of profound martial arts? Just now, when he saw Ji-sun stepping into the air, he guessed that this person should be very strong. But killing a second-level vampire with one punch, isn't that too outrageous? Sam thought that the third-level card masters he had seen could not kill such a vampire with one blow. But he felt that the attack was definitely not at the fourth level. That's why it feels outrageous. This feeling is like pulling the trigger of a musket, and a cannonball is fired from the barrel. The word outrageous filled my head. However, whether I want to understand it or not is not important. In addition to being shocked, Sam's eyes showed a great joy of relief. It's better to be strong. Just now, he thought he might be able to help a little, but after seeing the exaggerated fighting power shown by this person, he realized that his worries were unnecessary. The Chaoyang next to the lady is much stronger than he imagined. With the strong reinforcements from their side, the morale of the people in the Rose Chamber of Commerce was boosted. It was not just the people in the Rose Chamber of Commerce who were shocked. On the other side, the third-level vampire Cole was less than 100 meters away from Song Yu. He watched his subordinate being punched in the head by Ji-sun. This guy. Cole recognized him at a glance. Isn't this the guy he just fought with? But before, he thought he was just an ordinary second-level one. The intelligence, he got also described it this way. Why is he so strong? Strength is secondary. The important thing is that it didn't understand that Punch, Cole himself, is a genuine third-level vampire. He is confident that he can easily kill the second-level Robbie, but he definitely can't punch him in the head. Also, this guy was clearly far away before. How did he catch up all of a sudden? This guy flies faster than me. Countless doubts flashed through his mind, and Cole had a vague feeling in his heart. But Ji-sun ignored the fact that there was a third-level vampire behind him. After calculating from this distance, this guy had no chance of survival in Ji-sun's eyes. He stepped on the corpse and looked at Song Yu, whose tears were still on his cheeks, with interest, grinning, and showing 2 rows of neat white teeth. I said there was no danger. You? Song Yu was completely stunned. She looked at the face in front of her that seemed to be radiant at the moment, her eyes trembling, as if she had forgotten the fear. But she didn't have time to say anything. She glanced behind Ji-sun and shouted nervously, "Be careful." How could Ji-sun not notice the needle-like murderous intent behind him? He smiled at Song Yu, and then his expression became stern. He suddenly turned around and punched behind him with a fist surrounded by a strange ripple. Bang! The 2 fists touched, and the long and sharp sound of metal collision burst the eardrum. The sound of bone cracking was faintly heard. Ji-sun's face was normal, and Cole's face changed instantly, and he shouted in his heart, "What's going on?" It looked at the bronze metallic fist in front of it, and the blood in its eyes suddenly shrank. This punch seemed to hit an iron plate, but the opponent was safe and sound, and the recoil force was so strong that it seemed to break his hand bones. This guy's body was stronger than their blood clan? What secret method did this guy practice? Cole was horrified. He had already guessed that there was something wrong with this metal luster body protection secret method. But after all, it was a third-level method, and its reaction was also very fast. The moment the fist touched, it saw that the situation was not good and retreated several meters, removing the recoil force that almost broke its arm. The two fists were the center, and the airwaves spread out like an explosion, and the whole ground trembled. Ji-sun's short hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and his robes rustled. He looked at the third-level vampire in front of him, who was no longer as arrogant as before, and raised a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. It was this smile that made Cole feel humiliated. A third-level vampire is considered a master no matter where he is, so how can he not have a temper? And although he had an advantage in the previous test, he also found that although the opponent's methods were weird, his strength was much worse than his. This is definitely not the fourth level. As long as it is not the fourth level, how can I be afraid of anyone with the blessing of the blood of the gods? It is confident that even if it loses, the opponent will never be able to do anything to it. Thinking of this, as soon as the numbness in Cole's arm disappeared, it flapped its wings again and rushed up. Ji-sun tilted his head and looked at this guy, chuckled, and muttered to himself, "My body has not recovered," giving this guy the illusion that he can win. In a moment, the veins in Cole's hands bulged, and the devil-like steel claws shone out. Blood was steaming on the claws, and it looked like some martial arts such as eagle claw attack were used. Ji-sun looked at the cold light on the claws, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Now that his body had not recovered, he did not dare to touch it head-on. After all, this thing was a plague. If it was really contaminated, it would be a big problem. With a flash of thought, Ji-sun changed his fist into a palm, and did not touch the hard claw head-on, but quickly drew an arc in the air to bypass the claw. Then he coiled up like a python, instantly stuck to the guy's arm, and suddenly pushed forward again. As soon as he got the control, he exerted force with his soft palm, and a powerful wave of energy instantly blasted out from his palm, hitting the vampire's chest. Bang! Cole felt as if his chest was hit by a bull's horn, and he flew backwards with a mouthful of black blood. It's not over yet. During the backward flight, he felt a sharp pain in his internal organs, and he shouted in his heart, "This kid is weird." Obviously, the power of this punch was not strong, and the body of the vampire would definitely have no problem resisting it. But as soon as the punch touched the skin, it completely ignored the protective spell power, and drilled into the flesh like a needle. What kind of punch is this? Cole finally realized that something was wrong. How could a wild card master like him understand the Bakwan of Senior Gongwu? At this time, Ji-sun didn't give it time to think at all, and had already stuck to it as he wished. Since it was an enemy, he would not show any mercy. Before the vampire landed, his fist had already caught up. Turning his hands and bending, lifting and elbowing, poking his feet and ankles, and lifting his hands to the forehead, Senior Gongwu's Bakwan not only was the artistic conception high, but the moves and routines also integrated the strengths of hundreds of schools. Ji-sun has only touched the surface so far, but he also likes the combo in the surface the most. Once connected, if there is no equal skill to deal with, when landing, the enemy will lose half his life if he doesn't die. When Ji-sun first learned this punch, he also couldn't land for a long time under this combo. At that time, he complained that the old man's Bakwan was purely using skills to suppress others. No wonder the wild vampire in front of him had no ability to fight back. Ji-sun estimated that this was considered epic quality. Martial arts, for most fighters, are to suppress others with skills. Chop. Bang. Dong, just like a human sandbag, the vampire was in the air, almost never landing. He kept getting hit, and kept spitting blood. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had already passed. However, in 10 fights, Cole had to be hit 6 or 7 times. That kind of net-like boxing made it completely lose the arrogance it had a minute ago. While feeling dizzy, this third-level vampire was also extremely confused. Obviously, he had all the attributes that suppressed the opponent, but why couldn't he beat him? Before, I thought that the opponent was relying on the secret method of the golden body, and his moves might be a head-on confrontation. Once they really fought, it was completely different. Just now, he was so strong, but now, it was like hitting cotton. No, not cotton. It was clay. The power of his fist was not only removed by the aura that surrounded him from all directions, but also stuck to him and couldn't get rid of it. That feeling made him feel as if he was entangled by a sticky suction cup tentacle on his body, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. After breaking free from this tentacle, another one climbed up again. This feeling of frustration made Cole feel that he had not used half of his skills. He could not understand the secret of the tyrant fist, and there were only 2 words in his mind. Weird. Ji-sun looked at the vampire with a surprised and terrified expression and laughed awkwardly. At this moment, he fully realized the feeling of the first time he met Gongwu. when the old man always said that his martial arts were fancy. After truly seeing the peak of martial arts, looking at these moves again, what else could it be but fancy? No matter how strong your physical strength is, if you don't have the skills to use it, it's like a bullet without a gun, firing randomly. Not only will it miss the target, but its power will also be limited. The battle between Ji-sun and the third-level vampire came suddenly, and was very fierce. In the distance, Song Yu looked radiant. There was no fear on her face anymore, only excitement and expectation. That graceful figure had completely occupied her pure crystal eyes at this moment, and she sighed from time to time. Mr. Ji-sun is so powerful. On the other side, after the Rose merchants killed the last few vampires together, they quickly evacuated. Sam and the few guards who were left behind wanted to stay for a while to see if there was any accident that needed their help. However, they saw such a jaw-dropping scene. A third-level vampire was beaten without any ability to fight back. These professional guards knew more fighting skills, but they still couldn't understand. Obviously, the vampire looked stronger, but the fact was completely one-sided. They were also amazed by this strange situation. A guard asked, "Captain Sam, where did this master Mr. Chaoyang come from? This fighting skill is too exaggerated." "How would I know? But this boxing skill is probably of a very high grade. This is the most profound boxing skill I have ever seen in my life." Sam was excited, but he sighed, "Let's go. We can't help here. Going further away will allow him to have a chance." As they said that, several people also disappeared quickly on the spot. If the fight continued like this, the vampire would surely die. But this was also the result that Ji-sun had expected long ago. But as the fight went on, a small accident occurred. After being hit hard one after another, Cole knew that he had no chance at all. He suddenly had a glimmer in his eyes, as if he had made a decision. At this moment, Ji-sun punched out. Bang! It was like a water bag bursting. This guy exploded into a ball of blood mist in an instant. He disappeared out of thin air. Ji-sun watched the target suddenly disappear. There was no surprise in his eyes, but he was quite curious. "TSK, what kind of teleportation is this? I've never heard of it. Is it a blood-exclusive ability of vampires?" This is somewhat similar to his shadow submergence, a displacement ability that borrows elements. And the trace of teleportation is so subtle that it seems to be of a higher grade than the hidden submergence. But the price may be high. Ji-sun clearly sensed the aura that suddenly dropped a lot. The vampire disappeared from his sight in an instant, and made a feint. When he looked again, a ball of scarlet blood had appeared beside Song Yu in the distance. It seemed that the thief was still determined to kill this target first to complete the task. Those who could advance to the third level were quite capable. Ji-sun also saw that this guy was not just foolishly taking a beating just now. Instead, he deliberately attracted him to such a long distance. This distance was very subtle, probably because he calculated the speed of Ji-sun's previous running in the air. Not far, not close. It happened that it teleported over, and Ji-sun couldn't make it in time to rescue it. If it were anyone else, they would have had to watch it succeed. After all, this teleportation technique is too fast and hard to defend against. It's a pity that he met Ji-sun. This guy's aura has been locked, and there is no chance at all. Unless you are a master like Old Man Gong who can completely hide his aura, don't try to play tricks in front of Ji-sun now. From the moment its aura was transferred just now, Ji-sun predicted that this guy was planning to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Hey, it's a good thing I saved some magic power to prevent accidents. Thinking of this, his eyes were stern, and the hair on his skin grew out in an instant. The moment the vampire disappeared, Ji-sun's figure also disappeared on the spot. Burning blood instant body is a secret method exclusive to the bloodline of the vampires, and the ability to save lives and escape is extremely strong. But the price is not small. Cole just used it reluctantly, and originally thought that he would kill the target first, at least to complete the mission. Then he would find a way to escape. But he didn't expect that as soon as he appeared next to the woman, before he could do anything, a flash of light and shadow appeared in front of him, and a hideous wolf face blocked his eyes. Cole was horrified. He had never expected that this werewolf came out of nowhere. Just when he thought it was another enemy, he suddenly found that the werewolf's eyes looked familiar. Is it that guy? Cole recognized him, and was even more frightened. He had finally calculated the distance. How could this guy come so fast? And how could he transform into a werewolf? This is that guy's professional ability. He is not a Qigong master, but a beast walker. Cole thought of this, and took a deep breath. It suddenly realized that the guy had not used his full strength from the beginning to the end. But why didn't he transform before? The reality did not allow it to figure it out. A pair of hairy steel claws had already stabbed its neck. It was already seriously injured, and just used a secret method to burn most of its blood. This grab was unavoidable. The strong energy lingered on the wolf's claws, easily breaking its protective seal and tough skin. Tear. With a sound. The entire neck was torn off with skin and flesh. Blood gushed out like a spring. Cool tried to cover the wound on his neck, but Lightning's other claw directly broke his neck. Crack. The crisp bone cracking sounded. The body collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Killed. Ji-sun let out a long breath. He also quickly recovered from the werewolf form to the human form. It's not that he didn't want to transform before, but the little magic power he recovered had to be carefully calculated. If I kill this guy, there will be other troubles, so I have to reserve some. Originally, I thought I could kill him without transforming, but I didn't expect him to do this. Fortunately, I killed him without any danger. But the curse power was almost consumed. Turning around, Song Yu looked stunned like a sleepwalker. The lake in her mind was still a few seconds ago. The vampire suddenly came over, and then a werewolf appeared. Before she could figure out what happened, the body was already lying on the ground. When she saw the werewolf turned into Ji-sun again, Song Yu's thoughts seemed to catch up with her eyes. On Zhang's beautiful face, shock turned into surprise in an instant. The enemy was dead, and the pressure suddenly disappeared. Finally able to speak, Song Yu could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart. She didn't care about her ladylike temperament at all, jumped up, and gave Ji-sun a warm hug. Wow, Mr. Ji-sun, you are so amazing. Full of warmth and jade, Ji-sun smiled slightly. Yeah. After a few days of getting along, the two were actually very familiar with each other. He also knew that the young lady of the Chable family had a gentle and elegant lady side, as well as a lively and playful side. Otherwise, she would not have done such a rebellious act as to refuse a family marriage rather than be exiled. Speaking excitedly, Song Yu on her shoulder was already in tears. With uncontrollable gratitude and joy, Mr. Ji-sun, you saved my life again. You also saved everyone in the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much. She was so excited that she was a little incoherent. She didn't know what to say. It seemed that no matter what she said, she couldn't express the excitement in her heart at the moment. It was like sleepwalking. Only after seeing the result at this moment did Song Yu dare to really believe that she had survived safely. Such a powerful and terrifying enemy was defeated so easily, and the one who turned the tide was all because of this. Mr. Chaoyang in front of her. Her savior, her friend, at this moment, she had already determined from the bottom of her heart that he was a very, very important friend. At this moment, Song Yu's mind was filled with admiration for Ji-sun, in addition to the excitement of surviving the disaster. The calmness in the face of adversity, the counterattack against the strong, and the pictures were like branding, deeply engraved in the girl mind. No one she knew could compare to him. The hot wind blew by her ears, and the girl was crying unconsciously, and she kept saying, "Thank you." Unconsciously, a warm current flowed down her neck. Ji-sun looked at the sobbing girl in his arms, and smiled slightly. Let this burning emotion vent. He patted Song Yu on the back and said lightly, "It's okay." Ji-sun didn't think it was a big deal. No matter the strength of the enemy or the situation, he didn't think it was anything special after experiencing countless dangers. But for Song Yu, it was unforgettable. The quiet wilderness was dim, and there were only two lonely people. The breeze blew away the blood on the corpse. Ji-sun felt the girl heartbeat in his arms become subtly faster, and knew that her excited emotions were probably vented. It seemed that he didn't know how to break the slightly awkward silence. He patted her back and said, "It's not appropriate to stay here for long." "Oh!" Song Yu responded obediently, feeling relieved. The darkness covered the shyness on her pretty face. For a lady, that behavior was very rude. But why not? He is Mr. Ji-sun. In an instant, the young lady of the Chable family thought about it. She fell from Ji-sun's arms, and the shyness between her eyebrows was replaced by a playful look. She bowed generously. "Thank you, Mr. Ji-sun." Ji-sun also noticed her mood changes, but he didn't take it seriously and nodded, "Yeah." The crisis was gone. Song Yu felt very relaxed at the moment. Her face was full of smiles, and she said again very seriously, "Mr. Ji-sun," I said, "Thank you." Ji-sun also responded casually, "Yeah, I know." Song Yu looked at his unchanged expression and pursed her lips. But thinking that he had been like this for the past few days, she didn't say anything, but restored her original bright and confident smile, and said loudly, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Ji-sun." Ji-sun glanced at her, not knowing why she said it again, but also said, "Yeah. Nice to meet you, Miss Song Yu." After saying this greeting that sounded like a greeting when they first met, the two smiled at each other. Ji-sun also realized that it really felt different. They both had an interesting friend. As expected, the battle here did not attract the vampires in the mechanical city. But it was not advisable to stay for long. Just when Ji-sun was about to leave, he looked down and was surprised. Hey, the materials are out. He then discovered that the extraordinary properties of the corpse of the third-level vampire he had just killed gathered in his chest, and turned into a silver material rare vampire heart, silver. And the quality is not bad, with a special entry blood-sucking plus 3%. After being polluted, humans are no longer considered humans. Either they are deformed monsters or disasters. It is normal to produce extraordinary materials. But when Ji-sun looked at this material, an idea popped up in his mind. Blood-sucking it is a very practical special item that can absorb blood to recover from injuries and improve the body. Only very few materials will appear. They are hard to come by on the market. This thing seems to be quite suitable for Ji-sun, a full professional card master. Silver quality materials are already top quality for ordinary people, but for him, the grade is a bit low. However, if he hunts some stronger vampires, will he be able to get higher quality materials? Thinking of this, the vampires in Ji-sun's eyes suddenly had a different meaning. But before he could think about it, two people, one old and one young, came out from the corner. The shorter one was naturally Little Dove. The older one had a wretched smile on his face. Who else could it be but Old Man Su? Little Dove came out and introduced himself. It was this grandpa who saved me just now. Hearing this, Old Man Su also smiled proudly. Hey, two distinguished guests, long time no see. Ji-sun looked at the old man and his expression became subtle. Those vampires sacrificed the whole town of Bolton, but he was not worried about the old man getting into trouble. It was normal for him to be here now. The familiar pit to take shelter. But Ji-sun also thought of something else. It was hard to say what else, but at least seeing this man was like finding an anchor point. This old senior would not die. Following him, as long as the fate was strong enough, it would not be easy to die. Thinking of this, Ji-sun suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. That is to go with this old man to explore the mithril mine. Ji-sun had this idea before, but he was not sure. Now that he met this old senior, the sureness is here, right? And he also estimated that when Old Man Su appeared in Bolton, he was probably looking for the pollution source. Chapter 245. Old Man Su led the Little Dove out of the pit. This guy probably just mixed in with a group of people from the Rose Chamber of Commerce and escaped from Bolton town together. However, he did not escape with the survivors of the Rose Chamber of Commerce. Maybe he felt that he was unfamiliar with the people, and they would not take him, or he felt unsafe. And now that the vampires have been killed, Ji-sun's thigh has been clearly seen. Apart from other abilities, Old Man Su's ability to seek benefits and avoid harm always allows him to make the most correct choice. Ji-sun looked at Old Man Su, then glanced at Little Dove, his eyes flashing with strangeness. Since it was this old senior who took the initiative to help, he didn't have to worry about Little Dove's fate not being strong enough and having a bad impact. Thinking of this, Ji-sun said, "Thank you for your help." Old Man Su grinned with yellow teeth, revealing a not-so-serious smile. "Oh, you're too polite. Seeing that this kid was smart, I just helped him." Little Dove on the side was a little embarrassed, and touched his head and said, "Just now I fired a gun to help fight the vampire, but I didn't notice the danger." "Yeah. It's okay." Ji-sun gave the little guy an encouraging look. It was already good that he could shoot in that situation just now. He didn't care about the process. People who are destined to be immortal will never die. On the contrary, he felt a little subtle when listening to the old man's evaluation of the Little Dove. But it's not advisable to stay here for too long. Ji-sun didn't ask more questions. As he walked, he turned and asked, "Where are you going, old senior?" Old Man Su asked back, "Where are you going?" As he said that, his shrewd eyes turned, and he immediately added, "I mean, if you don't mind, take the old man with you? We have more companions on the road, right?" "Yeah. That's what I think." Ji-sun smiled meaningfully. This is what he was waiting for. He didn't know how much of Old Man Su's memory had recovered now. Or maybe he himself didn't know what his purpose was. But with this old senior following him, Ji-sun had the confidence. This person had a kind of going against the god of death's hidden halo, and will always choose the right direction. "Ah?" Old Man Su didn't expect the other party to agree so quickly, and his expression was stunned. Originally, he just wanted to eat and drink for free. Ji-sun said directly, "We are going to explore a vein. Do you want to join us?" Hearing this, not only Old Man Su was surprised. Song Yu on the side was the same. The mithril vein was of great importance, and she didn't know why Ji-sun would invite such a fortune-telling old man to go. And now it can be basically guessed that the mineral vein is very likely related to the blood plague pollution source this time, and it must be very dangerous. Why does he want to go now? Wouldn't it be better to wait for the family to send reinforcements? But Song Yu now has absolute trust in Ji-sun. No matter what he does, she will not doubt it. He didn't say much after listening. Old man Su was still a little hesitant. You want to explore the mineral vein? Ji-sun immediately added, if you come with us, there will be enough bread. Before he finished speaking, the old man slapped his thigh and suddenly spoke fluently, Go, I have nothing to do, so I can go anywhere. He did not forget to show his own value, and said with a shameless face, It just so happens that I, an old man, know a little about prospecting. Song Yu, who was listening to this self-boasting, felt embarrassed. She was kind-hearted and didn't mind having more mouths to feed. But aren't you a fortune-teller, old man? I thought his fortune-telling was not very reliable before. Now he has transformed himself into a prospector? Ji-sun did not take it seriously, and raised his eyebrows. Oh, that's great. Others would probably say that this is bragging, but this old man said that he can prospect, which is probably true. After all, this man has lived for who knows how many years, so it is normal to have some strange knowledge. Ji-sun did not know why old man Su was always moved by some small favors. But the fact is that it works every time. Old man Su joined the team, and the four of them advanced slowly in the dark cave. Song Yu listened to Ji-sun's suggestion, took out the treasure map, and showed it to old man Su. But she still didn't understand why such an important thing should be given to an old fortune-teller who had only met once. Old man Su looked at it, patted his chest, and said that he could find it, and volunteered to lead the little dove in front to open the way. Ji-sun had no worries at all and chose to follow silently. Song Yu chose to believe Ji-sun and followed him. Not long after, the four of them followed the route on the map and drilled into a wilderness cave that no one had ever walked through. There are many underground plants that can glow by themselves, such as mushrooms, mosses, and trees. The flowers, leaves, and even trunks of these plants emit soft blue-green fluorescence. It feels like starlight in the dark, dreamy and bizarre. There are also some dark vision creatures hiding in the dark waiting for prey, making some noises from time to time, making the team slightly nervous. Song Yu and Ji-sun walked behind. The most dangerous adventure for a chaebol lady like her was the wilderness trial led by a group of teachers in the academy. Now, exploring in this dark cave is an unprecedented experience. Expectation, excitement, and anxiety about the unknown dark world. But with Ji-sun by her side, there was no fear on her pretty face. Instead, she felt that this adventure experience was a rare life experience. The four of them walked not slowly. With the previous life and death experience, Song Yu had completely lost any estrangement and awkwardness towards Ji-sun, just like a close friend. There are not only flat roads in the cave, but also steep rock walls and rugged mountain roads. Many times, climbing is required. Although Song Yu is a spoiled young lady, she doesn't look spoiled at all. Most of the time, she can use mechanical devices to deal with dangerous terrain. But occasionally, when she encounters a dangerous area that she is not sure to cross, she can also shout openly, Mr. Ji-sun, I need help. Then she hugged Ji-sun's arm with peace of mind, with a cunning look on her face, and was led to jump over. Although there is a prospecting map in hand, the coordinates of the cave world are not so easy to find. The journey was not smooth, as they crossed mountains and ridges, passed undercurrents and waterfalls, and climbed caves and walls. Ji-sun and Song Yu were not sure they could find the exact location on the map in a short time. On the contrary, old man Su was mysteriously confident, and said that he would definitely find it. The four of them walked in the dark for a whole day. Along the way, they collected ore samples, and analyzed them with alchemical potions, but they did not see any traces of mithril mines. They did not know if it was right. Ji-sun just felt that the general direction was correct, so he followed it. Fortunately, although I don't know if old man Su's other abilities are reliable, his instinct of avoiding danger is correct. The four of them did not encounter any danger except for a few attacks by monsters that were not too difficult. After walking for about 15 hours, the four of them came to the edge of a cliff. The surroundings were all green cliffs and mist. Although they still did not find any traces of the existence of the mithril mine, they had to rest. Little Dove had been in the refugee camp for quite a while. He was very familiar with picking up wood and starting a fire as soon as he landed. Soon, a tent was set up beside the fire, and the broth in the iron pot was already bubbling with fragrance. Ji-sun jumped up from the cliff, took out the rock fragments knocked off the surrounding rock walls, and handed them to Song Yu. She took the samples and began to test them. The results came out soon. Song Yu looked at the row of alchemical potion test tubes in front of him showing various metal reaction colors, shrugged and said, there are indeed mineral deposits nearby. It was detected that there are more than a dozen metals such as silver, iron, and green copper in the rocks. But she suddenly changed the subject and said helplessly, but the quality of the ore is very low, and the metal content is extremely low. It doesn't even meet the minimum requirements for mining. Moreover, there is no mithril. Ji-sun was also very surprised. Although he was not interested in the ore, if there was no mithril, wouldn't it mean that the source of pollution was not nearby? If he hadn't encountered the vampire who sacrificed Bolton Town, he really thought that there might be something wrong with the map. But now it seems that his guess should be correct. So what went wrong? Just thinking about it, I heard a murmur in my ear, strange, it should be near here. Either there is something wrong with this map, or some information is missing. Anyway, I should not have found the wrong place. Turning around, I saw Old Man Su drinking a bowl of mushroom soup. Maybe he heard the conversation between Ji-sun and Song Yu, so he occasionally took a peek and defended himself quietly. Ji-sun smiled when he heard the tone, and said in a positive tone, I also think that Senior Su is not wrong. The map should point to this place. Don't look at this old man as an unreliable charlatan. But the facts prove that he is very reliable. With Ji-sun's support, Old Man Su finally had the courage to show his old face from behind the basin and suggested, I say, let's take a rest tonight and look carefully tomorrow. Maybe the mineral vein is hidden deep underground. Eat and drink for free, you have to do something for others, so that you can put down your old face. Hearing this, Song Yu on the side also smiled and nodded, yeah. Although she thought it was unlikely. If there really was a mithril mine nearby, it would be impossible that it could not be detected at all. But she also understood Ji-sun's attitude, and it was meaningless to blame anyone at this time. She herself did not dare to guarantee that the map was correct. Moreover, Song Yu had been looking for the mithril mine with great expectations before, and even gambled most of her savings to buy the Lord's authority of Bolton Mechanical Town at a high price. If she really couldn't find it, she would be like losing an important opportunity to gamble with fate, and the loss would be heavy. Before, she thought that if she really couldn't find it, she would be very disappointed. But now she didn't have that thought. Meeting Ji-sun, Song Yu felt that it was the luckiest thing in her life. Even if she couldn't find the mithril mine, this trip to Bolton Town was very rewarding. What else is there to be unhappy about? Thinking of this, the lady of the Chable family smiled from the bottom of her heart on this dark and terrifying cliff. If possible, she felt that this kind of adventure, we can continue. Even if we keep searching, it won't be boring. With thousands of thoughts in his mind, Song Yu heard Ji-sun speak, Senior, do you think it is still possible for us to find the mithril mine now? After all, no mithril has been seen in the nearby rock formations. This one. Old Man Su really knows how to prospect for minerals. Normally, there is really no hope. But thinking that it was his own way, probably to prove his point of view, he racked his brains for a moment, and then told a mythical story. It's not completely impossible. Some mineral veins have a gold concentration effect. Metals will be concentrated in certain areas, rather than evenly distributed throughout the rock layer. Ji-sun and Song Yu both heard a new word and looked over, gold concentration effect? Old Man Su continued, well, it is usually the influence of some extraordinary power, such as formations, prohibitions, or the energy magnetic field of special items, which causes abnormalities. Hearing this, Ji-sun's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately thought of the situation in the other dimensional space in greedy mine gold. The secret room of the sealed jar gathers a large amount of high-density mithril. I didn't know how it was done before. Now this explanation seems to be completely feasible. Old Man Su said, it is said that the ancient mythological dwarves have a magic weapon called Gold Gathering Ring, which is used to gather the thin metal elements in the ore veins for easy mining. But in this way, the ore in the outer rock layer is very poor quality, and there is no trace at all, just an ordinary rock layer. Wow, there is such a saying. Song Yu also felt it was magical. But he didn't take it too seriously. He just listened to it as a myth. Ji-sun fell into silence, because he felt that they might have touched the destination little by little. At the same time, a sense of crisis also came over him. Even if they really found it, the pollution source might not be so easy to find. If there is really a gold gathering effect nearby, then we have to try our luck. Maybe it's deep underground, or maybe we can find it by going into a cave. Aw, old man, is there no other way to find it? No. But the old man thinks Miss Song should have good luck. I have predicted for you before, you are destined to be rich and powerful. Your fortune will definitely not be bad. Don't worry, even if you can't find any mithril mines, you will probably find gold mines, silver mines, etc. Wow, if it is really as the old man said, I will definitely hire you as a prospector for the Chamber of Commerce. Ha ha, no problem, no problem. Old Man Su was still talking about some stories about how mythical dwarves and goblins mine minerals. Song Yu and Little Dove were listening with great interest. He occasionally interrupted and asked some questions that they were curious about. Ji-sun also listened carefully, memorized those stories in his mind, and kept thinking about them. He always felt that Old Man Su was more like a prophet or a foreteller than anyone else. He was not eroded by time. He came from history and appeared in the future. Mysterious to the point of being unbelievable. Like the mystery of gods, even. Indescribable. And the facts have proved that those seemingly absurd words often hide great mysteries. Waiting for Old Man Su to finish his story, Ji-sun did not think about the problem of the mineral vein, but said, Senior, if there is any danger on the way, please help me take care of my two companions. Although he knew that Song Yu and Xiao Banji might not die here, he still felt uneasy. It's always right to ask for a favor. Old Su seemed to be still immersed in the empty stock that Song Yu had just mentioned, and he agreed casually, no problem. After getting the answer, Ji-sun smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Old Su also felt that Ji-sun's attitude was strange, and asked with a strange expression, have we really met before? The other party took the initiative to raise this question, but Ji-sun did not answer directly, and his eyes gradually deepened. After a moment of silence, he said in a relevant response, Senior, have you found what you are looking for? He tried to wake up this big one. But it seemed useless. Old Su looked confused. Ji-sun did not force it, and shook his head with a wry smile. It's okay. I have seen it, but you forgot it. After dinner, the four of them rested by the campfire. Little Dove and Old Su got along well, and they slept in the same tent and were still chatting. Ji-sun and Song Yu were in the same tent. They had lived together for the past few days, and had long been accustomed to it. Besides, the tents were open, so there was no embarrassment. Ji-sun didn't require much sleep, and he sat cross-legged in meditation. Song Yu also laid down to rest, occasionally adding some wood to the campfire. She had a very good experience of this real outdoor camping, and she had been smiling and excited since she set up camp. Ji-sun, do you really know that old Mr. Su? He knows a lot, but he doesn't seem to know much. You want to say that he looks unreliable? Yeah, but he's very rude. Ha ha ha. That senior is very powerful. If you encounter any dangerous situation, and I can't take care of you, you must remember to stay with this senior. Oh. Why? No reason. Oh. Ji-sun didn't explain much. Song Yu and Xiao Banju's fate can support them to contact this mysterious old man, but it doesn't mean they are qualified to touch the old man's secrets. Fortunately, Song Yu is also very smart, and even foolishly believed it, and didn't ask any more questions. What if we can't find the mithril mine? If we can't find it, then we can't find it. But I think we might find it. Ji-sun, we seem to be about the same age. Why are you so amazing and know so much? Actually, Miss Song is also very good. Far worse than you. When we return to Black Gold City, I want to invite you to my home. Well, I introduce my friends to you. They will definitely admire you. Oh, and Grandpa told me to take you back to see you a long time ago. See me? Yes. When you wrote to me about your mental disorder, I asked Grandpa, and he guessed something. But we didn't meet and confront each other at that time. Has your mental disorder been resolved? Yes, it has been resolved. Song Yu is actually a very cheerful girl. Especially after the two of them got to know each other. Ji-sun was meditating on the side, while Song Yu was mumbling on the side, as if she had endless things to say. But before she knew it, the girl got sleepy and fell asleep. The delicate and flawless face illuminated by the firelight stretched slightly in the dream, like a rose in the morning, delicate and pretty. She fell asleep quietly holding the pillow, breathing evenly and slowly, with a sweet and peaceful smile on the corner of her mouth. She was wearing a low-cut adventure suit, which was a bit tight, and she took off the deerskin vest when she went to bed. At this moment, the loose white lining quietly opened from the neckline when she turned sideways, and the two bulges on her chest were playfully exposed to the air. Not majestic, but full of youthfulness. The skin is extremely delicate, and the scenery is charming. A very beautiful girl. In the wilderness, this girl is completely defenseless and sleeps very soundly. Ji-sun took a look and raised his mouth slightly. I don't know what he thought of, his eyes gradually deepened, and he reached out to pull up the blanket and covered her. The pocket watch pointer pointed to 6 o'clock in the morning. The bonfire has burned out. Wet fog permeated the cliff. After a night's rest, he felt refreshed. Song-yu woke up from a good night's dream. When she opened her eyes, she didn't see Ji-sun. She walked out of the tent and saw him teaching Little Dove to practice boxing. "Good morning, Mr. Ji-sun. Good morning, Little Dove." "Good morning, Miss Song." The three of them got up and made breakfast. Old Man Su couldn't sleep in bed, so he had to get up early. After breakfast and cleaning up the camp, the four of them prepared the climbing machinery and prepared to go to the bottom of the cliff to take a look. Although Old Man Su had a weak old body, he was very good at climbing and escaping, and he was not at all weak when going down the cliff. Song-yu also took a rock climbing course in the college, so it was not a big problem. Although Little Dove was not as good as him, he was brave enough, flexible and small, and with Ji-sun leading him, there was no problem. The four of them started searching around the cliff. According to Old Man Su, the place where they camped yesterday was roughly where the map pointed to. As for whether they could find the place, it all depended on luck. Ji-sun guessed that it was just as Old Man Su said, there might really be a gold-gathering effect nearby. So they also deliberately looked for some tunnels and caves leading to the underground. But the best thing about the underground cave world is the various caves, like a tangle tree root. If they really want to explore one by one, it will probably take several months for the four of them to explore all the nearby areas. Moreover, it is not certain how deep it is. Everyone pay attention and see if there are any traces of artificial excavation. Since someone has been here before, there may be some traces left. No! This is a monster cave. There is no one here either. It looks like a natural crack caused by a landslide. It took most of the day. The four explored dozens of caves on the cliffs, but did not find any traces of mithril. Just when Ji-sun thought they might need to waste a lot of time, good luck came. As Old Man Su asserted, with Song-yu, who has a rich destiny, in the team, their fortune is definitely not bad. Just when he was searching, Song-yu suddenly found something. "Ji-sun, come and have a look. The rubble here doesn't seem to collapse normally." "Ah? Those stones. The rock wall here is very hard, and it shouldn't wither or fall off naturally. But there is a pile of them here. I think it looks like it was broken by some external force." "Really? I don't know how Song-yu found it. When she was resting, she accidentally saw a pile of scattered stones. It's easy for normal people to ignore it. But her Song family made their fortune in mining, and there are many mineral exploration professionals in the family, and this girl is also proficient in it." Ji-sun looked at it for a while, and felt that it was not a natural collapse. But there is another possibility, that the fight between Warcraft or some monsters can also cause this kind of rock collapse. The four of them started digging with a try it attitude. Although Ji-sun's strength had not fully recovered, these hundreds of kilograms of stones were like sandbags in his hands, and he threw them away easily. Not long after, he saw a cave under the stone pestle. Moreover, it was a man-made cave. "Hey, I found it!" Seeing the chisel marks on the wall, Ji-sun was immediately happy. Song-yu and the other two also rushed over excitedly. However, when he saw the situation in the cave clearly, the excitement on Ji-sun's face instantly turned into solemnity. Because not far from the cave entrance, a golden skeleton suddenly appeared there. This skeleton is like a warning sign, warning the few people that the cave is dangerous. Moreover, there is a long string of words engraved on the wall. Written in the ancient language of Talon, in the year 2441 of the Talon calendar, my Bai family was ordered by King Augustus to bring the leaked disaster object to the East Wilderness to seal. This. Ji-sun realized that the problem was serious when he saw the beginning. The Talon dynasty had been destroyed 3,000 years ago. Although I don't know which year this is, 2441 in the Talon calendar. But it was at least 3,000 years ago. The Orlan dynasty, which had ruled the East continent before, had a recorded history of only 2,000 years. In other words, the time when this corpse came here was earlier than the card master civilization of the entire East continent. At the same time, Ji-sun suddenly had a thought in his mind. This Bai family, could it be the Bai family of the God Stealer, one of the 5 major members of the Federation? He remembered that he had mentioned the topic before when he talked to Catalina about the situation in the Federation. The Bai family is the oldest and most mysterious family among the 5 major federal members. The historical origin of this surname can even be traced back to before the establishment of the Orlan dynasty. The origin of the Bai family is an unsolved mystery unknown to outsiders in the entire Federation. Now seeing this, Ji-sun felt that he might know where the Bai family came from. Chapter 246. Why is this skeleton golden? Ji-sun, do you feel strange? It seems that looking at the skeleton makes people feel a little breathless. Ji-sun pushed away the gravel, and the 3 people behind him also came over. Song-yu's eyes were immediately attracted by the metallic luster of the skeleton. The golden light shone under the light, and to the naked eye, it looked more like a pure gold craftwork than the remains left by human death. What's even more weird is that looking at this skeleton gives people a sense of trance, and even breathing is faintly heavy and oppressive. If he hadn't met Gongwu, Ji-sun might not have known what was going on. But after seeing the peak scenery from the old senior, he confirmed that this was a human skeleton. The metallic luster was the manifestation of the skeleton being condensed to the extreme. And that pressure was the remaining divine power. This meant that this was the corpse of a superclass card master. Even though at least 3,000 years had passed, the remaining pressure on the corpse still made people feel palpitations. Can you imagine how high his rank was when he was alive? It was also the first time that Ji-sun saw a real ancient superclass. He felt a sense of emotion and expectation in his heart. The 6th class was indeed not the ceiling for card masters. Song-yu was a first-class card master. His skeleton was barely able to support him, but he was a little uncomfortable. The little dove beside him looked curiously, and after a few breaths, his eyes suddenly rolled back and he collapsed. Old man Su beside him was quick to help him up. He took a look and muttered, "No big problem," he fainted. Ji-sun also felt that he was careless. He didn't expect that the little dove could not bear the after effect of such divine power. However, Song-yu blinked, as if he was more curious about why Ji-sun looked so solemn, while the old man looked completely unaffected. Ji-sun didn't look at the corpse more, although he found a small box next to the corpse. Because he obviously saw the words engraved on the wall, which was more important. Ji-sun understood it when he saw the beginning. It looked like the ancestors of the Bai family came here to seal some broken disaster object. The subsequent text on the wall is as follows: that existence cannot be killed, it can only be sealed. Fortunately, after years of searching in the East Wilderness with great effort, we finally found this mithril vein. My Bai family spared no expense and finally prepared everything. Unfortunately, after all the calculations, we never expected that the ring used for sealing had spirituality. At the most critical moment of the seal, the ring wraith suddenly rose up and escaped the seal. Don't be curious about what the source of the disaster is, because even his name cannot be mentioned, so let's call it scarlet corruption. After infection, people will become bloodthirsty monsters. So that's it. When Ji-sun saw this, he suddenly understood. It was similar to what he had guessed before. The source of the vampire's contamination was the contamination source sealed in this cave. However, what is that ring? He continued to read. Although the ring wraith was severely damaged by me, and it would be difficult to recover without 1,000 years, it is still a hidden danger, and I know that I have been contaminated by it. I can't leave. I can only commit suicide here. When it gathers spirits again, it will definitely come again. When the pollution leaks out, it will become a threat to civilization. Ji-sun looked at it with a frown. This man actually committed suicide? What on earth can make superclass strongmen treat it so carefully? Unfortunately, the seal this time is top secret. All the masters of my Bai family have gone out to prevent the pollution from leaking out. They have all been buried here to seal it, and no outsiders will know about this place. I know that the trouble has been left, so I left a prospecting map and someone will pick it up when the time is right. You can see the information I left behind, so you probably know what I mean. Give it to the descendants of my Bai family. This box can only be opened by the people of my Bai family, otherwise you will suffer misfortune. If my descendants get it, they will know the information I left when they open the box, and they will definitely reward me handsomely. This is a token of my Bai family, entangled with cause and effect. You take it. The Bai family is grateful for your kindness. There is also a little hope that I leave for the descendants of the Bai family. It may be a great opportunity for you, but I hope you will not blame me when the time comes. In the cave, a very strange scene quietly unfolds. Ji-sun, Song-yu, and Old Man Su all tilted their heads to look at the words carved on the wall. It was not just the ancient Tarun language, but also mixed with some ancient Tarun language. It was the simplified demon language that contained the law and needed to be understood. Ji-sun could barely understand it intermittently. Occasionally, there were a few words that he didn't know, but he could guess the meaning of the context. Song-yu, who was standing aside, had a worried look on her pretty face. She was just an ancient language apprentice and could understand 10% to 20%, no more. So he was also confused. Old Man Su looked casual, but he seemed to have seen more information. His eyes were slightly deep. Not long after, Ji-sun finished reading, and his frown did not disappear, but became tighter and tighter. The content above did solve the puzzle. For example, the origin of the prospecting map. Ji-sun had found it strange before. How could a prospecting map have such a sophisticated encryption method, and use the ancient language of Talon? After all, The polymaths who are truly proficient in this ancient language can be counted on one hand. Now it turns out that it is not what he thought, that the cartographer made the ancient language to increase the difficulty of deciphering, but that the person who left the map was originally a superclass in the Talon period. However, more doubts followed. Like, what is the ring? What is the ring wraith? What is the pollution source? Why is it a civilization level threat? Fortunately, he doesn't understand, but there may be someone here who does. Ji-sun didn't want to be curious about the pollution source that the superclass avoided talking about, and asked another question. Senior Su, what is the ring wraith? The old man really knew the answer to this question. Old man Su answered casually, well, there's a saying in ancient books that everything has a soul. It is said that after the existence of all things in the universe for a long time, they will gradually have their own spirituality. But the more extraordinary the characteristics are, the easier it is to have spirituality. It seems that a certain ring has spirituality? Ji-sun and Song Yu blinked at the same time, not quite understanding. This explanation is indeed a bit obscure, and the old man made another analogy and said, well, you can understand it as a similar existence to the human soul in the body. Song Yu blinked when he heard it. Wow, the old man knows a lot. Ji-sun also had some understanding. This explanation, combined with the words on the wall, means that a spiritual ring escaped from here? So, this ring should be the source of those vampires? Ji-sun also thought of some causes and consequences. However, the whereabouts of the ring is unknown now, so he didn't think much about it. Then he looked at the small box at the feet of the golden skeleton that he had found before. According to the information on the wall, this box contains something for the descendants of the Bai family. And it must be a great secret treasure that can be treated so carefully by superclass card masters. Ji-sun looked over and walked over, observing the surroundings, but found no danger. He did not forget to turn around and ask Senior, can I take this thing? Old man Su was picking earwax with his little finger, and was stunned when he heard it, and said casually, since the message asked you to take it, just take it. Ji-sun raised his eyebrows when he heard it, and then reached out to the small box. The moment they touched, it was as if their souls trembled. It felt like some kind of contract was signed in the dark. Just return it to the descendants of the Bai family. Ji-sun felt that this contract seemed quite simple. The Bai family is now one of the top 5 federal senators, and it is not difficult to find one. When the time comes, just find a descendant of the Bai family and return it. According to the above statement, the descendants of the Bai family will have a generous reward. But the last sentence that asked for no blame at that time, did I misunderstand it, or was there some obscure message that was not written? Ji-sun also thought, this superclass from 3,000 years ago, there is no need to set any traps to trap a kind-hearted person who helped him fulfill his last wish. The moment Ji-sun picked up the box, the contract consumed the last bit of the remaining supernatural properties, and the divine power lingering on the golden corpse suddenly dissipated. The bones turned into golden particles in front of Ji-sun and others, and disappeared. Ji-sun's eyes showed contemplation, and he looked into the depths of the cave again. At this time, he also found that Song Yu's eyes looked over, as if asking, what should we do now? The mithril mine was found, and it was definitely under this cave. But the problem also came. It seemed that something terrible was sealed under it. If it was not solved, the mithril mine could not be developed, and there would be endless troubles. Ji-sun did not dare to be careless. He and Song Yu looked at each other, and tacitly looked at the bored old man. Fortunately, there was this person. Otherwise, in such a place involving superclass secrets, even if Ji-sun liked adventure, he would not dare to blindly commit suicide. Ji-sun still wanted to go down and take a look, he hinted, Senior. There seems to be mithril down here. Can we go down and take a look? Song Yu also wanted to go down. She had no idea about the superclass, so of course she was fearless and full of expectations. Old man Su felt a little uncomfortable under the gazes of the two people. He was also itching, and said in an uncertain tone, how about I do a divination? Ji-sun nodded in agreement. Then I trouble you, Senior. It seemed that the old man hadn't remembered his big number yet. But at least if he dared to go down, it meant that no one would die. As he spoke, old man Su took out his dinner equipment, a deck of cards that was so old that the edges were frayed. He was mumbling something in his mouth. He took out a few cards and his old face was happy. 12,345 of hearts. Oh, a straight flush. Song Yu asked curiously, Senior, what is the meaning of this divination? She knew from Ji-sun that this old man was an expert, and she believed it. So she was more curious about whether this divination was accurate. Old man Su explained, single cards are small cards, but when combined, they are big cards. It was a close call. Ji-sun, so can we go? He understood after listening to it. The 4 people in their team, old, young, sick and weak, are all here. Aren't they all small cards? Old Man Su's tone was as timid as always, and he suggested, well, how about giving it a try? The 3 of them hit it off. Ji-sun thought they would never die. Now that this guy said they could give it a try, there was nothing to worry about. Not long after, the little dove woke up. The 4 of them walked towards the depths of the cave. There were passages dug by people all around, leading all the way to the underground. This is not a mine, but a tunnel dug out for passage. Not only are the surroundings reinforced, but there are also various spells engraved on them. Based on Ji-sun's current knowledge, many of the spells are complex spells that have never been seen in any books. But he also understood some of them. Most of the spells have the effects of seal, confinement, restriction of diffusion, and so on. The further you go in, the more complex the spells on the surrounding rock walls become. It's almost to the point where you feel your head swelling if you look at it carefully. Those spells already contain super-level runes that are beyond the current brain's cognition. This is almost a relic that has never appeared in the East continent. Extraordinary knowledge is a priceless treasure. Song Yu looked and exclaimed, if the polymaths of the Card Master Academy knew just these spells, they would be so happy that they would go crazy. Ji-sun also felt that this kind of place that sealed that kind of pollutant was likely to have some kind of mechanism or something dangerous. But along the way, nothing unusual happened. There weren't even any monsters. They went down a few hundred meters in the winding tunnel, and there were no forks. At this time, they finally saw something special. The 4 of them stopped. In addition to the spells, there were 2 statues of gods with fox heads and human bodies in the tunnel. A closer look showed that the sculptures were lifelike, and the details of the hair were very delicate. After looking at it for a long time, it seemed as if there were 2 living creatures standing quietly on both sides of the tunnel. Ji-sun carefully observed the surroundings. At this time, Song Yu also felt that the 2 fox statues were very familiar, and said, this seal may really be built by the ancestors of the Bai family. I have classmates from the Bai family in the academy, and they are proficient in all kinds of strange Shinto secrets. One of the classmates, after she summoned the gods, she turned into a fox fairy. Although there is a little difference between these 2 sculptures, they should be from the same source. As she said this, I don't know what she thought of. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly. Yeah. Ji-sun listened and nodded. He had seen the heir of the Bai family before, Bai Wei, whom Xiao Mecheng met at the ruins. That woman was good at controlling snakes and insects. Her methods were really different from those of ordinary card masters. He was just thinking about the special purpose of placing these 2 statues here. At this time, Old Man Su, who had not spoken for a long time, sighed, it's a very clever arrangement. It uses the original natural power of the mineral vein to gather energy and maintain the operation of this band for thousands of years. But unfortunately, it was damaged before. That's all. Ji-sun has gotten used to this kind of sudden popular science. The old man's memory is a bit like a conditioned reflex. He will only remember relevant things when he encounters a certain situation. As he said this, Old Man Su didn't feel any danger at all, and led the little dove to walk between the 2 fox statues. Ji-sun watched Old Man Su, who always shrank behind, walk in front, and followed him with Song Yu. The path chosen by this human mind clearer must not be fatally dangerous. The 4 people just walked past 2 statues, but they didn't see the statues' eye sockets suddenly light up red. The corridor was still a corridor, but it became quieter and quieter. This place was already very deep underground, and there was no noise around. There were only the footsteps and breathing of the 4 people, and the weak prospecting lamp illuminated a small area in front of each person. However, as he walked, Ji-sun found that not only could he not hear any sound, but his vision was also increasingly limited. The darkness seemed to have turned into a monster that swallowed up the light, swallowing up all the light. Before, one lamp could clearly see 4 people in a row. Old Man Su, Little Dove, Song Yu, and finally Ji-sun. Suddenly, Ji-sun found that he could only see the back of Song Yu in front of him. And the light was getting darker and darker, as if the darkness had forced him into the lamp. Not only that, he could not hear any sound from the outside world. Only his own increasingly obvious breathing and heartbeat could be heard. Ji-sun was surprised to find that he had been tricked without realizing it, and thought, have my vision and hearing been stripped away? But it's normal. The restrictions in this relic are so sophisticated that they are beyond comprehension. It's expected to be tricked, but it would be strange if you weren't. Vision and hearing are the main sensory means for humans to perceive the outside world. Once they are stripped away, hallucinations are most likely to occur. In an absolutely quiet environment, even when you speak, you will doubt that you are hallucinating, and you can't tell whether you really said it. That feeling will evoke the most primitive terror in the depths of the human soul. What you think in your heart will be infinitely magnified in this environment. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Ji-sun realized that he could no longer see the front. However, he could still sense the chi of the three people in front of him. This tunnel is really not that simple. Ji-sun had encountered similar restrictions when he went to Shumbang prison before, so he was not panicked. With old man Su around, the problem should not be fatal. When he was thinking about whether to remind the front, his heart suddenly bang bang beat a few times, and he was in a trance. Have you been hit by an illusion? Ji-sun's mental power is very sharp now, and he is very familiar with the feeling of mental power being disturbed. But he didn't see Chi Di, which means that he has been caught without any defense. So what kind of illusion is it? Ji-sun was a little worried, but more curious. More than a dozen selves were guessing. He was prepared to face all kinds of terrifying scenes, but suddenly, one of them became agitated. TSK, this feeling is great. Ji-sun suddenly understood the function of the two fox statues. That mental illusion aroused one of the instinctive desires of human beings. Lust, however, he was most resistant to this kind of illusion. When he practiced the Silver Moon sect, he mainly practiced the secret art of pleasure. Ji-sun had more than a dozen thoughts in his mind, and he watched one of them being agitated, and some beautiful spring scenes emerged. It was quite exciting. Although he clearly felt that his body was getting hot, his reason could still suppress it absolutely. Under normal circumstances, the person who is hit will ignore other things and be dominated by desire. But Ji-sun is very clear about his situation now. He is like watching a small movie he made in his mind. Although he is also restless, he knows that he is in a mental illusion. This is not a place to have a good dream. Ji-sun thought and continued to move forward. After 2 steps, when he was full, Song-yu walked carefully in the corridor. Gradually, she also found that the surroundings were getting darker and darker, and the sounds she could hear were getting smaller and smaller. She didn't have the mental strength as strong as Ji-sun. She didn't even notice what was happening, but she felt the scene around her change. In front of her was a small white pointed roof auditorium, surrounded by a sea of white roses. The air was filled with a faint fragrance. Song-yu looked down and saw that she was wearing a plain white dress. Oh, so I'm married? In the illusion, Song-yu didn't feel anything wrong at all. It was like a dream. Everything in the dream was what she liked and expected. She looked at her friends and relatives who were all smiling and blessing, and walked into the hall with her father in a black suit. Song-yu saw the back of a man in a white suit. Is that the man I'm going to marry? When she came to her senses, she had already walked behind the man. The man in the white suit turned around, and Song-yu saw the corners of his mouth slightly raised, which seemed very handsome. But the strange thing was that she couldn't see his face clearly. Song-yu felt that the man in front of her was very kind, and they laughed and hugged each other. Well, it feels warm and safe. So familiar. The hug became passionate, the kiss became hot, and the body gradually melted. The air was filled with the breath of happiness and love. It seems that it is not impossible. Ah, he is my husband. Of course it is possible, until I heard the familiar voice beside my ear, Miss Song-yu. Song-yu suddenly felt that the person in front of her looked clear, and recognized who it was. Her heart was beating wildly. Mr. Ji-sun? This mental illusion was the most unsolvable one Ji-sun had ever seen. Ji-sun could not find any way to escape. As he was walking and thinking, suddenly a warm and delicate body bumped into his arms. Ji-sun reached out and hugged the girl, who almost fell down. Only then did he see the pretty face clearly. It was Song-yu. Song-yu in his arms also showed unusual enthusiasm and took the initiative to stick to him. She was wearing an adventure outfit of a green vest and deer hunting pants today. It was cool, and her slender waist was exposed, and a large area of smooth skin was visible. This girl, contrary to her usual behavior, actively extended her hand to guide Ji-sun's hand into her vest, and Ji-sun instantly felt that the warm jade was fully grasped in his hand. The arc did not look too majestic at first, but when touched, it was found to be delicate and full. Ji-sun knew that he was in an illusion, and he was also confused. Illusion? Or is it really Song-yu? At this moment, he really couldn't tell. The advanced mental illusion can simulate all human perceptions and touches, and he was not sure what this completely real touch was. And his thoughts seemed to be guided by some high-level law, and his thoughts were immersed in agilness. The light was very subtle and dim. Both of them could only see a corner in front of them, and the rest of the surroundings were all dark. The ears rubbed against each other, and the heat rushed into his ears, tingling. Quietly, the tight vest on Song Yu's body was also removed. I don't know if the girl took it off herself, or someone tore it off, no one cared. The extreme darkness became the best background board. Song Yu's beautiful half-naked body seemed to glow, white and flawless, and the blue blood vessels on the skin were clearly visible. Ji-sun could feel her skin against his chest gradually becoming hotter, and her heartbeat clear and strong. He looked at the confused girl in his arms and smiled. Reason finally made him distinguish. Ji-sun chuckled, Miss Song Yu? Like waking up from a dream, Song Yu's sensory consciousness suddenly returned to reality from that light and illusory spiritual world. No longer just the trance of warmth and infatuation, but the burning heat of real skin touching. He was being held in the arms of that person? Oh no, it seems that I took the initiative to hug him. This posture is ambiguous and intimate. There is no privacy at all. Song Yu realized something, and woke up immediately. She remembered the wedding scene in her dream before, and immediately realized that she was under a mental illusion, but the vivid facts were also in front of her. She was cuddling with that person intimately, and she was half naked. Where are the clothes? Ah, it seems that I took them off myself. Song Yu was sober all of a sudden. She clearly felt her heartbeat. Thump, thump, as if it was about to jump out. The key point is that she didn't dare to wake up. She could only lie on his shoulder and pretend to be dead. At this moment, Song Yu was talking to herself in a very intense and contradictory way. What did I do? Mr. Ji-sun must think that my behavior is very rude. Hey, why do I feel rude and not embarrassed? Yes, it is also very embarrassing. How can a lady do this? It's so embarrassing. For a moment, her thoughts were in a mess. She was completely distracted and could only hold him like this, hoping that time would stop. Oh, it would be best if this was also a dream. However, although Song Yu did not speak, her warming skin and accelerated heartbeat betrayed her. Ji-sun clearly felt that she should have woken up from the hallucination. There are very advanced mental illusions in this tunnel. Let's think about how to get out first. Ji-sun did not embarrass the girl and directly changed the subject and talked about business. At the same time, he gently patted Song Yu's bare back and said in a very calm tone, "It's down." While speaking, he lightly grabbed the green vest on the ground with his left hand, which was pulled into his hand by gravity. He put it on Song Yu's head. The chaebol lady lying on his shoulder knew that she couldn't pretend to sleep anymore, and timidly responded, "Oh." Just as she mustered up the courage to get down, she raised her head, and the clothes were already covered on her neck. With the cover, she felt relieved and put her hands into her sleeves. Instantly, she covered the large area of spring light exposed to the air. The awkward atmosphere at that moment had not yet become very strong, and it had already dissipated. However, there was a very close contact after all. When Song Yu's feet landed on the ground, he glanced at her out of the corner of his eye with a guilty conscience. Ji-sun saw her gaze, and as usual, he was calm and touched her head. "Let's go, let's find a way out first." "Oh!" Seeing that there was no teasing or ridicule in his smile, Song Yu felt that the shame had instantly disappeared. With the darkness covering her, the blush on her pretty face was also quietly hidden. She didn't dare to walk around, so she followed Ji-sun. It seemed that all of a sudden, her heart was inexplicably at peace. Apart from the blushing of shame, she didn't feel too bad. I don't know why Ji-sun and Song Yu walked out directly. When they came out, Old Man Su and Little Dove seemed to have been waiting for a while. "Hey, why are you here now? There is no fork in the road. I thought you took the wrong way. Didn't you encounter a spiritual illusion just now?" "No. You disappeared while walking." Song Yu didn't dare to look directly at others, but he was also confused. Ji-sun was used to it. With Old Man Su here, no matter what strange encounters, they were not strange. Ji-sun was more concerned about what was in front of him, because there were two more statues here. The two statues seemed to be in the shape of strange insects. Ji-sun knew that the Bai family was good at controlling insects. Chapter 247. Old Su waited for Ji-sun and Song Yu, but he didn't wonder why they were delayed. One of the seniors was not interested. One was too young to understand. Old Su just urged excitedly, "Let's keep going ahead. We should be there soon." "Oh, I can see silver luster on the wall. It must be right." Under the illumination of the prospecting lamp, dots of metallic luster can be seen on the rock wall of this tunnel. The silver luster that is more charming than silver, or must be the mithril, or that can gather extraordinary elements. And it looks like the purity is very high. So high that a piece of gravel picked up from the ground feels heavy. Old Man Su put a few pieces of gravel in his backpack. With the harvest, he led the Little Dove into the dark corridor excitedly. Ji-sun and the other two who were left behind looked embarrassed at the same time, and they had nothing to say. Why don't they observe it again? Just when they passed the corridor of the two fox fairies, they were caught. Now Song-yu is still hiding behind, and dare not show his head. But it seems that only the two of them were hit. And looking at the corridor of the two insect fairy statues in front of him, Ji-sun felt that he might encounter something bad. But before he could observe more, Old Man Su had already walked in. These two statues were too high-end, and Ji-sun felt that he could not see what they were. He smacked his lips, looked back at Song-yu behind him, and said in a slightly helpless tone, "Let's follow." Instead of wasting more time observing, it is safer to follow behind Old Man Su, who is a big leg. Song-yu listened and whispered, "Oh." The two followed. With a previous experience, Song-yu walked more carefully. Although she didn't want to think about it, the beautiful scenes from before would often appear in her mind. A blush appeared on her cheeks from time to time. Originally, it would be fine if she was just imagining things, but the embarrassing thing was that the other person in the scene was right next to her. The girl's heart was very tangled. But Song-yu also knew that this place was very dangerous, so she could only hide her pretty face in the dark and muster up the courage to follow. The two did not speak, nor did they mention what had just happened. Ji-sun also caught the abnormal fluctuation of the girl aura beside him, and said nothing, but raised his mouth slightly. His experience as a professional actor allowed him to deftly resolve all kinds of strange atmospheres in the performance. His frankness made the atmosphere between the two people not awkward. Instead, it made the silence a little subtle and friendly. This made Song-yu feel gradually relieved. The two walked in silence. Ji-sun carefully observed the surroundings along the way. Fortunately, this tunnel is very bright, and there doesn't seem to be any strange spiritual field. The journey was smooth. Old Man Su was leading the way not far in front of him. From time to time, he would shout when he picked up a piece of mithril, and the sound echoed throughout the tunnel. But Ji-sun didn't think it was bad, but made people feel very safe. The four walked a few hundred meters, and except for the four prospecting lamps, it was pitch black in front and behind. But gradually, some rustling sounds appeared in the darkness. Ji-sun had a very keen hearing, and he said in a serious tone, "Be careful." There seemed to be a lot of bugs swarming in the cracks of this tunnel. The sound was dense and fragmented. It was not a large creature, it could only be a bug. Hearing this, Old Man Su muttered indifferently, "What's so strange about bugs in the cave?" This sounded like an amateur hunter seeking death. But Ji-sun felt relieved when he heard it. With the old man's backing, there shouldn't be any big problems. But Song-yu, who was standing by, became nervous when he heard it. After all, she was a girl, and bugs would always make people instinctively feel uneasy. And before long, even without Ji-sun's reminder, others also heard the squeaky and hissing sounds that made the hairs of the people who heard them stand on end. Ji-sun's expression became more and more solemn. Because not only did he hear them, he could also see and smell the smells of various insects. Skyfire centipede, lightning bug, frost-rotten insect, corpse beetle, ghost-faced thunder moth. Ji-sun identified some poisonous insects that he had seen before. There were so many of them that just by listening, he felt that they were surrounded by a sea of insects. However, strangely, the insects that were attracted by the human breath, like a tide, did not rush over. As if they were separated by some invisible barrier, they were more than 10 meters away from the four people. They always kept a safe distance. The insects followed them all the way. But they did not dare to attack. Ji-sun also guessed that it was probably because of the old man Su, who was leading the way in front. The old man seemed to exude an aura that the insects were afraid of. After discovering this, Ji-sun also breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the four of them walked down. Old Su didn't care at all, and Little Dove didn't notice it at all. Only Ji-sun and Song-yu followed nervously. As they walked, Old Su, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and muttered, "Hey, there's another statue here." Hearing this, Ji-sun and Song-yu realized that they had walked out of the worm tunnel. Because at this time, two statues of immortals with bird heads and human bodies appeared in front of the four of them. They came out right now. Ji-sun also felt that it was a bit too easy. Song-yu, who was standing beside him, also let out a long breath. When she came to her senses, she realized that she was still nervously holding Ji-sun's arm, and she wanted to withdraw her hand immediately. But she felt that it was too deliberate, which made her look guilty. Hey, why should I feel guilty? It was obviously an accident. In this moment of daze, Ji-sun noticed something, glanced at her, and smiled slightly. There was a spring breeze in that gentle look. Seeing that indifferent expression, Song-yu also pursed her lips, And then she realized that Ji-sun seemed to always be able to deftly resolve that kind of embarrassment. Mr. Ji-sun didn't take it to heart, so I don't have to care too much, she thought so, and continued to hold her arm openly. Song-yu also gave herself a comfortable excuse. She was originally timid. Anyway, it was like this many times before. Ji-sun didn't care at all. His eyes were on the two stone statues. One was a human body with a crow's head, looking a bit like Duckbill Doctor, or the image of a hell messenger described in some classics. The other one seemed to be damaged by external forces, and the fragments fell to the ground. Song-yu explained, this is another kind of fairy of the Bai family, the underworld bird, which represents death and mystery, and is also a very important lineage in the Bai family's inheritance. As he said that, the little dove squatting in the pile of things noticed something. Look, there is a card here. Ji-sun also looked over curiously. Only then did he realize that the little dove was holding a black card in his hand. As soon as he touched it, the card actually lit up, and a duck-billed doctor pattern appeared on it, with a number 10 on the corner. Spade 10 God Stealer, legend. This is actually a demon mark? Huh? Ji-sun also felt very strange. Why did a demon mark suddenly appear in a pile of broken stones? Normally, it is normal to appear on a corpse. But then he suddenly reacted and thought, this is not the seal of the beast. Were they living people before? At this moment, Old Man Su looked at the pile of rocks and seemed to have triggered some related memories. He suddenly spoke. This Shinto secret technique is quite interesting. If we really talk about the grade of the spell, it is already considered an immortal technique. TSK, sacrificing himself to build a statue to suppress the seal, and keeping billions of lives safe for 3,000 years, he has accumulated a lot of merits, and there is a chance that he can become a pseudo-god. Ji-sun felt that the old man said something that he didn't quite understand. It seems to be different from the card master system. He asked directly, Senior, what's the matter with this statue? Also, what's the mystery of the Bai family's God Thief path? Before, Ji-sun was curious and learned about the special path of Spade 10 God Thief. But in Catalina's words, this is the Bai family's secret exclusive sequence. The outside world has hardly heard of anyone taking this career sequence. There is very little information. Even people at Catalina's level know very little. This sequence is mysterious and special. Everyone in the world knows that the Bai family are all God Stealers, but the strange thing is that the card master profession of this sequence is not unified. The Bai family has a variety of professions in each sequence. Doctors, assassins, fighters, black knights, psychics, etc. The chosen profession seems to be related to the Bai family's secret summoning gods. And Ji-sun has seen with his own eyes that the people of the Bai family can steal the power of gods, and are not afraid of the pollution of faith. Ji-sun has long felt that this is like a low-profile version of Joker. They are not like Ji-sun who can choose a career card to advance at will, but they can also choose a certain sequence to advance. And what is very strange is that the other 51 demon gods sequences all point to ancient demon gods. But the Bai family is very strange. They point to some real immortals, and can even ask gods to possess them. For example, the fox fairy and insect fairy that we have seen before, and the dark bird in front of us, and many other strange immortals. No one understands what is going on so far. Others couldn't explain it, so Ji-sun could only hope for the person in front of him. As expected, Old Man Su knew. He seemed to be immersed in a state of perception and thinking. His cloudy eyes suddenly became clear, and he spoke eloquently, using the flesh to transform into a corpse god. This is the way to communicate with the gods in the God Stealer sequence, a divine spell-level corpse transformation. In layman's terms, it is to use spells to achieve the sublimation of the life level. Ji-sun listened very seriously. But he was also very sure that he didn't understand. Song-yu on the side blinked his watery eyes, and his face was full of pure question marks. Old Man Su continued, you don't need to understand what it is specifically, because human cognition cannot understand the existence of such a higher life form. After a pause, he continued, the lich in the magic civilization, the false god in the Shinto civilization, the special curse spirit mentioned by the card master, and the heroic spirit god in ancient mythology are all descriptions of this kind of existence. Different paths have different titles. But this lineage has a directional term, which is called the immortal family, because the demon god pointed to by 10 of spades is called immortal. This lineage is somewhat similar to the psychic lineage, usually some powerful contracted creatures, as companion immortals, to obtain powerful combat power outside the main body. However, the contract objects chosen by the God Stealer are all beings that can absorb the power of faith and incense like them. For example, some powerful evil ghosts and resentful spirits, or powerful spiritual creatures. They are like gods but not gods, and have not condensed their divine nature, but have some of the abilities of gods, which is the so-called immortals. This is a Shinto secret technique that is different from the extraordinary path of the card master. Stealing the true god's faith to become strong, this is the path of the god thief. So that's how it is. When Ji-sun heard this, he instantly felt that he had learned a lot. This 10 of spades is not a very high sequence, but it has so many details. Although he felt that there were many key words that he probably didn't understand accurately, he finally had some concepts. The sequence of the 52 demon gods, indeed, none of them was simple. Each of the 52 demon gods has his own unique way of cultivation and extraordinary abilities, and after listening to it, Ji-sun felt that this was a bit like the degraded career sequence of his Joker. No, to be precise, Joker has the professional characteristics of all the 52 professional sequences. To be serious, any sequence is a demotion of Joker. Old Man Su said a few words casually, and then he didn't want to continue. Listening to the disdainful tone, Ji-sun clearly felt that it was too profound for you to understand. Little Dove on the side didn't understand at all. While the three were talking, he took the devil's mark and looked at it over and over again. For a child from an ordinary family like him, the demon mark has always been a treasure that his parents said was very valuable. If hunters really get one, it would be a huge income. But the best cards that ordinary people can get are golden marks. This legendary quality mark in front of him was obviously beyond the little guy's understanding. Just when he was looking at it, he suddenly dropped it to the ground as if it was hot, and exclaimed, as if he didn't understand what happened, "Ah!" Ji-sun and the other two also looked over. They were watching the light on the card just light up, and then fade away again. Seeing this, Ji-sun's expression was slightly different, and he understood something. Haha, this little guy has a lot of luck. The demon mark is a very spiritual thing. The power of the demon sealed in the card can feel the degree of fit. When it meets the right card master, it will have some reaction. Seeing this legendary mark card light up in the little dove's hand, Ji-sun also realized that this means a high degree of fit. Encountering a high-quality, highly compatible mark is what countless card masters dream of. Moreover, the legendary demon mark is truly inestimable in value. Little Dove has not yet realized how great an opportunity he has gotten. Looking at the three pairs of eyes staring at him, he has a look of anxiety and helplessness as if he has done something wrong. Aye. Old Man Su spoke again, and he had regained his noisy and charlatan temperament, shouting, "Oh, you are so lucky, little guy. This is a high-level demon mark. You've made a fortune." The more he said this, the more Little Dove felt that he had done something wrong. Mr. Ji-sun, me? After all, Ji-sun was the person he trusted the most, so he could only look at him for help. Ji-sun smiled faintly. Keep it. Little Dove seemed to know that this was the mine discovered by the lady. He remembered his father said that if you want to take someone else's things, you must get their permission. He looked over again. Song Yu also blinked and smiled, not minding at all. Oh! After hearing this, the little dove dared to pick up the card again. Then he carefully put it in his pocket. Ji-sun looked thoughtful. It looked like he picked it up casually, but it was not easy. Not to mention that it was very difficult to find this relic, and the luck factor was very high. It was also very difficult to walk here alive. Without meeting Ji-sun, without meeting Old Man Su, and without Song Yu's prospecting map, it would not be possible. But this little guy happened to meet them all. This was his chance. The reason why the stone statue was broken was probably related to the golden corpse that they met at the entrance of the cave. Ji-sun and his four companions picked up a card and found nothing else. The four continued to move forward. As they walked, the quality of the mithril, or on the surrounding rock walls, became higher and higher. It even reached the point where it looked like a starry sky when the light shone on it. Ji-sun was thinking about the two duck-billed statues as he walked, thinking that there might be some danger. But the journey was still surprisingly smooth. On the way, they encountered a few strange birds that looked like red-eyed three-legged crows. But the crows just stared at the four people and didn't attack them. They passed smoothly. Probably because of Old Man Su. After walking this section, Ji-sun estimated that they had reached the deepest part of the ground. Stone sculptures appeared here again. This time, there were many coiled snakes. Ji-sun already knew that these stone sculptures were the living transformations of the ancestors of the Bai family, so he had more respect for them. But this time, there was no corridor behind the stone sculptures. They had come to a huge underground space. There is a group of buildings that look like ancient temples, with collapsed stone pillars everywhere. When the light shines over, the eyes are full of dazzling silver. Mithril. It's all high-purity mithril. As Old Man Su said, because of the gold-gathering effect, All the mithril in the nearby mines is gathered here. Seeing this scene, Song Yu on the side covered her mouth, unable to hide her surprise. Oh my god. Seeing this scene in front of her, she couldn't estimate how terrifying these mithril were worth. However, when Ji-sun saw the arrangement here, his eyes became thoughtful, because he felt a familiar feeling. Although the layout was different, this metal cage made of mithril was very similar to the underground seal seen in Greedy Mine. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's eyes also searched carefully in this huge temple. As soon as he approached, he clearly smelled a strong and dizzying smell of blood in the air. Enlightenment also appeared at the first time, and you were exempted from the invasion of faith pollution from unknown sources. Old Man Su immediately stopped Xiao Banju and Song Yu beside him, and warned them, don't get close. It's very dangerous inside. When Ji-sun saw Chidi, he also saw the source of the pollution, and his pupil shrank suddenly. The giant snakes were pointing their heads towards the center of the temple, where there was a pyramid nearly 30 stories high. What was strange was that bright red blood was flowing in the cracks of the pyramid. At this moment, the blood had formed a huge pool of blood in the depression at the foot of the pyramid. It looks fresh. Ji-sun sniffed the blood in the air, his eyes shone. Human blood? His first reaction was to think of the scene in Bolton Town, where the vampires sacrificed the entire city with blood. It seems to be correct. The pyramid is sealed with the source of pollution. Looking at the blood flowing everywhere, it doesn't seem good. Ji-sun has no idea what to do in this situation. He looked at the old man Su beside him, whose temperament suddenly changed, with a hint of expectation in his eyes, thinking, did this old senior remember some memories again? Ji-sun is not unfamiliar with this state. Last time in the underground palace of Xiaomaicheng ruins, old man Su was in this state. That time was because he saw the stone tablet in the underground palace. And in this temple, not far from the bleeding pyramid, there is also an identical black obelisk. Ji-sun now understands a little bit that what the old man is looking for seems to be this kind of black stone tablet. The content on the stone tablet seems to evoke some of his memories. Chapter 248. The entire underground space was filled with a turbid spiritual pollution. The four retreated to the snake sculpture at the entrance. Song Yu took out an alchemy lamp and lit it, and the layout of the temple became clear in the silver. The four looked at the pyramid with blood flowing, with different expressions. Song Yu also immediately guessed what was going on with the blood, covering his mouth and exclaiming, could this be caused by the vampires in Bolton Town before? Yeah. Ji-sun took a few glances, and confirmed that this blood pool was the product of the sacrifice of the old sect. I just don't know how those guys got the blood here. And the blood on the pyramid is not ordinary blood. In his eyes, the name of the enlightenment is corrupted blood medium. This is similar to the secret cause spiritual medium made by the Silver Moon sect through sacrifice. They are all extraordinary items with strong faith pollution. But the grade of blood medium is higher, so high that the enlightenment that Ji-sun saw was only a name. Ji-sun had obtained several pieces of spiritual medium refined by the Silver Moon sect before. However, that kind of evil product usually only sacrifices a few hundred people. The blood pool in front of us may have sacrificed hundreds of thousands of humans. The blood sacrifice in Bolton Town is probably just a part of it. Now that I think about it, the previous battle between Count Felaman and Counselor Born for the gold mine caused heavy casualties, which may not be that simple. Since vampires appeared on the battlefield, the pollution may have started to spread a long time ago. It seems that there is a conspiracy behind this war. The ultimate goal is probably to unlock the things in the pyramid. Thinking of this, Ji-sun also took a breath and whispered to himself, those believers of the old god sect really don't take human life seriously. This is just a little leak, and so many people have been sacrificed. If the things in the pyramid really appear in the world, it will really be a disaster at the level of civilization destruction. He vaguely had an idea that the catastrophe that led to the destruction of the Talon civilization 3,000 years ago could not be caused by these indescribable existences? But what is this scarlet corruption? Ji-sun frowned as he looked at it. But he also had a slight expectation. The blood pool was evil, but it was also an extremely dangerous source of pollution for others. But in Ji-sun's eyes, the blood pool was exuding terrifying extraordinary characteristics. In other words, Feast could also devour. But this was different from the previous psychic. Ji-sun not only sensed the pollution of faith, but also felt like his skin was corroded by strong acid. This feeling was very strange. When stimulated, Ji-sun wanted to transform into a werewolf, as a reflex to resist this corruption. Ji-sun couldn't figure it out, so he turned his head to the old man Su who was standing beside him. The old senior's eyes were shining, but also mixed with confusion. It was like he remembered something intermittently, but didn't remember it completely. Ji-sun asked, "What's going on, senior?" Old Man Su's cloudy eyes had a little focus, and he said in a deep voice with an expressionless face, "Those believers of the old gods use mediums to sacrifice and awaken some consciousness in the seal." He was just about to break the seal here. Ji-sun looked solemn. But he didn't feel much danger in his heart. He couldn't solve things that were too high-end. That kind of anxiety was not something he had to consider. Ji-sun was thinking about a question in his mind now. Could he absorb those blood media himself? Before he asked, Old Man Su said, "Girl and little one, stay by the side of the snake statue. The pollution inside is not something you can bear." Song Yu and Little Dove didn't understand why the old man seemed to have suddenly changed into a different person, but they understood the mysterious aura that couldn't be higher, and responded obediently. Oh. It was obvious that they could not handle such a situation. After saying that, Old Man Su walked slowly towards the black stone tablet. Ji-sun looked at it, and his eyes twitched. Wait, what about me? Just like the time when Xian Macheng did, this old man seemed to have completely ignored him. Ji-sun looked at the hunchback that was gradually going away, and his eyelids twitched. He was also very curious about the content on the stone tablet. Thinking that the old man had not said that he could not go, Ji-sun shamelessly followed him. There won't be any danger, so the old man won't help, right? Sure enough, Ji-sun followed him, and Old Man Su didn't say anything. But the environment in the temple kept discouraging him. After walking a few steps, Ji-sun found that the black hair on his skin was growing rapidly. Seeing this scene, he was also very strange in his heart. What's going on? It's not an active transformation, but it's being eroded. The blood in the body seems to be boiling, and it automatically begins to transform into a beast. Enlightenment is also refreshed. You listen to the whispers of the gods from ancient times, mental confusion immunity, you touch the old miracles. Blood resistance, you are exempt from slight corruption erosion. Ji-sun looked at the enlightenment prompt and understood a little. Is it that the werewolf blood and the pollution in this blood pool are naturally incompatible? He couldn't think of any other reason. And the good news is that the passive transformation consumes very little spell power. This is enough to support him to hold on longer. After walking 100 steps, Ji-sun's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. At this moment, he has completely transformed into a ferocious werewolf form, resisting the thick corrupt blood mist in the air. Fortunately, he had already reached the stone tablet. This was the third stone tablet Ji-sun had seen. But even after seeing it many times, he still felt a strong sense of mystery and heavy sense of history. It was the same as what he had seen before. Looking closely, there were some golden tadpole-like words floating on the stone tablet. Old Man Su was very focused and immersed in it. He once again entered that strange state and quietly merged with the surrounding environment. If you don't look at it deliberately, it's as if he doesn't exist. Ji-sun had seen it once, so it was not strange. He turned his attention to the stone tablet. Like the one in Shangbang prison last time, Ji-sun could only understand a little. And he translated some words with his own cognition: seal, immortal family, god thief, scarlet corruption. After reading for a while, Ji-sun obviously felt dizzy. He already had experience, so he immediately restrained his gaze, not daring to let himself be too obsessed with those super-level knowledge. Similarly, he saw the ancient symbol that looked like snowflakes again. Is it really a plague? Gongwu said that the previous light chaser mentioned this symbol last time, and then he thought about those vampires. He thought that the scarlet corruption might refer to some kind of bloodborne plague. Before the content he saw ran away from his mind, he was thinking about another thought in his mind. Why do I feel that the content on this stone tablet seems to record some epic? Seeing this, Ji-sun's mouth shrank. He wanted to see some extraordinary knowledge that he could understand. After all, Catalina understood the magic solution after reading the stone tablet for a while last time, so there must be something extraordinary about this stone tablet. But it seems that he can't understand it now. Your cognition is not enough. Ji-sun glanced at the old man Su, who was too busy to pay attention to him, and sighed slightly in his heart. The stone tablet could not be read, so Ji-sun observed the temple. The location of the stone tablet is near the pyramid, which is already the center of the temple. 8 snakes of different shapes stood in 8 directions of the pyramid, like loyal prison guards, staring at the blood pool in the center. They have guarded this seal for thousands of years. However, due to the blood pollution in the air, the statues made of white marble have been stained with a faint blood color. After Ji-sun knew that these were real people, he had a little more respect in his eyes. As his thoughts turned, he suddenly felt like he was being stared at by something. Looking up, Ji-sun instantly got goosebumps, because at this moment, he actually saw a big white snake coiled on the mithril ceiling of the temple. No, it was not an ordinary snake. The truck-sized head had 2 horns, and Ji-sun recognized it immediately. It was the Abyss Dragon Scale King Snake. This was an ancient snake species with dragon bloodline. He knew this big snake, and he had seen it on by way before. Old Man Su had explained it to him. It is said that this king snake can reach a length of 100 meters when it is an adult, and can swallow a giant dragon alive. But this one on the ceiling definitely looks more than 100 meters long. Ji-sun estimated that the exposed part alone was more than 300 meters long. The dragon scales were thick and solid, the snake body muscles were knotted and bulging, and the pressure was as strong as a mountain. It seemed to be dormant and coiled in the middle of the ceiling, just above the pyramid. And the magical thing was that the wisps of blood on the pyramid were just like being sucked in by the big snake and disappeared. After observing for a while, Ji-sun saw that this king snake was no different from other statues in the temple, and he was inexplicably relieved. But at the same time, he was also full of emotion. Is this also a statue? If it is a statue, what level must it have been in its lifetime? King snake, flesh and blood, insect, element, fox, spirit, three-legged dark bird, mystery, just deal with the four elements of the extraordinary. Ji-sun also understood a little bit of the Bai family's arrangement in this temple. But the whole temple exists for sealing, and there is nothing else. Ji-sun observed it for a while, and didn't intend to touch it. As for the corrupted blood medium in the blood pool, he didn't dare to touch it. Enlightenment only showed a name. It's best to wait until Old Man Su finishes reading the stone tablet before reading this kind of incomprehensible thing. He returned to the cave entrance. Seeing Ji-sun coming back, Song Yu asked, "Mr. Ji-sun, what's going on inside?" Ji-sun replied, "Nothing special, just a large seal." He glanced at Song Yu. This girl had already called him by his name in a familiar way before. Now she became polite again. "Oh!" Song Yu felt a little guilty under that look, but he also asked, "What should we do now?" Ji-sun said, "Wait." Old Man Su was looking at the stone tablet. Without this person, the three of them were in a dilemma. They could only wait. As he spoke, Ji-sun sat cross-legged on the ground and meditated. He thought of something and reminded, "Be careful. The vampires may come in the next few days." He always felt that things would not be so simple. Since those vampires sacrificed blood to the entire Bolton town and made such a big fuss, they must want to break the seal. And they killed the special agent team of the X-Bureau before, which means that those vampires are sure to achieve their goal before the reinforcements of the X-Bureau arrive. Ji-sun knew a lot about the old gods. Now looking at the blood pool, he estimated that the vampires would come. They were even on their way. But with Old Man Su here, it shouldn't be a big problem. It seemed that he had remembered the password of the big one for the time being. If something unexpected happened, it should be covered. Thinking of this, Ji-sun began to meditate at ease. This meditation lasted for 3 whole days. Ji-sun could stand loneliness, so it didn't matter where he meditated. While meditating, he tried to use fees to absorb the extraordinary properties of the blood medium in the air. He thought the Joker could be exempt from the pollution of faith, and his own body's self-healing ability could also resist corruption to a certain extent. It was totally worth a try. Any talk of pollution without considering the dosage was just a hooligan. It was like having a resistance to toxins. As long as the dosage could be controlled, theoretically the pollution could be slowly devoured. With this thought in mind, he had been carefully testing for the past 3 days. The good news was, Ji-sun's guess was correct. Those extraordinary characteristics could also be absorbed. He gradually adapted to the corruption and pollution, and his physical attributes were also rising little by little. At this moment, Ji-sun was meditating in the center of the temple. At this moment, he no longer needed to transform into a werewolf, and could stay here for a long time. The highly corrupt blood mist sizzled on the skin like sulfuric acid, but Ji-sun's own body recovery ability was just enough to smooth out the corrosive injuries. It was about the same as expected. However, the situation was not good. His weak state had not subsided much in the past few days. Before, it recovered to less than 50%. Now it is only 60%. This is also the more strange thing about Ji-sun. His own recovery ability can cure corruption and erosion, which proves that there is no problem. But it can't relieve the weak state at all. This made him vaguely guess that the cause of weakness is most likely some kind of high-level law trauma. This is related to his time travel. While meditating, Song Yu's shout came from the entrance of the temple not far away, "Ji-sun, you can eat." Ji-sun opened his eyes, looked at the girl with a bright smile on her face in the distance, and replied, "Okay." 3 days later, the young lady of the Chable family seemed to have completely forgotten the embarrassing situation. She changed from being polite to calling him by his name. Ji-sun was hungry, So he got up and walked over. The simple camp was next to several snake fairy statues. Xiao Banju had already filled a bowl of mushroom soup for him and brought it over carefully Mr. Ji-sun. Ji-sun took Xiao Xiao and asked, "How do you feel after fusing the mark?" Little Dove responded seriously, like a student reporting on his studies, "I feel my body is getting stronger, getting stronger." Ji-sun also nodded in approval. The legendary mark was naturally extraordinary. He asked again, "Have you decided which card master path you want to take in the future?" Little Dove said, "I think I want to be a doctor like my father." Ji-sun said, "That's good. The 4 career sequences of the healing path are all good. I suggest you go in the direction of plague doctor or paladin. After all, your melee talent is very good." "Yeah." The Little Dove took note of it with a happy face. After going through so many things, the image of Ji-sun in his young heart was now a teacher he trusted unconditionally. At this time, Song Yu took out a big piece of meat from the pot and put it directly on the plate next to Ji-sun, smiling with curved eyebrows. "Here, try this." "Yeah." The two looked at each other. Ji-sun smiled and said nothing, and buried his head in eating. The 3 of them buried their heads in eating. This was originally a very ordinary daily life, just like the 3 days before. But while eating, Ji-sun's eyes suddenly became stern, and he looked up towards the corridor. "Huh?" Song Yu found that his expression was very serious, and asked, "What's wrong?" Ji-sun's ears moved slightly, and he was sure that he was not wrong, and said sternly, "Someone came in." "Ah?" Song Yu also immediately realized that something was wrong. This place is so secret that outsiders can't find it without a map. But now someone has come, which means there is only one possibility. Those vampires. Are they really here? Ji-sun also felt that the situation was not good. This underground temple only has one way to go. If you go out now, you will definitely run into the intruders. Thinking of this, Ji-sun glanced at the old man Su, who was still motionless in front of the stone tablet in the distance, and his eyes narrowed slightly. If this person doesn't help, you can't get out at all. Ji-sun himself can move freely in the underground palace, but Song Yu and Xiao Banji can't. This means that when those vampires come in, they will definitely run into them. Dilemma? What to do? Although there are some ancient prohibitions in the tunnel, Ji-sun does not think that they can stop those well-prepared vampires. As soon as this thought came to his mind, the movement in the tunnel became louder and louder. The 3 of them did not speak, and the atmosphere was visibly solemn. Seeing that the situation was not right, Song Yu and Xiao Banji on the side immediately packed up the camp, took out their weapons and equipment, and entered combat mode. Rather than being anxious, it is better to think. Since Ji-sun knew that they would not die, he was not worried about the crisis. But now this situation made him very confused. So where was the choice of survival? At this moment, a worse situation appeared. Without any warning, the whole cave began to tremble. The blood-oozing pyramid in the temple also shook violently, as if something was about to break the seal and come out. This abnormal movement seemed to have caused a chain reaction. The pool of corrupted blood medium that had gathered before seemed to be boiling at this moment, gurgling with bubbles. In the huge underground palace, a huge red 9-pointed star magic circle had lit up in the void. The methods of the old god sects are similar. Seeing this 9-pointed star formation, Ji-sun thought of some sacrificial formations in the Silver Moon secret book, and he cried out in his heart, "Not good. Those believers have received a response from the one in the seal." The believers attacked the corridor, and the existence sealed in the pyramid also knew that the seal was about to be broken, and it used the energy of the blood pool to madly attack the surrounding restrictions. Before, I didn't realize how many restrictions there were in this underground palace. Now with this commotion, countless magic arrays were measured. On the bricks of the pyramid, spells of red, yellow, green, blue, and white lit up, forming layers of impenetrable forbidden nets in the void. Countless layers can be seen with the naked eye. But the existence in the pyramid has been planning for a long time. The energy that is like a volcanic eruption is now breaking through countless barriers and rushing out. The 2 energies, one sealing and one rushing, are fiercely confronting each other in this underground palace. Obviously, the energy of the collision is more violent. It rushes all the way, unstoppable. Bang, bang, bang. Countless forbidden barriers shattered in an instant. 10 layers, 20 layers, 50 layers, 100 layers. Those various spell barriers were as fragile as paper, and most of them shattered in an instant. At the same time, the entire temple shook violently. The 8 giant snake statues around the pyramid also trembled, clang, clang, clang. The mithril ore on the ceiling fell like raindrops. Suddenly, clang. The sound of stones breaking rang out. In a blink of an eye, 2 of the 8 giant snake statues were broken. At the moment when the statue was broken, the intact barrier was missing 2 corners, and cracks appeared on the pyramid. Ji-sun's eyelids twitched, and he had an ominous premonition in his heart. He looked at the old man Su again, who was still not affected by the movement, and exhaled a heavy breath. If you don't wake up, it will be troublesome. As Ji-sun expected, the restrictions and pyramids in the temple had been mostly destroyed by the sealed existence. The restrictions in the corridor did not restrict the intruders. Ha ha ha, it's finally broken. I have sensed the call of the Lord. A shouting sounded. Ji-sun looked again, and saw a group of green-faced and fanged vampires rushing in. The 2 groups of people collided at the entrance of the temple. Ji-sun and the other 2 looked at this group of guys with ill intentions, and their expressions were very solemn. And the group of vampires were also very surprised. There are other humans here? Seeing that he could not avoid it, Ji-sun also immediately sized up the strength of the other group of people. The 2 leading ones were wearing blood-red cloaks, and their auras were not particularly strong. On the contrary, there was a very strong existence among the vampires behind them. The strongest one should be the 4th level and 3 3rd level, and the others are 2nd level and 1st level. Ji-sun was about to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, even if he couldn't beat the 4th level now, he could still hold on for a while. The enemy was not too strong. But after carefully sensing the other blood-red cloaked man, he suddenly said in surprise, "There is another one who has no aura. What's going on?" All living things have chi. Even if they are well hidden and people can't sense their strength, they still have it. But one of these vampires has no breath at all. That is to say, it is not a human. Ji-sun immediately thought of something and became alert. Could it be that weapon spirit? When the 2 sides met, they were ready for a big battle. However, at this moment, one of the guys wearing a blood-red cloak lifted his cloak, revealing the face of a skinny middle-aged man with a mustache. Song Yu, who was standing by, exclaimed, "Third uncle?" Chapter 249. The 2 groups of people in the cave temple looked at each other, their eyes full of caution. But when Song Yu called out "Third uncle" in great surprise, the 2 groups of people were stunned on the spot. In an instant, Ji-sun's mind also suddenly understood. Someone in the Song family bribed the bandits to kill Song Yu before, and it seemed that it was this middle-aged man with a mustache. And seeing that he was hanging out with a group of vampires, he must have been contaminated and became a believer of the old gods. Song Chi looked at Song Yu, his old face full of indifference, and laughed awkwardly. "My dear niece, you are really surprising. You actually found this relic." Song Yu looked at this respected elder who appeared here, her eyes trembled, and asked, "Uncle, you are contaminated?" She was not stupid, and guessed that this person was the mastermind behind hiring a killer to kill her. But it may not be because of interest. The arms business in the family is basically managed by this uncle, and it may be because he was involved in the previous war between Count Felaman and Senator Bourne that it was contaminated. Hearing this, Song Chingy shook his head in disapproval. His eyes passed Ji-sun and the other 2, looking at the cracked pyramid in the temple. His eyes were fanatical, and his hands crossed to make a strange religious gesture. "Pollution? No, it is my honor to be recognized by Lord Cetus." As soon as this name was spoken, it seemed to have received a response, and the whole temple shook again. The blood pool under the pyramid was boiling, and a trace of an indescribable aura of the superior swept the entire cave. Is this the name of the Scarlet Corruption? Ji-sun was no stranger to this feeling. The pressure just now was the will of an old god. He also instantly confirmed that this was the name of the old god. In the depths of his soul, the feeling of submission to being suppressed by a high-level creature became stronger and stronger. Inspiration also kept refreshing, prompting the danger. You have exempted the faith pollution directed at Scarlet Corruption Sayades once. Even talking about the name will be polluted, no wonder. Ji-sun's expression became more and more serious. He could be exempted from this pollution. Song Yu and Xiao Banji beside him could not. What was even more bizarre was that in Ji-sun's perception, he could clearly see that the aura of the middle-aged man with a mustache suddenly increased after he said the name. From the level of a 2nd level card master, he suddenly became a 3rd level. It was still rising. Just by reciting his name, the old god gave him such a terrifying power. This. Ji-sun's eyelids twitched as he looked at it. He finally understood why the strength of the Silver Moon sect increased dramatically after a while. It turned out that the methods used by the followers of God to improve their strength were so outrageous. Song Chingy received the gift from the old god, and a blush of extreme joy appeared on his old face. Suddenly, he seemed to have received other information, and his eyes looked at Song Yu more enthusiastically, and he said excitedly, "My dear niece, the great God has given you the opportunity to dedicate yourself. God's predestination told me that Lord Cetus chose you to become the glorious body of God's descent. The sacrifice was prepared. This one is obviously better. You? Song Yu looked at such a strange relative, worried at the same time. This enthusiasm made her back cold. And beside her, Ji-sun no longer hesitated and took action decisively. In the air. Pop. There was an explosion, and his figure disappeared on the spot. He couldn't wait for Old Man Su to wake up. He knew that if he dragged it on, something big would happen. After these vampires entered the temple and got the old gods, their auras were soaring. If they really waited any longer, things would get worse and worse. And he can still talk to normal people. But with such a group of old god believers, he could only kill. After hearing the loud bang, in the blink of an eye, a werewolf with a ferocious look appeared in the middle of the group of vampires. The fist surrounded by the vortex cyclone punched the 4th level vampire in the face. After all, he was 1 level higher, and the vampire only sneered at Ji-sun's attack. It didn't care about this threat at all, and raised its hand to open its palm with sharp nails. With a bang, he caught the punch steadily. But the moment he caught the punch, the 4th level vampire immediately noticed something was wrong. Huh? Because he found that the air wave from the fist had exploded, and it even made him unstable. This punch didn't do any harm, but it was wrong. That guy's target was not me. Before he could figure it out, he suddenly saw that the werewolf had suddenly changed its target with the air wave and rushed towards the leader Song Chingyi. Ji-sun's goal was clear from the beginning. This guy must die. He is the leader of the believers and has a special identity. No matter why Song Yu and Xiao Banji survived, this third Master Song must die here. If people really knew that this third Master Song was a believer of the old god, their Song family would be implicated, and the entire family would be destroyed. Even if Song Yu got out alive, it would be very troublesome. Ji-sun thought that since they were all going to be killed, he should clear these hidden dangers first. The sneak attack was also effective immediately. He repelled the 4th level vampire who posed the greatest threat to him, and took the opportunity to grab Song Chingyi. Don't look at these guys who were transformed into vampires, and have strong bodies. But combat awareness is one's own ability. If you don't have it, you don't have it. A wealthy businessman who lives a life of luxury has very weak actual combat ability. This guy seemed to be aware of it, but he only made a move to avoid his head. The opportunity was fleeting, and Ji-sun could only grab and reach for his chest. The claws were as fast as lightning, and this guy didn't react at all. Shua. A sound of flesh and blood tearing was heard. Blood splattered everywhere, and the wolf claws had already pierced through his back. Killed? Ji-sun was still hoping that if he could sneak attack and kill this guy who could communicate with the will of the old god, it might save a lot of trouble. But the next moment, his face changed slightly. Ji-sun sensed that this guy was pierced through the chest, but not only did he not die, but his breath became stronger and stronger. He suddenly pulled back, and a pile of bombs thrown under his feet exploded at the same time. Sneak attack detonation done in one go. Bang. 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 Silver shrapnel exploded all over the sky. Ji-sun flew out from the flames. When the flames faded, he saw that the group of vampires, who were so aggressive just now, were covered with blood holes. Silver shrapnel was embedded all over their bodies, and the wounds made a sizzling sound of burning. The injured vampires seemed to be burning in the flames, wailing in pain. Mithril is a natural enemy of dark creatures. Guessing that vampires might come, Ji-sun and his 3 companions have been busy these days, using ordinary ammunition to improve a large number of mithril bullets and mithril bombs. Although most of the vampires coming were above the 2nd level, the damage was limited. But it was still helpful. As soon as Ji-sun started, Song Yu and Xiao Banji also reacted immediately, found cover and started to fight back. In this situation, the 2 of them had no chance of luck, and could only fight to the death. They didn't know if they could survive, and they were determined at this moment. Ji-sun flew backwards, his eyes fixed on the mustache with a hole in his chest. His eyes were stern. It's really not that easy to kill. Just like those guys in the Silver Moon sect, once they get the response from the old gods, they will have all kinds of strange immortal abilities. The mustache guy was clearly pierced through the chest by himself, and the internal organs were torn apart by the chi. If it were a normal person, he would have died a long time ago. But this guy not only did not die, but the blood hole in his chest healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is troublesome. Ji-sun looked at it, and thought to himself that it was not good. This sneak attack has exhausted all his opportunities. Even with this kind of injury, he would have to spend several times as much as the same enemy to deal with this group of vampires. Ji-sun knew very well that in his current weak state, he could barely protect himself against a few more level 3 vampires, and there was no chance of winning. And just after the explosion, the level 4 vampire led 7 or 8 vampires to attack him. The murderous aura around him was like substance. Ji-sun glanced at the stone tablet with a bitter look on his face, and said to himself, "Old senior, please don't let me down at this critical moment." It turns out that this matter is not something that a few of them can handle. But the ending is that they should not die. So how can this situation not end in death? Ji-sun couldn't figure it out. But his intuition told him that the seal set by the ancestors of the Bai family seemed not that simple. Ji-sun and a group of vampires fought together. The card master turned into a vampire, and they also lost some of their professional abilities. For example, the related abilities brought by the Devil's Mark, cursed spirits, cursed seals, etc. The body is stronger, but melee card masters, like Ji-sun, also like melee enemies the most. After all, no matter how exquisite the martial arts are, can they be more exquisite than that one? Ba Quan, but it is the essence of the lifelong fighting skills of the old predecessor Gong Wu. It has one-on-one killing moves, one-on-many group killing secrets, and even the skills of 1 against 100. In Gong Wu's own words, his punch can break thousands of troops. Ji-sun has now got a glimpse of the tricks. Based on this, he uses the Gong-style 32 moves of the body palm driven by the Ba Quan to dance around the body tightly. Fist and palm shadows were dense as rain. Gong Wu personally taught this set of palm techniques, and the secret lies in the word defense. The palm of the body is free from flaws. It can be said that if you master this set of palm techniques, as long as the enemy cannot kill him with absolute strength or some strange spells, then he will not be defeated before the spell power and physical strength are exhausted. Ji-sun was deeply concerned at this time. He fought against 8 vampires alone. Although the 4th level vampire was strong, it was not strong enough to crush him. Although it was tough, he could still hold on. Enlightenment was also constantly reminding him. Combat Comprehension, Fighting Skills plus 32. Combat Comprehension, Proficiency of the Body Movement Palm plus 41. For Ji-sun, this kind of battle was the best time to brush up his fighting skills experience as long as he didn't die. But Ji-sun was not worried about himself. These believers of God were not yet mature, and he would not die for a while. Moreover, the vampires were restrained by the restrictions in this temple, and did not dare to go deeper. Flexible movement, taking a breath and resting during the hard battle, self-protection was temporarily unobstructed. But on the other side, Song Yu and Little Dove were captured in a blink of an eye. Perhaps they wanted to use Song Yu as a body for the gods to descend, so the 2 red-robed men did not harm them. They tied them tightly, and threw them aside. Ji-sun wanted to rescue them, but he was distracted by a group of vampires, and could not take care of himself. Seeing that they could not kill them, the 2 red-robed men completely ignored his intentions. They took out a lot of strange offerings, and chanted a series of mysterious magic spells. Great Lord Seat is the source of the Scarlet Plague, the master of corruption. The spells were chanted one after another, and the noise in the temple became louder and louder. The mithril or above the head fell like rain, countless restrictions appeared and broke, and the statues of the Bai family ancestors also collapsed one by one. The pyramid, which was already full of cracks, was more like a cracked ice surface at this moment. Crack. Crack. It was out of control. Ji-sun looked at this situation, and knew that the situation was irreversible. But he couldn't stop it at all. In the end, he heard a violent explosion. The pyramid exploded. Ji-sun kept his eyes on the pyramid during the fierce battle. He was also very curious about what was sealed inside. However, after hearing the explosion, his eyes froze for a moment, and he was very surprised. It's this thing? Originally, Ji-sun thought that even if there was a god sealed inside that could not be looked at directly, he would not be surprised at all. However, when he saw the gray jar, Ji-sun dropped his jaw. It can't be such a coincidence, right? The sealed object in the pyramid is not something else, but a spelled pottery jar. Ji-sun had 3 in his hand before, so he was very familiar with this jar. Looking again, there was a crack on the jar. Ji-sun looked at the familiar direction of the crack and his eyelids twitched. Is this really the one that Xie entrusted to me? He felt that he was absolutely not mistaken. This crack was exactly the same as the one he got from Xie. But the difference was that the crack of the pottery jar in front of him was not sealed with gold paint. Instead, a crack appeared. In that crack, a strange red light was emitting, as if some terrifying existence wanted to break the jar and run out. Just by looking at it, people felt as if pustules were growing all over their bodies, and their hearts were itching. Although surprised. But this solved the problem that puzzled Ji-sun for a long time. He had always been curious about what was in the jar, and now the puzzle was solved. A certain old god was sealed. Or in other words, There were some things related to the old gods that he could not understand for the time being. But at the same time, Ji-sun had another idea. The pottery jar sealed scarlet corruption siotes, so what were in the two jars he got before, sealed with the same pottery jar, it looked like something related. His intuition told him that it didn't seem to be this old god. Thinking of the bottom secret room of Gonlang Mine, where he got the jar before, the source of the werewolf pollution in that different dimension has always been a mystery. Ji-sun guessed that in the other jar, could there be something related to werewolves? Before Ji-sun could think about it, the jar broke out of its seal. The surrounding statues of immortals all collapsed. The barrier of the temple was completely destroyed at this moment. Ji-sun clearly felt that the sacred feeling that suppressed the evil aura before had disappeared. The blood pool in the distance was boiling like magma at this moment. The whole temple was bloody and filthy. Once the temple barrier was broken, the group of vampires rushed in with fanatic faces. But strangely, this group of believers seemed to have completely ignored Old Man Su next to the stone tablet and walked straight past. The man with the mustache held a rope in one hand and brought the tide and immobile Song Yu to the side of the blood pool. It looked like he was going to sacrifice him to the gods. Ji-sun looked at him with a frown and thought, in other words, this jar will eventually fall into the hands of the people in Bureau X? As soon as this thought came up, things seemed to become more complicated. Before Ji-sun could think about it, the man with the mustache was ready to throw Song Yu into the blood pool. Ji-sun looked at him with a sharp expression and made a decision without hesitation. Song Yu may not die. But if he is contaminated, the result will be even worse than death. Besides, since Ji-sun knows that he cannot die, he should try his best to jump on the line of death. Seeing the magic circle of sacrifice light up, he keenly captured this key node. Do it. I have been accumulating energy just now to lead this 4th level vampire to such a far place, waiting for this opportunity. After Ji-sun comprehended the secret of Qigong, stepping on the air has reached perfection. He was walking in the air as if on flat ground, as fast as a ghost. He crossed the void, and almost when the first explosion sounded, he was already beside Song Yu. He did not choose to save people. Instead, he punched the other red-cloaked man on the head. This was the guy who he suspected of being a ringwraith, because he could not feel his aura before. Oh, you really don't give up. The guy seemed to have expected to be attacked by surprise, and did not dodge at all. Ji-sun punched it on the head, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Because the fist seemed to hit a puddle of mud, with no point of force at all. Not good. Ji-sun said in his heart, and his reaction was also very fast. The punch turned into a collapsed punch, and the fist burst out instantly. The energy exploded in the guy's head, bang. And the sky was full of scarlet. Ji-sun was sprayed with filth, sizzle, and white smoke. His body was carried by inertia through the collapsing plasma, and he was about to plunge into the blood pool. At this moment, he pushed the air violently, as if he was pushing against an invisible wall, and his body stagnated. He turned around in midair, and kicked back again. In a blink of an eye, the shattered cloak fell to the ground. The guy was not in human form, but a big black bat with a sarcastic smile on his face. This kick hit the bat's head, and then a series of triangle kicks, its whole body exploded. However, Ji-sun was unable to get away. Because at this time, he clearly felt that the blood in his body was boiling uncontrollably. It seemed that there was a strange force pulling. It was visible to the naked eye that blood was oozing out of countless pores on his skin. Vampires sucking from the air? Ji-sun thought that these vampires had to bite to suck blood. So this big bat used a spell to suck blood from the air? Blood was sucked out of the pores. Normally, he would be completely helpless against this mysterious method. Even most high-level card masters were helpless. This move was fatal, but even with this crisis in mind, Ji-sun instinctively wondered if he had the ability to deal with it. No, blood-sucking relies on gravity. Just when this thought came to his mind, Ji-sun suddenly thought of something, and a layer of gravity ripples lingered on his body. It turned out that he had activated the magic secret method to attract the gods to fall. The gravity attracted him, and the blood that had just flowed out stopped. Even the black bat on the opposite side was shocked by the scene. It couldn't understand why its tried and tested blood-sucking secret method was useless to this human, but Ji-sun was no less shocked than these vampires. I can't kill them. He knew he was in big trouble after seeing that he couldn't kill these two key guys after several attacks. He couldn't save Song Yu, and he couldn't kill him either. The situation was completely unsolvable. The 4th level vampire didn't want to give him another chance, and flapped its wings to fly over. Ji-sun, who had no pressure at all just now, because he knew the ending, was now feeling overwhelmed. Why didn't Old Man Su take action now? What were you waiting for? As soon as this thought came to his mind, A flash of inspiration came into his mind. Ji-sun instantly figured out what he was waiting for. What was he waiting for? Yes, what are you waiting for? I have seen how Old Man Su killed the ancestor of the Bai family with one word before. No matter how evil these vampires are, they are definitely not a problem. But after waiting for so long without taking action, the old man must be waiting for the right time. Ji-sun has played many high-end games, and is now familiar with the gameplay. Since the vampire minions are not the target, then he can only wait for that person, this existence that cannot even be mentioned by name. It is absolutely impossible to discuss how to target him in advance, otherwise it will be discovered. It can only be foreseen by oneself. No, even no reminders can be given, and there can be no directed malice. It's best to be improvisational. When Ji-sun thought of this, he immediately understood the meaning of his existence, to disrupt the situation. Old Man Su waited for him to make a move, and lead out a certain existence that had not yet appeared. There were thousands of thoughts in his mind, and the reality passed in a flash. So that's how it is. Ji-sun glanced at the pottery jar in the collapsed pyramid, and the angle of his feet suddenly changed, and his body suddenly changed direction, rushing towards the jar. I will not be polluted by faith. As for the corruption, let's try it first. Grab the jar first and destroy the sacrifice. Almost at the moment when he had this thought, the existence in the jar seemed to notice it immediately, and a suffocating pressure hit Ji-sun's soul like a heavy hammer. Inspiration refreshed frequently. You exempted one faith pollution directed at Scarlet Corruption Sayades. You were attacked by the power of God, mental confusion +9, consciousness damage +25, courage decay. So close, Ji-sun felt that his soul was like a glass bottle falling on the ground, and his consciousness seemed to be shattered. Fortunately, he had been in the extremely strong mental pollution environment in the mine pit of Shumbang prison for several months, and his mental strength was now extremely strong. This time, he was stunned. But he had not lost consciousness. And the moment he saw the emergence of enlightenment, he grinned and showed his full white teeth. He guessed it right. The existence hiding in the jar took action. This person seemed to have sensed some hidden crisis, and had not dared to show his head. Now someone threatened his sacrificial ceremony, and he had to take action. This move immediately exposed his presence. Ji-sun was not knocked unconscious, and was still rushing towards the jar. The vampire behind him could not stop him at all. Seeing that the wolf claw was about to touch the jar, at this critical moment, suddenly, a scarlet tentacle in the blood pool was pulled out like lightning. Ji-sun saw it with his peripheral vision, but the move was so fast that his body had no reaction at all, and swish. It pierced his lower abdomen. This is not over yet. As the tentacle pierced, it pulled it down and fell into the blood pool with a roiling smell. Blood splashed all around, and Ji-sun only felt a scarlet in front of his eyes. But the moment he fell into the blood pool, his pupil shrank again. Is this possible? He saw a scene that was even more shocking than the pottery jar he saw before. Because at this moment, in Ji-sun's career, the dragon-scale king snake on the ceiling of the temple actually opened its eyes. This is a living dragon-scale king snake. How could it still be alive? Ji-sun clearly didn't sense any signs of it being alive before. But the facts are right in front of him. Still alive. Does that mean it has been guarding this temple for at least 3,000 years? It's no wonder Ji-sun was surprised. In fact, he couldn't imagine how strong this giant creature with a body length of at least 300 meters could be. I thought it would be Old Man Su who would attack, but it seems not. But at least, he saw the direction of breaking the deadlock. Ji-sun grinned and showed his white teeth full of blood, thinking, hee, the first master of the Bai family really has a backhand? A thought flashed through his mind, and his body had fallen into the blood pool. Covered with blood plasma, it seemed like it was wrapped in magma, and the intense burning pain caused by corruption and pollution stung his nerves. The body was fatally injured again, and Ji-sun had to use the undead curse. Chapter 250. Ji-sun looked up at the big snake coiled on the ceiling of the temple, and opened his eyes. Before he could be surprised, a strong sense of corruption and burning had already swept through his body. It was not only a physical pain that would burn the body into charcoal, but also a microscopic pain that seemed to tear human cells apart. This made him feel very clearly that he was about to be distorted from a human into a monster. Ji-sun knew that he was polluted. This blood pool was a highly polluted sacrifice-corrupted blood medium. He didn't dare to touch the blood pool before. He just absorbed the extraordinary properties in the air from a distance. Now his whole body is immersed in the blood pool, and the corruption is inevitable. It's like a sudden mountain torrent, invading from thousands of pores, and washing the body. Although Ji-sun can be exempted from the pollution of faith, but the corruption can only be resisted by the flesh. The body's instinct is still trying to resist the mountain torrent that is surging into the meridians in the body. Werewolf, Dragonborn, Qigong, Undead Curse, and Tenacious Will. The bloodline improvement brought by the career cards used in the 3 career changes. These are the extraordinary powers used by the card master, like a tamed hound. But the corruption erosion is not. It is as violent as a carnivorous tiger, full of wildness. At this moment, it is madly biting several hounds. One against many, and still has the upper hand. The two sides are fighting fiercely in the body. At the same time, enlightenment is constantly refreshing. You are exempt from the faith pollution directed at the old god Scarlet Corruption Sayades. You have been severely corrupted, the pollution level is plus 5%. You have been severely corrupted, the pollution level is plus 9%. You have been, Ji-sun has tried very hard to insist on not being polluted. But the contamination in the blood medium was already higher than the upper limit he could bear. He couldn't resist it after all. After 3 or 2 breaths, a sense of frustration like a dam breaking came over him. Enlightenment reminder, you have been infected with the blood plague. Finally you are infected. Huh? Ji-sun also sighed in his heart. At the same time, he felt relieved. Since he knew that he should not die, it seemed that being polluted was just like being injured, which was no big deal. He could not die, but he never thought that he would be polluted. But what exactly is this blood plague, and what exactly is my current state? Being contaminated, Ji-sun's mind was no longer about resistance. Instead, it became calm thinking. Blood plague. It contaminates humans into vampires, and at the same time turns them into believers of the old gods. But Ji-sun's faith was not contaminated. It was contaminated, but it seemed that it was not completely contaminated. Moreover, the body contamination did not completely transform him into a vampire. At this moment, he was still in the transformation state, maintaining some of the werewolf's beastly characteristics and dragon characteristics. Then, there are some states of some vampires. A strange mixed state. Of course, vampire characteristics occupy the majority. And the coverage area is still expanding. It seems to be contaminated, but there is no negative effect? Ji-sun suddenly had a strange feeling. It is called a plague, but as long as you don't die, it doesn't seem to be that dangerous. I haven't noticed any harm for the time being. But this plague also has a positive effect, which is to strengthen the body. Although vampires are ugly, werewolves are also not good-looking in human aesthetics. The increase in attribute sense is real. Vampires are tough, agile, and strong. The corresponding attributes of strength, constitution, agility, and toughness have soared from the early 90s to over 100. You know, even if he uses the feast to devour for a long time, it may not increase his attributes. But just being polluted for a moment, it increased by 10 points. No wonder vampires have such strong bodies, so this is how it comes from. Ji-sun looked at the changes in attributes and carefully analyzed the changes in his own status. It can be regarded as an experience of the way of strength promotion of God's believers. This kind of promotion feels like another job change. There is a feeling of suddenly getting rich. The promotion comes too easily, making people want to continue to get greedy. But Ji-sun's rationality quickly suppressed the idea of wanting him to give up resistance completely. He didn't know whether his current physical condition was good or bad. But his intuition told him that it was not good. The increase in attributes is a good thing. But Ji-sun always felt that the blood plague was expanding uncontrollably in his body, which would become a big hidden danger in the future. Ji-sun's current condition was not bad. At present, the blood forces in his body seemed to be barely balanced. But it was foreseeable that the blood plague was like a spreading cancer cell. When it completely devoured humans, and even the normal blood genes brought by the werewolf, dragonborn, and other professional cards, he would eventually become a complete vampire. However, the card master was a promotion system unique to humans. When he becomes a vampire, the extraordinary abilities brought by the occupation card and the demon mark may not be used. He will never believe in any old gods. There is no way to improve his strength later. Ji-sun thought for a moment and came to a conclusion, so I will become a waste by then? Thinking of this, he also felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. It always feels that after working hard to become stronger, it will be washed away by this blood plague. It's really fucked up. Thinking of this, Ji-sun thought of Old Man Su again. I don't know if this old senior has a solution. Although he is mysterious, he always seems to be a bystander. Unless the fire burns himself, he usually won't take the initiative. Thinking of this, Ji-sun had another thought in his mind. The blood plague is a change at the genetic level. Master Merlin should be very interested, right? Suddenly he thought again, hey, that's not right. Master Merlin should not be very old now, right? I should travel back 100 years later. I don't know if I can bring this blood plague back with me. The bad news is that Ji-sun was contaminated in the blood pool. The good news is that he has been contaminated, just like lying in the water, and there is no pain at all. However, he dare not absorb the extraordinary characteristics in the corrupted blood medium. After all, that would accelerate the spread of the plague in his body. At the same time, he also felt an uncontrollable thirst. Bloodthirst? Ji-sun thought that this side effect was not a big problem. There is a lot of extraordinary blood in this world, and there are many ways to get blood. He was not a believer of the old gods, so there was no need to perform a blood sacrifice. After his own problem was solved, Ji-sun had the energy to look at the other side. On the ceiling, the 300-meter-long snake opened its eyes. At the same time, its gray-white scales, which originally looked like stone sculptures, gradually took on color, turning into a white snowflake emitting silver light. Still can't sense the chi? At this moment, Ji-sun also understood. It's not that it can't be sensed, but that it is beyond cognition. Just like humans can't see or hear colors and sounds beyond the perception of their own organs. It doesn't mean they don't exist. However, Ji-sun didn't think he could participate in this level of battle, and quietly lying in the blood pool was a good choice. After falling in the blood pool, he felt no sense of crisis. Admiring the big white snake on the ceiling, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really a perfect shape. Although it looks ferocious, in Ji-sun's eyes, he can appreciate this beauty. It's really like a perfect creature created by the Creator. In his eyes, this king snake has a perfect shape. It was so perfect that he couldn't find any flaws even if he really wanted to be its enemy. This abyss dragon-scale king snake, who had lived for thousands of years, when it woke up, a real dragon might suppress the entire temple. The snake opened its mouth and spit out frost condensed by high-level laws. One by one, extremely cold ice spikes fell from the sky like lightning. The group of fanatical vampires were pierced on the spot before they could react to what happened. The sacrifice ceremony was interrupted. The vampires that Ji-sun couldn't kill died instantly under the attack of this high-level law. The blood pool also instantly turned into an ice sculpture. But Ji-sun was not dead. The big snake must have discovered him as a human. It was because he had just taken action and lured out the existence hidden in the blood pool that the big snake found the opportunity. So the attack obviously took him into consideration and did not cause any accidental injuries. The person in the blood pool was the first to discover the big snake when it woke up. His first reaction was not to fight, but to turn around and run. Since the Bai family's predecessor was able to seal him the first time, the backup plan he left behind must be able to severely injure him the second time. Countless tentacles in the blood pool stretched rapidly toward the ceiling, and when the huge snake body had not yet completely recovered from the petrified state, they wrapped around it tightly like vines. Then, the cracked pottery jar in the pyramid glowed red, and whoosh, rushed out of the temple. Above the head, the sound of crashing. Stone cracking sounded, and the whole white-scaled snake came to life. It violently broke off the tentacles, and its tongue spit out red letters, and rushed out to chase the jar. The huge body was not slow, but disappeared in the blink of an eye. Without the big snake in the jar, the pressure suddenly disappeared. The corruption and pollution that lingered in the entire temple also disappeared by 99%. Ji-sun didn't think about the final battle between the big snake and the jar, because judging from the result, the jar should have fallen into the hands of Bureau X. In his current situation, he couldn't change anything, and he couldn't worry about so much. When he exerted force on his limbs, crack, crack, the sound of ice cracking sounded. Ji-sun stood up from the frozen blood pool. He looked at his limbs, which were completely polluted and restored to human form. But he clearly sensed that there was a suppression of the blood plague. He couldn't transform into a werewolf now. It was a very bad and complicated situation. Without thinking too much, Ji-sun glanced at the pile of ice sculptures of vampires beside the blood pool, and they were indeed dead. He glanced again and saw that Song-yu, who was tied up, was still in a coma. But fortunately, she was still alive. Ji-sun walked over and untied the rope tied around her. After checking, she was fine. He breathed a sigh of relief. After taking another look at the forgotten little dove in the distance, Ji-sun's slightly frowned brows completely relaxed. The jar escaped, and it seemed that the crisis was over. These two could live peacefully for 100 years. However, just when he relaxed his mind for a moment, a scene that Ji-sun had not expected happened. Suddenly, a ray of blood light rushed out from a pile of ice sculptures. Not good. Ji-sun sensed the abnormality and dodged quickly. He also saw clearly that the red light came from the big black bat. This ringwraith is not dead yet. Ji-sun was just surprised, but then he felt that this idea was contradictory. The ringwraith is not a living being, so it cannot be simply said whether it is dead or not. But he avoided it. The moment the blood light passed through his body, Ji-sun suddenly felt that the blood plague in his body seemed to be triggered by something, and suddenly became agitated. The moment his heart jumped violently, his whole body froze. Before he could dodge again, he felt a sharp pain in his finger. Inspiration refreshed, you and the god-stealing ring completed the blood contract. Ji-sun froze on the spot, not understanding what happened. After a moment, his body relaxed from the strange stiff state. He saw an ancient ring, with a red spell on his left ring finger. Ji-sun's expression suddenly became strange. Contaminated god-stealing ring, spiritual damage, quality, epic. Exclusive terms, 1. Anchor of the flesh. Human flesh and blood are not contaminated by genetic tampering of alien creatures. 2. Calm the mind. Soul stability plus 30. 3. Immortal affinity plus 99. Professional secret comprehension plus 150%. 4. Ringwraith additional terms. Blood-sucking LV1 can absorb plus 8% of biological essence and blood to restore its own blood and chi. Detailed explanation. Spiritual artifact. Exclusive holy object of the God Stealer sequence. Needs to be used after magic release. This ring has indescribable high-level extraordinary characteristics. Can absorb the essence and blood of alien creatures to restore the contract owner's own blood and chi, enhance the spirituality of the ringwraith, and continuously increase the relic terms. There is a slight contamination of blood plague, and the contract symbiosis, catastrophic level accessories? Ji-sun looked at the ring, and knew that this was the real body of the big bat spirit. And this was the ring that had plotted against the ancestors of the Bai family. Ji-sun had an extra contract ring for no apparent reason. He looked at the negative effects first. Finally, he saw the entry of contract symbiosis, and suddenly realized, so this is the idea. Forced contract to preserve spirituality? In layman's terms, it means finding a backer before dying. This ringwraith already has intelligence and made the best choice it thinks. The big snake appeared, already invincible. If it didn't make this choice, it knew it would be discovered and could only be sealed or destroyed. Choosing a host, there is a certain chance to change the worst outcome. It sends 3 people in the temple. The little girls are too weak. Only Ji-sun is the most suitable. Moreover, once it pollutes the host, it can even take over the host, turn the host into its slave, and come back again. Seeing this, Ji-sun also understood why the former master of the Bai family, the golden skeleton at the entrance of the cave, committed suicide. Contractual symbiosis means that if the spirit of the weapon dies, the host must die. Similarly, if the host dies, the spirit of the weapon will also die. Although I don't know whether its spirit was not completely dead last time, but the fact is such a fact. It also means that it is contracted with Ji-sun, and unless Ji-sun dies, the contract will exist. But on the contrary, the spirit of the weapon does not want the host to die, otherwise it will die too. After figuring out the logical relationship, Ji-sun suddenly thought, this seems to be a good thing? Although the king snake's attack just now did not completely wipe out the ringwraith, it also severely damaged its spirituality. It also cleaned away most of the original pollution of the ring. As for the remaining points, whether it is faith pollution or blood plague, it seems to be no problem for Ji-sun. Thinking of this, his expression became more and more strange. It seems to be a good thing. A piece of cataclysm-level equipment was given for free, and because it is a contract accessory, he can see the effect of this equipment and can use it. Although the condition for use is to unlock the magic of the God Thief. But Ji-sun tried it, and all the terms were valid. In other words, he Joker unlocked the magic and met the conditions for unlocking the magic of the God Thief sequence. Looking at the attributes again, several terms are very useful for Ji-sun now. This ring is exclusive to the profession of the God Thief path, and the terms are also exclusive to the profession. Most of the combat power of the God Thief Bai family comes from Xianjia. This way of inviting gods to possess is bound to have some hidden dangers. Especially when encountering some immortals who are too strong, it is not so easy to control them. The 2 items of the ring, anchor of the flesh and fixed mind, are insurance for the God Thief's occupation sequence. One is to prevent the flesh from turning into a monster. The other is to prevent the soul from being driven out of the body. In other words, wearing this ring allows the God Thief to control immortals who are much stronger than himself without backlash. In this respect, it is definitely a professional artifact. This entry is very useful to me. However, when Ji-sun saw this entry of flesh-body anchor, his expression also brightened. His current state is to be transformed into a vampire. Doesn't this entry perfectly restrain this problem? It can keep himself in human form. Looking at the attribute panel, there is indeed an additional entry. Moreover, the disorderly expansion of blood plague just now was also greatly restricted after wearing the ring. So, I won't become a vampire. Ji-sun felt a little unbelievable. This change was a little too subtle. But at the same time, he felt that it was not a coincidence, and thought to himself, the ancestor of the Bai family wore this ring to the ruins instead of choosing to stay in the Bai family as a heritage treasure. Perhaps it was also to prevent the body from being contaminated by the blood plague? In fact, he has been looking around for a storage ring or something these days. But he found nothing. Thinking that the ancestors of the Bai family came to the seal, they were already prepared to be buried with them. Naturally, I won't bring good things into the trap. But I wear this ring only because it is useful, for example, to prevent pollution. So, I really have to wear this ring? Ji-sun laughed at himself. This ring spirit really knows how to choose people. His vision is really accurate. Suddenly, a treasure fell from the sky, temporarily solving the problem of blood plague. Ji-sun was in a good mood. At least, he didn't have to worry about turning into a vampire. Then he looked at what? Immortal affinity. Blood-sucking. The entry is a surprise. But then again, the ability to suck blood out of my body is the extraordinary ability of the ringwraith? This is the first time that Ji-sun has heard of the term weapon spirit. This is also the first time he has come into contact with such a high-end thing. According to Enlightenment's description, the ring can not only restore the wearer's blood, but also grow the weapon itself, just like the card master can continuously absorb extraordinary characteristics to become stronger. Because of the weapon spirit, God's stealing ring changed from a dead object to a living thing. It is also a growth equipment. And there is still a lot to look forward to in terms of how high it can grow in the future. Ji-sun's vision cannot understand all its wonderful uses for the time being. After all, it is a treasure. This is also the second disaster item that Ji-sun can use besides the clown mask. A long-term war artifact. After figuring out everything, he smiled and accepted it happily. As for the pollution in the ring, he will find a way to solve it later. Ji-sun put Song-yu and Xiao Banju in a safe place. After a quick look, there was nothing to clean up on the battlefield. Although the mithril ore in the temple was inestimable, he was a time traveler and could not take these things away. Besides, the source of pollution has been confirmed to be the pottery jar, and now that it has run away, the mine can be mined. Moreover, the purity of the ore is extremely high, and the difficulty of mining is extremely low. It is like picking up money, and there is almost no need to refine it. Song-yu is going to get rich. TSK. If this mine is mined, her personal wealth will definitely be among the top rich people in the Federation. Thinking of this, Ji-sun looked at the unconscious girl, but a strange color appeared in his eyes. I will leave eventually. I don't know how long I can stay. Just thinking about it, at this time, a familiar cry came from my ear. Hey, how did it become like this? Ji-sun turned his head, and saw Old Man Su coming over with a grumbling face. The old man looked at the devastated temple in surprise, and his old face showed the entanglement of fear and greed. I want to pick up the mithril, but I am afraid of getting into trouble. Ji-sun looked at the old man's wretched temperament, and knew that his big account experience time had passed again. But he didn't give up, so he asked, Senior, do you remember anything? Old Su responded with a confused look, what? Ji-sun's eyes twitched and pointed to the obelisk over there, that stone tablet. Old Su, what's wrong with the stone tablet? Ji-sun, what did you see? Old Su, what can you see from the stone tablet? Isn't it just a bare piece of stone? Ji-sun, forget it, it's okay. Old Su, Ji-sun still didn't give up. By the way, Senior, do you know how to get rid of the blood plague? Old Su, you are infected with the plague, that's not what I meant, but don't get so close to me. Ji-sun, sure enough, I shouldn't have expected too much from this Senior.